Welcome to Private Audiobooks, where we forge the mindset required for true success. Let's begin with a vital yet uncomfortable truth. No one is coming to rescue you. Your transformation, your progress, and your eventual victory depend entirely on one person, you. The universe does not offer shortcuts or special exemptions. Every aspiration you harbor, every height you wish to scale, and every future you long to inhabit is conditional upon the level of unyielding focus you are willing to apply to your own development, without distraction, without excuse, and certainly without waiting for external validation. You must become the architect of a self so robust that no failure can shatter your resolve, and no rejection can divert your course. The world reserves its greatest rewards not for those who complain or defer action, but for those who achieve mastery over their own will. True winners are defined by their unwavering commitment to personal growth, their singular vision, and their chosen trajectory. Your sole mission is this: focus on becoming invincible until you succeed. If you fail to prioritize this self-construction, no one else will shoulder that burden for you. Today is the critical inflection point, where you cease looking outward for solutions and start building the life you truly deserve from the bedrock of your inner world. Stay tuned, because the mindset shift you are about to undergo is the most powerful investment you will ever make. Chapter 1. Cultivating your strongest self. Daily, the non-negotiable commitment. The foundation of any meaningful achievement rests upon an absolute imperative. You must dedicate yourself fully to the evolution of your strongest self, every single day. In this race of life, there are no permissible rest days when it comes to self-improvement. Time is not slowing down. In fact, the momentum of the world is working against inertia. Every hour you allow to pass without conscious self-work is compounding, a deficit that pulls you further away from your desired destiny. The choice is binary. Either you meticulously construct the life you envision, or you passively drift toward a life you do not want. The reason most individuals fail to attain lasting success is simple inconsistency. They cannot maintain a sustained focus on themselves. Their attention is consumed by observing others, paralyzed by comparison, or perpetually derailed by fleeting distractions. The single most valuable asset you can bestow upon yourself is daily commitment. This is a vow to become stronger, to acquire wisdom, and to heighten your discipline. This is not an occasional activity, it is a daily declaration of intent, executed regardless of your transient mood or motivational state. Everything begins with a firm decision. You must resolve that you will not permit another day to dissolve into unproductivity. You must decide that you will invest more focused energy into developing yourself than into any other pursuit. Your peak potential is not self-generating. Your mind will not sharpen itself spontaneously. Discipline is not a gift. It is a skill you must forge. You are the primary stakeholder. You are the sole agent responsible for making this transformation a reality. The process initiates with small, deliberate choices. It starts with an hour committed to reading instead of doom scrolling. It begins with completing a planned workout rather than defaulting to an excuse. It involves selecting nutritious fuel for your body over temporary junk food comfort. It requires sitting down in silence to define concrete, measurable goals for your life. These minor, daily decisions are the bricks with which you build your unbreakable self. But you must maintain this rigor. Self-work is not a fair-weather activity. It must be performed when the path is difficult, when exhaustion sets in, when you feel defeated, and crucially, when there is no external praise. This hidden, relentless effort is the genuine work. It is the process of pouring concrete for a future no one can dismantle. Strength is forged in solitude. It is honed in the struggle. It is proven when the audience is absent. Your strongest self is not materialized by good intentions. It is built on irrefutable action. You must be the one to show up for your future self every single day. No excuses, no finger-pointing, no reliance on motivation. Motivation is a fleeting visitor. You must save yourself through consistency. Consistency is the true, non-glamorous secret. It might not feel exciting every day, but its cumulative power is exponential. Every day you choose self-investment, you accelerate toward your goals. Every day you focus on intellectual or physical growth, your internal power multiplies. The transformative results may not appear overnight, but they are inevitable. The universe rewards individuals who maintain focus long after the masses have retreated. It favors those who consistently bet on their own potential, even when the odds seem overwhelmingly stacked against them. Engage in a moment of radical honesty. Are you actively building yourself, or are you expertly distracting yourself? Are you propelling your life forward, or are you passively allowing circumstances to dictate your movement? The question is difficult, but the answer guarantees liberation. If you are not incrementally getting stronger, you are experiencing degradation. If you are not pressing forward, you are falling behind. There is no such thing as stasis in this life. Growth is not optional. It is a prerequisite for a meaningful existence. You must safeguard your focus as if your future depends on it, because it does. Focus is your ultimate strategic advantage in a world expertly engineered for chronic distraction. Every notification, every superficial headline, every negative thought is a thief attempting to steal your potential. You must stand as the resolute guard at the gate of your mind, strictly regulating what commands your attention. Your attention is sacred. It is the currency of your life construction. When you fully commit to building your strongest self daily, your perception of the world fundamentally changes. You relinquish the need to chase approval. You stop requiring permission. You eliminate wasted time explaining your vision to those who lack the capacity to understand it. You cease feeling guilt for aspiring to more. You stand firm in your identity and the person you are actively becoming. Acknowledge this truth. No one is charged with constructing you. No one is responsible for your strength. That monumental task is yours, and it is the most critical duty you will ever undertake. You must possess the self-respect to put in the why. Necessary labor. To trade momentary comfort for enduring power. To choose rigorous growth over comfortable conformity. And to build a future so fortified that you can stand proudly within it, regardless of the storms that inevitably arrive. Every single morning is a fresh allocation of opportunity to build strength, to prove to yourself the seriousness of your commitment. You cannot afford to squander these days or operate under the delusion that they are infinite. They are not. Each day is a foundational building block. Every day is crucial, and the profound reward of self-focus is this. As you become stronger, every aspect of your life improves. Your relationships deepen, your health flourishes, your financial capability expands, and your confidence becomes unwavering. But the initiation point is always you. If you maintain this singular focus until you achieve victory, you will eventually realize that winning was merely the side effect. The true, lasting reward is the person you were compelled to become in the relentless process. Your unbreakable self is waiting on the far side of discipline, sacrifice, and consistency. You already possess the necessary tools. You do not require greater talent or external rescue. You simply need to commit to yourself with a level of dedication you have never before dared to explore. Start now. Not tomorrow, not next week, today. Fully commit to building your strongest self today, and then rise tomorrow and repeat the act. Stack these days. Stack these small victories, and observe the radical, unstoppable transformation of your life. Observe the growth of your confidence. Watch how your strength evolves into something truly unyielding. This is the only path to victory. You do not win by hoping or relying on chance. You win by showing up fully for yourself every single day. You win by refusing to surrender when the difficulty peaks. You win by doing the work that most people are too paralyzed or too complacent to attempt. Focus on your ascent until you succeed. Because if you do not, no one else will shoulder the responsibility for your glory. Chapter 2. The Discipline of Silence. Guarding your mind against the external cacophony every single day is a battlefield for your attention. The modern world is not merely noisy, it is a relentless, overwhelming cacophony of demands, opinions, aggressively vying for your mental space, distractions systematically attempting to siphon your vital energy, and countless external voices prescribing who you ought to be and what you should pursue. These voices come from every direction, from screens that glow in the darkness, from conversations that drain rather than nourish, from social expectations that suffocate rather than inspire, from the constant comparison that social media breeds, from the news cycles that feed on fear and outrage, from the well-meaning but misguided advice of those who have never walked your path. If you proceed through life without deliberate strategy, without conscious intention, without a fierce commitment to protecting what matters most, you risk spending your entire existence fulfilling the expectations of others. You will wake up one day, perhaps decades from now, and realize you have been living someone else's dream, chasing someone else's definition of success, conforming to someone else's vision of who you should be. And in this process of constant external conformity, you will have lost the authentic core of your own identity to a world that doesn't even recognize your true potential, doesn't understand your unique gifts, and frankly, doesn't care about your deepest aspirations. Therefore, the practice of training your mind to ignore the noise is not a luxury reserved for monks in mountain monasteries or philosophers in ivory towers. It is a fundamental requirement for self-mastery. It is the foundational skill upon which all other forms of personal power are built. It is the difference between living as a puppet, strings pulled by every passing opinion and circumstance, and living as a sovereign being, self-directed and self-determined. Your attention is a finite resource, perhaps the most precious resource you possess. You cannot afford to dissipate it indiscriminately across every stimulus that presents itself. Every notification that pings, every headline that screams for your outrage, every social media post that demands your reaction. Your attention is like water flowing from a spring. If you allow it to scatter in 1,000 directions, it creates nothing but muddy puddles. But if you channel it with intention, if you direct it with purpose, it can carve canyons through solid rock. If you allow your focus to be fragmented, scattered across a dozen different concerns that are not truly yours, your personal vision will wither like a plant denied sunlight. Your vital energy will deplete like a battery constantly drained and never fully recharged. Your self-confidence will inevitably erode, worn down by the constant bombardment of external judgment and comparison. An unbreakable mind cannot be constructed if you perpetually permit external interference to breach your inner walls, to plant seeds of doubt in the garden of your consciousness, to redirect your attention away from what truly matters. You must protect your mental domain with the same vigilance, the same fierce determination you would employ to safeguard your most valuable possession, because your mind is precisely that. It is the command center from which your entire life is directed. It is the lens through which you perceive reality. It is the source of your decisions, your actions, your character, your destiny. When you lose control of your mind, you lose control of everything. The external world will always generate commentary. This is its nature. People will always hold and express their judgments, their opinions, their unsolicited advice. They will tell you that your dreams are too big or too small. They will say you're moving too fast or too slow. They will criticize your methods, question your motives, doubt your capacity. This stream of external input never ceases. It is a permanent feature of the human social landscape. But understand this fundamental truth: opinions are not the building materials of your life. Opinions do not finance your future. Opinions do not determine your worth. Opinions do not create your reality. Your actions, your choices, and your disciplined daily focus are the only true architects of your destiny. What you do consistently, day after day, in the privacy of your own life when no one is watching, this is what builds your future. Not what people say about you. Not what they think you should do. Not their fears projected onto your potential. The moment you begin to entertain every passing opinion, to give weight to every piece of criticism, to allow every doubtful voice to plant questions in your mind, you surrender your inherent power. You initiate a process of self-doubt that, once begun, feeds on itself and grows stronger. You question the validity of your path, even when you know in your heart it's the right one. You decelerate your momentum, losing the forward motion that is essential to achievement. And worst of all, you shrink your authentic vision to conform to the narrow-minded thinking of others. Others who, it must be said, are often living far below their own potential, and therefore cannot possibly guide you toward yours. The act of training your mind to dismiss the noise is synonymous with forging inner strength. It is not about developing a thick skin, as people often say. It's about developing a clear mind. It means becoming so fundamentally rooted in your personal vision, so deeply connected to your own sense of purpose, so absolutely certain of your direction, that the triviality of the outside world is rendered incapable of shaking your conviction. It is the clarity of knowing yourself so completely, your values, your strengths, your goals, your non-negotiables, that no external statement or criticism possesses the authority to derail your defined trajectory. This is not a state of arrogance. Arrogance is thinking you're better than others. This is clarity, knowing your path without needing to compare it to anyone else's. Arrogance is loud and defensive. Clarity is quiet and confident. Arrogance needs to prove itself. Clarity simply proceeds. Your life's purpose is far too critical, far too sacred, far too aligned with who you were meant to be compromised by the unexamined doubts or projections of other people's fears. The filter of purpose, identifying the noise. The first active step in this discipline is to achieve absolute clarity on what genuinely matters. This requires honest, often uncomfortable introspection. You must ask yourself the hard questions. What am I actually trying to build? What do I stand for? What kind of person am I becoming? What legacy am I creating? What would I pursue if I knew I could not fail and no one would judge me? When your overarching objective is sharply defined, when you can articulate your purpose with precision and passion, the identification of noise becomes significantly easier. You develop a natural filter. You can instantly recognize what serves your vision and what doesn't. Not every critique demands your rebuttal. Not every emotional flare-up from the outside world deserves the allocation of your energy. Not every argument requires your participation. Not every misunderstanding needs to be corrected. You must establish a set of stringent criteria for what is worthy of your time and what is not. This is not selfishness. It is stewardship of your life force. This is not being closed-minded. It is being purposefully selective about what influences your consciousness. If a stimulus does not actively propel you closer to your vision, it is noise. If an activity fails to contribute to your continuous growth, your expanding capacity, your evolving consciousness, it is noise. If a thought or conversation drains your reservoir of energy instead of replenishing it, if it leaves you feeling smaller rather than larger, more confused rather than more clear, it is noise. And here is what most people fail to understand. Noise is not always obviously negative. Sometimes noise comes disguised as opportunity. Sometimes it wears the mask of reasonable advice. Sometimes it presents itself as a distraction that seems harmless in the moment, but accumulates over time to steal years from your life. The most dangerous noise is the noise that sounds almost like signal, that mimics importance without actually being important. You must become ruthless in the defense of your focus. Not cruel, not closed, but ruthless in the sense of being absolutely committed to protecting what matters most. You are obligated, not to anyone else, but to yourself, to your potential, to the person you could become, to shield your mind from negativity, from the poison of gossip, from the toxic comparisons fueled by endless social media scrolling, from any infiltration of paralyzing fear that keeps you small and safe rather than growing and becoming. You cannot afford to be dragged into pointless, time-consuming arguments that leave everyone involved more entrenched in their positions and no closer to truth or understanding. You cannot justify wasting hours defending yourself to those who are fundamentally committed to misunderstanding your ambition, who have already decided you're wrong and are simply looking for evidence to confirm their predetermined judgment. You absolutely cannot live your life attempting to meet standards that were never your own to begin with, standards that were arbitrarily imposed by a culture, a family system, a social group that doesn't share your values or understand your vision. This is the precise mechanism by which potential is squandered and great aspirations fade away, not through dramatic failure, not through catastrophic mistakes, but through the slow leak of energy, the gradual erosion of focus, the death of 1,000 tiny compromises to noise that seemed too small to matter in each individual moment, but that compound over time into a life that feels like it belongs to someone. As the practice of inner quietude, your mind must be trained to achieve quietude when the world around you reaches its peak volume. This is perhaps the most valuable skill you can develop in an age of constant connectivity and perpetual stimulation. You must cultivate the ability to discern and trust your own inner voice, your deepest instincts, your authentic knowing. Even when, especially when, that voice contradicts the common consensus, challenges the prevailing wisdom, goes against what everyone around you seems to believe. Strength emerges from the profound knowledge that you do not require external validation to advance. This is a truth that must be felt at the deepest level, not just understood intellectually. You do not need explicit permission to walk your chosen path. You do not need the approval of the masses to pursue your highest goals. You do not need to wait for someone to give you a green light, to tell you you're ready, to confirm that your dreams are legitimate. The only evaluation that holds any lasting consequence is the internal conviction that knows, not hopes, not wishes, but knows that you are destined for something exceptional. Critics will always materialize. This is guaranteed. The moment you step out of the comfort of conformity, the moment you dare to pursue something beyond the ordinary, critics will emerge. Doubters will inevitably surface. There will always be individuals who dismiss your ambition as foolish or unrealistic, who project their own limitations onto your possibilities, who cannot conceive of what you're attempting and therefore conclude it cannot be done. Their opinions are their problem, not yours. Let me repeat this because it is crucial. Their opinions are their problem, not yours. Their limitations are not your limitations. Their fears are not your fears. Their ceiling is not your ceiling. Your solitary problem is whether you permit that noise to penetrate your mind, to take root in your consciousness, to influence your decisions, to slow your momentum. Your ultimate responsibility is to maintain a state of mental hygiene, keeping your mind clean, robust, and singularly focused. This is your life's most essential defensive operation, the perimeter you must guard more vigilantly than any other. When you successfully train your mind to disregard the external clamor, the benefits are immediate and profound. You move with a greater speed because you're not constantly second-guessing every decision. Your thinking becomes crystalline, unclouded by the fog of conflicting opinions and competing agendas. You feel a fundamental lightness of being, as if a weight you didn't even know you were carrying has been lifted from your shoulders. You shed the crippling burden of external expectations and cease the destructive habit of apologizing for seeking an elevated existence, for wanting more, for refusing to settle for mediocrity just because it's comfortable or familiar. You stop minimizing your own ambition to soothe the discomfort of others, to make them feel better about their own choices by pretending yours isn't different. You begin to live with an innate power that is completely self-sustaining, independent of the judgments surrounding it, sourced from your own clarity and conviction rather than from the approval or disapproval of others. The practice of mental discipline is not about deluding yourself into believing the noise doesn't exist. You're not pretending you can't hear the criticism, ignoring legitimate feedback, or insulating yourself in a bubble of positive delusion. It is about acknowledging the noise's presence, recognizing it for what it is, classifying it as a non-essential distraction, and consciously choosing to withhold your energy from it. It is the firm, internal declaration. I hear it, but it holds no relevance for me. I see it, but it does not define me. I acknowledge it, but I do not accept it as my truth. It is the ability to remain intensely committed to your objectives, unwavering in your focus, regardless of the chaos or criticism the outside world directs at you. This ability is not developed overnight. It is cultivated through repeated practice, through countless small decisions to focus on signal rather than noise, to prioritize purpose over distraction, to value your own assessment of your progress more than anyone else's commentary on it. This builds a mind of exceptional resilience, a mindset capable of absorbing rejection without internalizing it as a statement about your worth. A mindset that can hear criticism, extract any useful information it might contain, and discard the rest without emotional upheaval. A mindset that can experience occasional failure and inevitable setbacks, yet continue to advance without the slightest compromise to its core belief in the ultimate outcome. The daily test. Every day presents a new test. This is the nature of the practice. It's never complete, never finished, never in a state where you can relax your vigilance and assume you've mastered it. Daily. You will face the temptation to react emotionally, to defend yourself against perceived slights, to jump to your own defense when someone questions your methods or motives. You will feel the pull to over-explain your actions, to justify your choices to people who didn't ask and wouldn't understand anyway. You will notice the craving for validation, that subtle but persistent desire to have others confirm that you're on the right path, that you're doing well, that you're worthy. Yet, every instance you rise above this reactive temptation, every moment you catch yourself about to engage with noise and consciously choose not to, you become inherently stronger. The neural pathways associated with self-direction strengthen. The patterns of seeking external validation weaken. Every moment you consciously reject meaningless noise and choose focused work instead, you sharpen your mental tools. You construct a mindset that is structurally sound and cannot be easily shaken. You cultivate an internal clarity that allows you to see your destination even when surrounded by the thickest mental fog, even when circumstances seem confusing, even when others cannot see what you see. There is immense freedom in this state. When you no longer require the world to understand your motives, you are free. You can move at your own pace, in your own direction, guided by your own internal compass. When constant validation becomes irrelevant to your mood, you are free. Your emotional state is no longer at the mercy of others' reactions to you. When criticism loses its power to define your self-worth, you are truly free. You can hear feedback without it determining your identity. You can face rejection without it meaning you're rejectable. This profound inner liberation grants you the capacity to pursue your highest potential unencumbered by doubts that originated outside your own experience. You're no longer carrying the weight of others' projections, others' fears, others' limited beliefs about what's possible. You're traveling light, powered by your own conviction, fueled by your own purpose. The necessity of the cut. You must make a non-negotiable decision today. Your vision is too important to be sacrificed for fleeting noise. This is not something you'll get to later. Not something you'll address when you have more time. Not something that can wait until circumstances are more favorable. Today. Now. In this moment, you decide that your mind is sovereign territory and you are its sole ruler. Your inner peace is infinitely more valuable than winning any trivial argument, than being right in some meaningless debate, than having the last word in some pointless exchange. Your energy reserves are too sacred to be expended on things that do not contribute to your self-construction, that don't build the person you're becoming, that don't move you closer to the life you're creating. Every day you enforce this discipline. Every day you choose signal over noise. Every day you protect your mental space with fierce intention, you move closer to self-mastery. Every day you stand guard over your mind, refusing entry to what doesn't serve, you accelerate toward a life worthy of your deepest pride. Focus is a choice. Strength is a choice. Peace is a choice. You possess the absolute power to make that choice. You have the power to firmly say no to the noise and emphatically say yes to the future you are building. The path will not be consistently easy. Some days the noise will feel overwhelming, like a tidal wave threatening to sweep you away. Some days, the desire to follow the crowd, to fit in, to stop standing out will be potent and seductive. The loneliness of the path less traveled will press on you. The doubt about whether you're making the right choice will whisper in the quiet moments. But you must be stronger. You must internally recite the reasons you began this journey, must reconnect with the vision that set you on this path. You must remind yourself of the profound stakes involved, not just the achievement of external goals. but the very quality of your existence, the integrity of your life, the realization of your potential. You must remember that genuine greatness is never achieved by following the consensus, by doing what everyone else is doing, by staying safely within the boundaries of the acceptable and expected. It is built by those brave enough to walk alone, when necessary, confident that silence can often speak louder than words, that focused action speaks louder than defensive explanation, that results will ultimately vindicate the path even when the path itself was questioned. The architecture of a sovereign mind, you are fundamentally responsible for the quality of the life you construct. Not your parents, not your circumstances, not your past, not the economy, not the political situation. You are responsible for the energy you permit near you, for the influences you allow into your consciousness, for the voices you give authority to. You are responsible for the mindset you carry into every morning, for the lens through which you interpret events, for the meaning you assign to what happens to you. The stronger your mind becomes, the clearer your path appears. Clarity and strength are not separate. They reinforce each other. A strong mind can maintain clarity even in chaos. A clear mind naturally becomes stronger because it's not wasting energy on confusion and doubt. The clearer your path, the faster you move toward the life you were designed to live. The life that represents the full expression of your potential. The life that, when you're old and looking back, you'll be able to say with complete honesty, I lived that fully. I held nothing back. I became who I was meant to be. The external noise is permanent. It will never vanish entirely. This is a fundamental truth you must accept. There will always be critics. There will always be doubters. There will always be distractions. There will always be voices trying to pull you away from your path. This is the nature of the world. But you will change. You will become stronger, wiser, and more relentlessly focused. You will not be bent by every passing current of public opinion. You will not emotionally collapse every time a person criticizes your effort. You will stop losing yourself chasing approval that is fundamentally meaningless in the grand scheme of your life. Train your mind until you can perceive the noise and continue your journey without pause, without hesitation, without deviation. Train your mind until you stand rooted in your own truth, immovable in your commitment, unshakable in your conviction. Train your mind until you no longer require anyone else to validate your path, because your internal certainty will be absolute, solid as stone, clear as crystal, unwavering as the North Star. This is your time, not someday, not when conditions improve, not when you have more resources or more support or more confidence. Now, this is your life, not a rehearsal, not a draft, not a practice run, the real thing unfolding in real time. Every moment either building toward your vision or drifting away from it. Do not waste it listening to the distractions. Focus solely on constructing the future you deserve. Focus on embodying the person you are meant to become. Focus on remaining loyal to yourself, irrespective of the volume of the outside world, regardless of how loudly it screams for your attention. If you maintain this loyalty and this focus, if you protect your mind with the vigilance of a warrior guarding a sacred temple, if you refuse to let the noise penetrate the inner sanctum where your dreams reside and your purpose is forged, you are guaranteed to prevail. Not because the path will be easy, not because obstacles won't appear, not because critics will be silenced, but because the world has no counter-strategy against a mind that simply refuses to yield, that knows its purpose and will not be distracted, that hears the noise but moves forward anyway, steady and certain and unstoppable in its commitment to becoming what it was meant to be. Chapter 3. The Courage of Solitude. Defending your vision. When belief fails there, inevitably arrives a point of profound realization. If you do not actively fiercely champion your own vision, absolutely no one else will step forward to do it for you. Those closest to you may offer support and affection, but they lack the capacity to perceive the fire that burns within your ambition. They cannot truly grasp the scope of a vision granted solely to you. And when your pursuit dares to transcend the boundaries of the comfortable and the commonplace, you must anticipate and accept the presence of doubt. Their disbelief is irrelevant. Your conviction is everything. When your potential is questioned, you face a critical juncture. You can either succumb to their limited expectations and retreat, or you can rise up, accelerating your efforts, fortified by the knowledge that your construction is intrinsically larger than their current capacity to see. History is replete with examples of great lives almost extinguished by the close-range dismissal of a critical voice. You must internalize this principle. Belief in your project is not the requirement of others. It is your non-negotiable responsibility to yourself. The fight for a truly impactful dream is often waged in solitude. There will be countless hours spent alone, pondering the sanity of your relentless ambition. You will wake up some mornings with doubt pressing against your chest, a palpable weight of uncertainty. There will be seasons where all tangible results vanish, leaving you only with the residue of your own faith to hold on to. But this internal commitment is not merely sufficient. It is the genesis of every truly monumental achievement, the unique capacity to sustain belief when concrete evidence remains scarce. The majority of people find solace within small, easily achievable dreams because these aspirations are non-threatening and generate little resistance. However, the moment you decide to break the standard mold, the moment you commit to building something inherently extraordinary, you must expect resistance. Expect familiar faces to raise skeptical eyebrows. Expect even your strongest supporters to question your judgment. This skepticism is not born of malice. It is born of their own self-limiting fears. Understanding this distinction becomes paramount to your survival. When someone expresses doubt about your vision, they are not necessarily speaking to your capabilities. They are speaking from the limitations of their own experience. They are projecting their boundaries onto your limitless potential. They are measuring your future by the ruler of their past. This is why you cannot afford to internalize their hesitation as truth. Their reluctance is a reflection of what they believe is possible for themselves, not a statement about what is possible for you. You are compelled to push through this resistance. You must remind yourself daily that your vision was bestowed upon you for an explicit reason. If others were meant to fully comprehend it now, they would have conceived it themselves. They did not, you did. It is intensely personal, it is sacred, and it is worthy of the most rigorous defense you can muster. Consider the nature of extraordinary vision itself. It arrives not as a fully formed blueprint that others can immediately appreciate, but as a seed of knowing that germinates quietly within your consciousness. You sense its potential before you can articulate it. You feel its pull before you can rationalize it. You recognize its significance before you can demonstrate it. This is precisely why external validation cannot serve as your foundation. Your vision exists in a realm that precedes proof, dwelling in the territory of faith and intuition. The battle for your dream is not solely an external conflict. It is profoundly internal. The voices of external doubt may be loud, but the whisper of your own internal uncertainty can be deafening. Self-doubt will attempt to persuade you that the critics are right. Fear will tempt you to settle for the path of least resistance. Comfort will relentlessly petition you to return to the familiar. Yet you must push onward. You must cultivate a strength that supersedes temporary emotion during the most challenging days. You must lead yourself when it feels as though every single person has ceased paying attention. This internal leadership requires a particular brand of emotional maturity. It demands that you become your own coach, your own mentor, your own source of encouragement when external sources run dry. It requires developing an intimate relationship with your deeper self, the part of you that knows, beyond circumstantial evidence, that your pursuit holds meaning. This relationship cannot be outsourced. It cannot be delegated. It must be cultivated in the quiet moments when no one is watching, in the early mornings when doubt whispers its loudest accusations, in the late nights when exhaustion threatens to eclipse determination. True champions are not fueled by transient applause. They are driven by an unshakable sense of purpose. They do not pause, awaiting a crowd to cheer their name. They are too consumed with the focused, quiet work of laying the structural bricks of their future, one difficult day at a time. Their vision is too compelling to be superseded by the need for approval. They understand that genuine respect is earned after the results are delivered, not before. They are fundamentally willing to endure isolation today, ensuring they stand tall and powerful tomorrow. The loneliness of leadership, of pioneering, of choosing the uncharted path. This is not a symptom of failure. It is a characteristic of innovation. Every person who has ever built something meaningful has walked through the valley of solitude. They have sat with their vision when it made sense to no one but themselves. They have continued forward when every logical voice suggested retreat. They have maintained faith when circumstances argued for surrender. When you dedicate yourself to defending your dream, you cultivate an innate toughness that cannot be artificially manufactured. You earn a resilience that money cannot buy. You construct a personal character capable of enduring immense pressure. Every rejection you face sharpens your focus. Every no forces you to engage in deeper strategic thinking. Every failure is transformed into a fundamental lesson on how to fight smarter, not just harder. There are no wasted conflicts when you are battling for an authentic purpose. Every scar you accumulate serves as a testimony to your refusal to capitulate. This process of character forging happens incrementally, almost imperceptibly. You do not wake up one morning, suddenly transformed into an unstoppable force. Rather, you make 1,000 small decisions to continue when quitting would be easier. You choose to show up when enthusiasm has evaporated. You take the next step when the entire staircase remains invisible. Each of these seemingly insignificant choices compounds over time, building within you a foundation of strength that can weather any storm. You must internalize one central idea. Your dream holds intrinsic importance. It matters because it is the crucible in which you are forged into your inevitable self. It matters because it compels you toward discipline, intense focus, and relentless action. It matters because it calls forth the most exceptional parts of your potential that would otherwise remain dormant and unseen. Dreams are not merely about the finished achievement, they are the training ground for personal transformation and subsequent greatness. The value of your pursuit extends far beyond the tangible outcome. Yes, the achievement matters. Yes, the manifestation of your vision into reality holds significance. But the person you must become in order to achieve that vision, that transformation represents the true treasure. The discipline you develop, the resilience you forge, the wisdom you accumulate, the character you build. These become permanent assets that no circumstance can strip away. The external achievement may come or it may be delayed, but the internal transformation is guaranteed if you commit to the journey with integrity. You will not always feel strong. You will not always feel courageous. There will be mornings when you question every single choice you have made. This emotional turmoil is simply an integral component of the process. Courage is not the absence of fear, it is forward movement in its presence. Courage is choosing to stand again when the logical choice is to remain defeated. Courage is recommitting to your belief every single morning, even after the previous day concluded in profound disappointment. Understanding the cyclical nature of motivation and doubt becomes essential. You will experience peaks of extraordinary clarity and valleys of confusing uncertainty. You will have weeks where everything aligns and progress feels effortless, followed by months where every step forward seems to require Herculean effort. This is not evidence of failure. This is the rhythm of meaningful creation. The key is not to avoid the valleys, but to continue moving through them, trusting that another peak awaits on the other side. There will be moments when abandoning the project seems entirely logical. There will be seasons when tangible results manifest slower than your expectations dictated. There will be extended periods where it feels like no one acknowledges the sheer intensity of your effort. This is the moment to remember. You are not fighting for attention. You are fighting for your future. You are not fighting for a fleeting moment of applause. You are fighting to manifest the life you swore to yourself you would build. The temptation to quit never arrives when you are strong. It arrives when you are tired, depleted, questioning whether the sacrifice is worth the potential reward. It arrives after a particularly brutal rejection or a devastating setback. It arrives when you calculate the cost of continuing and the price seems unbearably high. In these moments, you must zoom out from the immediate pain and reconnect with the larger vision that initiated your journey. You must ask yourself not whether today was hard, but whether your future self will thank you for persisting through today's difficulty. No one possesses the ability to fight this specific battle for you. They may offer encouragement and good wishes, but ultimately, the confrontation is you versus your ingrained excuses. It is you versus your paralyzing doubts. It is you versus the insidious temptation to settle for less. And it is you who must decide to keep swinging, even when it feels as though your punches are failing to connect. This radical self-reliance does not mean rejecting support or community when it genuinely appears. It means understanding that at the core of your journey, in the deepest moments of testing, you are the only person who can choose to continue. Others can inspire you, encourage you, advise you, but they cannot want it for you. The depth of your desire, the ferocity of your commitment, the consistency of your action, these must originate from within. External motivation may spark the initial fire, but only internal conviction can sustain the flame through the inevitable storms. Winners are not defined by an absence of discouragement. They are defined by their ability to feel discouraged and choose to proceed regardless. Winners are not defined by perpetual clarity. They are defined by their capacity to take the next necessary step even when the entire path ahead is obscured. Winners are not simply those who receive fortunate opportunities. They are the ones who show up with consistency long enough for those opportunities to eventually intersect their path. The mythology of the overnight success obscures this truth. From the outside, breakthrough achievements often appear sudden and effortless. But behind every overnight success exists years of unseen preparation, countless failures absorbed in private, and an unwavering commitment maintained through seasons of invisibility. The winner's advantage is not superior talent or fortunate circumstances. It is the willingness to continue when continuation seems pointless, to persist when persistence seems futile, to believe when belief defies logic. Fighting for your vision demands that you accept the reality that not everyone will comprehend your journey. It means consciously relinquishing the need to over-explain yourself to those who lack the fundamental courage to pursue their own ambitions. It requires constructing your confidence from an internal source, refusing to borrow it from temporary external approval. It demands setting your entire existence toward the life you intend to create and refusing to glance backward, regardless of who chooses to depart your life. This acceptance of potential solitude, of possible misunderstanding, of likely skepticism, this acceptance is paradoxically liberating. When you release the need for universal understanding, you liberate energy previously spent on justification and redirect it toward creation. When you stop explaining and start executing, you shift from defensive posture to offensive momentum. When you cease seeking permission from those unqualified to grant it, you claim the authority that was always yours to possess. It will, at times, be deeply painful. It will, at times, feel profoundly unfair. It will, at times, be utterly exhausting. But every day you choose to defend your dream, you are securing a profound internal victory. Every day you refuse to quit, you are forging a character that is resilient to anything. And one day, when you stand exactly where you intended, you will look back and understand that every single isolated night, every silent morning, and every unanswered doubt was a necessary, valuable piece of the final achievement. The pain serves a purpose. The struggle contains wisdom. The difficulty builds capacity. Nothing is wasted in the pursuit of an authentic dream. Every obstacle that seems designed to stop you is actually revealing what you need to develop. Every person who doubts you is clarifying who truly belongs in your inner circle. Every failure that devastates you is teaching you what success actually requires. The journey is not simply the path to the destination, it is the mechanism through which you become someone capable of sustaining the destination once reached. The people who once doubted you will remain where they are, still talking, still doubting, still waiting for someone else to grant them permission to live. But you will have been transformed. You will possess irrefutable proof, the evidence that deeply held belief, backed by relentless action, rewrites the laws of possibility. Never apologize for fighting for your dream. Never feel guilty for choosing a path others are too timid to tread. Never diminish your ambition merely to provide comfort to others. Fight for it as if your future existence depends on it, because in a very real, tangible sense, it does. Your future self, your future prosperity, and your future peace are all contingent upon the rigor of the fight you are willing to wage today. The courage to defend your vision in the face of universal skepticism is not arrogance. It is alignment with your deepest truth. It is honoring the quiet knowing that resides beneath the noise of external opinion. It is respecting the sacred responsibility that comes with being chosen to carry a particular vision into reality. When you fight for your dream despite opposition, you are not being stubborn or delusional. You are being faithful to the assignment that life has presented to you. The day will arrive when you are no longer required to justify your initial belief. The day will arrive when the results will speak with a louder, clearer voice than any of your previous explanations ever could. The day will arrive when your resolute fight becomes the definitive inspiration for someone else. But to reach that plateau, you must keep swinging now. You must keep believing now. You must keep moving forward now. That future day of vindication cannot motivate you through today's trial. You cannot borrow strength from tomorrow's victory to fuel today's battle. You must find the resolve to continue in this present moment, with current circumstances, facing existing challenges. The future you imagine must be compelling enough to pull you forward, but it cannot do the work for you. Only today's action, today's decision, today's commitment can construct the bridge between current reality and future vision. Do not wait for belief to arrive from an external source. Be your own deepest believer. Be your own most ferocious fighter. Be your own undeniable proof. This self-sufficiency in belief is not selfishness, it is survival. It is recognizing that you cannot build an extraordinary life on the foundation of ordinary conviction. You cannot construct a unique destiny while relying on common courage. You cannot manifest an unprecedented vision while depending on typical levels of faith. Your dream demands that you become someone new, someone stronger, someone more committed than you have ever been before. And that transformation begins with the decision to believe in yourself with or without external confirmation. And when exhaustion hits, remember this cardinal rule. The prize is not awarded to the strongest or the swiftest. It is awarded to the one who refuses to quit. Fight for your dream when it is hardest. Fight when you feel utterly isolated. Fight when you feel completely unseen. Fight because you owe this profound commitment to yourself. Fight because you were built for a magnitude far beyond your current reality. Fight because one day the world will finally look upon your creation and declare, "We see it now." But by then, you will not need their validation, because you will already be fully inhabiting the dream you constructed with your own indomitable will. The fight is not a temporary state you must endure until things become easier. The fight is the crucible that transforms you into someone for whom the impossible becomes inevitable. The fight is the price of admission to the life you've always known you were meant to live. The fight is not the obstacle to your dream, it is the pathway to it. Stand firm in your conviction. Defend your vision with ferocity. Believe when no one else does. Continue when every voice counsels retreat. Your dream is worth fighting for. Your potential is worth defending. Your future is worth the battle you wage today. And in the solitude of your struggle, you are never truly alone. You are in the company of every pioneer, every innovator, every visionary who has ever dared to see beyond the horizon of the commonly accepted. This is your moment. This is your test. This is your opportunity to prove to yourself that you are capable of achieving what you once only dared to imagine. Fight for it, defend it, make it real. Chapter 4. The Currency of Trust, Daily Presence and the Mastery of Consistency. If you desire any real, transformative outcome in your life, you must commit to the fundamental, non-negotiable act of showing up for yourself every single day. Not occasionally, not merely when the calendar aligns, and certainly not only when you feel a spontaneous surge of motivation. You must be present every single day. The extraordinary life you are striving for is not constructed upon fleeting moments of inspiration. It is meticulously assembled through unwavering daily commitment. It is forged in the silent hours when you choose to engage in the necessary work, fully aware that there is no audience, no applause, and no immediate recognition. The primary reason individuals fail to realize their full potential is a fatal flaw in consistency. They arrive energized on Monday, yet vanish by the end of the week. They dedicate themselves intensely for a week, only to fall back for an entire month. They are present only when the work is frictionless and retreat the moment the necessary effort becomes demanding. You cannot operate with this sporadic commitment if you intend to win. You must purposefully become the type of individual who shows up regardless of their internal emotional state. You must cultivate self-trust. If you make a vow to execute a task, you must follow through without exception. If you define a goal, you must pursue it relentlessly, daily, without requiring reminders or external pressure. The world unequivocally rewards consistency. Opportunity flows toward those who remain engaged in the struggle. Success is magnetically drawn to individuals who maintain forward motion even during the slow, mundane, or genuinely painful days. When you show up for yourself every day, you begin to construct a self-respect that no external circumstance can diminish. You stop relying on praise to sustain your efforts. You cease anxiously searching for external proof that your work is effective. You stop depending on the outside world to validate your worth. You know your value because you actively prove it to yourself every single day through your direct, observable actions. Showing up is not about achieving perfection. It is not about executing every task flawlessly. It is about actively being present for yourself when your commitment is truly tested. It is about forcing yourself to achieve progress, even when that progress feels infinitesimally slow. It is the deep understanding that even the smallest step forward is infinitely superior to remaining paralyzed, waiting for motivation to suddenly appear and rescue you. The brutal truth is that there will be days when the thought of doing anything is repellent. Days when your bed feels magnetically heavy. Days when the voices of your excuses are at their loudest. Days when the finish line seems so impossibly distant that you question the very utility of the effort. These are the days that matter most. These are the moments that distinguish the perennial dreamers from the committed doers. These are the days where you definitively prove to yourself that your future vision holds greater weight than your temporary feelings. You must rigorously train yourself to be reliable, not just to external commitments, but fundamentally to yourself. You must become the person who can implicitly rely on their own will to execute the work. If you cannot trust yourself to follow through, everything else in your life will eventually collapse. You will violate your own promises, set goals you never approach, and ultimately lose faith in your own inherent potential. Every time you choose to show up for yourself, you deposit trust. Every time you successfully follow through on a small commitment, you reinforce your foundational discipline. Over time, that foundation becomes impervious to doubt. Eventually, you will no longer need raw willpower to be present, because showing up will have been integrated into your core identity. It will become automatic. You cannot expect meaningful results without rigorous consistency. You cannot expect growth without the application of discipline. You cannot expect profound change without committed, consistent effort. Dreams demand far more than mere desire. They demand relentless action. This action is required not once, not twice, but every single day. In large forms and small, visible and invisible, every effort counts. Every minute contributes. The individuals who ultimately succeed are not those who walked the easiest path. They are not the beneficiaries of undue luck. They are the determined few who kept showing up long after everyone else succumbed to exhaustion. They are the ones who refined their craft when public attention was absent. They are the ones who remained fiercely loyal to the process, even when the resulting metrics were slow to materialize. Every morning you awaken represents a new opportunity to show up stronger than the day before. Every day is a fresh chance to earn your own deep respect. Every day, through your actions, you are actively drafting the narrative of your life. Will today be another disposable blank page? Or will it be a chapter you can reflect upon with sincere pride? You are morally obligated to show up for yourself. You owe this commitment to the future you have envisioned. You owe it to the potent, guiding vision that continues to compel your heart. You owe it to the younger version of yourself who once believed in your potential. You owe it above all to the unstoppable person you are actively becoming. The daily commitment does not demand theatrical grand gestures. It does not need to be loud or overtly dramatic. Sometimes, showing up looks like sitting in focused silence, executing work when the easier option is distraction. Sometimes it means making one decision that is incrementally better than the one you made yesterday. Sometimes it means deploying your maximum effort, even when your energy reserves are critically low. Small steps are still directional movement. Small wins are still victories. Progress is progress, regardless of its speed. The only way to lose is to stop showing up. The only true failure is the decision to abandon the fight entirely. There will be days of exhaustion and days of inspiration. Days of numbness and days of focused flow. It does not matter. What matters is the unbreakable chain of your presence, that you keep placing one structural stone upon the last, stacking the days together with purpose. Because the sum total of your daily actions is the only true blueprint of your future. It is simple to show up when the task is enjoyable. It is easy to be present when immediate results are evident. It is easy to work when applause is guaranteed. But the true winner shows up when the work goes unnoticed. The winner shows up when the results are invisible. The winner shows up when it feels as though the world has completely forgotten their efforts. If you can achieve mastery over the art of daily consistency, you possess the power to construct anything. You can radically transform your health, generate significant wealth, and engineer a life you are genuinely proud to inhabit. But the genesis and conclusion of this journey rests entirely upon your willingness to show up for yourself. No one else can execute this fundamental part of your process. No one else can log the required hours or endure the necessary grind. It must be you. You must be the one willing to look into the mirror and declare, "I did not quit today. I did not allow my fleeting emotions to dictate my actions today. I chose my future over my immediate comfort." There is no secret formula. There is no magical shortcut. There is only the rigorous day-to-day commitment to executing what must be done, even when the path of least resistance is overwhelmingly tempting. And every single time you choose commitment, you accumulate resilience, increase your strength, and deepen your conviction. One day, you will survey your surroundings and realize that everything you had envisioned is now your reality. And this reality will not be the product of luck or a handout. It will be the undeniable proof that you showed up for yourself, day after day, when no one else shared or understood your singular vision. You are actively writing your future with every choice you make. Make it a masterpiece. Make it a life that is a clear reflection of the immense internal strength it required to remain present, even when quitting offered immediate relief. Show up for yourself. Not once, not sometimes, every day. Chapter 5, The War on Distraction, Eliminating the Thieves of Your Future. The modern era suffers from a severe deficiency, and it is not a lack of opportunity or talent. It is a profound scarcity of focus. It is trivially easy to commence a new project, yet maintaining the necessary intensity and persistence long enough to reach completion is an immense challenge. Every single day, 100 different forces compete to seize your mind, your time, and your finite energy reserves. If you fail to adopt a ruthless, strategic approach to eliminating distractions, they will function as a slow, insidious poison, progressively eroding the potential of your future. You possess ambitions to realize. You have definitive goals to achieve. You have an exceptional life waiting to be built. You cannot afford to lose precious hours to activities that possess zero net contribution to your ascent. You cannot allow your attention to be consistently hijacked by meaningless notifications, fleeting, external opinions, or the persistent temptation to escape into short-term comfort rather than engaging in the real. Difficult work. Every distraction carries a monumental cost. And that cost is your potential future. If you are not the sovereign controller of your attention, then by default someone or something else is. If you are not strictly determining where your energy is channeled, The world will make that determination for you. And the world, by its very design, is indifferent to your dreams, your goals, and your personal timeline. Its sole objective is the consumption of your time without offering anything of genuine value in return. You must be far more intelligent than this passive surrender. You must recognize distractions for what they fundamentally are: thieves. They actively steal your time, deplete your energy, fragment your focus, and ultimately compromise your future. The act of cutting out distraction is about far more than increasing your productivity. It is about reclaiming ownership of your existence. It is about rejecting the fate of living as a slave to constant interruptions, unproductive gossip, mindless digital scrolling, and any form of entertainment that fails to contribute to your intellectual or moral growth. It is about a fierce internal declaration: my life's purpose is too vital to be squandered. The 3 stages of focus. Fortification. The first essential step in this war is to be brutally honest with yourself. You must confront the truth of your habits. What, specifically, is actively stealing your focus every single day? Where are you hemorrhaging hours without conscious awareness? Which habitual behaviors are draining your spirit without providing any meaningful return? You cannot rectify a problem you refuse to acknowledge. You must face the uncomfortable reality of how your time is currently being allocated. The second, critical stage is the engineering of your environment. Your physical and digital surroundings must be meticulously designed to facilitate focus, not undermine it. Tidy your workspace. Eliminate unnecessary visual clutter. Sever the constant digital noise. Block access to known digital temptations during work hours. You must make the correct choice the path of least resistance, and the wrong choice the path of maximal effort. You cannot realistically expect to sustain focus within an environment that has been architected for perpetual distraction. You must also rigorously protect your mental space. Not every conversation deserves your time investment. Not every trivial argument warrants your engagement. Not every negative or critical opinion requires a response from you. You must stand guard over your inner peace as though your destiny depends on it, because it does. Every instance you permit yourself to be pulled into a conflict or activity that does not serve your higher purpose, you suffer a measurable loss of momentum. If you continuously donate fragments of your energy that should be zealously reserved for your primary mission, you will never accumulate the critical mass required for true breakthrough. It is insufficient to simply desire focus. You must establish an intentional system that renders focus possible. Define clear non-negotiable work periods. Disable notifications entirely. Strictly limit your exposure to media and interactions that pull your mind away from what is essential. Make a solemn, powerful commitment to yourself. If you find the full day impossible to manage, start with a single, dedicated hour. Begin with 1 high-intensity focused session per day and expand from that foundation. Momentum is the cumulative result of successive, intentional choices. Every distraction you successfully remove is a gift bestowed upon your future self. Every temptation you conquer is a direct investment in your future mental fortitude. Every time you actively choose focus over convenience, you sharpen your mind, reinforce your discipline, and move definitively closer to the life you were destined to lead. It all counts. It all aggregates. The internal distractions, the threats to focus, are not solely external. They are often deeply internal. Self-doubt is a powerful distraction. Perpetual overthinking is a distraction. Obsessing over the opinions of others is a distraction. The insidious fear of failure is a distraction. You must learn to silence the inner noise with the same discipline you apply to the outer noise. You must train your mind to identify and interrupt the internal monologue when it begins to veer toward fear, self-pity, or doubt. You must cultivate the ability to assert, "This thought is counterproductive to my purpose," and immediately recenter your attention on the task at hand. Building an exceptional life demands more than raw, innate talent. It demands endurance. It requires the capacity to remain devoted to a single pursuit long after the initial excitement has evaporated. It demands the strength to continue executing the work when visibility is zero and no immediate rewards are forthcoming. This form of endurance can only be sustained if you become absolutely ruthless in your campaign against distraction. This campaign necessitates sacrifice. It will compel you to decline invitations that others accept. It will force you to miss out on certain conversations, social events, and cultural trends. You must endure the temporary discomfort of feeling disconnected. But when you eventually reach your goal, you will realize you did not miss anything of lasting importance. You will realize that the only pursuit truly worthy of relentless effort was the chase for your own highest potential. The fundamental truth is that your most significant conflict is not external. It rages within your own mind. Can you maintain a clear view of your vision when the world relentlessly attempts to pull you off course? Can you remain loyal to your work when effortless entertainment is one click away? Can you sustain forward momentum when distractions are cleverly disguised as tempting, low-effort opportunities? This is the ultimate test. This is the mechanism that separates those who merely wish from those who genuinely achieve. Every time you choose focused effort, you are choosing your future over your feelings. Every instance you refuse a distraction, you are emphatically saying yes to your dream. Every door you close on meaningless activity opens a new, powerful pathway to meaningful progress. The goal is not perfection. The goal is unwavering intention. It is about possessing absolute clarity regarding your construction project and fiercely protecting the single path that leads you to its completion. No external force will materialize to organize your time for you. No one will clear your schedule or compel you to switch off the digital noise. That responsibility is exclusively yours. That power is yours. That is your ultimate opportunity to seize control of your mind, your focus, and the trajectory of your entire future. The day you make the decisive commitment to eliminate every distraction that compromises your focus is the day everything begins to radically transform. Your progress will accelerate. Your self-confidence will solidify. You will awaken with a renewed sense of purpose because you are no longer wasting your strength fighting battles that hold no strategic value. There is no esoteric secret to high achievement. There is only clear focus, applied daily. There is only consistent action, fueled by disciplined energy. There is only the relentless removal of any element that attempts to pull you off your determined course. This is how legendary lives are engineered. You do not need to be inherently smarter than the average person. You do not need greater fortune. You do not need superior talent. But you must be more focused. You must be more disciplined. You must be more determined to stand guard over your time, your energy, and your mental space. This is your season to be sharp. This is your period to enforce strict limits on what you allow into your life. This is your moment to determine that nothing and no one will pull you away from the powerful future you are currently building. Cut it out. If it compromises your focus, cut it out. If it pilfers your time, cut it out. If it drains your energy, cut it out. If it dims your internal light, cut it out. Your dream demands your maximum strength. Your future requires your undivided attention. Stay locked in. Stay committed. Stay focused. The life you crave is waiting on the other side of the distractions you are willing to vanquish today. Chapter 6. Radical Ownership, Reclaiming Power Through Zero Blame. There comes a definitive moment in the trajectory of every successful life when a single, difficult decision must be made. You must choose between perpetually pointing the finger or conclusively assuming absolute responsibility for every single aspect of your desired transformation. Until you achieve the state of radical ownership, accepting your life without placing blame on any external entity, you remain in a state of paralysis. You stay disempowered. You remain perpetually behind your potential. The very day you choose to own it all is the day you seize profound, undeniable control over your future. The temptation of blame is strong. It offers momentary psychological relief. It seduces you into believing that your current setbacks are not your fault. It provides a convenient, comfortable excuse to remain exactly where you are. But the long-term cost of embracing a victim mindset is catastrophic. When you externalize blame, you are effectively handing over control of your life to the very people or circumstances you accuse. When you point a finger outward, you surrender your inherent power to initiate corrective action. As long as the problem is someone else's fault, you possess zero genuine leverage to alter the situation. Owning your life means consciously taking full, unapologetic responsibility for every decision you make, every habit you cultivate, the mindset you adopt, and every outcome you eventually produce. This is not an act of harsh self-condemnation. It is an act of self-empowerment. It is the clear recognition that you retain the ultimate power to forge new choices, starting immediately, in this very moment. You are not permanently stuck. You are not irreparably broken. You are simply standing at the most critical junction where the path of ownership leads directly to progress, and the path of blame guarantees stagnation. The instant you discard blame, you initiate the process of building. The moment you cease generating excuses, you dedicate your energy to creating solutions. The day you stop viewing yourself as a victim is the day you begin to operate as a self-reliant leader. This internal shift is a complete game changer. Suddenly, obstacles cease to be permanent walls. Mistakes are no longer final destinations. They are instantly transformed into lessons, into tools, into the very foundational materials for the future you are determined to manifest. It is entirely irrelevant how unfair your starting circumstances were. It does not matter how many setbacks you have unjustly faced. It is irrelevant what others did or failed to do in the past. What possesses immediate and total relevance is what you decide to do with your reality right now. You cannot rewrite the past's script, but you possess total authority to shape the next chapter of your future. You can elect to transform every perceived disadvantage into a unique source of strength. You can consciously utilize every failure as intensive training. You can permit every setback to fuel your drive instead of serving as a convenient excuse for inaction. The most resilient individuals you will encounter are those who surgically removed the concept of blame from their vocabulary long ago. They do not waste a single second lamenting how challenging their circumstances are. They do not passively wait, wishing for things to magically change. They rise every single morning and commit to working tirelessly with the resources immediately available to them. They build, they move forward, they obsessively focus on solutions. They embrace full ownership over every single variable on their unique journey. Taking ownership necessitates confronting uncomfortable realities. It demands the honesty to admit where you have been complacent or lazy. It requires the clarity to recognize where fear has been making your most critical decisions. It means seeing clearly the areas where your effort has fallen short. This self-assessment is not intended to be a form of self-punishment, but rather a precise diagnosis leading to immediate improvement. Genuine lasting change is born from unvarnished, radical honesty, not the version you present to the outside world, but the immutable truth you confess to yourself in the silence of your own mind. Every instance you assume responsibility for your life, you simultaneously reclaim your power. You eliminate the passive waiting for an external savior. You stop waiting for the perfect, frictionless conditions. You cease wasting invaluable time, hoping someone else will simplify the process. You step deliberately into the driver's seat. You take firm control of the wheel, steering your life with decisive action in the direction you choose. That decisive action is the catalyst for all profound change. Nobody is obligated to hand you your dream. Nobody is responsible for delivering your success on a silver platter. It remains your exclusive responsibility to show up for yourself every single day. It is your job to work through the difficulty. It is your job to maintain focus when life becomes chaotic. It is your job to sustain forward motion when the external world offers no applause. Your life, from its start to its finish, is your ultimate responsibility. It may be true that it was not your fault that you were initially knocked down, but it is unequivocally your responsibility to rise back up. It may be true that life has been unfairly tilted against you, but it is your responsibility to intentionally rise above those circumstances. It may be true that you suffered hurt at the hands of another, but it is your responsibility to proactively engage in the process of healing and decisive forward movement. Responsibility is not about assigning fault, it is about embracing power. It is the active decision that, irrespective of what has transpired, you remain in control of what happens next. You must jettison the notion that any external force possesses the power to hold you back. They do not, unless you consciously grant them that authority. Challenges are undeniably real. External obstacles are real, but equally real is your innate ability to rise, your capacity to adapt, and your power to forge a new path when the established route is blocked. The people who inhabit lives of profound power are not those who benefited from the easiest journey. They are the ones who adamantly refused to permit any external factor to determine their future outcome. They are the ones who embraced their strengths, acknowledged their weaknesses, owned their choices, and continued to build without fail. They were the ones who grasped the fundamental truth that blame is a corrosive agent that never built anything worthwhile. It is simple to invent justifications for why you have not yet reached your desired destination. It is convenient to point fingers at institutions, the economy, or the narratives of your past. But every minute consumed by blame is a minute that could have been dedicated to building. Every moment surrendered to making excuses is a moment of progress tragically wasted. The exchange is far too costly. You simply cannot afford to waste your finite life energy blaming anything or anyone. Ownership is true freedom. When you fully own your life, you realize that every potential step forward is held directly in your hands. Every desired improvement is entirely within your reach. Every level of growth is a target you possess the power to chase. You cease the passive waiting for things to become easier. You stop hoping for a benevolent savior. You step fully into your own inherent strength and commence the active shaping of your own destiny. And that is the point where the universe responds to your commitment. This is not a call for a perfect existence. It is a call for absolute responsibility. It is about showing up for yourself, even when your instinct is to hide. It is about placing one foot deliberately in front of the other, even while carrying the immense burden of past errors. It is about adopting the fierce conviction that your best days are not behind you, but actively waiting for you ahead, provided you are willing to own the path forward. You owe it to yourself to take absolute ownership of your journey. You owe it to the future version of yourself who is relying on you not to quit now. You owe it to the potential that was intrinsically placed within you. Own your decisions. Own your habits. Own your mindset. Own your outcomes. Whether the results are favorable or unfavorable, easy or demanding, anticipated or unexpected, own it all. Because the very moment you own every facet of your life is the precise moment you acquire the unlimited power to change it all. Life is not defined by what passively occurs to you. It is defined by the choices you make in response. It is defined by the internal standards you establish for your conduct. It is defined by the magnitude of effort you deploy, even when no one else is watching. There is no more robust foundation you can possibly construct than one built upon full, radical responsibility. No shortcuts, no excuses, no blame. Only ownership, courage, and relentless, forward-driven motion. And if you remain fiercely committed to embracing your life without placing blame on anyone for anything, you will construct a life so fundamentally strong that no setback can dismantle it. You will construct a future so inherently powerful that no external force can tear it down. This is your life. Own it, live it, build it, without blaming anyone else for where you currently stand, because the power has always, unequivocally, been yours. Chapter 7. The Final Inch. The power to press beyond the breaking point in every significant pursuit. A critical juncture will invariably arrive where the mere idea of quitting presents itself as a more palatable, easier option than enduring the commitment to continue. It holds no regard for the magnitude of your vision or the initial strength of your resolve. There will be distinct, draining days when the cumulative burden of the journey feels fundamentally heavier than the strength you believe you possess. These are the moments that define your legacy. This is the crucible where your future is truly determined. Because while every person experiences the urge to surrender, Not everyone possesses the resolve to push relentlessly harder when that feeling strikes. The primary reason why the vast majority of people fail to actualize their full potential is not a deficit of talent. It is a failure of persistence. The moment pressure mounts, they instinctively retreat. The instant discomfort intensifies, they frantically search for an exit strategy. The season nothing appears to be working, they internalize the destructive lie that the effort is no longer justified. Success is not awarded to those who operate only when conditions are favorable. It is reserved for those who maintain forward motion when every fiber of their being demands they cease movement. You cannot permit temporary, fleeting emotions to dictate the permanent narrative of your future. Feelings are transient. They ebb and flow. Some mornings you will awaken with a surplus of energy. Other days you will feel a profound exhaustion before you even begin your tasks. Your future, however, is not constructed upon your emotional state. It is built upon the actions you execute when action is hardest. It is built upon the critical decisions you make when the fire of your motivation flickers weakly instead of burning bright. Pushing harder does not imply a false pretense that the work is easy. It requires the acceptance that inherent difficulty is an inseparable component of the process, and the choice to press onward regardless. It is the recognition that the most significant victories are always situated just beyond the apex of the greatest struggles. It is the deep understanding that the profound feeling of wanting to quit is not a definitive signal to stop. It is an undeniable signal to dig deeper, to locate a new stratum of strength you were previously unaware you possessed. When you encounter a severe obstacle, most people predictably slow their pace, surrender their ambition, or immediately settle for mediocrity. But not you. You must deliberately train yourself to perceive the wall as an intensive challenge, not a final stop sign. You must view the current struggle as irrefutable confirmation that you are precisely where you need to be. True, meaningful growth is only ever achieved when you are stretched well beyond the boundary of your comfort zone. Every successful champion has faced a personal breaking point. Every undisputed winner once confronted a moment where surrendering seemed the most rational, easiest, and safest option. But they chose to push harder. They resolutely refused to permit temporary exhaustion to dictate the final conclusion of their narrative. They located the internal mechanism to give just a fraction more effort when they felt utterly depleted. They made the fundamental decision that pain would not be the final arbiter of their journey. They decided that acute difficulty would not serve as the reason they aborted their mission. You must be inherently stronger than the internal voice that whispers, "It is not worth it." You must be infinitely wiser than the turbulent emotions that beg you to retreat. Your loyalty must be pledged to your future potential, not your immediate comfort. Comfort is a deceptive force. It will seductively convince you to abandon everything you have fought for, purely for the temporary relief of the present moment. Every time you prioritize short-term comfort over long-term commitment, you accelerate your drift away from the life you deserve. There is a precise moment in every challenging pursuit, a gatekeeper moment, where the easiest path is to quit. That moment is the definitive divider between those who merely dream and those who tangibly achieve. If you can force yourself to push harder at the very instant the urge to quit is strongest, you prove that you possess the fortitude to overcome anything. If you can locate the internal strength to take just one more deliberate step, to contribute one more critical ounce of effort, or to maintain the line for just one more difficult day, you will unleash a version of yourself that is fundamentally unstoppable. The temptation to quit is loud and persuasive. It asserts that you are wasting your time, that the task is simply too arduous, and that the reward is not worth the price. However, the absolute truth is the inverse. If the goal were not profoundly important, it would not demand so much of your spirit. If the objective were insignificant, it would not test you with this level of intensity. The scale of the struggle is the most direct evidence of the scale of the reward awaiting you on the other side. When that desire to quit emerges, immediately pause, step back, and reconnect with your original reason. Recall the vision that first ignited your ambition. Recall the solemn promises you made to yourself when your hope was at its peak. Remember the future state you imagined, a state that remains entirely possible, provided you categorically refuse to surrender now. The reason you currently feel like quitting is often because you are closer than you realize. The inevitable breakthrough often sits just beyond the extreme point of exhaustion, just past the deepest phase of doubt, just past the sharpest moment of pain. You must cultivate the rigid habit of pushing yourself 1 unit beyond your accustomed stopping point. You must systematically train yourself to go slightly further every time the impulse to cease labor arises. 1 final repetition, 1 more focused page, 1 additional sales call, 1 extra hour of dedicated effort. Those incremental moments are the differentiation point between the merely average and the truly great. They are the furnace in which greatness is forged. No external party can execute this part of the journey for you. No one can push you forward. No one can rescue you when the path becomes agonizingly difficult. This is the point where you rescue yourself. This is the moment where you ascend using your own internal strength. This is where you irrefutably prove to yourself the seriousness of your commitment to your vision. And once you have established that proof internally, no external force can possibly revoke it. Every time you choose to push harder instead of quitting, you construct something internally that is invaluable. You construct mental toughness, you construct emotional, that refuse their extreme pressure. You construct a structural foundation solid enough to sustain the eventual weight of massive, undeniable success. The people who ultimately prevail are not supernatural beings. They are merely the ones who kept showing up after their will told them to quit. They are the ones who chose to advance 1 final time. They are the ones who trusted that their future outcome held a greater value than their current, temporary emotional state. They are the ones who made the fundamental decision that pain would not successfully frighten them away from their life's purpose. You possess the exact same internal capacity. You hold the same reservoir of strength. It is neither hidden nor inaccessible. It is waiting for you to invoke it when the journey becomes unforgiving. It is waiting for you to stand resolute when every instinct begs you to retreat. It is waiting for you to maintain belief when the world provides overwhelming evidence for doubt. Do not quit on your future. Do not quit on your immense potential. Do not quit on the life you have invested so much to build. Push harder. Push with a higher degree of conviction than you have ever felt. Push with the absolute knowledge that every single step forward, no matter its size, is fundamentally transforming the person you are becoming. You will never regret pushing through the moment of maximum resistance. You will never regret choosing resilience over capitulation. You will never regret the decision to bet on yourself when everyone else predicted your failure. But if you surrender now, you will carry the debilitating burden of wondering what heights you might have reached. You will carry the crippling regret of knowing you were closer to the breakthrough than you realized. You owe yourself the ultimate commitment to discover the absolute limits of your capability. You owe it to the dream placed within you to fight relentlessly when the quitting point feels imminent. This is the juncture where it happens. This is where authentic strength is born. This is where truly exceptional futures are constructed. Push harder, hold the line, maintain forward motion. Your future self will provide constant gratitude for your refusal to quit when the path was at its most difficult. Chapter 8. The Silent Season, Cultivating Patience and Faith in the Unseen. Work, the journey of transformation, is defined by distinct, challenging periods known as the silent seasons. These are the times in life where you meticulously deploy effort, yet the corresponding results remain stubbornly elusive. You adhere to your disciplined routine, waking early, staying focused late, and channeling intense energy toward your objectives. But the anticipated rewards seem indefinitely distant. This is the precise juncture where the majority of ambition is finally abandoned. This is where the corrosive whisper of doubt begins to assert that your labor might be in vain. But the truth is fundamentally different. Genuine, transformative growth always occurs long before external results are visible. Success is quietly earned in the solitude of consistent effort, far from the public eye. Trusting your process demands a profound faith in the unseen. It requires the deep, disciplined patience to remain loyal to the commitment you made, even when the world has offered no applause and the metrics refuse to shift. It means having absolute self-conviction to continuously nurture seeds that have not yet managed to breach the visible surface of the soil. It is easy, even instinctive, to maintain consistency when tangible progress is observable. The true, definitive test of character is enduring those periods when every instinct within you questions the efficacy of your effort. The reason most promising individuals ultimately fail is not a deficit of innate potential. It is a catastrophic failure of patience. They meticulously plant seeds of potential, but abandon the field prematurely before the necessary germination period is complete. They initiate their journey with force, but retreat and quit just before the harvest is due. The individuals who prevail are those who remain fiercely loyal and attentive to the process. They trust implicitly that their committed effort is never wasted, regardless of what their immediate emotional feedback dictates. You must internalize the certainty that every single action you undertake holds genuine consequence. Every dedicated workout is structurally reinforcing your resilience. Every focused study session is refining the sharpness of your mind. Every silent morning dedicated to planning your future is stacking the foundational bricks toward the life you are actively constructing. You may not perceive the immediate evidence, but the work is never negated. Energy invested in self-growth is an asset that is never lost. There will be inescapable days when the voice of doubt achieves a louder resonance than the voice of conviction. Days when you question whether your ambition is disproportionately large. Days when you wonder if you have been engaged in a prolonged act of self-deception. These are the very days where the power of trust is most desperately required. Trust is the internal stabilizer that keeps you anchored when your emotions threaten to pull you off course. Trust is the unwavering commitment that allows you to remain grounded when external reality provides zero immediate proof that your dedication is yielding any return. It demands immense courage to continue laboring in the metaphorical darkness. It requires exceptional strength to remain loyal to a deeply held dream when you possess no trophies or visible achievements to validate your work. It takes profound resilience to maintain belief in yourself when the world around you remains stubbornly unchanged. This caliber of belief is not derived from external validation, it is cultivated internally. It stems from the bedrock understanding that genuine, powerful growth occurs first within the confines of the mind before it can ever manifest on the observable surface. Consider the phenomenon of a seed buried deep within the earth. For weeks, it appears nothing at all is happening. You consistently apply water and nurture it with attention, yet the surface remains entirely static. Simultaneously, beneath the visible soil, the intricate network of roots is expanding. The foundational structure of the plant is being built out of sight. The day the first delicate sprout finally breaks the earth, it appears to be a sudden, instantaneous event. But it is, in reality, the inevitable consequence of everything that was silently, rigorously occurring beneath the surface. Your personal growth adheres to this exact, immutable law. You may not witness the concrete evidence today, you may not feel stronger or smarter right now. But if you hold the line, if you continue to faithfully nurture the correct, disciplined habits, and if you continuously execute the necessary work, breakthrough is inevitable. One day the results will emerge with such undeniable force that they will be impossible to ignore. One day, the life you meticulously dreamed of will stand manifest before you, a testament to the patience you applied to trust what you could not see. You must offer yourself the daily, unwavering reminder that your work is not being squandered. Every disciplined day is a crucial deposit. Every tough decision you execute holds significance. Every moment you actively veto a distraction matters profoundly. It is all structurally building something of monumental importance, even when the progress feels completely invisible. Progress is not consistently loud. Sometimes progress is silent, unhurried, steady, and gradual. But it is progress nonetheless. Trusting the process requires a fundamental detachment from the craving for instant gratification. It requires the wisdom to accept that the most valuable achievements demand a commensurate investment of time. It demands profound respect for the innate, unhurried rhythms of natural growth. You cannot plant a crop today and anticipate a harvest tomorrow. You cannot rush the creation of a masterpiece. You cannot accelerate genuine greatness. You can only commit to the work, remain loyal to the commitment, and trust with absolute conviction that the process is unfolding precisely as it should. You will be relentlessly tempted to cease effort. You will be urged to abruptly change direction. You will be tempted to pursue faster, less demanding results elsewhere. But short-term solutions ultimately incur the highest long-term cost. When you abandon the committed process, you are simultaneously abandoning the foundational, internal work that was quietly forging your strength. When you perpetually restart, constantly searching for expedited methods, you completely forfeit the compounding power that only consistency can provide. Stay steady. Remain patient. Stay intensely committed to the work you know, deep down, is required of you. Permit others to chase superficial, quick wins. Permit others to oscillate wildly from one idea to the next. You remain fiercely loyal to your process. You remain loyal to your high standards. You remain loyal to the singular vision that was planted in your conviction. The silent seasons are the definitive periods where your character is fully constructed. The invisible seasons are the periods where your genuine, lasting strength is forged into existence. The invisible seasons are where the foundation is established, ensuring that when success finally arrives, it rests upon an unbreakable base. Without these silent periods of internal work, there can be no significant, enduring harvest. Patience is not a passive waiting state. It is an act of profound, aggressive power. It is the disciplined decision to continue deploying your highest effort, even when no applause has yet materialized. It is the conscious choice to maintain consistency when the world appears to be entirely unobservant. It is the core wisdom to understand that unseen growth is still growth, that unseen progress is still undeniable progress, and that unseen victories are still the most critical of all victories. Every disciplined day you show up for the work is a vital deposit into your future. Every time you elect discipline over immediate ease, you are fundamentally investing in a life that is guaranteed to yield its reward. You do not require visible results today to maintain the trust that they are inevitably on their way. You do not require a constant feeling of progress to know with certainty that you are constructing something exceptional. Trust the specific work you are executing. Trust the habits you are actively forming. Trust the character you are deliberately shaping. Trust the vision you are protecting. Trust that your defined moment is approaching. If you categorically refuse to quit during the silent seasons, you will prevail. The people who ultimately succeed are the ones who deliberately outlast the days of invisible effort. They are the individuals who remain disciplined and consistent long after the initial, intoxicating excitement has completely worn off. They are the ones who build quietly, while others succumb to surrender because they lack the capacity for delayed gratification. The greatest rewards belong to the patient. The deepest transformations are the property of the consistent. The ultimate victory belongs to those who steadfastly trusted their process, even when the world offered no evidence of change. Keep showing up. Keep executing the work. Keep believing. Even when the universe offers zero guarantees, your efforts are not directed toward fleeting applause. They are directed toward a permanent, unshakable personal transformation. Stay the course. Trust the process. The unseen work you are executing today is fundamentally constructing a future so powerful and real that one day it will become an impossibility for the world to overlook it. Chapter 9. Unwavering loyalty. Locking down your vision against all external forces. When you embark on a significant journey toward a superior existence, the world does not passively observe. It actively tests your resolve. Distractions will attempt to derail you. Self-doubt will infiltrate your thoughts. Obstacles you never could have anticipated will inevitably materialize. It is effortless to maintain focus when conditions are perfect. The challenge, the definitive test, is maintaining that focus when the path becomes intensely chaotic and demanding. This is why your internal vision must be forged into something exponentially stronger than your fleeting emotions. You must lock into your ultimate objective with such fierce determination that no external force possesses the power to drag you away from it. You must hold this vision with a psychological grip so absolute that even the worst, most demanding days cannot compel you to loosen your hold. Your vision is the precise, guiding blueprint of the life you are actively constructing. It is not a document to be glanced at once and immediately forgotten. It must be intentionally kept vividly alive in your mind every single day. If you fail to maintain this frontal clarity, life's inherent friction will gradually bury it. The external noise will drown it out. The relentless demands of the world will inevitably distract you from its pursuit. You cannot afford this spiritual compromise. Protecting your vision is your highest personal responsibility. Staying locked in on your vision requires a continuous daily process of choosing it again and again. Choosing it when exhaustion sets in. Choosing it when your emotions are running low. Choosing it when a seemingly easier alternative opportunity presents itself. Choosing it when the temptation to quit feels overwhelming. Your vision must serve as the primary, immutable guiding force behind every significant decision you execute. It must strictly govern the allocation of your time, your energy, your focus, and your attitude toward challenge. The majority of people do not fail because their dreams were inherently impossible. They fail because they lose sight of their dreams when the journey becomes challenging. They permit fear to cloud their internal clarity. They allow short-term emotional reactions to dictate long-term strategic choices. They allow the opinions of others to profoundly shake their deepest inner certainty. If your commitment to winning is absolute, you must categorically refuse to permit any external factor to dilute the purity and power of the vision that resides within you. You must visualize your goal so sharply and with such conviction that it becomes more real to you than your current, temporary reality. You must believe in your potential so profoundly that temporary setbacks cannot compromise your faith. You must hold on to your purpose with such an unyielding grip that, even when surrounded by people who cannot comprehend your path, you continue building toward it without any hesitation or self-doubt. Your vision must be elevated into an integral part of your identity. It cannot remain merely something you discuss when inspiration strikes. It must be something you commit to acting upon, even when you feel absolutely nothing. When motivation inevitably recedes, when the path becomes excessively long, and when rewards are slow to materialize, it is your unwavering loyalty to the vision that serves as the final, enduring fuel that keeps your forward momentum alive. Every choice you make is a vector. It either brings you closer to your ultimate vision or pulls you further away from it. There is no neutral zone of existence. Every hour of your time, every conversation you entertain, every habit you cultivate, and every action you execute is either feeding your vision or feeding your distractions. You must consciously decide which of these two masters holds greater importance for you. Staying locked in is the ultimate expression of discipline. It necessitates saying a firm no to numerous good opportunities so that you can exclusively say yes to the best, most essential pursuits. It requires ignoring the persistent, internal voices that advocate for settling. It requires rejecting the immediate comfort that tries to decelerate your pace. It requires a daily, deliberate act of reminding yourself why you initiated this path and the magnitude of the reward at stake. The truth is that people will not always understand your vision. They will question its feasibility. They will attempt to persuade you towards safer, more conventional alternatives. You must possess the strength to stand firm when no one applauds your choice. You must be prepared to walk in solitude if necessary. Because if your belief in your future is conditional upon the approval of others, you are guaranteed never to reach it. You are not building this dream to receive applause. You are building it because it is the destiny you are meant to embody. There will be days when the distance between your present circumstances and your desired outcome feels utterly paralyzing. There will be seasons when measurable progress is so gradual that it appears invisible. These are the exact times when locking into your vision matters most. These are the moments when you must see with the absolute certainty of your heart what your physical eyes are temporarily unable to perceive. Locking into your vision is not a passive mental exercise. It is an active, deliberate, and fiercely intentional commitment. It requires waking every morning and instantly setting your mind on the future you are actively creating. It requires zealously guarding your thoughts, controlling your conversations, and engineering your environment so that absolutely nothing is permitted to contaminate the clarity of your core purpose. You must become ruthless about the information and stimuli you allow to enter your mind. There will be inevitable setbacks. There will be failures. There will be moments of deep disappointment. This is not failure. It is simply a mandatory component of the process. Anticipate it, prepare for it. But never, under any circumstance, allow it to redefine your ultimate vision. Do not shrink your immense dreams to accommodate temporary, fleeting circumstances. Do not permit short-term pain to persuade you to abandon the pursuit of long-term greatness. When the path becomes difficult, do not diminish your standards. When the loneliness intensifies, do not permit yourself to question your ultimate path. When the pace slows to a crawl, do not doubt your core capability. Stay locked in. Remain committed. Remain focused on the life you articulated when your mind was clear, when your spirit was courageous, and when you knew precisely why this pursuit was your singular mission. The individuals who ultimately prevail are not the ones who encountered the fewest problems. They are the ones who adamantly refused to be distracted by problems. They are the ones who maintained an unwavering focus on the ultimate prize, even when they were engulfed by existential storms. They are the ones who remained structurally steady, while everyone else was shaken to their core. You must cultivate an unshakable, immovable internal posture. You must become so fundamentally locked into your vision that no rejection, no failure, and no delay can ever compel you to surrender. You must permanently engrave the idea into your deepest conviction. Quitting is not an option. Settling for less is not an option. Self-doubt is not an option. Every single day you successfully remain locked in, you accumulate further momentum. Every day you maintain focused effort, you gain critical ground. Every day you remain loyal to your core vision. You intentionally separate yourself from the complacent crowd. The visible manifestation may not occur today or tomorrow, but eventually the world will bear witness to the magnitude of what you refused to stop constructing. The life you passionately desire is situated on the far side of consistent, applied focus. The dreams you harbor are waiting on the other side of relentless commitment. The exceptional person you are destined to become is waiting on the other side of unwavering belief. You must refuse to be swayed by temporary, misleading emotions. You must refuse to be distracted by temporary struggles. You must refuse to be lured away by temporary, seductive pleasures. You must hold steady. You must stand tall. You must maintain forward motion, even if you are forced to crawl. Stay locked in on your vision until you achieve victory. Not until you feel temporary fatigue. Not until you become bored with the process. Not until the discomfort becomes intense. Until you win. Until you are physically standing inside the life you once only visualized. That is the mindset required. That is the level of commitment demanded. That is the necessary price you must be willing to pay, and when you successfully pay that price, you will know beyond any doubt that it was profoundly worth it. Every sacrifice, every isolated night, every unseen effort, every rejection, and every moment you chose rigorous discipline over immediate ease. Stay locked in, stay true, remain unbreakable until you win. Chapter 10. The Art of the Ascent, Defined. Not by falling, but by rising. A core truth of the human experience is that life will inevitably deliver significant blows. It is not a question if you will be knocked down. It is a certainty of when. No matter how fortified your discipline, no matter how meticulous your preparations, there will be moments when your plans disintegrate. There will be seasons when doubt and uncertainty feel like the only constants. It is in these moments that the caliber of your true strength is revealed. Your character is not defined by how perfectly you manage to avoid the fall, but by the sheer number of times you demonstrate the resolute will to rise again. Falling is not failure. Staying defeated is failure. Feeling lost or confused is not a sign of weakness. Surrendering your belief in yourself is the ultimate weakness. Every champion, every influential leader, and every individual who built something of enduring significance was first required to master the brutal skill of rising after a devastating fall. When they were emotionally defeated, they had to systematically rebuild their courage. When their confidence was shattered, they had to find a new, solid footing when the ground beneath them felt violently unstable. Rising again is not an act of feigning invulnerability. It is the active refusal to permit the pain to become your permanent stop sign. When you fall, your mind will instantly offer two competing directives. One path urges, "Stay down!" Protect yourself. Do not risk this pain again. The other path commands, "Stand up!" Move forward. Trust that this is not the conclusion of your story. The path of least resistance will always be to surrender. The path of true, unyielding strength will always be the ascent. Every time you choose to rise again, you are making a conscious, powerful decision about the fundamental nature of the life you intend to live. You are asserting that you will be defined by your resilience, not by your defeat. There is no shame in experiencing a fall. There is no shame in losing your way momentarily. The genuine shame lies in the refusal to fight back. The shame lies in accepting the destructive belief that one error disqualifies your potential forever. The absolute truth is that every fall you experience is a profound test of your ambition, your discipline, and the deep fortitude of your heart. Every setback is posing the singular, ultimate question. How desperately do you truly want this? If your commitment to building the life you dream of is absolute, you must become intimately familiar with the process of getting back up when the easier choice is to remain on the ground. You must become accustomed to feeling lost, yet still initiating disciplined action. You must accept moments of confusion, yet maintain forward movement. Clarity is rarely instantaneous. Strength is rarely obvious in the moment of crisis. You cultivate both by simply refusing to quit the struggle. The individuals you admire, the undeniable winners, experienced failure just as profoundly as you have. They had days when their desire was to disappear entirely. They had moments when they deeply questioned their inherent worth. They had periods when everything seemed utterly senseless. Yet they kept rising. They kept trusting that the consistent forward motion, even the smallest, most painful step, would inevitably guide them back to their purpose, back to their strength, and back to eventual victory. There will be inescapable moments when the pain of the fall is far more intense than you could have predicted. There will be seasons when the road back to stability feels impossibly long. This is not the time to abandon your dreams. This is not the time to rewrite your core vision. This is the time to rise immediately, meticulously dust off the failure, and consciously recall the person you are intended to be. This is the time to reclaim your focused conviction and execute the next necessary step, even if that movement is a strained, difficult limp. Rising again does not mean projecting a false image of being perfectly fine. It means confronting the pain head-on, extracting the necessary lesson from it, and adamantly refusing to be psychologically destroyed by the event. It means acknowledging the loss, but denying the loss the power to consume your identity. It means standing amidst the fragments of your original plans and, with unwavering resolve, beginning the construction of new ones, utilizing whatever pieces remain available. It means believing, with fierce certainty, that your future remains profoundly worth fighting for, even when the present moment feels overwhelmingly heavy. There will be instances when you feel incapable of finding the strength to ascend. That is acceptable. Strength is not measured by the absence of weakness. It is measured by the action you take despite the weakness. Strength is the choice to execute action. When your emotions are screaming at you to capitulate, strength is the decision to show up and fight for the quality of your life, even when you feel utterly devoid of the spirit of a fighter. You must accept that your journey is not a predictable, straight trajectory. It will be defined by twists, significant setbacks, wrong turns, and unexpected violent storms. This is not evidence of personal failure. This is evidence that you are engaged in the real, difficult, transformative work of building a life of meaning. You must grant yourself the permission to be human, to fall, to feel lost, to experience doubt. And immediately afterward, you must assert the responsibility to rise anyway, to absorb the lessons, to rigorously adjust your plan, and to forge an even harder resolve. You are not required to be perfect. You are required to be resilient. You are required to be relentless. You are required to be the individual who never, under any circumstances, backs down from the inevitable difficulty of life. When you successfully rise after a devastating fall, you transmit a powerful, unmistakable message to the entire world. I am not done. I'm not finished. I'm not fundamentally broken. I'm still here. I'm still building. I still believe. But the most critical message is the one you send to yourself. You prove that you are ultimately trustworthy, that you can be relied upon when the stakes are highest, and that regardless of the turbulence, you will never abandon your own future. You are not defined by the circumstances of your falls. You are wholly defined by the courage of your ascent. You are defined by the sheer decision to keep moving when quitting would have been easier. You are defined by your capacity to surgically convert pain into power, setbacks into strategic setups, and temporary loss into lasting leadership. Every time you rise again, you build something internal that is priceless. You build mental fortitude. You build a level of grit that will carry you through every future storm. And you build an inner fire that is impervious to the winds of disappointment. You do not require all the answers to initiate a new ascent. You do not need the comfort of a perfect guaranteed plan. You simply need to make the definitive decision that your story is not yet complete. You simply need to trust that, as long as you possess the breath of life, you retain the ability to make one more strategic move, to write one more powerful chapter, and to earn one more victory. There will be times when your ascent is quiet and unobserved. No celebration, no external audience, just you, your iron determination, and the conviction that your purpose still holds meaning. These are the most potent rises of all. These are the ascents that transform you into a truly unstoppable force. You will rise from every fall, provided you choose to. You will navigate through every confusion, provided you maintain forward momentum. You will rebuild a life exponentially stronger every single time life attempts to tear you down, provided you resolutely refuse to remain broken. Your dreams remain powerfully alive. Your future remains profoundly possible. Your strength continues to grow. Rise again. Rise tired. Rise scared. Rise bruised. Rise confused, but rise, because every ascent is a victory. Every ascent is a deliberate step closer to the life you are fundamentally capable of living. Every ascent is irrefutable proof that you are not finished yet. You are still engaged in the fight. You are still writing your definitive story. You are still becoming the person you were engineered to be. Conclusion, the unbreakable vow, and the dawn of your ascent. We have reached the end of this intensive, 2-hour immersion into the principles that construct an unbreakable mind. A mind built on the foundations of self-reliance, relentless discipline, and absolute resilience. You have been exposed to the raw, uncomfortable truths required for genuine, irreversible transformation. This is not a philosophy designed for mere intellectual appreciation. It is a mandate for immediate, profound action. The 2 hours spent here must mark the definitive termination of your passive existence. You now possess the blueprint. The responsibility for execution remains unequivocally yours. We began this journey by establishing the cardinal rule. No external force is coming to rescue you. Your success is a self-generated phenomenon, dependent entirely on the unwavering focus you apply to cultivating your strongest self daily. You learned that greatness is not an occasional pursuit. It is the inevitable aggregate of daily, relentless commitment, executed without fail, regardless of your momentary emotional state. The disciplined self is not built on good intentions, but on the unyielding momentum of consistency. We then confronted the overwhelming tide of the modern world, understanding that victory requires mastering the discipline of silence. Your mind is your ultimate fortress, and you must operate as the uncompromising guard at its gate, refusing entry to the corrosive cacophony of external noise, superficial opinions, and draining distractions. You grasped that your most valuable asset is your attention, and if you fail to command it, the world will hijack it, spending your future on its trivial demands. True power lies in the clarity born of mental silence. We ventured into the courage of solitude, accepting that the fight for a truly meaningful vision is often waged alone. You realized that the skepticism of others is not a legitimate signal to halt. It is merely the reflection of their own self-imposed limitations. Your belief is not conditional on their approval. You must possess the fortitude to fight harder, to build higher, and to pursue your path, when the only validation you possess is the powerful conviction residing within your own heart. Never diminish your ambition to accommodate the comfort levels of others. We isolated the essential component of character, the currency of trust. This trust is earned through daily presence and the mastery of consistency. You learned that the vast gap between merely dreaming and actually achieving is bridged by the relentless, non-negotiable act of showing up for yourself. Not just when it is easy, but when it is difficult, when you are exhausted, and when the results are still invisible. When you prove to yourself, through consistent action, that you are reliable, you forge an internal self-respect that is impervious to external critique. To protect this hard-earned progress, you were issued a declaration of the war on distraction. You understood that distractions are not inconveniences. They are thieves that actively steal your future. You were challenged to establish radical boundaries, to engineer your environment for relentless focus, to silence the seductive siren calls of technology, and to actively confront and eliminate the internal noise of self-doubt and overthinking. Focus is not discovered. It is built through the deliberate, surgical removal of anything that compromises your forward momentum. The journey then demanded a difficult moral stance, radical ownership. You learned that blaming external circumstances or people is merely a temporary sedative that prolongs your paralysis. To reclaim your profound inherent power, you must adopt a stance of zero blame, accepting full responsibility for your outcomes, your choices, and your responses. Ownership is the true engine of freedom, transforming errors into lessons and obstacles into undeniable fuel for your continued ascent. We fortified your spirit for inevitable pressure in the final inch, the power to press beyond the breaking point. You now understand that the profound urge to quit is not a signal of failure, but a definitive indicator that you are on the very cusp of a major breakthrough. Success is reserved for those who choose to push one more time, to take one more step, and to endure one more day after everyone else has succumbed to the pain. You must internalize that your future is exponentially more valuable than your temporary discomfort. We explored the silent season, the critical process of trusting the invisible work. You grasped that true transformative growth often occurs beneath the surface, far from the light of visibility. Your work is never wasted. Patience is not passive. It is a profound act of sustained faith and powerful conviction. You must trust the integrity of your process and remain loyal to the work, even when the external world offers zero immediate evidence of your impending success. You are building an empire from the foundations up. Finally, we committed to unwavering loyalty, the imperative of locking down your vision. Your goal is the most sacred part of your mission, and you must keep it constantly and vividly alive in your mind. You must refuse to let temporary setbacks, external opinions, or the inevitable chaos of life dilute its clarity. Your vision is the powerful compass that guides every action, and you must hold on to it until you are not merely dreaming of the life you want, but are actively standing inside of it. This is your mandate. You have listened to the principles, now you must embody them. You must transform this knowledge from a temporary auditory experience into a permanent behavioral transformation. Do not leave this moment unchanged. Do not permit this powerful framework to be relegated to the shelf of good intentions. The work is not complete until you have acted. The mind you have built is capable of exceptional things, but it requires fuel, and that fuel is relentless, focused action. Your life is defined not by the circumstances you encounter, but by the unbreakable standards you set for yourself. Stop waiting for permission. Stop searching for validation. Stop expecting the journey to become easier. The life you desire demands the unwavering, courageous, and self-reliant person you have spent the last 2 hours forging. The choice is now yours. Will you retreat to the easy comfort of distraction, or will you step forward and claim the formidable destiny you have prepared for? Will you be defined by your excuses or by your indisputable results? Your future self is waiting, stronger, wiser, more disciplined, and completely unstoppable. That self needs you to honor the commitments you have made today. Start the next chapter of your life now, not with a grand gesture, but with one single, focused, disciplined action. Choose to rise. Choose to own it. Choose to focus. Choose to win. The time for mere listening is over. The time for the ascent has begun. Go and build your unbreakable life.
We begin this essential 2-hour regimen with a radical premise, a foundational truth that is often obscured by the noise of modern life. The singular, most critical, consequential, and enduring relationship you will ever forge is not with a partner, not with your family, and not with your friends, but with the person you see in the mirror. What if the relentless pursuit of achievement, the paralyzing moments of self-doubt, the opportunities you allowed to slip away, and every instance you tolerated a life fundamentally beneath your potential, what if all these struggles trace their origin back to one single, devastating deficiency? The failure to genuinely, profoundly love yourself. The vast majority of humanity is engaged in a lifelong, desperate scramble for love, for external validation, and for acceptance granted by outside forces. They traverse their entire existence without ever grasping the central paradox: the very love they seek with such urgency can only be sourced, cultivated, and secured from within their own consciousness. They relentlessly chase external accolades, performative relationships, and temporary bursts of applause, clinging to the false belief that sufficient external approval will eventually render them worthy. Here is the unvarnished, psychological truth: if you do not possess an internal reservoir of self-love, no volume of external affection, validation, or achievement will ever be enough to fill that void. The emptiness is structural, and it demands an internal repair. Observe the truly successful individuals, those who radiate an unshakable confidence, those who magnetize opportune circumstances and profound relationships, those who remain emotionally impervious to the inevitable volatility of life. They all share one singular, defining trait: they have achieved mastery over the art of self-love. We are not referring to the superficial, Instagram-filtered version of self-care. We are discussing the deep, scientifically validated, and profoundly unconditional self-love that fundamentally reconfigures every aspect of your experience. Over the course of this intensive audiobook, you will move beyond motivational platitudes. You will gain a deep, functional understanding of the neuroscience and psychology underpinning genuine self-worth, the systemic reasons why most people remain paralyzed by self-rejection, and, most critically, the practical methodology required to construct an unbreakable, resilient relationship with yourself, a relationship that instantly becomes your greatest competitive advantage in all domains of life. This is not merely an exercise in feeling momentarily better. This is a systematic protocol for rewiring your core cognitive architecture, a process designed to establish a new default setting in your brain for automatic success, unwavering confidence, and sustainable, authentic happiness. Chapter 1: The Epidemic of Self-Rejection, the Unseen Sabotage. Consider a statistic that should command your immediate attention. Comprehensive psychological studies indicate that over 85% of people suffer from low self-esteem and struggle with fundamental self-acceptance. This staggering figure means that the overwhelming majority of individuals on this planet are operating from a constant, fundamental posture of internal rejection. They harbor a deep-seated distrust of themselves, an internal dislike, and an absolute inability to commit to self-love. Yet, here is the most insidious component of this epidemic: most individuals remain completely unaware that this internal conflict is the root of their suffering. They attribute their chronic problems to external factors, to bad luck, to poor circumstances, to a deficit of financial success, or to the behavior of others. They waste years attempting to surgically fix external symptoms while deliberately ignoring the foundational internal architecture that dictates all their outcomes. Engage in this critical thought experiment. If you had a close friend who subjected you to continuous, harsh criticism, who constantly reminded you of every past error, who told you daily that you were fundamentally inadequate, and who adamantly refused to believe in your future potential, would you willingly invest time in that toxic relationship? Would you trust their judgment? Would you feel energized or motivated in their presence? The answer is a resounding no. And yet, this is the precise psychological environment most individuals maintain within themselves, every single moment of every day. The voice of your internal dialogue is frequently more cruel, destructive, and unforgiving than your most malevolent external enemy could ever hope to be. You permit thoughts about yourself that you would never utter to another living soul. You hold yourself to impossible, perfectionist standards while casually granting others generous grace for their errors. You forgive others swiftly for their mistakes, yet you choose to internally punish yourself for years over things that are long past and immutable. This perpetual state of internal war, this relentless cycle of self-criticism and self-rejection, cascades into a monumental series of problems that infect every area of your existence. When your self-love is absent, your critical decisions are executed from a psychological state of unworthiness. You passively accept less than your worth because, deep down, you hold the conviction that you are not worthy of anything better. You remain locked in toxic, draining relationships because you fundamentally do not believe you are deserving of mature, healthy affection. You abandon your most cherished dreams because your internal self-rejection has convinced you that you are inherently incapable of successful achievement. The evidence of this deficit of self-love manifests in subtle yet devastating ways. You might experience an unceasing dependency on external approval, rendering you incapable of independent decision-making without constant validation. You might develop a crippling perfectionism, leading you to believe that nothing you execute is ever quite good enough. You might engage in self-sabotage, unconsciously destroying opportunities precisely as they begin to deliver success. You might struggle intensely with setting and maintaining essential personal boundaries, habitually agreeing to requests that drain your energy, or passively allowing others to treat you disrespectfully because you fail to value your own well-being enough to demand reciprocal respect. Neuroscience research unequivocally supports this reality. Individuals exhibiting low self-worth demonstrate heightened, chronic activity in the brain's threat detection systems. Their minds are in a perpetual state of hypervigilance, constantly searching for signs of danger, criticism, or rejection, even when no objective threat exists. This chronic state of psychological hyperarousal is profoundly exhausting, consuming the necessary mental capital required for risk-taking, growth, and high-level strategic success. When self-love is absent, you are governed by chronic fear. This pervasive fear of judgment, fear of failure, fear of being exposed as an imposter, becomes the contaminated lens through which you interpret every decision, every interaction, and every opportunity. You become a psychological conservative. You play it safe. You deliberately shrink your authentic self to conform to the narrow expectations of others, ensuring that you never fully and powerfully express the person you truly are. But perhaps the most profound and tragic cost of neglecting self-love is the subsequent disconnection from your own innate wisdom, deep intuition, and authentic desires. You expend so much of your finite energy attempting to mold yourself into the person you believe others want you to be that you become irrevocably estranged from the person you actually are. You select professional paths based on external impressiveness rather than internal fulfillment. You enter relationships based on the perceived approval of your social circle rather than genuine, mutual happiness. The solution is not mystical or reserved for a privileged few. Self-love is a learned skill, a competency that can be systematically developed, strengthened, and integrated. Crucially, this commitment is not about cultivating narcissism or arrogance. True self-love is the establishment of a healthy, realistically compassionate, and sustainable relationship with yourself. It is the disciplined act of consistently treating yourself with the identical kindness, understanding, and respect you would automatically extend to your most cherished friend. When you achieve this profound shift and truly love yourself, the internal landscape changes instantaneously. You begin to execute decisions from a position of innate strength, rather than reactive fear. You effortlessly attract healthier, more reciprocal relationships because you embody the high standards of self-treatment you expect from others. You pursue opportunities that perfectly align with your genuine values and desires, entirely independent of the need for external approval. You recover from setbacks with unparalleled speed, because your core self-worth is no longer conditionally dependent on external, fluctuating outcomes. Most importantly, when you fully accept and love yourself, you grant others the unconscious permission to love you wholly and genuinely. You cease the destructive pattern of attempting to earn affection through tireless performance and begin receiving love as the natural, inevitable birthright it is. This initiates a powerful upward spiral. Self-love generates more affection, which structurally reinforces your internal self-worth, which in turn magnetically attracts even more positive, affirming experiences into your orbit. Chapter 2, Neuroplasticity of Self-Worth, the Measurable Science of Inner Change. To fundamentally comprehend how to construct genuine, lasting self-love, we must first descend into the complex neurochemical landscape of the human brain, specifically, what occurs internally when you experience either profound self-worth or devastating self-rejection. Neuroscience, through meticulous research, has furnished us with a precise roadmap for the systematic rewiring of your most critical internal relationship. When your cognitive activity generates thoughts of positive self-regard and acceptance, your brain's inherent reward centers instantly activate. This activation results in the rapid, measurable release of dopamine and serotonin, the very neurochemicals intrinsically linked to experiences of profound joy, deep satisfaction, and overall psychological well-being. This is not merely an abstract feel-good psychological phenomenon, it is an objective, quantifiable shift in your brain's chemistry. Advanced neuroimaging studies consistently demonstrate that individuals who actively practice self-compassion exhibit significantly increased activity in specific brain regions correlated with essential psychological functions, robust emotional regulation, intensified motivation, and profound resilience in the face of adversity. Conversely, when you habitually engage in the destructive cycle of self-criticism or self-rejection, your brain activates the exact same neural regions that are responsible for processing severe physical pain. This is the physiological explanation for why harsh self-judgment literally hurts. And why people often default to describing acute emotional pain using terms related to physical trauma, a crushing disappointment, gut-wrenching grief, or heartbreaking sorrow. Your brain, in its fundamental structure, is incapable of distinguishing between a genuine physical threat and a profound emotional one. Consequently, internal self-attack initiates the identical, debilitating stress response that would be triggered by an imminent threat to your survival. This chronic, unremitting activation of your body's stress response system exerts devastating, corrosive effects on every area of your health, compromises your ability to make rational decisions, and fundamentally degrades your overall life satisfaction. When your brain is perpetually locked in this threat mode, it initiates a systemic shutdown of the higher-order cognitive functions. Creativity, strategic long-term planning, and advanced emotional regulation are all compromised. The result is a shift from being responsive and thoughtful to being instantaneously reactive and fear-driven in your decision-making. Dr. Kristen Neff's foundational, groundbreaking research on the topic of self-compassion provides irrefutable evidence that individuals who consciously treat themselves with systematic kindness exhibit lower basal levels of cortisol, the primary stress hormone that wreaks chronic havoc on your essential immune system function, restful sleep cycles, and crucial cognitive performance. These individuals also demonstrate a significantly higher degree of heart rate variability, HRV, which serves as a physiological marker of exceptional emotional resilience and the innate ability to adapt efficiently to intense stress. However, this is where the transformative truth of neuroscience begins to reshape your reality. The brain's inherent neuroplasticity dictates that you possess the biological capacity to literally rewire these deeply ingrained, destructive patterns. Every single instance you consciously elect self-compassion over self-criticism, you functionally strengthen the neural pathways specifically associated with profound self-acceptance. Every time you consciously choose to speak to yourself with deliberate kindness, you are actively building new, resilient brain connections that automate and normalize self-love, rendering it a default and natural state. The default mode network, DMN, the intricate network of brain regions that remains active when you are not intensely focused on external tasks, plays a disproportionately crucial role in self-related thinking. In individuals struggling with chronic anxiety and clinical depression, this network frequently generates the repetitive, destructive loops of negative, self-referential thoughts. However, disciplined practices such as mindfulness and structured meditation possess the documented ability to fundamentally alter the activity of this DMN. This process reduces the damaging cycle of self-critical rumination and fosters a state of calm, self-accepting awareness. Mirror neurons, the fascinating brain cells that activate when you either perform a specific action or passively observe another person performing that same action, also play an intrinsic role in cultivating self-love. When you treat yourself with consistent, genuine compassion, you dramatically increase the probability that you will extend that identical compassion and empathy to others. This creates a highly positive, affirming loop of social interaction that structurally reinforces your own sense of deep self-worth and essential belonging. The brain's left prefrontal cortex, the region inextricably associated with approach, behaviors, and the experience of positive emotions, becomes increasingly active in individuals who practice consistent self-acceptance. Concurrently, the right prefrontal cortex, the region linked to withdrawal, behaviors, and negative emotional states, becomes less dominant in their cognitive architecture. This profound, measurable neural shift literally alters your psychological and emotional baseline, moving it away from a constant state of defensive, self-protective anxiety and toward a state of open, self-affirming calm. Oxytocin, often affectionately referred to as the love hormone, is not exclusively released during moments of external bonding with others. It is also released internally during moments of genuine self-compassion. When you actively provide yourself with comfort, care, and reassurance during periods of difficulty, your brain releases the identical bonding chemicals that create the psychological sensation of safety and secure connection in deep external relationships. This foundational principle is why self-love is anything but selfish. It is the biological preparation of your brain to connect with and love others more authentically and effectively. The amygdala, your brain's primary alarm system, demonstrates reduced reactivity in individuals who are consistent practitioners of self-compassion. This crucial reduction means you are significantly less likely to perceive imminent threats where none objectively exist, less prone to internalize and personalize external events, and dramatically more capable of responding to life's challenges with clarity and reasoned wisdom, rather than falling into automatic, debilitating panic. Your overall emotional regulation capacity improves exponentially when you cease the destructive pattern of treating yourself as your enemy. Research has compellingly shown that self-love positively influences your brain's reward prediction system. When you cultivate a genuine, appreciative relationship with your own being, your brain becomes highly optimized at recognizing, anticipating, and capitalizing on positive potential experiences. This establishes a beneficial optimistic cognitive bias that allows you to instinctively notice opportunities, possibilities, and solutions that those trapped in chronic self-criticism entirely overlook. The anterior cingulate cortex, ACC, the crucial region involved in emotional processing and complex decision-making, demonstrates increased cortical thickness in individuals who consistently practice loving-kindness meditation directed toward themselves. This suggests a quantifiable reality. Self-love literally grows and strengthens the brain regions directly responsible for advanced emotional intelligence and wise, thoughtful decision-making. Perhaps the most functionally important discovery is that neuroimaging studies reveal self-love actively engages and activates the caregiving system within your brain, the same essential neural networks that activate when a nurturing parent provides comfort and support to a vulnerable child. This means that the process of learning to love yourself is not merely an exercise in changing thoughts. It is the sophisticated, deliberate act of activating ancient, hardwired mammalian systems specifically engineered by evolution to promote core survival, sustained growth, and optimal thriving. Understanding the deep scientific reality is absolutely paramount because it proves that self-love is neither a superficial luxury nor an act of simple self-indulgence. It is an objective biological necessity for achieving optimal brain and human function. When you commit to loving yourself, you are not being psychologically weak or pathologically selfish. You are deliberately creating the essential neurochemical conditions required for peak cognitive performance, maximum emotional resilience, and the construction of authentic, lasting happiness. Chapter 3: The Conditioning Trap, Deciphering Childhood Programming and the Authentic Self-Wound. Every single human being arrives into this world equipped with an innate, pure, and profound sense of self-acceptance and unconditional worth. Observe any newborn or toddler, and you will witness perfect self-love in its rawest, most authentic expression. They never question their inherent right to occupy space. They harbor no chronic anxiety regarding their adequacy. They express their deepest needs, desires, and emotions without a trace of apology or crippling shame. They are entirely and fundamentally comfortable existing exactly as they are. The critical question then becomes, what systemic process intervenes? How do we transition from this pristine, natural state of internal acceptance to the widespread, debilitating epidemic of self-rejection that plagues the vast majority of the adult population? The answer resides within the programming you received during the intensely formative years of your early life, a time when your nascent brain was literally being sculpted, shaped, and permanently wired by every interaction, subtle message, and core emotional experience you encountered. Your primary caregivers, despite their best intentions and efforts, were invariably human and therefore likely transmitted their own unhealed psychological wounds and unconscious, destructive patterns to you. If your parents themselves wrestled with personal self-love or self-acceptance, they were biologically incapable of modeling or teaching you a deep self-acceptance they had not yet internalized. If they were raised in environments where affection and security were strictly conditional upon stellar performance, they unconsciously replicated that identical, demanding conditional structure for your early development. You may have absorbed the crippling lesson that love was a currency to be earned through relentless achievement. Perhaps you received intense attention and effusive praise only when you succeeded in a task, yet were met with palpable criticism, dismissal, or emotional absence when you inevitably failed. Your young, survival-oriented brain, desperate for core connection and security, permanently internalized the destructive message, "My inherent worth is fragile and dependent upon my continuous external performance." This initial learning created a destructive, lifelong pattern of anxiously chasing external validation and experiencing a perpetual, gnawing feeling of never being quite good enough. Alternatively, you may have been taught that your natural emotional experience was inconvenient, excessive, or fundamentally wrong. Perhaps when you cried out in distress, you were commanded to stop being so dramatic. When you exhibited normal frustration or anger, you were punished or met with fear. When you showed genuine vulnerability, you were coldly instructed to toughen up and suppress the weakness. Your developing brain learned that fundamental components of your authentic emotional self were unacceptable, thus initiating a deep, internal rejection of your own human emotional experience. Other children may internalize the devastating message that their core needs are burdensome to others. They are frequently told they are too much, too sensitive, or too demanding. These individuals learn to psychologically minimize themselves, to literally occupy less space, to apologize habitually for their mere existence, and to diminish their natural desires. These children mature into adults who wrestle intensely with the simple act of asking for what they require, and who feel profound, crippling guilt for maintaining necessary boundaries or possessing normal human desires. The most severe conditioning occurs when a child learns that love is an intrinsically dangerous transaction because the very people who explicitly claimed to love them were simultaneously the source of deep emotional or physical harm. Children who experience wildly inconsistent caregiving, where comfort and affection are unpredictably mixed with sudden criticism, profound emotional neglect, or psychological abuse, develop what advanced psychology terms disorganized attachment. This creates an internal state of chaos. They simultaneously crave deep affection and harbor an intense, paralyzing fear of intimacy, resulting in severe internal conflicts regarding self-worth and secure relationships. The trauma stemming from the systematic failure to be truly seen, affirmed, and accepted for who you naturally are creates what trauma specialist Dr. Gabor Mate refers to as the authentic self-wound. Your intrinsic, authentic self, your natural preferences, your unique personality, and your innate way of being, becomes deeply buried beneath numerous layers of psychological adaptive strategies. These strategies were essential for survival and maintaining connection during childhood dependence, but they transform into rigid prison walls in adulthood, actively preventing genuine self-love and radical self-expression. Furthermore, your nervous system itself was programmed during these highly malleable early years. If your early environment was characterized by chronic stress, emotional unpredictability, or pervasive emotional unsafety, your nervous system learned to maintain a constant, draining state of hypervigilance. This conditioning creates adults who are perpetually scanning the environment for potential threats, signs of criticism, or social rejection, even when their external environment is objectively safe. This chronic, low-grade stress makes the practice of simple self-compassion feel deeply foreign and even psychologically dangerous. Cultural and societal messaging plays an equally powerful role in shaping the fundamental relationship you hold with yourself. You absorb deeply ingrained, often unconscious beliefs regarding gender roles, definitions of success, standards of beauty, and the metrics of human worth, beliefs that may hold zero relevance to your unique, authentic nature. Boys are often rigidly taught that expressing emotion is an unacceptable weakness, while girls are conditioned that anger or fierce ambition is inherently inappropriate or unladylike. These powerful, external cultural programs create intense internal conflicts between the complex person you actually are and the overly simplistic person you believe you must be. The profound, destructive emotion of shame plays the single most critical role in the trajectory towards self-rejection. Shame is far more debilitating than simply feeling bad about a specific action you performed. Shame is the existential, core belief that you are fundamentally bad or broken as a person. When children are repeatedly made to feel that they are intrinsically flawed, wrong, or inadequate, shame becomes tightly woven into the core fabric of their identity. They mature with the paralyzing belief that if people truly knew their genuine self, they would be instantaneously rejected and abandoned. In response to this deep, existential shame, perfectionism often develops as a highly sophisticated psychological defense mechanism. The inner calculation becomes, if I can simply be perfect enough, smart enough, successful enough, flawless enough, then perhaps I will finally achieve acceptability. However, perfectionism is, at its core, a veiled form of chronic self-abuse. It enforces impossible, unattainable standards and simultaneously punishes the self mercilessly for the simple act of being inherently human. The inner critic, that relentlessly harsh, judging voice inside your mind, is typically an internalized composite of highly critical voices from your deep past. It may bear the familiar tonality of a specific demanding parent, a harshly judgmental teacher, or a cruel sibling. More often, it is a compilation of every critical message you ever absorbed, now running on psychological autopilot in your core conscious thought stream. Understanding this precise, historical programming is absolutely crucial because it allows you to detach from the toxic self-blame. It forces the powerful realization that self-rejection is not your fault, nor is it the ultimate truth about your being. These deeply ingrained patterns were merely survival adaptations, psychological mechanisms that once successfully navigated you through profoundly difficult, adverse circumstances. However, what was highly adaptive for your survival then is now unequivocally destructive to your thriving as an adult. The time has arrived to consciously select new, healthier patterns that serve your current, powerful adult self. The ultimate good news remains the truth of neuroplasticity. Your brain possesses the immutable capacity to change, rewire, and heal at any stage of life. The psychological patterns established in childhood may be strong and deeply worn, but they are absolutely not permanent. With disciplined, conscious effort and the deployment of the correct psychological tools, you possess the power to systematically rewire your brain for the core experience of self-acceptance and genuine, unconditional self-love. You can consciously choose to become the nurturing, unconditionally loving caregiver to yourself that you may have desperately needed but never received, granting yourself the absolute, unconditional acceptance that is the birthright of every human being. Chapter 4, The Validation Vortex, Dismantling the Prison of External Approval. In the preceding chapter, we meticulously examined how the conditional nature of childhood care, coupled with overwhelming societal and cultural messages, laid the neurocognitive groundwork for conditional self-worth. This profoundly toxic construct teaches the vulnerable, developing brain that your essential value as a human being is not innate or unconditional, but rather is strictly dependent upon a constant, exhausting stream of external validation, a continuous torrent of approval, attention, praise, and acceptance granted by external forces, be they peers, employers, partners, or the overwhelming anonymity of social media. This addiction to external validation is nothing short of a psychological and energetic vampire. It systematically drains your essential internal resources and constructs an elaborate, high-security psychological prison. When your sense of self is externally regulated, you are forced to live a perpetual life of performance. Your core identity transforms from an authentic, self-governing entity into a fragile, reactive shell, a puppet whose emotional state is violently jerked by the fluctuating, unpredictable moods, opinions, and momentary judgments of the outside world. Consider the inherent instability of externally derived self-worth. The flaw of inconsistency, external approval, by its very nature, is wildly inconsistent and perpetually unpredictable. People are often distracted, forgetful, dealing with their own internal struggles, or simply incapable of providing you with the exact volume or type of validation you desperately crave. Relying on them for your internal peace is a psychological disaster, guaranteeing a chronic state of anxiety, disappointment, and gnawing inadequacy. The inevitability of criticism. In a world of over 8 billion distinct perspectives, it is a mathematical certainty that some individuals will always disapprove of you, misunderstand your intentions, or actively reject your authentic self. When your self-worth is conditional, a single, sharp piece of criticism or a painful, acute rejection can instantly demolish weeks or months of painstakingly accumulated external praise, sending you plummeting into intense self-doubt and paralyzing shame. The performance trap. To secure this crucial, external validation, you are forced into continuous, exhausting self-monitoring and social compliance. You edit your raw opinions, suppress your most authentic desires, hide your true flaws, and relentlessly shape your behavior to perfectly fit the narrow, ever-shifting expectations of your external audience. This performance is deeply exhausting, consuming the very mental and emotional capital you need for creative innovation, high-level strategic thinking, and genuine personal fulfillment. The most insidious consequence of this dependency is the formation of the false self. The false self is an elaborate, meticulously constructed persona, a meticulously crafted, socially acceptable mask, designed with the sole purpose of garnering external approval and ensuring social inclusion. Over time, you invest so much of your core identity and vital energy into maintaining this false self that you become profoundly estranged from your own authentic self, which remains silently buried, wounded, and starved for genuine, unconditional recognition. This internal estrangement is the root cause of the pervasive, chronic feeling that something essential is fundamentally missing from your life, even amidst periods of intense external success. The fundamental act of breaking free from this powerful validation vortex requires a profound, conscious shift in your internal locus of evaluation. The locus of evaluation refers to the psychological origin point from which you derive your judgments regarding your own actions, thoughts, and overall worth. External locus. This is the default setting for most, where the ultimate judge of your worth resides outside of you, in the form of your boss's opinion, your partner's love, your social media engagement, or your family's explicit approval. When your worth is external, your life is not your own. Internal locus. The goal of the self-love protocol is to establish a robust internal locus of evaluation. This means that the ultimate, unchallengeable judge of your inherent worth, your personal choices, and your life trajectory resides unconditionally within your own consciousness. This shift is not theoretical, it is a discipline. It involves a deliberate, conscious practice of self-affirmation that is entirely decoupled from external feedback. When you receive praise, you must acknowledge it, but you should not internalize it as a necessary ingredient for your core psychological survival. When you receive criticism, you must objectively analyze the factual content, but you should not internalize it as a total psychological indictment of your entire personhood. The process of de-addiction from external validation often begins with embracing and actively tolerating social discomfort. You must practice making decisions that are authentically aligned with your own deep values, even when those decisions are met with confusion, disagreement, or outright disapproval from key external figures. This act of authentic self-expression, despite the external friction, is the fundamental mechanism through which you structurally and systematically dismantle the false self and consciously liberate the trapped authentic self. We must actively cultivate an internal validation toolset designed to replace the need for external affirmation. Integrity as foundation. The most powerful source of internal self-worth is the disciplined practice of integrity. Integrity is defined as the state of being whole and undivided, the commitment to ensuring that your internal values, your public words, and your private actions are always in profound, seamless alignment. When you consistently and meticulously operate from a position of impeccable integrity, you generate an internal sense of deep self-trust and rock-solid self-respect that is entirely impervious to external criticism. Value-based living. Actively identify your core, non-negotiable personal values, e.g., courage, creativity, intellectual curiosity, honesty. Then, systematically structure your life choices, your professional focus, and your daily schedule around the active expression of these identified values. When your life is a profound, active expression of your highest values, you achieve a deep internal sense of meaning and congruence that effortlessly negates the need for superficial external praise. The power of radical acceptance. External validation seeking is often a desperate, unconscious attempt to change an immutable past or control an uncontrollable future. The path to freedom involves the radical, peaceful acceptance of your current, imperfect self, flaws, past mistakes, and all, with deep compassion. When you unconditionally accept yourself, the opinion of others becomes information, not a critical verdict on your ultimate fate. The systematic and profound dismantling of the dependency on external validation is the moment your life fundamentally, irreversibly changes. You stop asking, "What must I do to be loved?" and you begin asking the only question that genuinely matters: what must I do to be authentically true to myself? When you operate from this position of internal alignment, you attract relationships that honor your authentic nature, opportunities that genuinely fulfill your unique potential, and you achieve a sustainable, quiet, profound internal peace that is entirely unsalvageable by the volatile, chaotic fluctuations of the outside world. Chapter 5: The Four Pillars, a Systematic Framework for Unshakable Self-Acceptance. Having systematically dismantled the psychological barriers, the childhood programming, the scientific realities of self-rejection, and the debilitating dependency on external validation, we now transition from deconstruction to meticulous construction. The goal is not a fleeting state of temporary positivity or superficial affirmation. The goal is the creation of a systematic, unshakable foundation that can sustain genuine, enduring self-acceptance regardless of external turbulence or internal conflict. This foundation of resilient self-love rests upon four indispensable pillars: self-awareness, self-acceptance, self-compassion, and self-care. These pillars are not isolated concepts, they are synergistically integrated, each one structurally reinforcing and enabling the others, creating a stable psychological base from which authentic self-love can naturally and effortlessly thrive. Pillar I: self-awareness, knowing what you love. Self-awareness is the foundational pillar, as you possess a fundamental incapacity to love, support, or improve that which you do not intimately know. The majority of individuals remain psychological strangers to themselves, operating their lives on a deeply ingrained, unconscious autopilot. They react instantaneously to life from outdated, often destructive childhood programming rather than making conscious, deliberate choices. Developing profound self-awareness necessitates adopting the role of the dispassionate observer of your own internal experience, studying your patterns, thoughts, and emotional fluctuations with genuine, non-judgmental curiosity. The internal dialogue audit: begin by conducting a meticulous audit of your internal voice throughout the day. What specific tone does this voice adopt when you speak to yourself? Is it instinctively supportive and encouraging, or is it habitually harsh, dismissive, and critically demanding? Note the exact thoughts that immediately surface when you commit an error or achieve a success. Emotional mapping: pay intense attention to your recurring emotional patterns. What are the specific triggers, the people, situations, or conditions that reliably initiate feelings of anxiety, frustration, joy, or withdrawal? How do you typically react to these intense emotions? Do you habitually suppress them, explosively express them, or become psychologically overwhelmed by them? Crucially, observe the physical manifestation of these emotions within your body: the knot in your stomach, the tension in your jaw, the heaviness in your chest. Behavioral pattern recognition: observe your consistent behavioral loops. Which established habits serve your highest goals, and which predictably lead to self-sabotage or regret? How do you reliably respond within relationships when you feel unjustly misunderstood or emotionally hurt? Identify the destructive patterns that recur in your life and honestly determine the specific role your choices play in their perpetuation. Pillar 2: self-acceptance, embracing all that you are. Self-acceptance is the second pillar, and it is arguably the most challenging for individuals conditioned since childhood to believe that worth must be strictly earned through unrelenting, flawless self-improvement. Self-acceptance is not an act of surrender to stagnation or becoming passively complacent. It is the radical, powerful act of acknowledging your current reality without resistance or shame, embracing your inherent humanity and choosing to love yourself exactly as you are in this present moment, not as an idealized version you hope to become in the distant future. Radical shadow integration: true self-acceptance demands the courage to fully integrate your shadow aspects, the parts of your personality that you find least appealing, most embarrassing, or actively shameful. Rejecting your insecurities, your inevitable flaws, and your past mistakes only grants them greater unconscious psychological power over your present actions. When you consciously acknowledge your fear, your jealousy, or your past errors as integral parts of your complex human experience, you achieve the power to consciously work with them, rather than remaining unconsciously controlled by them. The mirror exercise: reality audit. Stand before a mirror and consciously state, clearly and without flinching, "I accept myself exactly as I am right now." Note the immediate internal resistance, the thoughts of denial, and the emotional friction that arises. The parts of your being that resist this acceptance are precisely the aspects that require the most profound, non-judgmental love and integration. Past forgiveness protocol. You are powerless to change the events of the past, but you possess absolute authority to change your relationship to those events. Practice self-forgiveness for past mistakes, not because those actions were inherently correct, but because clinging fiercely to chronic shame, debilitating regret, and self-punishment actively prevents your forward movement. Learn the essential lessons from your history without condemning yourself for the irreversible fact of your imperfection. Pillar 3, Self-Compassion, the antidote to the critic. Self-compassion is the third pillar, and it functions as the definitive antidote to the relentless, damaging effects of the internalized inner critic that has been dictatorially running your life. Dr. Kristen Neff's definition is the operative one. Self-compassion is the disciplined practice of treating yourself with the identical kindness, concern, and understanding that you would spontaneously extend to a close friend experiencing profound suffering. It involves recognizing your personal pain, accepting that suffering and failure are universal components of the shared human experience, and responding to your own struggle with active care rather than instant, harsh criticism. The loving friend technique. When you inevitably experience a failure or a painful setback, consciously interrupt the inner critic's immediate assault. Ask yourself, clearly and without judgment, what specific words of comfort, reassurance, or understanding would I instantly offer to a dear friend in this identical situation? Then, with absolute intentionality, speak those same compassionate, healing words to yourself. The self-compassion break. This is a powerful, neuroregulating tool. Place your hand gently over your heart and silently affirm, this is a moment of human suffering. Suffering is an inevitable part of life. May I choose to be kind to myself in this moment. This simple, physical act activates your innate caregiving system, immediately helping to regulate your stress response during acute difficulty. Language reframing. Become hyper-aware of your self-talk. When the inner critic harshly dictates, I am so stupid for making that mistake, consciously reframe the statement to, I made a human error, and I possess the capacity to learn profoundly from it. When the critic asserts, I will never be good enough, reframe it to, I am actively learning, evolving, and progressing. The precise language you utilize in your internal dialogue profoundly shapes your neural pathways and your resulting emotional reality. Pillar 4, Self-Care, actionable responsibility for well-being. Self-care is the final, practical pillar, but it encompasses far more than the superficial indulgence of bubble baths or spa treatments. Genuine self-care is the disciplined act of taking radical responsibility for the complete spectrum of your well-being, physical, emotional, mental, and spiritual. It means consistently making choices that fundamentally honor your core needs and actively support your long-term growth, even when those choices require considerable personal discipline or emotional courage. Physical responsibility. This includes consistently nourishing your physical body with high-quality, healthy fuel, engaging in regular, purposeful movement, securing adequate and restorative sleep, and proactively seeking necessary medical attention. Caring for your body is the most fundamental act of tangible self-love, as it is the essential vehicle for your entire life experience. Emotional boundaries. Emotional self-care mandates the establishment of strong, clear boundaries. It involves consciously and consistently saying no to external demands and commitments that relentlessly drain your vital energy, and proactively saying yes to experiences, people, and activities that genuinely nourish your spirit. This includes seeking out professional counseling or therapy when needed and creating ample space for unburdened joy and pleasure in your daily life. Mental vs. spiritual nourishment. Mental self-care requires feeding your mind with stimulating, constructive content while strictly avoiding media and information that predictably increase anxiety, negativity, or fear. Spiritual self-care involves establishing a deep connection to something larger than your individual self, be it through creative expression, structured meditation, immersion in nature, or profound service to others, nourishing the part of you that instinctively seeks purpose and transcendence. These 4 pillars function as a comprehensive system. Self-awareness provides the necessary data. Self-acceptance allows you to be radically honest about that data. Self-compassion provides the necessary emotional safety to confront difficult truths. And self-care ensures that you take the concrete, disciplined action required to support your internal well-being. Building this systemic foundation is neither immediate nor easy, it requires committed time and unrelenting consistency. Remember this central truth: self-love is not a destination you arrive at, it is a discipline you commit to practicing. Your goal is not to achieve a state of flawless, perfect self-love, but to make the daily, conscious commitment to treat yourself with an ever-increasing degree of kindness, deep understanding, and proactive care. The intentional construction of this four-pillar system creates the stable, unshakable base from which all subsequent self-love practices will be launched, ultimately transforming you into an emotionally invincible, self-governing individual. Chapter 6: The Saboteur Within, Strategic Techniques for Silencing the Inner Critic. The inner critic stands as the single most corrosive and destructive psychological force actively preventing you from fully embracing self-love. This pervasive, often merciless voice within your mind tirelessly judges, undermines your competence, and systematically erodes your self-confidence. It relentlessly dictates that you are perpetually insufficient, not smart enough, not successful enough, not attractive enough, or simply not enough to be worthy of happiness. It possesses a devastating archival memory, capable of recalling every past mistake and projecting future failures with chilling, self-fulfilling accuracy. For most people, this critical voice has become so psychologically familiar, so deeply integrated, that they tragically mistake its commentary for their own authentic thoughts, their own truth, and their own definitive self-assessment. However, the crucial distinction you must now internalize is this: the inner critic is not your authentic self. It is a complex, amalgamated collection of internalized, hypercritical voices from your historical past, rigid cultural programming, and outdated psychological survival mechanisms that, while once serving a protective function, now actively sabotage your success, peace, and emotional well-being. The systematic identification, functional understanding, and ultimate permanent neutralization of this voice is absolutely paramount for the development of genuine, unshakable self-love. The genesis and function of the critic. The inner critic typically develops as a primitive, subconscious defense mechanism during the vulnerable period of childhood. If you were raised in an environment characterized by consistent external criticism or impossible standards, your brain learned a distorted, precautionary logic: if I criticize myself first and find my flaws before others do, I might be able to fix them preemptively and thereby avoid the severe pain of external rejection. This early, self-inflicted criticism became an effective, albeit destructive, strategy for maintaining social connection and achieving a sense of conditional belonging. The critic is also intrinsically linked to the development of perfectionist tendencies. If love, approval, and security were rigidly conditional upon flawless performance, your subconscious mind learned that any outcome less than perfection represented a severe danger. The inner critic then emerged as the relentless enforcer of these unattainable standards, perpetually driving you toward higher achievement while simultaneously asserting that your current efforts are inherently inadequate. Societal narratives and cultural bombardment further fuel the critic. Society floods your perception with idealized, airbrushed, and unrealistic standards for success, physical appearance, and behavior. When you inevitably and naturally fall short of these external benchmarks, the critic instantly seizes upon the discrepancy, utilizing your perceived failure as irrefutable evidence of your fundamental inadequacy. Social media platforms act as potent accelerators, providing a continuous, curated stream of comparison that reinforces the critic's narrative of deficit. The inner critic is exceptionally vicious because it operates with intimate knowledge of your vulnerabilities. It knows your deepest fears, your most painful memories, and your strongest, unfulfilled desires. It surgically weaponizes this intimate knowledge against you, launching its attacks precisely where you are most psychologically sensitive. What makes the inner critic so uniquely destructive is that it operates under the seductive guise of motivation and protection. It convinces your conscious mind that its harsh, unforgiving criticism is a necessary evil, that its constant vigilance is required to prevent you from becoming lazy, complacent, or delusional. However, scientific evidence reveals the exact opposite. Chronic self-criticism actively undermines true motivation, cripples creativity, and degrades overall performance while simultaneously increasing the debilitating symptoms of anxiety, chronic depression, and self-sabotage. The inner critic often induces a state known as learned helplessness. When your internal voice constantly asserts that you are fundamentally insufficient, you eventually cease the effort required to improve or take necessary risks. You become psychologically paralyzed by the fear of failure and potential external judgment. Consequently, you dramatically shrink the dimensions of your life to avoid any potential criticism, thereby sacrificing opportunities and experiences that are essential for joy, fulfillment, and growth. Deconstructing the critic's tactics, cognitive distortions. The critic relies heavily on cognitive distortions, systematic, inaccurate thought patterns that nonetheless feel true. All-or-nothing thinking, the critic asserts that one single mistake renders you a complete, utter failure. Catastrophizing, it predicts that minor setbacks will instantly escalate into total, irreversible disaster. Personalization, it erroneously convinces you that neutral external events are somehow your own unique fault or are specifically directed at you. Mind reading, it aggressively tells you what other people are thinking about you, always something negative, without any basis in objective reality. The comparison trap, it ceaselessly compares your weakest point to the highlight reel of others, ignoring your unique strengths and context. The strategic protocol for neutralization. To successfully and permanently silence the inner critic, you must initiate a systematic, disciplined protocol of identification, separation, and replacement. Step 1: Recognition and separation, the distancing technique. First, you must recognize the critic as an entity separate from your essential, authentic self. Audit the voice, pay meticulous attention to the tone, vocabulary, and content of your internal dialogue. Notice the shock when you realize how aggressively you speak to yourself. Externalize the critic, give this harsh, relentless voice a distinct name or a visual identity, e.g., a disapproving judge, a strict teacher. This act of externalization is critical. It creates a psychological distance, allowing you to stop identifying with the voice and start merely observing it as an unwelcome guest in your mental space. Step 2: Challenge and disempower, the evidence-based approach. You must systematically challenge the critic's authority by questioning its core narrative. Demand evidence. When the critic aggressively asserts, "You are a total failure," immediately ask your rational mind, what objective, factual evidence exists to support this absolute claim? Most of the critic's statements immediately crumble under rigorous, objective scrutiny. Decatastrophize. When the critic predicts disaster, calmly ask, what is the actual, statistical probability of this outcome? If the worst-case scenario occurs, what specific steps can I take to survive and recover? Acknowledge intent, reclaim control, recognize that the critic's original intention was often protective, to keep you safe from external rejection. Acknowledge this outdated intention, then firmly and kindly dismiss its methods. Thank you for trying to protect me, but your methods are now destructive. I have control now. Step 3: Replacement and compassion, the loving friend. You must proactively develop and amplify a compassionate inner voice to decisively counter the critic's harsh commentary. The loving friend technique. When the critic attacks, immediately ask, what specific, supportive advice and comfort would I instantly give to a cherished friend facing this identical difficulty? Then, deliberately offer those identical compassionate words to yourself. Language reframing. Substitutions replace the critic's harsh statements with compassionate, constructive alternatives. Instead of, "I'm so irresponsible," try, "I made a choice that had a consequence, and I will adjust my approach next time." The goal is not unrealistic positivity, but the absolute cessation of unnecessary self-attack. Set boundaries. Just as you would with any toxic external relationship, establish strict boundaries with your inner critic. When the familiar, destructive rant begins, mentally or verbally interrupted, I recognize that thought, but I am choosing not to engage with that negativity right now. Mindfulness and meditation are particularly effective advanced tools for managing the critic, as they fundamentally train you to observe your thoughts with detached awareness rather than being immediately consumed and controlled by them. When you can watch the critic's commentary pass through your mind without engagement, it loses its power to disrupt your emotional state and dictate your actions. The ultimate goal is not the total elimination of all self-reflection. Constructive, gentle self-reflection remains a necessary component of growth. The goal is the transformation of harsh, destructive criticism into gentle, corrective feedback. You must transition from being your own worst enemy to becoming your own wise, unwavering coach. As you consistently execute this protocol, the inner critic's voice will diminish in volume and frequency, and the psychological space it once occupied will be reclaimed for authentic self-expression, robust creativity, and profound self-encouragement. This liberation is one of the single most empowering experiences on the entire journey to self-love. Chapter 7, Emotional Alchemy, the Blueprint for Mastery, Not Suppression. One of the most persistent, debilitating obstacles to achieving profound self-love is the widespread cultural and psychological tendency toward the fear and rejection of your own emotional landscape. The majority of individuals have been systematically conditioned to perceive certain emotions, such as anger, sadness, fear, or profound grief, as inherently negative, profoundly inappropriate, or existentially dangerous. They have been taught to habitually suppress, dismiss, ignore, or harshly judge their intrinsic emotional experiences rather than engaging in the necessary work of understanding, accepting, and skillfully working with them. This pervasive emotional disconnection creates a state of chronic internal conflict and decisively prevents the deep, total self-acceptance that genuine, unconditional self-love fundamentally requires. To achieve the fullness of self-love, you must consciously choose to embrace all aspects of your being, and this mandate absolutely includes the entire spectrum of your emotional life. This does not imply an endorsement of emotional indulgence or an obligation to act reflexively upon every feeling that arises. It demands, instead, the disciplined cultivation of a mature, exceptionally healthy, and nuanced relationship with your entire emotional range. Emotional mastery is not about control or suppression, it is about profound understanding, radical acceptance, and skillful, conscious response. Every single emotion you experience serves a critical, evolutionary purpose and carries vital, often urgent information regarding your unmet needs, established personal boundaries, and fundamental core values. Anger functions as a signal that something deeply important to you, a boundary, an identity, a resource, is being threatened or actively violated. Sadness signals a genuine loss, indicating the immediate need for comfort, deep mourning, and emotional healing. Fear operates as an alert system, signaling potential danger and the subsequent need for decisive protective action or focused preparation. Joy serves as the internal indicator of profound alignment with your highest values and deepest desires. Even emotions perceived as negative, such as intense jealousy or crippling shame, carry invaluable, data-rich information about your suppressed needs and potential areas requiring necessary growth. The problem is not with the emotions themselves, but with the highly conditioned, often traumatic way you have been socialized to relate to them. Many individuals learned in early childhood that entire categories of emotion were psychologically unacceptable. Young boys were often rigidly taught that fear and sadness were signs of debilitating weakness, while young girls were conditioned to believe that anger or assertive drive was inherently inappropriate or unladylike. These powerfully transmitted messages created acute internal splits, resulting in the systematic rejection and subsequent suppression of entire sectors of your authentic emotional self. When you actively reject your emotions, you are concurrently rejecting fundamental parts of yourself. This pervasive internal fragmentation and self-rejection directly undermines the possibility of genuine self-love. You cannot fully love yourself while actively rejecting core aspects of your essential human experience. The chronic suppression of emotion also carries devastating consequences for your long-term physical and mental health. Extensive research confirms that individuals who chronically suppress their emotional states experience higher reported rates of cardiovascular disease, autoimmune disorders, and a wide array of mental health challenges. Suppressed emotions do not simply vanish. They are stored within the physical body and the unconscious mind, where they perpetually create physical tension, contribute to chronic illness, and fuel destructive, often compulsive behavioral patterns. The blueprint for emotional mastery. The initial, foundational step in achieving emotional mastery is the development of emotional awareness. Most people are startlingly disconnected from their current emotional state, often operating on a form of emotional autopilot without consciously noticing what they are actually feeling. They may recognize a vague feeling of stress or a malaise, but are incapable of identifying the precise, specific emotions present or tracing the source of their trigger. The daily check-in. Initiate the practice of systematically checking in with yourself multiple times throughout the day. Ask directly, what specific emotion am I experiencing right now, and where is it located in my body? Emotions are primarily felt physically. Anger may manifest as heat in the chest or jaw tension, sadness as a heavy weight in the heart, fear as tightness in the throat or nausea in the stomach. Vocabulary expansion. Consciously expand your emotional vocabulary beyond the simplistic categories of happy, sad, or mad. There exist hundreds of nuanced emotional words that articulate the subtle combinations and variations of human feelings. The more precisely you can identify your emotions, the better equipped you become to understand their urgent messages and respond accurately and appropriately. The RAIN technique. This is a powerful, systematic technique for navigating acutely difficult emotions. Recognition. Acknowledge the emotion without trying to fix it. Allowance. Permit the emotion to exist without internal resistance or judgment. Investigation: examine the emotion with profound, curious compassion, noting its bodily location and its potential message. Non-identification: acknowledge that you are not your emotion, you are the awareness that observes the emotion. Emotional regulation does not mean suppressing your emotions, it means deliberately choosing how to respond to them with maximum skill. You are capable of experiencing intense anger without resorting to aggression. You can feel deep sadness without collapsing into clinical depression. You can acknowledge profound fear without becoming psychologically paralyzed. The emotion provides the critical information, but you retain the sovereign right to choose the action. The regulation toolbox: develop a robust toolbox of healthy, personalized regulation strategies. Deep, controlled breathing actively engages your parasympathetic nervous system, shifting you from a reactive to a responsive state. Physical movement metabolizes stress hormones and releases trapped emotional energy. Journaling provides a constructive, private space to process and understand the complex nuances of your emotional experiences. Tolerating discomfort: consciously train yourself to sit with uncomfortable emotions without automatically seeking immediate escape through compulsive behaviors, substance use, or chronic distraction. Modern culture obsessively teaches us to avoid discomfort at all costs. However, this avoidance often intensifies the underlying emotional pain and prevents the natural process of emotional healing. When you possess the courage to remain present with difficult emotions, they invariably move through you more rapidly and completely. Emotional self-soothing: cultivate the crucial ability to comfort yourself during periods of acute emotional distress. This may involve physical comfort, such as gentle self-massage, soothing music, or the use of comforting, compassionate self-talk. The fundamental goal is to provide yourself with the care and support you might have historically needed from external sources but failed to receive. You must develop and maintain emotional boundaries, the ability to experience and understand your own emotions without either adopting the emotions of others or permitting external forces to dictate your internal emotional state. Empathetic individuals frequently struggle with this, unconsciously absorbing the emotional experiences of those around them. Learning to consciously distinguish between your emotions and others' emotions is absolutely critical for self-love and emotional clarity. Furthermore, you must actively challenge emotional perfectionism, the destructive, irrational belief that negative emotions are signals of personal failure or inherent weakness. All emotions are an intrinsic component of the human experience. Trying to maintain only positive emotions is akin to demanding a day with perpetual light and no darkness. Emotional diversity is, in fact, emotional health. Practice emotional self-compassion by treating yourself with profound kindness when you are experiencing acute emotional pain. Instead of compounding the pain with self-judgment for feeling angry or afraid, offer yourself the identical comfort you would freely give to a cherished friend. Emotional pain is inevitable. Adding self-criticism to it is entirely optional. As you successfully develop this emotional mastery blueprint, your relationship with yourself will become fundamentally more accepting and compassionate. You will cease the futile pattern of judging yourself for possessing human emotions and begin to appreciate the rich, complex, and profound inner world that defines your unique existence. This deep, systematic emotional integration is essential for the attainment of lasting, genuine self-love. Chapter 8: The Relationship Template: Transforming Connections from Need to Wholeness. One of the most immediate, powerful, and profound benefits stemming from the cultivation of genuine self-love is the dramatic, systemic transformation of all your relationships. When you consciously choose to love yourself fully, you fundamentally alter the way you engage in every interaction. You begin to magnetize different types of individuals, you establish and enforce significantly healthier personal boundaries, and you construct deeper, more resilient, and more authentic human connections. Crucially, you cease the destructive pattern of utilizing external relationships as a mechanism to fill the internal void created by self-rejection, and instead, you begin to engage with others from a position of innate wholeness and psychological abundance. The relationship you maintain with your own being functions as the inviolable template for every subsequent relationship in your life. If your internal dialogue is dominated by criticism, unforgiving demands, and emotional harshness, you will inevitably attract partners and friends who mirror and reinforce that exact treatment. If you consistently fail to respect your own boundaries, external forces will demonstrate a corresponding lack of respect. If you harbor the deep-seated belief that you are fundamentally undeserving of kindness and profound love, you will unconsciously select relationships that confirm and perpetuate this debilitating core belief. The vast majority of people initiate relationships from a psychological state of emptiness and acute neediness, operating under the erroneous hope that another individual can provide the validation, acceptance, and affection they are psychologically incapable of providing for themselves. This common pattern inevitably leads to codependent dynamics, where both parties attempt to use the other as a tool to achieve a sense of internal completion. Such relationships are structurally unstable because they are founded upon a deficit rather than a position of psychological strength. When you achieve self-love, you enter the arena of relationships as a whole, complete person, rather than a half-seeking completion. You arrive with a surplus of gifts, joy, and affection to share, rather than a debilitating demand for needs and wounds that require external healing. This profound shift entirely reconfigures the relationship dynamic. The focus moves from taking and extracting value to giving and contributing value, from emotional neediness to psychological generosity, and from pervasive fear to authentic, grounded love. The pillars of relationship transformation. 1. Self-advocacy and vulnerability. Self-love provides the essential internal security required for true vulnerability. You cannot feel psychologically safe with others if you do not first feel entirely safe within your own being. When your internal world is secure, you can share your authentic thoughts, feelings, and experiences without the paralyzing, chronic fear of judgment. You understand that even if others reject or criticize your external expression, you retain the unconditional support and loyalty of your own self-love to fall back upon. This internal anchor is what allows for the deep, transformative intimacy that defines truly fulfilling relationships. 2. The power of healthy boundaries. Boundaries are arguably the most crucial relationship skill that organically emerges from self-love. They are not psychological walls designed to keep others out, they are clear, operational guidelines that instruct others on the precise manner in which you demand to be treated. When you genuinely love yourself, you instinctively protect your vital energy, your finite time, and your emotional well-being. You become skilled at saying a definitive no to commitments that deplete your resources and an emphatic yes to experiences that genuinely nourish your soul. Individuals lacking self-love perpetually struggle with boundaries, fearing that setting limits will result in catastrophic abandonment or rejection. This people-pleasing strategy ultimately backfires, generating deep internal resentment and attracting individuals who are pathologically happy to exploit your generosity. 3. Conflict as growth, not threat. Self-love fundamentally transforms how you engage with conflict. When you lack self-worth, conflict feels like an existential threat to your entire being. Criticism instantly triggers your deepest fears of unworthiness, forcing you to become aggressively defensive or emotionally shut down. However, when you love yourself, you engage with conflict not as a battle for survival, but as an opportunity for mutual understanding and necessary growth. You gain the psychological capacity to hear external feedback without internalizing it as a complete destruction of your identity. You can disagree with a partner without needing their validation to affirm your perspective. 4. Conscious partner selection. Self-love enables you to choose relationships with profound wisdom and surgical precision. When you are operating from a state of desperation for validation, you are prone to settling for partners who are merely available or convenient, rather than those who are genuinely compatible and emotionally healthy. You tolerate toxic dynamics or deep incompatibilities because any relationship feels psychologically superior to the profound fear of solitude. However, when you love yourself, you enjoy your own company and possess no chronic fear of being alone. This critical emotional self-sufficiency removes the desperation that leads to catastrophic relationship errors, allowing you to be selective and choosing individuals who actively add value to your life rather than merely attempting to fill an existing void. 5. Maintaining individual identity, differentiation. Healthy self-love is the foundation of psychological differentiation within a relationship, the ability to maintain your unique individual identity, core interests, personal goals, and separate friendships while simultaneously cultivating deep intimacy. People who lack self-love often psychologically dissolve into their romantic partnerships, sacrificing their individual hobbies, interests, and personal ambitions in an attempt to completely merge with their partner. True intimacy is the art of two whole, complete individuals maintaining their unique boundaries while creating something profoundly beautiful and new together. 6. The courage to exit. Perhaps the ultimate expression of self-love within romance is the courage to definitively end relationships that are chronically toxic, abusive, or fundamentally incompatible with your highest values. When you truly love yourself, you establish a non-negotiable floor for acceptable treatment. You will not tolerate sustained manipulation, chronic disrespect, or any behavior that compromises your psychological well-being or diminishes your spirit. You recognize, with unflinching clarity, that being alone is always superior to remaining in a relationship that forces you to betray your core self. The ripple effect of this transformation extends beyond your personal life. Your professional relationships become exponentially more productive. You become the individual others seek out, a person who radiates stability, authentic confidence, and positive, non-needy energy into every interaction. Your relationships cease to be a source of chronic stress and drama, becoming instead a predictable, sustainable source of joy and mutual support. This positive feedback loop constantly reinforces your self-love, creating a virtuous upward spiral where better relationships fuel greater self-worth, which in turn attracts even more elevated experiences. Loving yourself is not an act of selfishness, it is the absolute foundation for loving others genuinely and well. Chapter 9, The Success Paradox, Why Self-Love Precedes Achievement. A profound, widely accepted fallacy dominates the psychology of modern ambition, the belief that an individual must first achieve success, attain a specific level of wealth, reach a certain professional title, or secure a particular relational status, before they can genuinely afford to love and accept themselves. This destructive, backward approach operates under the premise that external achievement is the precondition for internal worth. However, this model is fundamentally flawed and guarantees a state of chronic, perpetual dissatisfaction. External achievements can never, under any circumstance, fill the vast, internal void created by systemic self-rejection. The absolute truth operates in the exact inverse. Genuine, sustainable success is structurally dependent upon a foundation of unshakable self-love. When you truly love yourself, your critical decision-making processes instantly shift from a position of chronic fear to one of innate strength. You are psychologically liberated to pursue opportunities that are in profound alignment with your authentic desires, rather than those choices calculated merely to impress external observers. You gain an intrinsic, profound ability to persist through immense challenges because your core sense of worth is meticulously insulated from fluctuating external outcomes. You are finally willing to embrace calculated risks because you possess the absolute internal certainty that you can handle and recover from any subsequent outcome. Self-love naturally engenders what psychologists term an internal locus of control. This means you instinctively recognize that your long-term success, happiness, and overall well-being are generated primarily by your own disciplined choices and consistent efforts, rather than being arbitrarily dispensed by external circumstances. This mindset is empirically proven to be one of the most powerful predictors of achievement across all domains of life because it fuels consistent, motivated action and creates unparalleled resilience in the face of inevitable setbacks. The absence of self-love traps individuals in a destructive cycle of seeking validation through incessant achievement. This creates a scarcity mindset, where the individual believes that the world possesses a finite supply of success, love, or recognition. They engage in fierce, desperate competition with others, viewing external success as a direct indictment of their own personal inadequacy. This state of desperate, competitive anxiety actively sabotages performance by interfering with creative innovation, high-level strategic thinking, and essential interpersonal skills. Conversely, when you operate from a foundation of self-love, you operate from a position of profound abundance. You find genuine pleasure in celebrating the achievements of others because their success poses absolutely zero threat to your internally sourced worth. You are psychologically free to engage in highly effective collaboration because your value is not constantly up for competitive debate. You embrace strategic risks because your motivation is rooted in the joy of growth and contribution, rather than the frantic need to perpetually prove your legitimacy. Self-love provides the systemic elimination of self-sabotage, the invisible, destructive force that derails so many individuals precisely as they near their most significant goals. When you subconsciously believe you are undeserving of genuine success, your subconscious mind will generate countless ways to compromise your efforts, through chronic procrastination, careless errors, or creating conflicts that destroy vital opportunities. Your actions become unconsciously, perfectly aligned with your core, toxic belief about your deservedness. When you genuinely love yourself, you believe you are worthy of good things, and your subsequent actions fall into natural alignment with this belief. You honor your commitments, you invest proactively in your growth, and you make conscious choices that support long-term, sustainable success over fleeting, immediate gratification. Key principles of the self-love success formula. 1. Clarity of authentic values. The pursuit of external approval is a profound psychological fog. When you shed the need for external validation, you gain the ability to effortlessly tune into your authentic preferences and values. Self-love enables you to set goals that genuinely ignite your passion, rather than goals merely designed to appear impressive to outside observers or garner fleeting recognition. This clarity of purpose leads to a significantly higher rate of successful persistence. Point 2. Emotional resilience for effort. Success in any complex field demands sustained persistence through inevitable setbacks, failures, and extended periods of slow progress. When you love yourself, these challenges do not compromise your fundamental sense of worth. You gain the invaluable capacity to view failures not as psychological indictments, but as critical, data-rich learning experiences. Your internal dialogue shifts from, "I have failed, therefore I am worthless," to, "I made an error, and I deserve to learn and improve from this experience." This compassionate internal narrative generates a far more sustainable and enjoyable trajectory toward achievement. 3. Enhanced decision-making. Self-love significantly improves your cognitive function by eliminating the emotional charge associated with constantly needing to prove yourself. You are capable of evaluating opportunities with cold, objective clarity, considering only what genuinely serves your long-term growth and happiness, rather than what might avoid criticism or look impressive. This clarity translates directly into wiser, more strategic choices in your career, relationships, and financial direction. Point 4. Magnetic relationship building. The creation of networks and strong professional relationships, essential for most high-level success, becomes effortless when you love yourself. People are instinctively drawn to individuals who are comfortable in their own skin, who do not desperately seek constant validation, and who focus on contributing value rather than extracting approval. Self-love makes you inherently magnetic because you consistently radiate authenticity and grounded confidence. 5. Courage to take essential risks. Significant achievement is intrinsically linked to risk-taking. When you love yourself, risk becomes possible because your core sense of security is internally sourced, not dependent on external outcomes. You are willing to launch new ventures, pursue ambitious creative projects, or execute major career transitions because you possess the internal certainty that you can withstand, adapt to, and recover from any negative outcome. Point 6. Boundary-driven focus. Self-love empowers you to establish and rigorously maintain necessary boundaries around your finite time and vital energy, a non-negotiable requirement for achieving deep mastery and excellence. When you fail to love yourself, you often overcommit, saying yes to everything in a desperate attempt to please everyone. This scattered, frantic approach prevents the intense, sustained focus necessary for world-class performance. The compound effect of self-love on success is mathematically powerful. Each decision executed from a position of self-love tends to create a positive ripple effect, reinforcing your sense of capability and worth. This creates a powerful upward spiral where success builds upon success, confidence reinforces confidence, and love generates more love. Crucially, when success is built upon a foundation of self-love, it feels genuinely and deeply satisfying. You are not constantly moving the goalposts or experiencing the hollow emptiness that often follows externally driven achievement, because your core value is not derived from the accomplishment itself. You can appreciate your successes while remaining grounded in your inherent, unconditional worth as a human being. This self-love success formula is about establishing a new motivational framework, shifting from a life driven by the fear of being unworthy to a life powered by the joyful imperative of expressing your authentic worth. This systemic change ensures that the success you achieve is not only monumental but also holistic, sustainable, and truly fulfilling. Chapter 10. The Resilience Crucible, Unconditional Self-Love in Times of Crisis. The definitive, ultimate test of your cultivated self-love is not determined by how you navigate periods of prosperity, success, or ease. It is revealed exclusively by your internal response to the inevitable storms of life, the periods of acute crisis, unexpected failure, profound loss, sudden rejection, and pervasive uncertainty. Every human life is guaranteed to face these challenging phases. These turbulent times function as an internal crucible, ruthlessly exposing whether your commitment to self-love is superficial, conditional, and fragile, or whether it has been forged into something deep, unconditional, and utterly unshakable. Learning the discipline of maintaining self-compassion during acute difficulty is the precise mechanism that differentiates temporary self-improvement from irreversible psychological transformation. The vast majority of individuals only practice self-love when they feel psychologically deserving of it. They afford themselves kindness and gentleness when they are successfully productive, meeting their internal standards, or basking in external validation. However, the precise moment they commit an error, face a major setback, or experience significant failure, their self-compassion instantly vanishes, replaced by a torrent of harsh self-criticism and debilitating judgment. This form of conditional self-love is an elaborate psychological deception. It is merely another form of perfectionism disguised as self-care. Genuine self-love is inherently unconditional. It dictates that you must treat yourself with profound kindness, persistent understanding, and unwavering support, especially during periods when you are struggling, failing, or acutely challenged. This commitment means serving as your own most loyal advocate and best friend during your deepest moments of emotional darkness, rather than becoming your own relentless internal enemy. This commitment is not a rationalization for poor behavior or a lowering of necessary standards. It is the fundamental act of maintaining your intrinsic, core sense of worth irrespective of volatile external circumstances. Understanding the neurobiology of crisis response. The acute storms of life possess the power to trigger and reactivate our deepest, oldest psychological wounds and most toxic patterns of self-rejection. A sudden job loss can instantly trigger dormant childhood feelings of deep inadequacy. The abrupt termination of a relationship may activate primal fears of abandonment and the ingrained belief that you are fundamentally unlovable. A serious health crisis can flood your system with paralyzing feelings of vulnerability, overwhelming your usual, stable coping mechanisms. These external events are capable of temporarily hijacking your nervous system, forcing you back into the immediate, destructive, old patterns of self-attack. Understanding this neurophysiological process is absolutely vital. It enables you to recognize that the self-critical thoughts that surge during difficulty are not necessarily accurate, objective, or helpful. They are frequently old trauma responses, archaic programming, or the brain's frantic, desperate attempt to re-establish control within an uncertain environment. When you can successfully classify these thoughts as predictable symptoms of profound stress, rather than accurate assessments of your innate worth, you gain the clarity to respond to them with compassion instead of blind belief. Your amygdala, the brain's alarm system, becomes hyperactive during crisis. It perceives threat everywhere, even in situations that pose no actual danger to your survival. This hyperactivation floods your system with cortisol and adrenaline, the stress hormones that prepare you for fight, flight, or freeze. In this state, your prefrontal cortex, the region responsible for rational thinking, perspective-taking, and self-compassion, goes partially offline. This is why, during crisis, you often cannot think your way out of distress. Your brain is literally not functioning in its normal, balanced state. This neurobiological reality means that the harsh, catastrophic thoughts you experience during crisis are not rational assessments, they are fear-based survival responses. When you understand this, you can begin to observe these thoughts with compassion rather than believing them as absolute truth. You can say to yourself, "My brain is in survival mode right now." These thoughts are a symptom of stress, not a reflection of reality. I can acknowledge them without being consumed by them. The foundation, radical acceptance of your humanity. The practice of self-love during a crisis must begin with radical acceptance of your own humanity. Humans are engineered to experience pain, to commit errors, to face unavoidable failures, and to struggle with immense challenges. This is not evidence of personal failure or inherent inadequacy, it is the universal human condition. When you successfully normalize your struggles rather than interpreting them as definitive proof of personal deficiency, you create the psychological space necessary for self-compassion to emerge and function. Radical acceptance does not mean passive resignation or approval of difficult circumstances. It means acknowledging reality exactly as it is, without the additional layer of suffering created by resistance, denial, or self-blame. It is the recognition, this is happening. This is painful. I did not choose this, but this is my current reality. I can accept this reality while still working to change what I can change. Consider the difference between these two internal responses to job loss. Response without radical acceptance: I can't believe this happened to me. This is a disaster. I must have done something wrong. I'm such a failure. My life is ruined. I'll never recover from this. Response with radical acceptance: I lost my job. This is painful and challenging. I didn't want this, but it happened. Many people lose jobs, it's part of the economic reality. This doesn't define my worth. I will feel this pain, and I will also take steps to move forward. The first response creates a cascade of shame, catastrophizing, and paralysis. The second response creates space for grief while maintaining dignity and forward momentum. This is the power of radical acceptance. Self-love protocol during crisis: 7 essential practices. When crisis strikes, you need a concrete, actionable protocol, not vague platitudes about being kind to yourself. The following 7 practices form a comprehensive system for maintaining unconditional self-love during the most difficult periods of your life. 1. Intentional self-soothing: meeting your own needs. During acute difficulty, intentional self-soothing becomes non-negotiable. This means consciously and proactively providing yourself with comfort, care, and support when you are in pain. It involves physical acts like comforting yourself with warmth, gentle, regulating movement, or nourishing food. It mandates emotional acts like honest journaling, seeking supportive dialogue with trusted friends, or engaging in activities that bring genuine, unburdened joy. The key is to actively and consistently care for yourself rather than passively abandoning yourself during your time of most critical need. Self-soothing is not indulgence or weakness, it is essential nervous system regulation. When you are in crisis, your nervous system is dysregulated. Self-soothing practices activate the parasympathetic nervous system, which counteracts the stress response and returns your body to a state of safety and calm. Concrete self-soothing practices include: physical self-soothing: wrap yourself in a soft blanket. Take a warm bath or shower. Place your hand on your heart and feel your own heartbeat. Engage in gentle movement like walking, stretching, or yoga. Drink warm tea slowly and mindfully. Lie down in a safe, comfortable space. Use bilateral stimulation like butterfly taps, alternating gentle taps on your shoulders or thighs, to regulate your nervous system. Emotional self-soothing: write in a journal without censoring yourself, let the emotions flow onto the page. Call a trusted friend who listens without judgment. Cry fully and completely, allowing the tears to move through you. Listen to music that matches and then gradually shifts your emotional state. Speak to yourself as you would speak to a beloved friend in pain: I'm here with you. You're not alone. We'll get through this together. Environmental self-soothing: create a safe, comforting space in your home, a corner with soft lighting, comfortable seating, and objects that bring peace. Limit exposure to harsh stimuli like aggressive news, social media comparison, or chaotic environments. Spend time in nature if possible. The nervous system naturally regulates in natural settings. Engage with animals if you have access to them. The presence of a calm animal can be profoundly soothing. The critical principle is this: you must parent yourself during crisis. If a child came to you in pain, you would not lecture them about their inadequacy or tell them to toughen up. You would comfort them, hold them, speak gently to them, and meet their needs. You deserve the same treatment from yourself. 2. Emotional regulation: the observer's perspective. Regulation requires the fundamental understanding that intense emotions are merely temporary visitors, not permanent residents of your consciousness. When you are enveloped by grief, anxiety, or despair, the pain feels infinite. However, emotions are energy in motion, and when permitted to flow naturally without resistance, they invariably transform and subside. Actively fighting against painful emotions or harshly judging yourself for experiencing them only intensifies and dangerously prolongs the necessary period of suffering. The practice of emotional regulation during crisis involves cultivating what psychologists call metacognitive awareness, the ability to observe your thoughts and emotions without being completely identified with them. This is sometimes described as the witness or observer perspective. Here's how to develop this capacity. Name the emotion. Instead of "I am devastated," say "I am experiencing devastation." This subtle linguistic shift creates psychological distance. You are not the emotion, you are the person experiencing the emotion. The emotion is a weather pattern moving through you, not your permanent identity. Locate the emotion in your body, Where do you feel the grief, anxiety, or despair? In your chest? Your stomach? Your throat? By locating the physical sensation, you move from abstract overwhelm to concrete, observable experience. You can sit with a sensation in your chest. You cannot sit with, "My life is falling apart." Breathe with the emotion. Instead of trying to make the emotion go away, breathe directly into the physical location where you feel it. Imagine your breath flowing into that space, creating room for the emotion to exist without resistance. This paradoxically allows the emotion to move and shift more quickly than fighting it does. Track the intensity. Notice that emotions are not static. They rise, peak, and fall. Even the most intense grief has moments where the intensity lessens slightly. By tracking these fluctuations, you realize that no emotional state is permanent. This creates hope. This pain is unbearable right now, but I notice it's slightly less intense than it was 10 minutes ago. It will continue to shift. Separate thoughts from facts. During crisis, your mind generates catastrophic thoughts. "I'll never recover. This is permanent. I'm broken forever." Practice labeling these as thoughts, not facts. "I'm having the thought that I'll never recover. That's a thought my frightened mind is generating. It's not necessarily true." This creates space between you and the thought, reducing its power. 3. The pause and perspective shift, expanding the narrow view. During a crisis, your internal view becomes catastrophically narrow. Everything feels permanent and overwhelmingly final. You must deliberately expand your perspective. Recall past crises you successfully navigated and overcame. Objectively consider what unique, painful lesson this current situation might teach you, or project forward, imagining how you will view this tumultuous period from the vantage point of a healed, future self. This disciplined perspective-taking helps restore hope and balance. Crisis creates tunnel vision, both literally and metaphorically. Your attention narrows to the immediate threat. Your time horizon collapses to the present moment. You lose access to the broader context of your life. The pause and perspective shift is the deliberate practice of stepping back from the narrow, panicked view to see the larger landscape. Temporal perspective, looking backward, make a list of past crises you faced. A breakup that felt like the end of the world. A job loss that terrified you. A health scare that consumed you with fear. A conflict that seemed unresolvable. Now notice, you survived all of them. You're here, reading this, having moved through and beyond those experiences. This is not empty optimism, it's empirical evidence. You have a 100% track record of surviving difficult times. This current crisis will also be survived. Temporal perspective, looking forward, imagine yourself 1 year from now, 5 years from now, looking back on this current crisis. What will you have learned? How will you have grown? What strength will you have discovered in yourself? Often, the crises that feel most devastating in the moment become, in retrospect, turning points that led to profound growth, necessary change, or unexpected opportunities. You cannot see this while you're in the crisis, but you can choose to trust the pattern. Spatial perspective, zooming out, imagine viewing your life from above, like a bird flying over a vast landscape. The crisis you're experiencing is one chapter in a much longer story. It's a storm system moving across the landscape, not the permanent climate. This zooming out doesn't minimize your pain, it contextualizes it. You are more than this moment. Your life is larger than this crisis. Meaning perspective, searching for growth, this is delicate territory and must be approached with care. You should never minimize your pain or force premature, silver lining thinking. However, once you've acknowledged the reality and felt the pain, you can gently inquire, what might this be teaching me? What strength might I discover? What change might this be inviting? Sometimes the answer is simply, I'm learning that I'm more resilient than I knew. That's enough. 4. Fierce self-advocacy, standing up for your needs. During difficult periods, self-advocacy transforms into an essential act of self-love. This means courageously standing up for your own needs, actively seeking external help and support without shame, and resolutely refusing to tolerate treatment from others that adds unnecessarily to your suffering. Many individuals, crippled by crisis, regress into passive victimhood, accepting poor treatment because they erroneously believe their struggles make them burdensome or undeserving of care. Self-love means maintaining the unshakable knowledge that you deserve respect and support, particularly when you are most vulnerable. Fierce self-advocacy begins with the recognition that needing help is not weakness, it is wisdom. No human is designed to face severe crisis alone. We are social animals whose survival has always depended on community support. The cultural myth of the self-made individual who needs no one is not only false but dangerous. It keeps people isolated in their suffering, believing they should be able to handle everything alone. Asking for what you need, be specific and direct. Not, "I'm struggling, but I need someone to listen" without trying to fix anything. "Can you sit with me for 30 minutes? Not, "Things are hard, but I need help with groceries this week. Can you pick up a few things for me?" People often want to help but don't know how. Clear requests make it possible for them to support you effectively. Refusing additional harm, crisis makes you vulnerable, and some people, even well-meaning ones, may add to your suffering through judgment, unsolicited advice, or emotional demands. Fierce self-advocacy means saying, "I can't engage in this conversation right now. I need space." Or, "That comment isn't helpful. Please don't say things like that to me." This isn't rude, it's necessary boundary setting to protect your healing process. Seeking professional support, therapists, counselors, coaches, support groups, these are not luxuries for the weak. They are essential resources for the wise. If you broke your leg, you would go to a doctor without shame. Your emotional and psychological injuries deserve the same level of professional care. Seeking this support is not an admission of failure, it's an investment in your recovery and future well-being. Advocating in systems, if your crisis involves institutions, healthcare systems, legal systems, workplaces, you may need to advocate assertively for fair treatment. This might mean challenging a decision, requesting accommodations, or insisting on being heard. Many people, especially when vulnerable, accept whatever they're told by authority figures. Self-love means remembering that you have rights, and you're allowed to assert them. 5. Responsible boundary adjustments, protecting your energy. Boundaries must often be dynamically adjusted during challenging periods. You may need to severely limit your exposure to toxic people, overwhelming external obligations, or chronic negative media. You must actively ask for help with burdens that feel too heavy to carry alone. Self-love demands that you protect your vital energy and emotional well-being during recovery, rather than pushing through paralyzing pain out of a toxic sense of guilt or perceived obligation. During crisis, your capacity is genuinely reduced. You have less emotional bandwidth, less physical energy, less mental clarity. This is not failure, this is physiological reality. Your system is allocating enormous resources to processing the crisis and maintaining basic functioning. There is less left over for everything else. Recognizing this reality allows you to make wise boundary decisions. Obligation boundaries. You may need to say no to commitments that, under normal circumstances, you would fulfill. This might feel uncomfortable or guilt-inducing. Practice saying, "Under normal circumstances, I would do this. Right now, I'm in crisis and need to conserve my energy for healing. I need to decline." Most reasonable people will understand. Those who don't are revealing their lack of empathy, which is information about them, not about you. Relationship boundaries. Some relationships drain your energy even in the best of times. During crisis, they become unsustainable. You may need to significantly limit contact with demanding, critical, or emotionally volatile people. This is not cruelty, it's self-preservation. You can return to greater engagement when you've stabilized, but right now, protection is the priority. Information boundaries. Constant exposure to news, social media, or crisis-related information can keep your nervous system in a state of perpetual activation. You may need to severely limit or temporarily eliminate these inputs. Set specific times to check necessary information, then step away. You don't need to be constantly plugged in to be informed or responsible. Time boundaries. You may need more rest, more solitude, more unstructured time than usual. Honor this. Pushing yourself to maintain your normal pace during crisis is not discipline, it's self-harm. Allow yourself to move more slowly. Allow yourself to do less. Allow yourself to simply be as you heal. 6. Framing the narrative, the stories that shape your experience. The internal stories you construct about your struggles profoundly impact your ability to maintain self-love. Are you consciously framing your challenges as irrefutable evidence of personal failure, or as unique opportunities for profound growth and hardened resilience? Are you allowing yourself to regress into the role of a victim of circumstance, or are you defining yourself as an individual courageously navigating a complex, difficult situation? The narrative you consciously select shapes your emotional experience and your capacity to treat yourself with unconditional compassion. The power of narrative is not about denying reality or engaging in toxic positivity. It's about recognizing that there are always multiple true stories you can tell about any situation, and the story you choose has real consequences for your well-being. Victim narrative: this happened to me. I'm powerless. Life is against me. I'm broken. I'll never recover. Why does this always happen to me? Survivor narrative: this happened, and it's terrible, but I'm still here. I'm finding ways to cope. I'm reaching for support. I'm taking small steps forward even when it's hard. I'm surviving this. Growth narrative: this is the hardest thing I've faced, and I'm discovering strength I didn't know I had. I'm learning what truly matters. I'm being forced to grow in ways I wouldn't have chosen, but I'm growing nonetheless. All three narratives can be true simultaneously. You are affected by what happened, victim. You are coping and surviving, survivor. You are learning and growing, growth. But the narrative you emphasize most shapes your emotional experience and your sense of agency. Self-compassion invites the survivor and growth narratives without denying the victim reality. Yes, something difficult happened to you. And also, you are responding to it with courage, resourcefulness, and resilience. Both are true. 7. Professional support as self-love, the wisdom of seeking help. Seeking specialized professional support, therapy, counseling, or coaching, during significant challenges is not a signal of weakness, it is a signal of profound wisdom and self-valuation. You would instinctively seek a physician for a severe physical injury. Mental and emotional injuries require, and fundamentally deserve, the identical level of professional, expert care. Self-love is the financial and emotional commitment to investing fiercely in your own long-term healing and robust psychological well-being. The stigma around seeking mental health support is slowly diminishing. But it still exists in many communities and contexts. You may hear internal or external voices suggesting that therapy is for crazy people, that you should be able to handle things on your own, that seeking help is an admission of defeat. These voices are wrong. Here's the truth. Therapy provides expert guidance from someone trained in the specific skills of emotional processing, trauma recovery, and psychological healing. You wouldn't try to perform surgery on yourself. Why would you expect to navigate complex psychological territory without professional guidance? Therapy offers an external perspective when your own view has become distorted by crisis. When you're in the middle of a storm, it's hard to see the way out. A skilled therapist can help you see options and possibilities you cannot see from inside your overwhelm. Therapy creates a safe container for processing intense emotions. You may fear that if you fully feel your grief, rage, or despair, you'll be overwhelmed and never recover. A therapist helps you titrate the emotional work, feeling enough to process and heal, but not so much that you become re-traumatized. Therapy is an investment with compound returns. The money and time you spend now will save you years of unnecessary suffering. The skills you learn in therapy become tools you carry for the rest of your life, making you more equipped to handle future challenges. If cost is a barrier, investigate sliding scale therapists, community mental health centers, support groups, many are free, online therapy platforms with lower costs, or therapy training clinics where supervised graduate students provide services at reduced rates. Prioritizing this investment is an act of profound self-love. The transformation, crisis as crucible. The crises and storms of life are, ultimately, the greatest opportunities to deepen your self-love, rather than allowing those events to destroy it. Every challenge you navigate successfully with deliberate self-compassion structurally reinforces your confidence in your innate ability to handle any future difficulty. You develop an unshakable, profound faith in your own resilience and intrinsic worth that can never be diminished by external, fluctuating circumstances. This is the point where self-love transcends being a mere practice and fundamentally transforms into an unshakable way of being, an internal foundation that sustains you through every subsequent challenge life may present. The metaphor of the crucible is precise. A crucible is a container that withstands extreme heat, allowing raw materials to be melted down and transformed into something purer and stronger. Crisis is your crucible. The raw material is your conditional, fragile self-worth. The extreme heat is the intensity of the challenge. The transformation is the forging of unconditional, unshakable self-love. This transformation doesn't happen automatically. You don't simply endure crisis and emerge stronger. You must consciously practice self-compassion throughout the crisis. You must repeatedly choose kindness over criticism, support over abandonment, perspective over panic. Each choice is a hammer strike, shaping the person you're becoming. After you emerge from crisis with your self-love intact, perhaps even deepened, you will never be the same. You will have empirical, embodied evidence that you can trust yourself to be there for yourself no matter what happens. This is not arrogance or invulnerability. You will still feel pain, still struggle, still face difficulty. But underneath it all will be an unshakable foundation. I know how to take care of myself. I know I won't abandon myself. I know I'm resilient. I know I'm worthy, no matter what. This is the ultimate fruit of practicing self-love during crisis. You become genuinely, unshakably grounded in your own worth. External circumstances may change. You may succeed or fail. You may be celebrated or criticized. You may face loss or gain. None of it fundamentally threatens you anymore, because your worth is no longer conditional on any of it. This is freedom. This is resilience. This is the unconditional self-love that crisis reveals and strengthens. And this is your birthright, waiting to be claimed through practice, commitment, and unwavering compassion toward yourself, especially when life is hardest. Conclusion: the unconditional vow, claiming your authentic destiny. You have now successfully completed a systematic, comprehensive 2-hour protocol designed not merely to discuss self-love, but to methodically re-engineer the core architecture of your mind for unconditional worth. This is the moment of synthesis, the critical juncture where abstract knowledge must be decisively transformed into irreversible personal action. Your exposure to these principles must mark the absolute end of your existence as a passive seeker of external validation. This journey has provided you with the ultimate blueprint. Neuroscience: you now understand that self-rejection is a measurable, physically painful brain pattern, and that self-compassion is the precise, neurochemically validated antidote. The amygdala fires when you criticize yourself as if you're under threat. Your nervous system cannot distinguish between external attack and internal criticism. But when you practice self-compassion, the parasympathetic nervous system activates, releasing oxytocin and promoting genuine healing. This is not philosophy, this is biology. Childhood programming: you have deciphered the destructive childhood programming that created conditional worth, realizing that your self-rejection is a learned survival mechanism, not an objective truth about who you are. The critical voice in your head is not yours, it's the internalized voice of caregivers, teachers, peers, and a culture that taught you that love must be earned. You absorbed the message that you were only valuable when you performed, pleased, or perfected. This was never true. It was a lie you learned to survive. Validation vortex: you have committed to dismantling the validation vortex, understanding that your internal peace is far too valuable to be dependent on the volatile, chaotic opinions of the outside world. External validation is an addiction with diminishing returns. No amount of praise, likes, achievements, or approval will ever fill the void created by self-rejection. The only sustainable source of worth is internal, unconditional, and generated by you. For essential pillars, you have built self-awareness, acceptance, compassion, and care, establishing the stable, systematic foundation for emotional and psychological resilience. Self-awareness allows you to observe your patterns without judgment. Acceptance gives you permission to be human and imperfect. Compassion transforms your relationship with suffering. care translates insight into action. Together, these pillars create an unshakable internal structure. Silencing the inner critic. You have been equipped with the strategic arsenal to silence your inner critic, recognizing it as a saboteur whose harsh voice must be replaced by your own wise, compassionate internal coach. The inner critic masquerades as a protector, claiming it keeps you safe through criticism. In reality, it keeps you small, afraid, and paralyzed. You now know how to challenge its lies, reframe its messages, and ultimately replace its voice with one of wisdom and kindness. Emotional alchemy. You have mastered the transformation necessary for emotional integration, choosing to accept and skillfully respond to all your emotions rather than suppress and fragment your authentic self. Emotions are not enemies to be conquered but messengers to be understood. Anger signals boundary violations. Sadness signals loss. Fear signals perceived threat. Shame signals internalized unworthiness. When you stop resisting emotions and start listening to them, you access profound wisdom. Self-love precedes achievement. You understand that self-love is the absolute precondition for sustainable success, powerful resilience, and healthy relationships. The old paradigm taught you to achieve first, then love yourself. This is backwards. When you love yourself first, you operate from wholeness rather than lack. You take healthy risks. You recover from failure. You attract relationships based on mutual respect rather than desperate need. Success becomes the natural byproduct of self-worth, not the prerequisite for it. Anchor in life storms. Critically, you have learned that unconditional self-love is the only reliable anchor during inevitable life storms, ensuring that you treat yourself with profound kindness even, and especially, when you are struggling, failing, or at your most vulnerable. Life will break you open. Relationships will end. Careers will collapse. Health will fail. Dreams will die. In those moments, the quality of your relationship with yourself determines whether you shatter or transform. Self-compassion is not a luxury for good times, it is survival equipment for hard times. The time for theoretical contemplation is over. The time for unwavering self-commitment is now. Do not permit this profound framework to be relegated to the shelf of good intentions. The work is not complete simply because the audio has ended, the work begins now, with your very next choice. You possess all the necessary data, every critical technique, and the scientific rationale to live an entirely new, fully integrated, and self-governed life. Your life is not defined by the circumstances of your past, the limitations of your caregivers, or the opinions of external observers. Your life is defined exclusively by the unconditional vow you make to yourself today. Stop waiting for the perfect moment. Stop waiting for the validation that will never be enough. Stop waiting for the world to confirm your worth. That confirmation is not coming from the outside, it must be powerfully generated from within. The person you have spent the last 2 hours forging, the stronger, wiser, more self-compassionate, and utterly unstoppable version of you, is now fully present and available. This authentic self needs you to honor the covenant you have made with yourself. Your mandate is singular. Step forward and claim your destiny. Choose to live from a position of wholeness, not neediness. Choose to set boundaries that honor your worth, not protect your fear of rejection. Choose self-compassion over self-criticism in every moment of difficulty. Start this new reality not with a monumental, dramatic declaration, but with one single, focused, disciplined act of self-love. Go and embody the truth you have learned. You are worthy. You are enough. You are whole. The time for seeking love is over. The time for becoming your own ultimate love story has begun. What should you do now? The implementation blueprint. This conclusion is not an ending, but a genuine beginning. The question standing before you is, how will you transform this knowledge into lived action? Knowledge without application is merely intellectual entertainment. You have been given the map, now you must walk the terrain. Your first step, the immediate action protocol. Today, right now, in this very moment, ask yourself a simple but profound question: where do I most urgently need to show myself compassion? Do not overthink this. Your body and intuition already know the answer. Perhaps it's the place where you'll forgive yourself for a past mistake that you've weaponized against yourself for years. Perhaps it's the point where you've neglected your physical health, treating your body as a machine rather than a sacred vessel. Perhaps it's the lack of boundaries in a relationship where you feel insignificant, invisible, or perpetually drained. Identify that area. Focus on that area. Take one action today. This action doesn't have to be grand or transformative in scope. It can be as small as looking at yourself kindly in the mirror in the morning and saying, "I see you. You're doing your best." It can be as simple as acknowledging a mistake without the avalanche of self-judgment that usually follows. It can be as courageous as saying no to someone who habitually drains your energy, time, or peace. The magnitude matters less than the consciousness. Intentional self-love, even in microscopic doses, rewires your neural pathways. The single action rule: compound growth through consistency. Every day, without exception, take one conscious action that reinforces your unconditional self-love. This is non-negotiable. Just as you wouldn't skip brushing your teeth or eating, you cannot skip your daily self-love practice. The accumulation of these actions, small, consistent, determined choices, changes the fabric of your identity over time. Neuroscience confirms this. Neuroplasticity is real. Your brain can be restructured. Neural pathways that have carried self-criticism for decades can be weakened through disuse. New pathways carrying self-compassion can be strengthened through repetition. But this happens only through repeated, deliberate practice. One grand gesture of self-love is less effective than 365 small ones. Consider this: if you take one small action of self-love every day for a year, you will have 365 discrete moments of choosing yourself. That is 365 times your brain receives the message, "I am worth caring for." That is 365 neural firings creating and strengthening new pathways. That is transformative. Formulate your internal vow, the covenant with your soul. Now, harness the power of this moment. Ceremonialize your commitment. Say to yourself, aloud if possible, or write it with your own hand: "I vow to myself that I will no longer seek my worth from external validation. I acknowledge that my worth is internal, inherent, and unconditional. It does not fluctuate based on my productivity, my appearance, my achievements, or others' opinions. I am worthy because I exist. I am enough because I am alive." Every day, especially when I struggle, when I fail, and when I am vulnerable, I will treat myself with compassion. I will speak to myself as I would speak to someone I deeply love. I will silence my inner critic by recognizing it as a false protector. I will integrate my emotions rather than suppress them. I will live from self-love, not self-optimization. This vow is not dependent on external conditions. This vow does not require perfect execution. This vow allows for my humanity, my mistakes, my limitations. This is my unwavering commitment to myself, in sickness and health, in success and failure, in strength and weakness. I am my own ultimate partner, and I will not abandon myself ever again. Affirm your vow, creating external anchors. Write this vow somewhere permanent and visible. In your phone's notes as a daily reminder. In a journal you read each morning. On a paper you stick to your bathroom mirror. As the wallpaper on your computer. Make it visible. Make it unavoidable. Let it be your North Star when you lose your way. Why? Because the old structures, self-criticism, validation-seeking, self-rejection, people-pleasing, are powerful. They have neural superhighways in your brain. They have decades of reinforcement. They are your default setting. They will try to silently return, especially during stress, failure, or vulnerability. Your vow, made visible, serves as a pattern interrupt. It breaks the automaticity of old habits. It reminds you that you have chosen a different way. Honor the process, nonlinear growth and self-compassion. Self-love is not a linear journey with steady upward progress. It is not a mountain you climb once and plant a flag at the summit. It is a practice you return to again and again, sometimes hourly, sometimes moment by moment. You will take steps backward. You will find yourself returning to old habits of self-criticism. You will seek validation you swore you no longer needed. You will set a boundary and then collapse it. You will practice self-compassion for weeks and then spend a day in brutal self-attack. The critical voice will come back. The validation vortex will try to pull you back in. This is expected. This is normal. This is not failure, this is the very terrain of growth. When you step backward, the practice is simple but profound. Don't punish yourself for the regression. That would be self-rejection about self-rejection, criticism about criticism. Instead, respond with awareness and compassion. There it is. My old pattern has returned. I observe it with curiosity, not judgment. This doesn't mean I've failed. This means I'm human. I acknowledge the pattern, and now I choose differently. I return to self-compassion, not because I'm perfect, but because I'm committed. This response, compassionate awareness rather than harsh judgment, is the actual practice. The goal is not to never falter. The goal is to meet yourself with kindness when you do. Build your support system, you are not alone. This work, while deeply personal, does not require isolation. In fact, isolation often reinforces the false belief that you must earn love by being perfect and self-sufficient. You don't have to do this alone. Therapy provides professional support for processing trauma and building new patterns. Coaching offers accountability and strategic guidance. Support groups create community with others on the same journey. Trusted friends provide witnessing and encouragement. These resources are not signs of weakness but signs of wisdom. People who genuinely invest in themselves ask for help. They recognize that healing happens in connection, not isolation. Also, regularly consume materials that nourish self-compassion practice. Read books by Kristen Neff, Brené Brown, Tara Brach. Listen to guided self-compassion meditations. Watch talks that reinforce these principles. The bombardment of external messages continues, messages that tell you you're not enough, that you need to do more, be more, achieve more to deserve love. You must consciously counter-program by feeding your mind with truth. Concrete daily practices, the architecture of self-love. Theory must be translated into ritual. Here are specific, actionable practices to integrate into your daily life. Morning ritual, 5 to 10 minutes. When you wake up, before checking your phone or engaging with the world's demands, take a moment for yourself. Place your hand on your heart. Take 3 deep breaths. Ask yourself, how can I show myself compassion today? What do I need? Listen for the answer. It might be rest, movement, creativity, connection, solitude, or simply gentleness. Set an intention to honor that need. Don't let your first thought of the day be self-criticism, the mental review of yesterday's mistakes or today's inadequacies. Interrupt that pattern. Replace it with, I am worthy of a good day. I am enough, exactly as I am. Midday checkpoint, 2 to 3 minutes. Stop in the middle of your day, ideally around lunch. Pause whatever you're doing. Close your eyes if possible. Scan your body from head to toe. Where are you holding tension? What emotions are present? Don't judge them, simply notice them. Ask yourself, what do I need right now? Maybe you need water, food, fresh air, a brief walk, a moment of stillness, or to say no to something. Honor that need if possible. Even if you can't fully meet it, the act of asking and acknowledging is self-compassion. Evening reflection, 5 to 10 minutes. Before bed, reflect on your day with kindness. Don't review your failures and shortcomings, that's the old pattern. Instead, ask, where did I show myself compassion today? Where did I choose self-love, even imperfectly? Recognize one moment, however small. Maybe you took a break when you were exhausted. Maybe you spoke kindly to yourself after a mistake. Maybe you said no to something that would have drained you. Celebrate it. Write it down. Let it be evidence that you are changing. If you can't find a moment, that's okay too. Meet yourself with compassion about that. Today was hard. I didn't practice as much as I wanted. Tomorrow is a new opportunity. I am still worthy. Self-compassion breaks, as needed throughout the day. In moments of stress, failure, disappointment, or pain, pause. This is when self-compassion is most needed and most powerful. Place your hand over your heart. Feel the warmth of your own touch. Take 3 slow, deep breaths. Say to yourself, aloud or silently, "This is a moment of suffering. Suffering is part of life. May I be kind to myself in this moment. May I give myself the compassion I need." Or use a shorter version, "This is difficult. I'm doing my best. I deserve kindness." This simple practice interrupts the automatic cascade of self-criticism that usually follows difficulty. It creates a moment of choice. Will I attack myself or support myself? Boundary setting practice, love in action. Self-love without boundaries is impossible. Boundaries are not walls that keep people out, they are containers that keep your peace, energy, and dignity in. Allowing people to use you, disrespect you, manipulate you, or drain you is not self-love, kindness, or generosity. It is self-abandonment. It is the old pattern of earning love by sacrificing yourself. This week, identify one boundary that would honor yourself. Perhaps it's saying no to a request that overwhelms you. Perhaps it's ending a conversation that feels toxic. Perhaps it's asking someone to treat you differently. Perhaps it's limiting time with someone who consistently diminishes you. Implement that boundary, even if it feels uncomfortable. Especially if it feels uncomfortable. The discomfort is not a sign you're doing something wrong, it's a sign you're doing something new. Your nervous system is habituated to self-abandonment. Boundaries will feel foreign at first. Do it anyway. Remember, people who truly care about you will respect your boundaries. People who don't respect your boundaries are revealing that they care more about their access to you than your well-being. That is valuable information. Redefine failure, the compassionate perspective. Mistakes, setbacks, and failures are inevitable and necessary parts of growth. The old paradigm treated failure as evidence of unworthiness, triggering shame and self-attack. The new paradigm treats failure as information and an opportunity for self-compassion. When you make a mistake, notice your first response. If it's harsh criticism, "I'm so stupid, I always mess up, I'm a failure," pause. That's the old pattern. Interrupt it. Replace it with, "I made a mistake. I'm human. What can I learn from this? How can I support myself through this?" Every mistake asks, "How can I better support myself?" not, "What's wrong with me?" This shift, from shame to curiosity, from attack to support, is the essence of self-compassion in action. Long-term vision, the life you're building. Imagine 6 months from now. Imagine a year from now. Imagine 5 years from now. See yourself clearly, someone who loves themselves unconditionally. Someone who lives from internal peace rather than external validation. Someone who sets boundaries, honors their needs, speaks kindly to themselves, and moves through life with quiet confidence rooted in self-worth, not achievement. That person exists as a possibility within you right now. But that person becomes your reality only through the choices you make today, tomorrow, and every day after. This is not about perfection. You will still have hard days. You will still struggle. You will still face pain, loss, failure, and disappointment. Self-love doesn't eliminate suffering, it changes your relationship to suffering. Instead of suffering alone, attacking yourself, you suffer with your own compassionate presence. Final call, the moment of choice. When you finish reading this text, the world will greet you as if you haven't changed. The old demands will still be there. The old voices, internal and external, will still speak. The old pressures will still press. But you have changed. You now possess knowledge, tools, and a framework that most people never encounter. You understand the neuroscience of self-compassion. You recognize your childhood programming. You know how to silence your inner critic. You have a daily practice. You have a vow. The question is, will you honor what you know? This transformation begins not with waiting for the outside to change, but with the inside changing. You cannot control what the world does to you. You can control what you do for yourself. Keep your vow to yourself. Every day, in every choice. When you're tired. When you fail. When you're criticized. When you're lonely. When you're scared. Especially then. That's when the vow matters most. Because no one else can do this for you. The Savior is not coming. The perfect circumstances are not coming. The external validation that finally makes you feel enough is not coming. But you are already here. You are your own Savior. You are the one you've been waiting for. You are worthy, unconditionally, irrevocably, indisputably. Not because of what you've achieved, but because you exist. Not because you're perfect, but because you're human. Not because you've earned it, but because it's your birthright. The time has come not just to know this, but to live it. To embody it. To make it the organizing principle of your entire life. Now go. Build that life. One conscious, compassionate action. Then one more. Then one more. Day after day. Choice after choice. Moment after moment. The time for seeking love is over. The time for becoming your own ultimate love story has begun. This is your unconditional vow. This is your authentic destiny.
The Discipline of Self-Control. Welcome to the new audiobook video. Every reaction you give either builds your peace or destroys it. In the span of a single moment between what happens to you and how you respond, lies your entire life. Not the life you imagine, not the life you wish for, but the life you are actually living, breath by breath, choice by choice, reaction by reaction. Self-control is not suppression. It is not the art of swallowing your truth or hiding your feelings behind a mask of composure. It is something far deeper, far more powerful. It is mastery. The kind of mastery that allows you to be present with what you feel without being controlled by it. To acknowledge what arises within you without letting it dictate your actions. It is learning to pause before you speak, to think before you act, and to observe before you judge. This pause, this sacred space between stimulus and response, is where your power lives. It is the difference between reacting from emotion and responding from wisdom, between being pushed by circumstance and being guided by clarity. The one who controls their inner world shapes their outer world. This is not a metaphor. This is observable truth. Your external reality is a mirror of your internal state. The chaos you see around you began as chaos within you. The peace you seek in your environment must first be cultivated in your being, because the strongest person isn't the loudest one. It is not the one who dominates conversations or demands attention or forces their will upon others. The strongest person is the one who stays calm when everything demands a reaction, the one who can sit in the fire of provocation and not be burned, the one who witnesses their own anger, their own fear, their own impulse, and then chooses differently. This is the power we speak of. Not the power to control others, but the power to master yourself. Not the power to avoid feeling, but the power to feel fully without being swept away. Not the power to silence your humanity, but the power to guide it with wisdom. And this power is not reserved for the enlightened few. It is available to you. Right now. In this moment. Through awareness, through practice, through the patient work of learning to watch your mind instead of being lost in it. The journey begins here, with the simple recognition that you are not your reactions. You are the awareness that can choose how to respond. And in that choice lies everything. Chapter 1. Control begins with awareness. You can't control what you don't notice. This is the first law of inner mastery, and it is absolute. Before discipline, before restraint, before any change in behavior can occur, there must first be awareness. You must see the pattern before you can shift it. You must witness the impulse before you can redirect it. You must catch the thought at its inception before it cascades into action. Every word, emotion, and impulse begins as a small signal in the mind. A flicker, a whisper, a subtle movement in your inner landscape that, if left unobserved, grows into something larger, something more insistent, something that feels inevitable and beyond your control. But it is not inevitable. Nothing is. In that first moment, when the signal is still quiet, when the impulse is still forming, you have infinite power. You can observe it. You can pause. You can choose. But this power is only available if you are awake enough to notice what is happening within you. Most people live their entire lives asleep to themselves. They feel anger and immediately speak it. They feel fear and immediately run from it. They feel desire and immediately chase it. There is no space between the feeling and the action. No gap, no pause. Just automatic response, mechanical reaction, like a machine executing pre-programmed commands. And then they wonder why their life feels out of control, why they keep repeating the same patterns, why they say things they regret, why they act in ways that betray their values. The answer is simple. They have never learned to watch. They have never developed the capacity to observe themselves from a place of stillness. They are lost in the stream of their own consciousness, swept along by every current of thought and emotion. But you can step out of the stream. You can stand on the bank and watch the water flow. You can witness your thoughts without being your thoughts. You can feel your emotions without becoming your emotions. This is awareness, and awareness changes everything. If you slow down enough to see it, you can guide it. This is the promise. This is the practice. Slow down. Not externally. You don't need to move through life at a crawl. But internally, create space, create silence, create the conditions where the subtle movements of your inner world become visible. How do you do this? Through attention. Through the deliberate practice of turning your awareness inward again and again, until it becomes natural, until the watcher within you is always present, always observing, always aware of what is arising in your consciousness. Begin with the breath. This is the anchor, the doorway, the most reliable tool for cultivating inner awareness. Your breath is always with you, always accessible, always happening in the present moment. When you bring your attention to your breath, you are immediately here, now, present. Breathe slowly. Notice the inhale. Notice the pause at the top. Notice the exhale. Notice the pause at the bottom. Don't force anything. Don't control the breath artificially. Just watch it. Just be with it. And in this simple act of watching, you are training awareness. As you watch your breath, you will notice that thoughts arise. This is normal.
This is what minds do.
They produce thoughts constantly, endlessly, like a factory that never closes. But here is where the practice deepens. Instead of following the thought, instead of getting caught in the story it wants to tell, simply notice that a thought has appeared. Label it silently, thinking, and then return to the breath. A feeling arises, perhaps frustration that you can't focus, perhaps boredom with the practice, perhaps anxiety about something in your life. Again, don't follow it. Don't analyze it. Don't build a narrative around it. Simply notice, feeling, and return to the breath. This is the training. This is how awareness is built. Not through dramatic insight or sudden enlightenment, but through thousands of small moments of noticing and returning, over and over, patiently, gently, without judgment. And as you practice this with your breath, you begin to notice something remarkable. You begin to see the space between stimulus and response. You begin to catch yourself before you react. You begin to recognize patterns in your thoughts and emotions that were previously invisible. Someone says something that triggers you. In the past, you would have responded immediately, defensively, automatically. But now, having trained awareness, you notice something different. You feel the heat rising in your body. You notice the thought forming, "They're attacking me. I need to defend myself." You see the impulse to speak sharply, to counter, to protect. But because you are aware, because you have practiced seeing these movements in your consciousness, you have a choice. You can pause. You can take one breath, and in that breath, that momentary pause, you can choose differently. You can respond from wisdom instead of reacting from wounding. This is the power of awareness. It doesn't eliminate your emotions or impulses. It doesn't make you into some kind of emotionless robot, but it gives you space. It gives you choice. It gives you the ability to be present with what you feel without being controlled by it. But when you rush, react, or defend, you hand your power away. This is what most people do most of the time. They give their power to whoever or whatever triggered them. They allow external events to dictate their internal state. They let circumstances pull their strings like a puppet, dancing to whatever tune the world plays, and then they feel powerless. Because they are. Not because they lack inherent power, but because they've given it away through unconscious reaction, through allowing their automatic patterns to run unchecked, through never learning to pause, to observe, to choose. Think about the last time you reacted in a way you later regretted. Perhaps you spoke harshly to someone you love. Perhaps you made an impulsive decision that created problems. Perhaps you let anger or fear drive your actions. In that moment, where was your awareness? Were you present? Were you observing? Or were you lost in the emotion? Swept away by the impulse, identified completely with the reactive pattern? Most likely you were not aware. You were on autopilot, and autopilot follows old programming, old patterns, old ways of being that were formed long ago and have been running unchecked ever since. But here is the hope, the possibility, the invitation. You can wake up. You can develop the capacity to stay present even in triggering moments. You can learn to observe yourself with enough clarity that you catch the pattern before it fully executes. And in that catching, you reclaim your power. Awareness is the gatekeeper. It is the guardian standing at the door between your inner world and your outer expression. It is what determines whether an impulse becomes an action, whether a thought becomes a word, whether an emotion becomes a behavior. Without awareness, you have no gate. Everything that arises within you flows directly outward, unfiltered, unexamined, unchecked. You are raw reactivity, a conduit for whatever your conditioning has programmed you to be. But with awareness, you have choice. The gate is guarded. What arises within you is witnessed, observed, felt fully, and then you decide. Consciously, intentionally, from a place of presence rather than pattern. This is how you stop your mind from running your life, not by suppressing it or controlling it through force, but by watching it with such clarity that its movements become transparent. You see the thought arising. You see the emotion building. You see the impulse forming, and in that seeing, you are no longer enslaved to it. Let me give you a practice, something concrete you can work with immediately. Throughout your day, at random moments, pause and check in with yourself. Set a reminder on your phone if you need to, or let certain activities serve as triggers. Every time you open a door, every time you wash your hands, every time you sit down, in that moment of pause, ask yourself, what am I feeling right now? What am I thinking right now? What is the quality of my inner state? Don't judge what you find. Don't try to change it immediately. Just notice it. Observe it with the same neutral curiosity you might bring to watching clouds pass through the sky. Oh, there's anxiety. Oh, there's irritation. Oh, there's scattered thinking. This simple practice, repeated throughout your day, begins to build awareness. It interrupts the automatic flow of unconscious living. It creates little pockets of presence, little moments of waking up, that gradually expand and connect until awareness becomes your default state, rather than your occasional achievement. And as awareness grows, something else happens naturally, organically, without force. You begin to see the patterns more clearly. You notice that certain triggers consistently produce certain responses. You recognize that you have habitual ways of thinking, habitual emotional reactions, habitual behavioral patterns. This recognition is not for the purpose of self-judgment. It is for the purpose of choice. Because once you see the pattern clearly, once you recognize it as it's happening, you can decide whether to continue running it or to choose something different. Perhaps you notice that criticism always triggers defensiveness in you. In the past, this happened so quickly you didn't even know it was a pattern. Someone would criticize you, and you'd be defending yourself before you even consciously registered what was happening. But now, with awareness, you catch it. You feel the defensiveness rising. You see the pattern beginning to execute, and you have a choice. Run the pattern or pause and respond differently. This is the power of awareness. It doesn't automatically change your patterns, but it makes change possible. It creates the space where different choices can be made. It illuminates the automatic mechanisms that have been running your life, bringing them out of darkness into light where they can be examined and, if necessary, transformed. Now let's go deeper into what awareness actually is, because there are common misconceptions that can lead people astray. Awareness is not thinking about your thoughts. It is not analyzing, interpreting, or creating narratives about your inner experience. That is still mental activity, still the mind operating, just in a more reflective mode. True awareness is prior to thinking. It is the witnessing presence that observes thinking without being caught up in it. Awareness is not judgment. Many people, when they begin to watch their thoughts and emotions, immediately start judging themselves. I shouldn't be thinking this. This emotion is wrong. I'm doing this wrong. But judgment is just more mental activity, more thoughts piled on top of the original thoughts. Awareness is neutral. It simply sees what is without adding layers of interpretation or evaluation. Awareness is not trying to change what you observe. When you become aware of anxiety, the immediate impulse might be to make it go away, to fix it, to change it into something more pleasant. But this is resistance, and resistance actually reinforces what you resist. True awareness allows what is present to be present. It doesn't push away or grasp after. It simply observes with acceptance. This accepting quality of awareness is crucial. It is what allows you to be with difficult emotions without being overwhelmed by them. When you can observe your anger without judging it as bad, without trying to suppress it, without being consumed by it, something remarkable happens. The anger loses its power over you. You can feel it fully, understand its message, and then decide how to respond, all while maintaining your center, your clarity, your presence. This is what the ancient wisdom traditions called equanimity. It is the ability to remain balanced and centered, regardless of what is arising in your experience. Not because nothing affects you, but because you have developed the capacity to be with whatever affects you without losing yourself in it. Imagine standing by the ocean. Waves come in one after another endlessly. Some are small, some are large, some crash violently, some roll in gently. But you, standing on the shore, are not the waves. You witness them. You might get wet, you might feel their force, but you don't become the waves. You remain yourself, watching the constant movement of the water. This is your relationship with your thoughts and emotions when awareness is cultivated. They arise like waves, they move through your consciousness, they have their moment and they pass. But you are not them. You are the awareness that witnesses them, and from this place of witnessing, you have power. Not the power to stop the waves. They will keep coming. But the power to choose how you relate to them, how you respond to them, whether you let them pull you under or whether you remain steady. Let me tell you about the layers of awareness, because it deepens progressively as you practice. The first layer is basic observation. You notice that you're thinking. You notice that you're feeling something. This is huge, even though it sounds simple. Most people never reach even this level of awareness. They are completely identified with their thoughts and feelings, no separation, no space. The second layer is recognition of patterns. You start to notice that certain situations trigger certain responses in you consistently. You begin to see your habitual reactions, your default patterns. Oh, I always get defensive when someone questions my work. I always withdraw when I feel hurt. This pattern, recognition, is powerful because it allows you to anticipate and interrupt automatic responses. The third layer is awareness of the arising. You begin to catch thoughts and emotions at their inception. Before they gain momentum, you feel the first stirring of anger. You notice the first whisper of a judgmental thought. This is incredibly valuable because it's much easier to redirect something at its beginning than after its built-up force. The fourth layer is awareness of awareness itself. You become conscious not just of what you're experiencing, but of the fact that you are the one experiencing it. You recognize yourself as the awareness itself, not the content of awareness. This is sometimes called meta-awareness or consciousness of consciousness, and it represents a profound shift in how you relate to your inner experience. But you don't need to reach these deeper layers to benefit from awareness practice. Even basic observation consistently applied will transform your life. Because even at the simplest level, awareness gives you what you've never had before. Choice, and choice is everything. Choice is the difference between reacting mechanically and responding wisely. Choice is the difference between being a victim of your conditioning and being the conscious author of your life. Choice is the difference between being tossed around by every wind of circumstance and standing steady in your own center. So begin simply. Don't try to achieve some advanced state of awareness. Just practice noticing. Throughout your day, remember to observe. Watch your thoughts like you would watch birds flying across the sky. Feel your emotions like you would feel the weather on your skin. Present to them, aware of them, but not defined by them. And be patient with yourself. Awareness is a skill, and like any skill, it develops through practice. You will forget to be aware. You will get lost in reactive patterns. You will fall asleep to yourself again and again. This is normal. This is part of the process. The practice is not to never forget, but to remember again, to wake up again, to return to awareness over and over with patience and kindness toward yourself. Because here is the truth. You are already awareness. You don't need to create it or achieve it. You simply need to recognize it, to rest in it, to identify with it rather than with the passing content of your consciousness. You are not your thoughts. You are not your emotions. You are not your impulses. You are the aware presence in which all of these arise, move, and pass away. And from this place of awareness, from this grounded presence, control becomes possible. Not control as suppression, not control as rigid management, but control as conscious choice. As the ability to observe what arises and decide with clarity and wisdom how you will respond. This is where mastery begins. Not in doing, but in seeing. Not in forcing, but in witnessing. Not in fighting your nature, but in becoming conscious of it so that you can work with it skillfully. The journey of self-control begins here, with this simple practice of awareness. Return to it again and again. Make it your foundation, because everything else we will explore. The mastery of speech, the training of mind, the management of emotion, all of it rests on this one essential capacity, the ability to see yourself clearly, in real time as life unfolds. You can't control what you don't notice. So learn to notice. Practice seeing. Cultivate the witness within you who observes without judgment, who is present without agenda, who simply sees what is and creates space for something new to emerge. This is the beginning. This is the foundation. This is where your power awakens. Chapter 2. Mastering the Mouth. Your words create your environment. This is not a metaphor. This is not spiritual poetry. This is observable, measurable reality. The words you speak shape the world around you. They determine the quality of your relationships. They influence how others perceive you. They create ripples that extend far beyond the moment of speaking, affecting situations and outcomes you may never directly witness. But more than this, your words shape you. They reinforce your identity. They program your subconscious. They either build your power or drain it. Every sentence that leaves your mouth is a declaration of who you are, what you believe, and what you're creating in your life. And once spoken, these words cannot be called back. They have been released into the world, and their effects, however subtle or dramatic, are permanent. Every sentence is energy leaving your body. Think about this deeply. When you speak, you are not just making sound. You are directing life force. You are channeling your attention, your emotion, your intention into vibration that travels through space and impacts everything it touches. This is power, enormous power. And most people use this power unconsciously, carelessly, reactively, never considering the consequences of their words until damage has been done. Once spoken, it cannot return. You can apologize. You can clarify. You can try to soften or reframe what you've said. But you cannot unsay it. The words have entered the consciousness of whoever heard them, and they have done their work. They have created an impression, triggered an emotion, planted a seed, and that seed will grow whether you intended it to or not. This is why mastery of speech is so crucial, because your mouth is one of your most powerful tools, and also one of your most dangerous weapons. It can build bridges or burn them. It can heal wounds or deepen them. It can inspire and uplift, or it can damage and destroy. And the difference between these outcomes often comes down to a single moment of choice, to speak or not to speak. And if you speak, to choose your words with conscious intention rather than unconscious reaction. To master your mouth is to master your vibration. Everything is vibration. This is not mystical philosophy. This is physics. Sound itself is vibration. And the quality of vibration you emit through your words affects not just those who hear you, but your own energetic state. When you speak from anger, you reinforce anger within yourself. When you speak from fear, you amplify fear. When you speak from wisdom, you cultivate wisdom. Your words don't just express your state. They create it, perpetuate it, strengthen it. To speak with purpose, not impulse. This is the practice. This is the discipline. This is what separates reactive communication from conscious communication. Most people speak impulsively. A thought arises and immediately it becomes words. A feeling surges and instantly they verbalize it. There is no pause, no filter, no conscious choice. Just automatic expression of whatever is moving through their consciousness in that moment. But you can choose differently. You can insert space between the impulse to speak and the act of speaking. You can ask yourself, is this necessary? Is this true? Is this kind? Is this the right time? Is this the right person? Am I speaking from reactivity or from clarity? These questions, asked in the pause before speaking, can save you from countless regrets and repair work. Silence is often stronger than speech. This is perhaps the most difficult lesson to learn about communication, because we live in a culture that values expression, that encourages us to share our thoughts and feelings constantly, that equates silence with weakness or disengagement. But this is a profound misunderstanding of power. There is tremendous strength in choosing not to speak, in witnessing your urge to respond, to defend, to explain, to convince, and choosing silence instead. Not because you have nothing to say, but because you recognize that saying nothing is the wiser choice. Because some situations don't require your voice. Because some provocations are best answered with stillness. Because sometimes the most powerful response is no response at all. Let me take you deeper into the mechanics of speech and why it matters so much for self-mastery. When you speak without awareness, you are essentially vomiting your internal state onto others. Whatever you're feeling, frustration, anxiety, excitement, resentment, comes pouring out in your words, often disguised as communication but really just emotional discharge. You're using other people as repositories for your unprocessed emotions, and this creates toxicity in your relationships and in your own consciousness. But when you speak with awareness, something completely different happens. You first become conscious of what you're feeling. You observe the emotion without being consumed by it. You feel the impulse to speak arising. And then you make a choice. Is expressing this going to serve the situation? Is it going to serve the other person? Is it going to serve my own growth and integrity? Sometimes the answer is yes. Sometimes it's important to express what you're feeling, to be honest, to speak your truth. But even then, awareness allows you to choose how you express it. You can speak your truth from a grounded place rather than from emotional reactivity. You can be honest without being cruel. You can be direct without being aggressive. You can express difficult feelings without creating unnecessary damage. And sometimes the answer is no. Sometimes you recognize that speaking in this moment would only create confusion, hurt, or unnecessary conflict. That what you're feeling is temporary and doesn't need to be expressed. That silence or a simple acknowledgement would be more appropriate. And in those moments, mastery means choosing not to speak, even when every fiber of your being wants to. This is not suppression. Let me be very clear about this because it's a crucial distinction. Suppression is pushing down your feelings, pretending they don't exist, refusing to acknowledge them even to yourself. This is unhealthy and ultimately damaging. What we're talking about is something entirely different. Conscious choice about whether and how to express what you're feeling. You can fully acknowledge your anger to yourself, feel it completely, understand its message, and still choose not to lash out verbally. You can recognize your hurt, validate your own experience of pain, and still choose not to speak from that wounded place. This isn't suppression, and it's wisdom. It's emotional maturity. It's the ability to be with your experience without being compelled to immediately externalize it. Now let's look at the specific ways that unconscious speech patterns damage your life and drain your power. Complaining is perhaps the most common and most toxic speech pattern. When you complain, you are doing several things simultaneously. You're reinforcing your victim identity, telling yourself and others that you are powerless in the face of your circumstances. You're directing your attention toward what's wrong, which makes you more likely to notice and experience more things that are wrong. You're lowering the vibrational frequency of your environment, bringing down not just your own energy, but the energy of everyone who has to listen to you. And most insidiously, complaining becomes a habit. The neural pathways associated with complaining get stronger with use, making it easier and more automatic to complain in the future. You literally train your brain to look for things to complain about. You become someone who cannot experience reality without immediately finding fault with it. But here's what's interesting. When you commit to eliminating complaining from your speech, when you catch yourself about to complain and choose silence or a neutral statement instead, something shifts. You break the pattern. You weaken that neural pathway, and you begin to notice that reality doesn't change, but your experience of it does. The same situations that would have triggered complaints now just are. You observe them without the compulsion to verbally process them as problems. Gossip is another pattern that drains enormous power. When you speak about others behind their backs, especially in negative or judgmental ways, you're not harming them. You're harming yourself. You're training your mind to focus on others' flaws and failures. You're positioning yourself as judge and critic, which is an exhausting role to play. You're creating distrust, because if you gossip about others, people naturally assume you gossip about them too. And perhaps most significantly, Gossip keeps you focused on external rather than internal. It's so much easier to dissect someone else's life than to examine your own. So much easier to judge their choices than to take responsibility for yours. Gossip is a defense mechanism, a way of deflecting attention from your own shortcomings by highlighting others. Mastery means eliminating gossip entirely. If you cannot say something to someone's face, don't say it behind their back. If you have an issue with someone, address it directly with them or let it go. But don't discharge your feelings by talking about them to others. This discipline alone will dramatically shift the quality of your relationships and the clarity of your own mind. Explaining and justifying are more subtle patterns, but equally draining. Many people have an unconscious habit of over-explaining themselves. Someone asks where you've been, and instead of a simple answer, you launch into a detailed justification of your choices. Someone questions your decision, and you immediately feel compelled to defend it with elaborate reasoning. This pattern reveals insecurity. When you constantly feel the need to explain and justify yourself, you're essentially seeking approval and validation from others. You're giving them power over you by making their acceptance of your choices more important than your own acceptance of them. Mastery means being comfortable with simply stating what is, without feeling compelled to justify it. I chose this because it felt right for me. That's sufficient. You don't owe anyone an elaborate defense of your life choices, and the less you explain yourself, the more powerful your presence becomes, because you're rooted in your own authority rather than seeking external validation. Arguing and needing to be right is perhaps the most obvious way people drain their power through speech. How many hours of your life have you spent in pointless arguments, trying to convince someone of something, needing to prove that you're right and they're wrong? And at the end of these exchanges, what have you gained? Even if you win the argument, what have you actually won? A moment of ego satisfaction that fades immediately, leaving nothing of value behind. Mastery means letting go of the need to be right. This doesn't mean you don't have convictions or that you never express your views. It means you can state your perspective without needing the other person to agree with it. You can share your truth and let it stand without trying to force it on anyone. And when someone disagrees with you, you can let that be okay. You can even be curious about their perspective, recognizing that their different view doesn't threaten your own understanding. This is liberating. When you release the need to be right, you free up enormous energy. You stop wasting time and attention on futile attempts to change people's minds. You stop creating unnecessary conflict and tension. And paradoxically, when you stop trying to convince people, they often become more receptive to your views, because you're no longer triggering their defensive mechanisms. Now let's explore the positive dimensions of conscious speech, because mastery of the mouth is not just about what you don't say, it's equally about what you do say and how you say it. Speaking with precision is a powerful practice. Most people use vague, general language that doesn't actually communicate clearly. Things are bad. I'm upset about stuff. You always do that. This kind of imprecise speech creates confusion and misunderstanding. It also allows you to avoid looking directly at what's actually happening, which prevents real resolution. Precise speech means being specific. Instead of "things are bad," you might say, "I'm struggling with my workload this week." Instead of "I'm upset about stuff," you might say, "I felt hurt when you didn't acknowledge my contribution in the meeting." Instead of "you always do that," you might say, "In the last 3 interactions we've had, I noticed this pattern." Precision requires awareness. You have to actually know what you're thinking and feeling before you can articulate it clearly, and the practice of speaking precisely helps you develop that awareness. It forces you to look directly at your experience, to name it accurately, to take responsibility for it rather than hiding behind vague generalizations. Speaking with kindness is another dimension of mastery. This doesn't mean being artificially nice or sugarcoating everything. It means considering the impact of your words on others, recognizing that your speech has power, and choosing to use that power constructively rather than destructively. You can speak truth with kindness. You can deliver difficult feedback with compassion. You can set boundaries with respect. The goal is not to avoid saying things that might be uncomfortable, but to say them in ways that honor both your truth and the other person's humanity. This requires skill and practice. It's much easier to blurt out harsh truths or to avoid saying anything at all than it is to find the words that are both honest and kind. But this is where real communication happens. Not in the extremes of brutal honesty or complete withholding, but in the nuanced middle ground where truth and kindness dance together. Speaking with intentionality means knowing why you're speaking. Before words leave your mouth, you pause and ask, what is my intention here? Am I speaking to inform? To connect? To clarify? To express? Or am I speaking to hurt? To dominate? To prove something? To discharge emotion? When you're clear on your intention, your words become much more effective and much less likely to create unintended consequences. Sometimes you'll catch yourself about to speak and realize your intention is not clean. You're about to share your perspective, but actually you're trying to prove someone wrong. You're about to be honest, but actually you're trying to hurt someone who hurt you. When you see this, you have a choice. Either purify your intention before speaking, or choose silence until you can speak from a clearer place. Let me share some specific practices for mastering speech. Concrete techniques you can begin applying immediately. The 3-second pause. Before responding to anything that triggers an emotional reaction in you, pause for 3 seconds. Count slowly, 1, 2, 3. This tiny gap is often sufficient to interrupt the automatic reactive response and allow a more conscious choice to emerge. It seems simplistic, but it's remarkably effective. During those 3 seconds, take a breath. Feel your feet on the ground. Notice the impulse to speak without following it. Let it be there, acknowledged but not obeyed. And then, if you still choose to speak, do so from this slightly more grounded place. The necessity test. Before speaking, especially before sharing your opinion or perspective on something, ask yourself, is it necessary for me to say this? Not do I want to say this, most of course you want to, or you wouldn't be considering it. But is it necessary? Will this statement add value? Contribute something meaningful? Serve the situation or relationship? If the answer is no, practice silence. Let others carry the conversation. Notice how much you typically speak that isn't actually necessary, and experiment with saying less. You'll find that your words carry more weight when you speak less frequently, because people recognize that when you do speak, it's meaningful. The truth and kindness filter. Before speaking something difficult or potentially painful, run it through this 2-part filter. First, is it true? Not your opinion, not your interpretation, but verifiably true. And second, is it kind? Not nice or sugar-coated, but rooted in care for the other person's well-being. If something is true but not kind, consider whether it needs to be said. And if so, how it can be said with maximum truth and maximum kindness. If something is kind but not true, don't say it. That's not kindness, it's manipulation disguised as compassion. And obviously, if something is neither true nor kind, silence is the only appropriate response. The reflection practice. At the end of each day, spend a few minutes reflecting on your speech. Where did you speak unconsciously? Where did you say things you regret? Where did you speak from reaction rather than response? But also, where did you pause effectively? Where did you choose silence over reactivity? Where did you communicate with clarity and consciousness? This reflection isn't for self-judgment. It's for learning, for seeing your patterns, for becoming more aware so that tomorrow you can make slightly better choices. Over time, this daily reflection creates significant shifts in your speech patterns. The fasting practice. Once a week, or even once a month if that feels more manageable, practice a period of deliberate silence, perhaps for a few hours, perhaps for a full day. During this time, you don't speak at all. You observe the constant urge to verbalize that arises. You notice all the things you would normally say that aren't actually necessary. You experience what it's like to simply be present without the compulsion to comment, explain, or express. This practice is incredibly revealing. Most people discover that they speak far more than they realized, often for no clear reason other than habit or discomfort with silence. The practice of deliberate silence helps you become more conscious of speech when you do engage in it. Now, let's address a common concern. If I master my speech, if I pause before speaking and choose my words carefully, won't I become inauthentic? Won't I lose spontaneity? Won't I seem calculated and controlled? This is a misunderstanding of what authenticity means. Authenticity is not unfiltered expression of every thought and feeling. That's not authenticity, and that's lack of self-control. True authenticity is expressing your genuine self from a place of consciousness rather than from unconscious patterns. When you master speech, you don't become less authentic. You become more authentic because you're no longer speaking from conditioning, from old wounds, from automatic defensive patterns. You're speaking from your true self, from clarity, from consciousness. Your words become aligned with your deepest values rather than your most surface reactivity. And spontaneity doesn't disappear. The pause before speaking doesn't have to be long. With practice, it becomes almost instantaneous. A micro gap that happens so quickly others don't even notice it, but that's sufficient for you to choose consciousness over automaticity. You can be both spontaneous and conscious. You can be both genuine and intentional. Let me tell you what happens over time when you commit to mastering your speech. First, you become far more comfortable with silence. What used to feel awkward or anxiety-producing becomes peaceful. You no longer feel compelled to fill every moment with words. You can sit with others in silence and feel connected rather than uncomfortable. Second, your relationships improve dramatically. People trust you more because you're not gossiping, not constantly complaining, not being reactive. They feel safer with you because they know you won't lash out verbally when you're upset. They value your words more because you speak less frequently and more meaningfully. Third, your own mind becomes quieter. There's a direct relationship between how much you speak and how noisy your mind is. When you practice conscious speech, when you're not constantly verbalizing every thought and feeling, your internal dialogue naturally calms down too. The mental chatter decreases because you're not reinforcing it through constant external expression. Fourth, you gain energy. You stop depleting yourself through unnecessary talking, explaining, arguing, complaining. You stop giving your power away by speaking reactively. You conserve your energy, and it becomes available for things that actually matter, for presence, for creativity, for deep connection, for your meaningful work. And finally, you develop real presence. When you're not caught in the compulsion to speak, when you've mastered the impulse to constantly verbalize your experience, you become more present to what is actually happening. You listen more deeply. You notice more subtly. You respond more appropriately. Your whole quality of presence shifts from reactive to receptive, from broadcasting to receiving. This is the power of mastering the mouth, not to become silent and withdrawn, not to suppress your voice, but to speak consciously, purposefully, with full awareness of the power your words carry. To use speech as a tool for building rather than destroying, for connecting rather than dividing, for expressing truth rather than discharging emotion. Your words create your environment. They shape your relationships, your reputation, your impact on others. But more than this, they shape you. They reinforce who you're becoming with every sentence. Every word you speak is either building the person you want to be or reinforcing the person you're trying to transcend. So choose your words as you would choose your actions, because that's what they are. Actions with consequences. Pause before speaking. Ask yourself if these words are necessary, true, kind. Consider whether silence might be more powerful than speech. And when you do speak, do so from consciousness rather than compulsion, from clarity rather than confusion, from wisdom rather than reactivity. Silence is often stronger than speech. Remember this, not because speech is wrong or should be avoided, but because conscious silence chosen intentionally is one of the most powerful expressions of self-mastery. The ability to witness the urge to speak and choose not to. The ability to be with your experience without needing to verbalize it. The ability to let moments unfold without needing to fill them with your commentary. This is mastery. This is power. This is what it means to master your mouth. Not to stop speaking entirely, but to speak only when it serves. Only when it's conscious. Only when it's aligned with your deepest intention. And in that mastery, you free yourself. Free from the compulsion to react. Free from the habit of unconscious expression. Free from the damage caused by words spoken without awareness. Free to use speech as the creative power it is. Building the life and the relationships you truly desire, one conscious word at a time. Chapter 3. Training the mind. The mind is a wild engine. It races, compares and complains, left to its own devices. Untrained and unguided, your mind is like a wild horse running across open plains. It gallops from thought to thought with no clear direction, no purpose, no restraint. It chases after every distraction, every worry, every fantasy. It compares endlessly, comparing you to others, your present to your past, your reality to your expectations. And it complains constantly, finding fault with what is, resisting what cannot be changed, creating suffering where none is necessary. This is the natural state of the untrained mind. And if you observe your own thinking for even 5 minutes, you will see this truth directly. The mind does not rest. It does not settle naturally into peace. It generates thought after thought after thought, an endless stream of mental activity that continues even in your sleep, manifesting as dreams. But here is what most people never realize. You are not obligated to believe every thought your mind produces. You are not required to follow every mental pathway it wants to explore. You are not bound to the relentless chatter, the anxious projections, the repetitive loops of worry and rumination. If you let it drive unchecked, it will lead you toward anxiety and chaos. The untrained mind is a terrible navigator. It catastrophizes, imagining worst-case scenarios that rarely come to pass. It dwells on past hurts, replaying them endlessly, keeping wounds fresh that should have healed long ago. It creates stories about what others think, assigning meaning and motivation that may have no basis in reality. It judges everything and everyone, including and especially yourself. And all of this mental activity creates your experience of life. Not reality itself, but your experience of it. Two people can face identical circumstances and have completely different experiences, based solely on what their minds are doing with those circumstances. One mind creates suffering, another creates peace. Same situation, different mind, but the trained mind is your servant, not your master. This is the possibility. This is the promise of mental training. You can develop the capacity to work with your mind skillfully, to guide its attention, to quiet its compulsions, to use it as the powerful tool it is, rather than being used by it. The trained mind does not run wild. It settles when you need it to settle.
It focuses when you need it to focus.
It rests when you need it to rest. It still generates thoughts, and that's its nature. But you are no longer enslaved to those thoughts. You can observe them, evaluate them, and choose which ones to engage with and which ones to let pass. This is freedom. Real freedom. Not the freedom to control external circumstances, which is impossible, but the freedom to choose your relationship with your own thinking, which determines your experience of those circumstances. You don't need to eliminate thoughts. Let me be absolutely clear about this, because it's a common misunderstanding that leads many people to abandon mental training entirely. The goal is not to achieve a blank mind, a state of no thought, some kind of mental void. That's not possible for most people, and it's certainly not necessary for mastery. Thoughts will arise. This is what minds do. They generate thoughts the way hearts beat and lungs breathe. It's their function. The training is not about stopping thoughts, but about changing your relationship with them. You just need to stop believing all of them, to stop being controlled by them, to stop identifying with them as you. There is you, the awareness, the consciousness, the observing presence. And there are thoughts, mental events that arise in that awareness. Most people collapse these two into one. They think they are their thoughts. When a thought says I'm not good enough, they believe I am not good enough. When a thought says this is terrible, they experience life as terrible. Complete identification with mental content. But you can learn to see thoughts as separate from yourself, as objects of awareness rather than the subject. You can learn to observe the thought I'm not good enough and recognize it as just that, a thought. A mental pattern, a neural firing. Not truth, not you, just a thought. And when you can do this, when you can witness your thoughts without being consumed by them, everything changes, because now you have choice. The thought arises, but you don't have to believe it. The worry appears, but you don't have to follow it. The judgment emerges, but you don't have to act on it. This is what it means to train the mind, to develop the capacity to observe mental activity without being swept away by it, to be present to your thinking without being possessed by it, to use your mind consciously rather than letting it use you unconsciously. Let me show you how this training actually works, because it's not abstract theory. It's practical skill development that anyone can engage in. The foundation of all mental training is meditation. Not meditation as some mystical practice reserved for spiritual seekers, but meditation as the simple, practical exercise of training attention. Just as you would go to a gym to train your body, you sit in meditation to train your mind. The basic practice is extraordinarily simple, which is why so many people underestimate its power. You sit comfortably. You bring your attention to a single point of focus, usually the breath, but it could be a sound, a sensation, or any anchor that exists in the present moment. And you rest your attention there. Within seconds, your mind will wander. A thought will arise and pull your attention away from the breath. You'll find yourself thinking about your to-do list, or replaying a conversation, or planning dinner, or judging how well you're meditating. This is not failure. This is the process. This wandering is what you're working with. When you notice that your mind has wandered, and this noticing is crucial, you gently bring your attention back to the breath. No judgment, No frustration. No story about how you're bad at this. Just return. Again and again. Thought arises, you notice, you return. Thought arises, you notice, you return. Thousands of times if necessary. This is the training. Each time you notice and return, you are strengthening your capacity for awareness. You are developing the mental muscle that allows you to recognize when you've been pulled into thought and to consciously redirect your attention. And this capacity, built through countless repetitions and meditation, becomes available to you throughout your day. You're in a conversation and notice your mind has wandered to what you're going to say next instead of listening. Because you've trained in meditation, you catch this and return your attention to actually listening. You're working and notice your mind has drifted to worry about a future event. You catch it and bring your attention back to the present task. You're upset and notice your mind is creating catastrophic stories about what might happen. You catch it and return to what's actually happening right now. This is how meditation training translates into everyday life. It's not about achieving some special state on the cushion. It's about building the fundamental capacity to notice where your attention is and to redirect it consciously. And this capacity changes everything. But meditation is just the beginning. Mental training extends into every aspect of your daily life. Because your mind is always active, always working, and every moment is an opportunity to train it or to let it run. One powerful practice is what might be called mental fasting. Just as you might fast from food to give your digestive system a break and to develop discipline around eating, you can fast from certain types of thinking to give your mind a break and to develop discipline around thought. Choose one category of unnecessary thinking and commit to abstaining from it for a period of time. Perhaps it's worrying. For 1 week, every time you notice yourself worrying, you consciously interrupt the pattern and redirect your attention, not by suppressing the worry or pretending everything is fine, but by recognizing that worry is unproductive mental activity that doesn't solve problems or prevent negative outcomes. It just creates suffering in the present moment. Or perhaps it's comparison. Commit to noticing every time your mind compares you to others or your situation to someone else's, and consciously letting that comparison go, not engaging with it, not building stories around it, just noting comparing and returning to direct experience of your own life. Or perhaps it's judgment. For a week, fast from judging yourself, others, situations. Notice when judgment arises, which it will constantly, and simply observe it without feeding it. Let it pass without elaborating on it, without justifying it, without acting on it. These mental fasts are incredibly revealing. You discover how much of your mental activity falls into these categories, how much energy you waste on worry, comparison, and judgment. And as you practice interrupting these patterns, you begin to experience moments of mental quiet that you've perhaps never experienced before. Spaces where your mind is not racing, comparing, or complaining. Just present, just aware, just here. Another essential practice is questioning your thoughts. This comes from cognitive therapy but is rooted in ancient wisdom traditions. When a thought arises that creates suffering, anxiety, anger, sadness, insecurity, instead of believing it automatically, you question it. Is this thought true? Not does it feel true, but is it actually objectively, verifiably true? Most thoughts that create suffering are interpretations, assumptions, projection, not facts. Someone didn't respond to your message. The thought arises, they're mad at me. Is that true? You don't actually know. It's one possible interpretation among many. They might be busy. They might not have seen it. Their phone might be dead. They might have seen it and meant to respond but forgot. Is this thought helpful? Even if a thought is true or partially true, is dwelling on it serving you? Is it helping you take constructive action or just creating mental suffering? If someone genuinely is upset with you, is ruminating about it helpful, or would it be more useful to either address it directly or let it go? What evidence supports this thought? What evidence contradicts it? Thoughts often present themselves as absolute truth, but when you examine them, you find their selective interpretations based on limited data. Your mind highlights evidence that confirms the thought and ignores evidence that contradicts it. Deliberately looking for contradictory evidence breaks this pattern and reveals a more balanced perspective. This practice of questioning doesn't eliminate difficult thoughts, but it loosens their grip. It creates space between you and the thought. It allows you to see it as one possible interpretation, rather than as absolute reality. And in that space, you can choose how to respond rather than being compelled to react. Now let's talk about mental energy and attention management. Because this is where most people lose control of their minds without even realizing it. Your attention is your most valuable resource. More valuable than your time, more valuable than your money. Because wherever your attention goes, you go. Whatever you focus on becomes prominent in your experience. Attention is the currency of consciousness, and how you spend it determines the quality of your life. But most people allow their attention to be hijacked constantly by notifications on their devices, by other people's agendas, by entertainment and distractions, by worry and rumination. They give away their attention freely, unconsciously, without recognizing that they're giving away their life force itself. Training the mind means becoming extremely protective of your attention. It means consciously deciding where to place your focus and actively resisting the countless forces trying to capture it. This is not easy in the modern world, which is literally designed to fragment your attention and keep you in a state of constant distraction. But it's essential for mastery. Start by auditing your attention. For one day, notice where your attention goes. How much time do you spend on your phone without any conscious intention? How often do you check social media? How much mental energy goes to thinking about things you cannot change? How often does your mind wander during conversations or tasks? This audit will likely be shocking. Most people discover that they spend very little time in conscious, directed focus and enormous amounts of time in scattered, reactive attention. And this scattered attention creates a scattered life, a sense of never being fully present anywhere, of constantly feeling behind, of perpetual mental fatigue without clear accomplishment. Once you see how your attention is being spent, you can begin to reclaim it. This means creating boundaries around your focus. Perhaps certain times of day are device-free. Perhaps you batch process email instead of responding reactively throughout the day. Perhaps you engage in single tasking rather than multitasking, giving your full attention to one thing at a time. It also means training your attention to stay with chosen objects of focus for extended periods. In meditation, this is the breath. In work, this is the task at hand. In conversation, this is the person speaking. And when your attention wanders, which it will, you notice and return, over and over, building the capacity for sustained focus. This capacity for sustained attention is increasingly rare, and therefore increasingly valuable. Most people's attention span has been severely degraded by constant digital distraction. They can barely focus on anything for more than a few minutes before feeling compelled to check their phone, to seek new stimulation, to escape the slight discomfort of sustained engagement with one thing. But when you train your mind to maintain focus, when you rebuild your capacity for deep attention, you gain enormous advantages. You can think more clearly. You can work more effectively. You can connect more deeply. You can experience life more fully, because you're actually present for it rather than mentally elsewhere. Now let's address the mental patterns that create the most suffering, because recognizing these patterns is essential for training the mind effectively. Catastrophizing is the mind's tendency to imagine worst-case scenarios and treat them as likely or inevitable. Something small goes wrong and immediately the mind projects forward. This means everything is falling apart. This is going to lead to complete disaster. This pattern creates enormous anxiety about things that will almost certainly never happen. The antidote is reality checking. When you catch yourself catastrophizing, pause and ask, what's actually happening right now? Not what might happen, not what could happen. What is actually occurring in this moment? Usually you'll find that the present reality is far less catastrophic than the imagined future. Then ask, what's the most likely outcome? Which is almost never the catastrophe your mind is projecting. Rumination is the mind's tendency to replay past events, particularly negative ones, over and over. The conversation that went badly, the mistake you made, the thing someone said that hurt you. Your mind returns to these events compulsively, like a tongue probing a sore tooth, creating fresh pain with each return. The antidote is recognizing that rumination is not problem-solving. It feels like you're processing or working through something, but actually you're just reinforcing the neural pathways associated with that painful memory. Real processing involves feeling the emotion, understanding what happened, extracting any lessons, and then consciously letting it go. Rumination is the opposite. It's refusing to let go, clinging to the pain, keeping the wound open. When you catch yourself ruminating, acknowledge it. I'm ruminating again. Then consciously redirect your attention, not suppressing the memory but choosing not to dwell on it. Yes, that happened. I've felt it. I've learned from it. Now I'm choosing to focus my attention elsewhere. and then actually do so, returning your focus to the present moment. Mind reading is the tendency to assume you know what others are thinking, particularly about you. Someone seems distant and you immediately assume they're upset with you. Someone doesn't laugh at your joke and you assume they think you're not funny. This pattern creates enormous unnecessary suffering because you're not responding to reality. You're responding to your interpretation, which is usually more negative than the actual situation. The antidote is recognizing that you cannot know what others are thinking unless they tell you. And even then, people often don't fully know what they're thinking themselves. So any assumption you make about someone's internal state is speculation, not fact. When you catch yourself mind reading, label it, "I'm making assumptions." Then return to what you actually know, which is usually far less than what your mind is inventing. All or nothing thinking is the tendency to see things in extremes. You're either perfect or you're a failure. People either love you or hate you. An endeavor either succeeds completely or it's worthless. This pattern creates enormous instability because life rarely exists in these extremes. Most of reality exists in nuances, in gradations in the vast middle ground between absolute success and absolute failure. The antidote is consciously looking for the middle ground. When you catch yourself thinking in absolutes, challenge it. Is this really all or nothing? Or is there a spectrum here? Usually, you'll find that reality is far more nuanced than you're thinking. You didn't fail completely, some things worked and some didn't. The person isn't judging you harshly, they're mostly preoccupied with their own concerns. The situation isn't catastrophic, it's challenging but manageable. These patterns, catastrophizing, ruminating, mind reading, all or nothing thinking, are extremely common. Most people engage in all of them regularly without recognizing what's happening. But when you train your mind to recognize these patterns as they arise, you can interrupt them. You can choose not to engage. You can redirect your thinking toward more accurate, more helpful interpretations. This is what mental training looks like in practice. Not achieving some perfectly calm, thought-free state, but developing the capacity to see your thoughts clearly and to work with them skillfully, to recognize unhelpful patterns and choose different ones, to notice when your mind is creating unnecessary suffering and to gently redirect it toward more constructive activity. Let me share some additional practices that support mental training, because the more tools you have, the more flexible and effective your practice can be. Labeling thoughts is a simple but powerful practice. Instead of being lost in thought, you observe the thought and label what type it is. Worrying, planning, remembering, judging, fantasizing. This creates instant distance. You're no longer the thought, you're the one observing and categorizing the thought, and that small shift in perspective can interrupt the thought's power over you. You can be very specific with your labels, not just worrying but catastrophizing about work, not just remembering but ruminating about yesterday's conversation. The more precise your label, the more clearly you see the pattern and the more power you have to choose differently. The thank you mind technique is useful for persistent thoughts. Your mind keeps returning to the same worry or concern. Instead of fighting with it, you acknowledge it. Thank you, mind, for trying to protect me. I've heard this thought. I don't need to hear it again right now. This appreciates your mind's intent while establishing that you, not the thought, are in control. The what's the next right action practice is useful when your mind is spinning in worry or overwhelm. Instead of staying in abstract mental suffering, you ask, what's the next right action I can take in this situation? This grounds you in the present and in concrete possibility. Even if the action is small, even if it doesn't solve everything, doing something constructive breaks the pattern of mental spinning. The zoom-out practice is useful when you're lost in mental drama. You imagine yourself zooming out, like a camera pulling back. You see yourself in the room, then in the building, then in the city, then from space. This shift in perspective helps you recognize that whatever your mind is dramatizing is, in the larger scheme of things, relatively small, not unimportant, but not worth the level of mental agony you're creating around it. Now let's talk about what happens over time as you consistently train your mind, because the benefits compound in ways that are difficult to imagine until you experience them. First, you develop what might be called meta-awareness, the ability to observe your own mental processes as they're happening. You catch yourself starting to worry before you're fully caught in the worry. You notice judgment arising before you're completely identified with the judgment. This early detection makes it far easier to redirect, like catching a canoe before it goes over the waterfall, rather than trying to paddle back up after going over. Second, the quality of your thinking improves dramatically. Because you're not wasting mental energy on worry, rumination, and unnecessary drama, that energy becomes available for creative thinking, problem-solving, and genuine insight. Your mind becomes a tool you use rather than a burden you carry. Third, you experience increasing periods of mental quiet. Not silence, thoughts still arise, but a quality of spaciousness. The thoughts are less dense, less urgent, less consuming. There's more space between thoughts, more possibility for presence, more capacity to simply be without constantly thinking about being. Fourth, you become far less reactive emotionally, because you see thoughts as thoughts rather than as truth. They don't trigger automatic emotional responses the way they used to. You can observe an anxious thought without becoming anxious. You can witness an angry thought without acting from anger. This creates profound equanimity. And fifth, you discover a quality of peace that doesn't depend on external circumstances. Because peace is not the absence of challenging thoughts or difficult emotions. Peace is the ability to be present with whatever arises without being disturbed by it. And this ability is developed through mental training. The mind is a wild engine. It races, compares, and complains. This is its untrained state. But it doesn't have to remain that way. Through patient, consistent practice, you can train your mind to be your servant rather than your master. To generate thoughts without dominating you. To be a powerful tool you use rather than a chaos you endure. You don't need to eliminate thoughts. You just need to stop believing all of them. To develop the capacity to observe without identifying. To witness without being consumed. To use your mind consciously rather than being used by it unconsciously. This is the promise of mental training. Not perfection. Not a problem-free life. Not eternal bliss. But the practical capacity to work with your own mind skillfully. To reduce unnecessary suffering. To increase clarity and peace. To be present for your actual life rather than lost in mental fabrication. The training is available to you right now. Start simply. Sit for 5 minutes and watch your breath. Notice when your mind wanders and gently return. Do this daily, and as this foundation becomes solid, add the other practices. Question your thoughts. Fast from unnecessary patterns. Manage your attention consciously. Label your thinking. Challenge your interpretations. Over time, these practices will reshape your mind. Not into something it's not, but into what it can be. Clear, focused, peaceful, powerful. A trained mind. Your servant, not your master. And from this foundation of mental training, everything else in your life will transform. Because the mind shapes everything. Your experience, your relationships, your work, your sense of self. And when you train the mind, you're not just changing one aspect of your life. You're changing the very lens through which you experience all of life. This is worth your time. This is worth your effort. This is worth your consistent, patient practice. Because mastery of mind is mastery of life itself. Chapter 4. Managing the mood emotions are waves. They rise, peak, and fade. This is perhaps the most important truth about emotional experience. And yet it's something most people never fully grasp. Emotions are not permanent states. They are not solid, fixed aspects of who you are. They are temporary movements of energy through your system, arising, intensifying, and eventually subsiding, like waves rolling onto shore. But when you're in the grip of a strong emotion, it doesn't feel temporary. It feels like reality itself. When you're angry, the whole world seems like a place that justifies anger. When you're anxious, everything appears threatening. When you're sad, life itself seems fundamentally disappointing. The emotion colors your entire perception, and you forget that this is just a temporary state, not a permanent truth. You are the ocean beneath them. This is the perspective shift that changes everything. You are not the waves. You are not the emotional weather moving across the surface of your consciousness. You are the deeper presence that witnesses these movements. The ocean doesn't become the waves, even though the waves are made of ocean, and you don't become your emotions, even though they arise within your awareness. This distinction is not semantic. It's the difference between being controlled by your moods and being able to work with them skillfully. When you identify as your emotions, I am angry, I am sad, I am anxious, you have no distance, no perspective, no choice. You are completely merged with the emotional state, and it dictates your behavior. But when you recognize that you are the awareness in which emotions arise, I am experiencing anger. I notice sadness present. I observe anxiety. Suddenly there's space. You haven't eliminated the emotion, but you've created a relationship with it rather than being consumed by it. And in that relationship, choice becomes possible. Don't fight your moods. Learn to breathe through them. This is the practice. This is the skill that most people never develop because they're too busy trying to either suppress their emotions or act them out immediately. But there's a third option, far more powerful than either suppression or expression. Presence. Presence means being with the emotion fully without being controlled by it. It means feeling it completely without letting it drive your behavior. It means allowing the wave to move through you without being swept away by it. And the primary tool for cultivating this kind of presence is the breath, not as a metaphor but as a literal practical technique. Your breath is the bridge between your voluntary nervous system and your involuntary one. It's the access point where you can influence your autonomic response to emotions. When strong emotion arises, your breathing changes automatically. Anger makes the breath sharp and rapid. Anxiety makes it shallow and quick. Sadness makes it heavy and irregular. These breathing patterns both reflect and reinforce the emotional state. Your body and mind are communicating through the breath, creating a feedback loop that intensifies whatever you're feeling. But you can interrupt this loop. You can consciously change your breathing pattern, and in doing so you signal to your nervous system that you're safe, that you're in control, that this emotion doesn't need to overwhelm your system. This isn't about suppressing the emotion. It's about creating enough space that you can be with it without being consumed by it. When you can stay calm in chaos, your power multiplies. Not because you've eliminated chaos or prevented difficult emotions from arising, but because you've developed the capacity to remain centered regardless of what you're feeling. You've learned to be the ocean, not the waves, and from that centered place you can respond to situations with wisdom rather than reacting from emotional overwhelm. Let me show you what this looks like in practice, because emotional management is not abstract philosophy. It's concrete skill that can be learned and refined through deliberate practice. When a strong emotion arises, let's say anger, because it's one of the most challenging, your first automatic response is likely one of two extremes. Either you immediately express it, lashing out verbally or behaviorally, or you immediately suppress it, pushing it down and pretending you're not feeling it. Both of these responses are forms of being controlled by the emotion. Expression is being controlled into action. Suppression is being controlled into denial. But there's a third way. When you feel anger arising, you pause. You don't act on it and you don't pretend it's not there. Instead, you turn your attention to your body. Where do you feel the anger physically? Perhaps heat in your chest. Perhaps tension in your jaw. Perhaps energy in your hands wanting to clench into fists. You notice these sensations with curiosity rather than judgment. Then you bring your attention to your breath. You notice how it's changed, probably faster, shallower, more agitated, and you begin to consciously slow it down, not forcing anything, not creating tension, but gently extending the exhale. Breathing in for 4 counts, out for 6, or whatever ratio feels natural but is longer on the exhale than the inhale. As you do this, something remarkable happens. The anger doesn't disappear and it's still present, but it begins to soften. The sharp edges dull slightly. The compulsion to act on it decreases. You create space between you and the emotion. You're still feeling it, but you're no longer possessed by it. From this slightly more spacious place, you can make a conscious choice about how to respond. Maybe you need to address the situation that triggered the anger, but now you can do so from clarity rather than rage. Maybe you recognize that the anger is about something else entirely, and the current situation just activated it. Maybe you see that acting on the anger right now would create more problems than it would solve, and you choose to wait until you're more settled. This is emotional management, not elimination, not suppression, but creating enough space through breath and presence that you can be with the emotion without being controlled by it, and then choosing your response consciously rather than reacting automatically. Now let's go deeper into the nature of emotions and why they arise, because understanding them helps you work with them more effectively. Emotions are information. This is crucial to understand. They're not problems to be fixed or enemies to be defeated. They're messengers bringing you information about your internal state, your needs, your boundaries, your values. The challenge is that most people either ignore the message or get so caught up in the emotion that they can't hear the message clearly. Anger, for instance, often carries the message that a boundary has been violated or that something important to you is being threatened. It's activating energy, designed to help you protect yourself or address an injustice. This is valuable information. But when you're consumed by anger, you can't access this information clearly. You just react. And when you suppress anger, you ignore the message entirely, leaving the boundary violation unaddressed. Anxiety often carries the message that you need to prepare for something, or that you're facing uncertainty that your mind is trying to resolve. It's your system's way of trying to keep you safe by alerting you to potential threats. Again, valuable information. But when you're consumed by anxiety, it spirals into catastrophizing and becomes debilitating. And when you suppress it, you miss the message that maybe you do need to prepare or address something. Sadness often carries the message that you've lost something important or that a need isn't being met. It invites you to slow down, to reflect, to honor what matters to you. But when you're consumed by sadness, it becomes depression. And when you suppress it, you deny yourself the processing that grief requires. So the practice is to feel the emotion fully enough to receive its message, but not so fully that you're overwhelmed by it. To be present to what it's telling you without being consumed by the intensity of it. This is the balance. And it's achieved through the practices we're exploring. Breath, presence, creating space. Let me give you specific techniques for working with different emotional states, because while the principles are universal, the application varies depending on what you're experiencing. For anger, the key is to discharge the physical energy without doing damage. Anger creates a surge of activation in your body, adrenaline, cortisol, muscle tension. This energy needs to move. If you just sit with intense anger without any outlet, it can feel unbearable. So you give it a constructive outlet, physical exercise, punching a pillow, writing aggressively in a journal, anything that allows the energy to move through your system without harming yourself, others, or your environment. As you do this, you maintain awareness. You're not lost in the anger, feeding it with thoughts about how justified you are or how wrong the other person is. You're simply allowing the physical activation to discharge while you breathe and observe. And as the physical intensity decreases, you can access the message beneath the anger more clearly. For anxiety, the key is to ground in the present moment, because anxiety is always about the future, about what might happen, what could go wrong. It pulls your attention away from now and into imagined scenarios, so you anchor yourself deliberately in present reality. The 5-4-3-2-1 technique is powerful here. Name 5 things you can see, 4 things you can touch, 3 things you can hear, 2 things you can smell, 1 thing you can taste. This forces your attention back into sensory experience, which only exists in the present. You can't see, hear, touch, smell, or taste the future, so engaging your senses breaks the anxiety's grip on your attention. Combine this with conscious breathing, longer exhales to activate your parasympathetic nervous system, and the anxiety begins to settle, not disappear necessarily, but become manageable rather than overwhelming. For sadness, the key is to allow it without drowning in it. Sadness needs to be felt, needs to move through you. Suppressing it just stores it in your body where it becomes stuck, creating depression. But being consumed by it, ruminating endlessly, also doesn't help it process. So you create a container for it. You might set aside specific time to feel sad, 20 minutes where you allow yourself to cry, to feel the heaviness, to be with the loss or disappointment. You're not wallowing indefinitely, but you're also not suppressing. You're giving the emotion its due, honoring what it's trying to tell you, and then gently returning to engagement with life. Physical movement is also helpful with sadness. Walking, especially in nature, allows the emotion to move through you while preventing you from getting stuck in immobility. For overwhelm, the key is to slow everything down. Overwhelm happens when your mind is trying to process too much at once, when you're pulled in too many directions, when everything feels urgent and important simultaneously. The solution is radical simplification. Stop, sit down, close your eyes. Take 10 slow breaths, counting each one. Nothing else. Just breath and counting. This interrupts the scattered energy of overwhelm and creates a point of focus. Then, when you're slightly more settled, you write down everything that's contributing to the overwhelm. Get it all out of your head and onto paper. This alone often reduces the intensity, because your mind no longer has to hold all of it simultaneously. Finally, you choose one thing, just one, to address right now. Not everything. Not even the most important thing necessarily. Just one actionable thing, and you do that. Because action breaks overwhelm more effectively than thinking about overwhelm ever will. Now let's talk about mood patterns, because most people have habitual emotional states they return to repeatedly, and recognizing your patterns is essential for managing them. Some people have a default mood of anxiety. Their baseline is a low-grade worry about what might go wrong. They're always scanning for threats, always preparing for problems, always in a state of vigilance. This becomes so familiar that it feels normal, and calm states actually feel strange and uncomfortable. Others have a default mood of irritation. They're easily annoyed, quick to find fault, perpetually dissatisfied with how things are. This also becomes normalized, and they don't even realize they're spending most of their life in a state of low-grade anger. Still others default to sadness or melancholy. They tend to focus on what's missing, what's been lost, what's disappointing. This lens colors everything, and they struggle to feel genuine joy or satisfaction, even when positive things happen. Recognizing your default mood is powerful because once you see it, you realize it's not reality and it's a habit. It's a pattern your nervous system has learned to return to, often because it was adaptive at some point in your past. But it's not fixed. It's not who you are. It's just a habit, and habits can be changed. The practice is to notice when you're in your default mood and to consciously choose something different, not forcing positivity, not pretending everything is great, but simply choosing neutrality. Choosing to not add the layer of anxiety, irritation, or sadness to whatever is actually happening. This is remarkably difficult at first because the default mood is so automatic, so deeply grooved. But with patient, consistent practice, you can shift your baseline. You can train your nervous system to return to a different default state, one of calm awareness rather than anxiety, or peaceful acceptance rather than irritation, or quiet contentment rather than sadness. Let me share something crucial about emotional regulation. It's not about achieving constant happiness or positive emotions. That's not the goal. That's actually impossible and would be undesirable even if it were possible. You're a human being, which means you will experience the full range of human emotions. Difficulty, loss, challenge. These are inevitable parts of life, and they come with challenging emotions. The goal is not to eliminate difficult emotions. The goal is to not suffer unnecessarily because of them, to not amplify them through resistance or identification, to not let them control your behavior in ways you'll later regret, to be able to feel fully while remaining centered. This is equanimity, not the absence of emotion but the presence of balance. The ability to experience whatever arises without being destabilized by it, to feel intensely while remaining grounded, to be moved without being swept away. And equanimity is developed through practice, through repeatedly experiencing emotions while maintaining awareness, through learning again and again that you can feel anger without acting from anger, anxiety without being paralyzed by anxiety, sadness without drowning in sadness. Each time you do this, you're training your nervous system. You're teaching it, we can handle this. We can feel this without falling apart. We can be with this without being consumed by it. And over time, this capacity strengthens. Emotions that once overwhelmed you become manageable. States that once controlled you become experiences you can be present with. Now let's discuss the relationship between thoughts and emotions, because they're intimately connected, and understanding this connection gives you additional tools for emotional management. Emotions are not caused directly by events. They're caused by your thoughts about events. This is a fundamental insight from cognitive psychology, and it has profound implications. Two people experience the same event and have completely different emotional responses because they're thinking different thoughts about it. You give a presentation at work. Person A thinks that went terribly. Everyone could see how nervous I was. They probably think I'm incompetent. Result, shame and anxiety. Person B thinks that was challenging and I got through it. I learned what to improve for next time. Result, satisfaction and determination. Same event. Different thoughts. Different emotions. This means that by changing your thoughts, you can change your emotions, not by positive thinking or denial of reality, but by examining whether your thoughts are accurate and helpful, and choosing different interpretations when the automatic ones are creating unnecessary suffering. When you notice a difficult emotion, trace it back to the thought that generated it. What were you thinking just before the emotion arose? Often you'll find an interpretation or assumption that isn't necessarily true or isn't the only way to view the situation. And when you question that thought, when you find alternative ways to interpret what happened, the emotion shifts. This doesn't work for all emotions. Some arise from direct physical threat or loss. and no amount of cognitive reframing will eliminate them. But many of the emotions you experience daily are generated by thoughts that, upon examination, are questionable at best. And in those cases, working with the thoughts is an efficient way to work with the emotions. Let me share practices for building long-term emotional resilience. Because managing moods is not just about responding to difficult emotions as they arise. It's also about building a foundation that makes you less vulnerable to emotional overwhelm in general. Physical foundation. Your emotional state is deeply connected to your physical state. When you're sleep-deprived, undernourished, dehydrated, or physically exhausted, your emotional regulation capacity plummets. Things that wouldn't normally bother you become triggering. Situations you could normally handle become overwhelming. So foundational self-care, adequate sleep, nourishing food, hydration, movement, is actually emotional regulation practice. Nervous system regulation. Your autonomic nervous system has two primary states. Sympathetic activation, the stress response, fight or flight, and parasympathetic activation, the rest and digest response. Most people in modern life are chronically in sympathetic activation, which makes them emotionally reactive and easily overwhelmed. Practices that activate the parasympathetic system, slow breathing, gentle movement, time in nature, meaningful connection, build resilience by allowing your nervous system to rest and reset regularly. Emotional vocabulary. Many people have a very limited emotional vocabulary. They know good and bad, happy and sad, maybe a few others. But there are dozens of nuanced emotional states, and being able to name them precisely helps you work with them effectively. Frustrated feels different than disappointed, which feels different than discouraged. When you can name exactly what you're feeling, you can address it more skillfully. Regular processing. Just as physical hygiene requires regular attention, emotional hygiene does too. This means creating regular time to check in with yourself, to feel what needs to be felt, to process what needs to be processed before it accumulates. This might be through journaling, through conversation with a trusted person, through therapy, or through simple quiet reflection. The form doesn't matter. What matters is not letting emotional material build up unaddressed. Now let's talk about emotional contagion and boundaries, because you're not just managing your own emotional states. You're constantly affected by the emotional states of those around you. Emotions are contagious. This is neurologically verifiable. Mirror neurons in your brain activate when you observe emotions in others, causing you to feel echoes of what they're feeling. This is the basis of empathy, and it's essential for human connection. But it also means you can be pulled into emotional states that aren't yours. You're calm and centered, and then you spend time with someone who's anxious, and suddenly you're anxious too. You're in a good mood, and then you encounter someone who's angry, and your mood drops. This isn't weakness or lack of discipline. It's how human nervous systems work. We're designed to attune to each other. But you can develop emotional boundaries, not walls that cut you off from others, but permeable membranes that allow you to sense others' emotions without being overwhelmed by them. To be empathetic without losing your own center. The practice is awareness. When you notice your emotional state shifting after being with someone, you pause and ask, "Is this mine?" Often you'll realize you've absorbed their anxiety, their stress, their mood. And recognizing this creates choice. You can consciously release what's not yours. You can maintain compassion for their experience without taking it on as your own. This is especially important if you're in helping roles, parenting, teaching, healthcare, counseling. You must be able to be present to others' emotions without drowning in them. And this capacity is built through the practices we've explored. Grounding, breathing, maintaining awareness of your own state, creating space. Let me address one more crucial aspect of emotional management. The relationship between control and acceptance. There's a paradox here. You develop the capacity to work with your emotions skillfully, to influence your moods, to regulate your states. But you also need to accept that you cannot control emotions directly. You cannot simply decide not to feel something and have it disappear. Emotions arise based on complex interactions between your thoughts, your nervous system, your circumstances, your history. They have their own intelligence, their own timing, their own process. The skill is in the middle ground. You cannot force emotions to appear or disappear. But you can create conditions that make certain emotional states more or less likely. You can influence the duration and intensity of emotions through how you work with them. You can choose how you respond to emotions behaviorally, even when you can't choose what you feel. This is the balance, acceptance of what you feel, combined with skillful action in response to what you feel. Not trying to force yourself to feel differently, but also not being passively controlled by however you happen to feel in any given moment. When you can stay calm in chaos, your power multiplies, not because you never feel difficult emotions, but because you've developed the capacity to be with them without being consumed, to feel fully while remaining centered, to be moved without being swept away. This is mastery, not control in the sense of domination or suppression, but mastery in the sense of skillful relationship. You know your emotional patterns. You understand the relationship between your thoughts and your feelings. You have practices for grounding when you're activated, and for allowing when you're resistant. You can be present to the full range of human emotion while maintaining your center, your clarity, your capacity to choose wise action. Emotions are waves. They rise, peak, and fade. This is their nature. And you are the ocean beneath them, vast, deep, unshakable. It's not because the waves don't affect you, but because you're not defined by them. You're not consumed by them. You remain yourself, present and aware as the emotional weather moves through. This is the freedom that emotional management creates. Not freedom from feeling, but freedom to feel fully without being controlled. To experience the richness of human emotion while maintaining the stability that allows you to live wisely, love deeply, and respond to life with grace rather than reactivity. The practices are here. The path is clear. Begin with the breath. Return to the present moment. Create space between you and your emotions. Feel them fully while remaining centered. And watch as your relationship with your emotional life transforms from one of being tossed around by every mood to one of dancing skillfully with whatever arises. This is your birthright. This is your capacity. This is what becomes possible when you learn to manage your moods with awareness, presence, and skill. Chapter 6, The Calm Within Chaos. You can't control everything, but you can control your response to everything. This is the ultimate truth. The final understanding. The wisdom that transforms suffering into peace. Life will bring storms. Circumstances will shift without your permission. People will act in ways you cannot predict. Events will unfold that you did not choose. You cannot control the weather of the world. You cannot force reality to match your preferences. You cannot make life behave according to your plans, but you can control something far more powerful. Something that changes everything, even when nothing external changes. You can control your response, not your initial reaction. That's often automatic, biological, beyond immediate control. The flash of anger, the spike of fear, the wave of disappointment, these arise on their own. They're human, natural, part of having a nervous system that responds to the world. But what comes after that initial reaction? That's where your power lives. That's where your choice exists. That's where mastery is demonstrated. Do you feed the reaction? Do you build a story around it? Do you let it dictate your words, your actions, your state? Or do you observe it, acknowledge it? Let it be present without letting it control you? This choice and this sacred space between stimulus and response. This is where your peace lives, not in perfect circumstances, not in the absence of challenge, not in a life where nothing difficult ever happens, but in your response, in your ability to remain centered when everything around you is turbulent, in your capacity to choose how you meet what arises. That's where your peace lives. And it's always available, always accessible, always within your control. When you stop chasing control outside, you begin mastering it inside. Most people spend their entire lives trying to control the external, trying to arrange circumstances perfectly, trying to make people behave correctly, trying to force life to cooperate with their preferences. They believe peace comes from perfect conditions, from everything going right, from no challenges appearing, from everyone understanding them and treating them well. But this is a losing game, because the external is vast, complex, unpredictable, full of variables you cannot influence, shaped by forces beyond your reach. You exhaust yourself trying to control what cannot be controlled. You create suffering by demanding that reality be different than it is. You lose your peace by insisting that circumstances align with your wishes. And even when you temporarily succeed, when you arrange things just right, when people cooperate, when conditions are favorable, it doesn't last, because the external is always changing, always shifting, always moving beyond your control. So you're constantly fighting, constantly adjusting, constantly anxious that the careful arrangement will fall apart. This is not peace. This is not freedom. This is exhausting. But when you stop chasing control outside, when you release the futile attempt to make the world behave, something profound happens. You begin mastering it inside. You turn your attention to the one domain where control is actually possible, your own response. You can't control whether someone is rude to you, but you can control whether you react with anger or respond with calm. You can't control whether you face obstacles, but you can control whether you meet them with resilience or collapse in defeat. You can't control whether life brings loss, but you can control whether you let loss destroy you or whether you grieve with grace and continue forward. This internal mastery is the only control that matters, the only control that's real, the only control that brings lasting peace. And that's the kind of power no one can take from you. External power is fragile. It depends on circumstances, on resources, on other people's cooperation. It can be lost in a moment, stripped away by forces beyond your control. But internal power, the power of self-mastery, the ability to remain centered regardless of circumstances, no one can take that from you. No event can strip it away. No loss can destroy it. It's yours, completely, permanently, unshakably yours. Once developed, it remains. Through all seasons, through all challenges, through all changes, you carry it with you. Into every situation, into every relationship, into every moment of your life. This is freedom. Not freedom from difficulty, but freedom within difficulty. The capacity to meet whatever arises with inner stability. Let's explore what this looks like in practice, because understanding is one thing. Living it is another. Imagine you're facing a situation that's beyond your control. Perhaps a relationship is ending. Perhaps a job is lost. Perhaps health is challenged. Perhaps plans have fallen apart. The situation is real. The challenge is genuine. The difficulty is not imaginary. Your old pattern might be to fight reality, to resist what's happening, to demand that circumstances be different, to spiral into anxiety about what you cannot control. This shouldn't be happening. I need to fix this. I can't accept this. What if I can't handle this? This pattern creates tremendous suffering because you're at war with reality, fighting what is, demanding what isn't. And reality always wins that fight. Always. Reality is what it is, regardless of your preferences. But there's another way, the way of inner mastery. You feel the initial reaction, the shock, the disappointment, the fear. You don't suppress these. You acknowledge them. Yes, this is difficult. Yes, I'm feeling strong emotions. But then you pause, you breathe, and you ask yourself a different question. Not, how do I control this situation, but how do I want to respond to this situation? Not, how do I make this different, but how do I meet this with strength? Not, what can I control out there, but what can I control in here? This shift in focus changes everything, because suddenly, you're no longer helpless. You're no longer at the mercy of circumstances. You have choice. Real choice. The choice of response. The choice of how you carry yourself through this. The choice of who you become in the midst of challenge. You might choose to respond with dignity, to face the difficulty without losing your center, to feel the pain without letting it destroy your peace. You might choose to respond with wisdom, to see what can be learned, to find meaning in the struggle, to use the challenge as fuel for growth. You might choose to respond with grace, to accept what is while working toward what could be, to surrender to reality while still taking constructive action. These choices are always available, always within your power, always yours to make. And when you make them, when you respond from inner mastery rather than from reactive chaos, you discover something remarkable. You're okay. Even in the midst of difficulty. Even when circumstances are far from ideal. Even when nothing is going according to plan. You're okay because your okayness doesn't depend on external conditions. It comes from within, from your capacity to remain centered, from your ability to meet life with presence rather than panic. This is the calm within chaos, not the absence of chaos, but the presence of calm regardless of chaos. Let's go deeper into what creates this inner calm, because it's not just a concept, it's a practice, a skill, something developed through specific approaches. First, there's acceptance, True acceptance, not resignation or passivity, but the clear-eyed recognition of what is. Most suffering comes from arguing with reality, from insisting that what is should be different, from fighting against circumstances you cannot change. This shouldn't have happened. That person shouldn't have acted that way. Life should be easier. I should be further along. All of this is war with reality, and reality doesn't negotiate. It simply is. But when you accept what is, truly accept it, not just intellectually but experientially, the war ends. The struggle ceases. Peace becomes possible. Acceptance doesn't mean you like what's happening. It doesn't mean you stop working to improve things. It doesn't mean you become passive. It means you stop adding suffering to difficulty. You stop creating additional pain through resistance to what already is. You acknowledge, this is what's happening right now. I don't prefer it. I'm working to change what I can, but I accept that this is the current reality. This acceptance creates space. Space to breathe. Space to think clearly. Space to respond skillfully rather than react desperately. Second, there's perspective. The ability to see beyond the immediate moment, to recognize that this too shall pass. That difficulty is temporary even when it feels permanent. When you're in the midst of chaos, it's easy to believe it will last forever, that you'll always feel this way, that circumstances will never improve. But this is an illusion created by present moment intensity, a cognitive distortion that treats current state as permanent state. The truth is, everything changes, everything passes, storm clouds move, seasons shift, circumstances evolve. This challenge you're facing, it's temporary. Not in the sense that you should dismiss it or pretend it doesn't matter, but in the sense that it won't last forever. Remembering this doesn't eliminate the difficulty, but it does prevent you from drowning in it, from believing that this moment defines your entire existence. You can endure what you know is temporary. You can maintain calm when you remember that chaos is not your permanent state. Third, there's breath. Simple, physical, always available. Your breath is the bridge between mind and body, between conscious and unconscious, between reaction and response. When chaos strikes, your breath changes. It becomes shallow, rapid, held. Your body activates into stress response, and this physiological activation feeds mental chaos. Your racing heart tells your brain danger. Your shallow breathing signals threat. Your tense muscles communicate emergency. The mind responds to these body signals by generating more anxiety, more urgency, more panic. But you can interrupt this cycle right at the beginning. Through conscious breath, when you notice chaos, internal or external, return to your breath. Deliberately, intentionally, slowly, breathe in deeply. Hold briefly. Breathe out slowly. Repeat. This simple act sends different signals to your brain. We're okay. There's no immediate danger. We have time to respond thoughtfully. Your nervous system calms. Your mind clears. Space opens between stimulus and response. From this calmer state, you can access the inner mastery that chaos had temporarily obscured. You can choose your response rather than being controlled by reaction. Breath is always with you, in every moment, in every circumstance. No matter how chaotic things become, you can always return to your breath. And in that return, you reclaim your center. You remember your power. You access the calm that exists beneath all chaos. Fourth, there's presence. The practice of staying in this moment rather than spiraling into imagined futures or ruminated pasts. Chaos often exists more in our projections than in present reality. We imagine terrible outcomes. We replay past difficulties. We create entire narratives of catastrophe in our minds, and we suffer these imagined scenarios as if they're real, as if they're happening right now, but they're not. They're thoughts, projections, stories, not present reality. Present reality, this actual moment right now, is often manageable. Even when it's difficult, it's just this. Just now. just what's actually here. When you bring your attention fully to the present moment, chaos often diminishes, because you're no longer carrying the weight of imagined futures and replayed pasts. You're just here, in this breath, in this moment, dealing with what's actually present rather than what might happen or what already happened. This doesn't mean ignoring the future or denying the past. It means not suffering them when they're not actually here, not creating additional chaos through mental time travel. Stay here, now, this moment, this breath, this choice, this response. From this grounded presence, you can meet whatever arises with much greater calm and clarity. Fifth, there's surrender. Perhaps the most misunderstood practice. Because surrender is not defeat, it's not giving up, it's not passive resignation. Surrender is releasing the need to control what you cannot control. It's letting go of the demand that reality conform to your preferences. It's accepting your human limitation while accessing your genuine power. You cannot control the storm, but you can secure your vessel. You can adjust your sails. You can navigate with skill. You cannot control other people, but you can control your response to them. You can set boundaries. You can choose your level of engagement. You cannot control outcomes, but you can control your effort, your attitude, your integrity in the process. This is the paradox of surrender. By releasing control over what you cannot control, you access deeper control over what you actually can. You stop wasting energy fighting the uncontrollable, and that energy becomes available for what is controllable: your response, your state, your choices. Surrender is wisdom. It's the recognition of reality, the acceptance of what is within your power and what isn't. And this recognition brings profound peace, because you're no longer exhausting yourself with impossible battles. You're focusing your power where it actually makes a difference. Now let's talk about what this inner calm looks like when it's embodied. What changes when you develop this mastery? Externally, you become steady, reliable, a source of stability for others. When everyone else is panicking, you remain composed. When chaos surrounds you, you emanate calm. This isn't because you're unfeeling or detached. It's because you've learned to separate circumstance from response, to feel fully while still choosing how you act. People notice this quality. They're drawn to it. They feel safer around you because your stability helps regulate their nervous systems. You become an anchor in the storm. Not because you control the storm, but because you remain unshaken by it. Internally, you experience profound peace. Not the peace of perfect circumstances, but the peace of knowing you can handle whatever arises. You're not afraid of challenge because you trust your capacity to respond to it. You're not threatened by change because you know your center remains regardless. This creates a deep, abiding sense of okayness, a baseline calm that circumstances cannot destroy. You still feel emotions. You still face difficulty. But beneath it all, there's this steady knowing. I can handle this. I have what I need. I'll be okay. This knowing is freedom. The deepest freedom possible. Not freedom from circumstance, but freedom within any circumstance. In relationships, you stop trying to control others. You release the need for people to behave according to your expectations. You love without demanding. You connect without clinging. This doesn't mean accepting mistreatment or having no boundaries. It means recognizing that others' behavior is beyond your control, while your response is entirely within it. You can love someone and let them be themselves. You can care about someone and accept their choices. You can stay connected while remaining sovereign. This creates healthier, more authentic relationships, because you're relating from wholeness rather than need, from choice rather than demand, from love rather than control. In work, you stop being controlled by external validation. You do excellent work because that's who you are. Not because you need recognition. You're not thrown by criticism or inflated by praise. You receive feedback without letting it determine your worth. You stay steady in your purpose regardless of others' opinions. This makes you remarkably effective. Because you're not performing for approval. You're creating from authenticity, and that produces work of genuine value. In difficult times, you become a fortress. Not hard or closed, but unshakable. You feel the difficulty fully while remaining grounded in your center. You grieve without being destroyed. You struggle without giving up. You hurt without losing hope because you know this is temporary. You are not this circumstance. You are the awareness that experiences circumstance, and that awareness remains constant and clear, regardless of what passes through it. Let's also acknowledge what inner mastery doesn't mean, because there are common misconceptions that create confusion. Inner mastery doesn't mean emotional suppression. You don't become robotic or detached. You feel fully. You just don't let feelings control you. Inner mastery doesn't mean passive acceptance of everything. You still work to improve circumstances. You just don't suffer while doing so. You act from clarity rather than desperation. Inner mastery doesn't mean isolation from others. You remain deeply connected. You just connect from sovereignty rather than neediness, from choice rather than dependency. Inner mastery doesn't mean you never struggle. You do, you're human, but you struggle skillfully. You move through difficulty without losing yourself in it. Inner mastery doesn't mean achieving perfect calm at all times. Your nervous system will still activate. Emotions will still arise strongly, but you recover faster. You don't spiral. You return to center more quickly. Understanding these distinctions helps you practice more skillfully. You're not trying to become something inhuman. You're learning to be fully human while remaining centered in awareness. Finally, let's talk about how to develop this mastery, because it's not something you either have or don't. It's something you build through practice. Start with small challenges. Don't wait for major crises to practice inner mastery. Practice with daily annoyances, traffic, delayed packages, minor disappointments. These are perfect training grounds. Low stakes. Safe space to experiment with choosing your response rather than defaulting to reaction. Notice when you're reacting. Pause. Breathe. Choose how you want to respond instead. This simple practice, repeated hundreds of times with small challenges, builds the capacity you'll need for larger ones. Practice presence daily. Not just when chaos strikes, but as a regular practice, through meditation, through mindful activities, through moments of deliberate awareness. The more familiar you are with present moment awareness in calm times, the more accessible it becomes in chaotic times. Work with your body. Your inner state is deeply connected to your physical state. Regular movement, adequate rest, conscious breathing. These aren't separate from mental mastery. They're its foundation. When your body is regulated, maintaining inner calm becomes much easier. When your body is dysregulated, inner mastery is significantly harder. Study your patterns. Notice when you lose your center. What situations trigger reactive chaos? What circumstances make inner mastery difficult? This isn't about judgment. It's about data. Understanding your patterns helps you prepare for them. You know your triggers so you can meet them consciously rather than being ambushed. Reflect regularly. At day's end, review. When did I maintain inner mastery today? When did I lose it? What helped me stay centered? What pulled me into reaction? This reflection strengthens your capacity. You're learning from experience, recognizing what works, building self-awareness that makes future mastery more accessible. Be patient with yourself. This is lifelong practice, not quick achievement. You'll lose your center sometimes. You'll react when you meant to respond. You'll get caught in chaos when you wanted to stay calm. This is normal. Expected. Part of the process. The practice isn't never losing center. It's returning to center more quickly each time. And you are returning more quickly. With each practice. With each repetition. With each conscious choice to respond rather than react. You're building the capacity, strengthening the neural pathways, developing the skill of inner mastery that serves you for the rest of your life. The calm within chaos isn't about eliminating chaos. Life will always bring challenges. Circumstances will always change. Difficulty will always arise, but you can develop the capacity to remain centered through it all. To meet whatever comes with inner stability, to respond from wisdom rather than react from panic. This capacity is your birthright, your natural state beneath all conditioning. The peace that exists at your core waiting to be accessed. It's not somewhere else, not something you need to achieve. It's already here, already yours, always available. You just need to remember it, to practice accessing it, to strengthen your ability to rest in it regardless of external circumstances. And with practice, with patience, with commitment to this path, you'll discover the calm that exists within all chaos, the peace that no circumstance can destroy, the mastery that no one can take from you. This is your power. This is your freedom. This is your peace not in perfect circumstances, but in your response to all circumstances, in the sacred space between what happens and how you choose to meet it. That space is where you live, where your power resides, where freedom is found. You can't control everything, but you can control your response to everything. And that response, and that conscious, chosen, skillful response, that's where your peace lives. Always accessible. Always available. Always yours. The calm within chaos, not the absence of chaos, but the presence of calm, steady, unshakable, regardless. This is mastery. This is freedom. This is peace, and it's yours to claim. Right now. In this moment. Through the choice to meet whatever arises with inner stability. The chaos may continue, but you remain calm. Centered. Free. That's the power no one can take from you. That's the peace that's always been yours. Welcome home to your center. Welcome to the calm within chaos. Welcome to the freedom of inner mastery. It's been here all along, waiting for you to remember, to return, to rest in what you've always been, calm, steady, unshakable. This is who you are. This is your truth. This is your power, and nothing external can ever change that. The freedom of mastery. Real peace is not the absence of problems. It's the presence of control, not control over the world. Not control over circumstances. Not control over other people, but control over yourself, your responses, your words, your thoughts, your energy. This is the only control that matters, the only control that's real, the only control that brings lasting peace. And you've learned how to access it through these chapters, through these practices, through this journey from chaos to calm. You've learned that control begins with awareness, that you cannot master what you don't notice, that the first step is always seeing clearly, seeing your thoughts before they become words, your impulses before they become actions, your emotions before they become states. You've learned to master your mouth, to recognize that every word carries energy, that silence is often more powerful than speech, that speaking with intention, rather than impulse, changes everything about how you move through the world. You've learned to train your mind, to observe thoughts without believing all of them, to create space between stimulus and response, to be the master of your mental landscape rather than its victim. You've learned to manage your moods, to understand that emotions are waves you can ride rather than storms that must destroy you, that beneath all feeling there's a steady awareness that remains calm. You've learned about the energy of money, that financial discipline reflects inner discipline, that your relationship with resources mirrors your relationship with yourself, that abundance flows from clarity, not chaos. And you've learned about the calm within chaos, that you cannot control everything external, but you can always control your response, that this response is where your power lives, that freedom comes not from perfect circumstances, but from inner mastery regardless of circumstances. When you master your words, thoughts, mood, and money, you don't just live better, you live lighter. The weight you've been carrying, the weight of constant reaction, of emotional chaos, of undisciplined habits, of internal conflict, and it begins to lift. You're not fighting yourself anymore. You're not at war with your impulses. You're not controlled by every passing mood or thought. Instead, you're aligned, integrated, whole. Your actions flow from your values rather than from reactivity. Your words reflect your wisdom rather than your wounds. Your choices create peace rather than problems. This alignment creates lightness, not the lightness of having no responsibilities or challenges, but the lightness of moving through life without the burden of constant internal conflict. You're no longer carrying the weight of broken promises to yourself, the guilt of words spoken in anger, the shame of actions taken in impulse, the anxiety of resources wasted through lack of discipline. Instead, you're carrying the lightness of integrity, of self-trust, of knowing that you can rely on yourself to respond skillfully, to speak wisely, to choose consciously. This is what mastery creates. Not perfection. You'll still struggle, still make mistakes, still face challenges. But lightness. The ability to move through life with grace rather than constant turbulence. Because freedom isn't doing whatever you want. It's being so disciplined that nothing controls you anymore. This is the paradox most people never understand. They believe freedom comes from having no constraints, from being able to act on every impulse, from never having to exercise control, but that's not freedom. That's slavery to impulse. Slavery to mood, slavery to every passing desire or emotion, True freedom comes from discipline, from developing such mastery over yourself that external circumstances cannot dictate your internal state, that impulses cannot override your intentions, that emotions cannot control your choices. When you have this discipline, you're free to choose your responses rather than being forced into reactions, free to create the life you want rather than constantly managing the chaos you've created, free to be who you truly are rather than who your uncontrolled impulses make you. This freedom is profound. It's not the freedom to do anything. It's the freedom from being controlled by anything, free from the need to react when provoked, free from the compulsion to speak every thought, free from being thrown by every emotion, free from financial stress created by undisciplined choices, free to respond consciously, free to speak intentionally, free to feel fully while remaining centered, free to use resources wisely. This is the freedom of mastery, and it's yours now. Not perfectly, not completely, but genuinely. Really, truly, you've developed the awareness. You've learned the practices. You've understood the principles. Now, it's just a matter of living them, daily, consistently, with patience for yourself when you fall short and commitment to return to center when you lose it. Because mastery is not a destination, it's a practice. A lifelong journey of returning again and again to conscious choice, to intentional response, to disciplined action. Some days will be easy. You'll maintain your center effortlessly. Your words will flow with wisdom. Your thoughts will remain clear. Your emotions will be manageable. Your choices will align with your values. Other days will be hard. You'll lose your center repeatedly. You'll speak before thinking. You'll believe troubling thoughts. You'll be swept by emotion. You'll act impulsively. Both are part of the practice. Both are part of being human. The goal isn't perfect days every day. The goal is returning to mastery more quickly each time you lose it, and you will return more quickly. With each practice, with each repetition, with each conscious choice to remember who you are beneath the chaos. You're someone who notices before reacting, someone who speaks with intention, someone who observes thoughts without becoming them, someone who feels emotions without being controlled by them, someone who uses resources consciously. This is who you're becoming, through practice, through patience, through persistent return to these principles. And as you become this person, everything changes, not overnight, not dramatically, but steadily, gradually, undeniably. Your relationships improve because you're not reactive. Your work improves because you're focused. Your finances improve because you're disciplined. Your inner life improves because you're aware. And most importantly, you trust yourself, because you've proven through countless small choices that you can rely on yourself to show up with consciousness rather than chaos. This self-trust is the foundation of all peace. When you trust yourself to respond skillfully, you're not afraid of what life brings. You know you'll handle it, not perfectly, but well enough. And that knowing, that deep, earned knowing, is freedom. So take these practices forward, into your daily life, into every situation, into every challenge and every calm moment. Remember to pause before speaking, to observe before judging, to breathe before reacting, to choose consciously rather than acting impulsively. Remember that awareness is the foundation, that you cannot master what you don't notice, that the practice begins with seeing clearly. Remember that discipline is not restriction, it's freedom. Freedom from being controlled by impulse, freedom to create the life you want. Remember that mastery is not perfection, it's practice. The practice of returning to center, of choosing consciousness, of responding rather than reacting. You have everything you need. The awareness, the practices, the understanding. Now you simply live it, day by day, choice by choice, moment by moment. And in that living you discover something beautiful. Peace is always available, not in perfect circumstances, but in conscious response to all circumstances. That peace is your birthright, your natural state, your true home. Welcome home to yourself. Welcome to the freedom of mastery. Welcome to the peace that comes from self-control. It's been here all along, waiting for you to remember, to practice, to return, and now you have. Now you know. Now you're free, free to live consciously, free to respond skillfully, free to create peace through mastery. This is your power. This is your freedom. This is your peace, the discipline of self-control, the mastery of words, thoughts, and energy, the calm within chaos, the freedom within discipline. All of it is yours, now and always. through practice and patience, through awareness and choice. Welcome to mastery. Welcome to freedom. Welcome to peace. The journey continues, and you're ready for it. Steady, aware, disciplined, free.
They recognize their anxiety as their nervous system trying to protect them from perceived social threat, which isn't actually dangerous. They practice breathing techniques before they go. They enter the room slowly, giving themselves time to adjust. They feel the discomfort without needing to escape it. And over time, through repeated exposure with regulation, these situations become genuinely easier. Person B's life expands. Person A's contracts. The difference isn't that Person B doesn't feel fear. It's that they've learned to move with fear rather than being stopped by it. This is the first fundamental truth about calm. It's built through engagement, not withdrawal. You don't become calm by avoiding what scares you. You become calm by teaching your nervous system, through repeated experience, that you can handle difficult things while remaining regulated. The biology of stress, what's actually happening in your body to understand calm, you need to understand its opposite, the stress response. And to understand the stress response, we need to take a brief journey into your nervous system. Your autonomic nervous system has two main branches: the sympathetic nervous system, your accelerator, and the parasympathetic nervous system, your brake. These systems work together to help you respond to your environment. When your brain perceives threat, whether it's a predator in the wilderness or a room full of strangers at a party, your sympathetic nervous system activates. This is the famous fight or flight response. Though modern neuroscience recognizes there are actually more options. Fight, flight, freeze, fawn, and several others. Here's what happens physiologically when this system kicks in. Your heart rate increases to pump blood to your major muscle groups. Your breathing becomes rapid and shallow. To take in more oxygen, blood flow redirects away from your digestive system and toward your limbs. This is why you might feel nauseous or get butterflies. When nervous, your pupils dilate to take in more visual information, your muscles tense. Preparing for action, stress hormones like cortisol and adrenaline flood your system, your prefrontal cortex, the part of your brain responsible for rational thinking. Planning and emotional regulation goes partially offline. Your amygdala, your brain's threat detection center, takes over. This response evolved over millions of years to help our ancestors survive genuine physical threats. If a lion appeared, you needed your body to react instantly without stopping to think it through. The problem is that your nervous system can't tell the difference between a lion and a job interview. It responds to perceived threat, not just actual physical danger. And in modern life, most of what we experience as threat is social. Walking into a room full of strangers triggers the same biological cascade as encountering a predator. Your rational brain knows you're not in danger, but your nervous system is screaming warnings based on ancient programming. The tribe might reject you. You might be cast out. You might not survive. This is why social anxiety feels so physical. It's not just in your head, it's a full-body experience, rooted in survival mechanisms that were adaptive for most of human history, but are wildly out of proportion to most modern situations. When you lose your calm in social situations, you're not weak or broken. You're experiencing a biological response that worked perfectly for keeping your ancestors alive. But that needs updating for the social challenges you face today. Why people lose their calm in social situations. Now that you understand the biology, let's talk about why it happens so reliably in social contexts. Human beings are deeply social creatures. For most of our evolutionary history, being part of a group wasn't just pleasant, it was essential for survival. Exile from the tribe was often a death sentence. As a result, our brains developed incredibly sensitive systems for detecting social threat. Rejection, judgment, exclusion, humiliation. These threats don't trigger your stress response occasionally. They trigger it constantly because your brain is always scanning for signs that you might be evaluated negatively. This is called social threat detection, and it operates largely below your conscious awareness. You walk into a room, and within milliseconds, your brain is processing, are these people like me or different from me? Do I have status here or am I low ranking? Are they paying attention to me? Is that attention positive or negative? Do I know how to behave in this context, or might I make a mistake? Is anyone here a potential threat to my reputation relationships, or resources. If your brain detects even subtle signs of social threat, someone's eyes pass over you without acknowledging you, a conversation stops when you approach, a joke you make lands flat, your stress response activates. And here's where it gets tricky. The stress response itself creates a negative feedback loop. When your sympathetic nervous system activates, your thinking becomes less clear because your prefrontal cortex is partially offline. You become hypervigilant to negative cues and miss positive ones. Your body language becomes tense and closed off. Your voice may shake or become that you struggle to access spontaneous, natural responses. All of these things make social interaction harder, which triggers more stress, which makes everything worse. You become trapped in a cycle where anxiety creates the very outcomes you feared. People lose their calm in social situations, not because they're doing something wrong, but because their nervous system is doing exactly what it evolved to do: protect them from potential social harm. The problem is that this protection system is oversensitive and often counterproductive in modern contexts. The anatomy of lost calm, a real-time example. Let's walk through what happens in your body and mind when you lose your calm. Imagine you're at a work meeting. Your manager asks you a question in front of the whole team, millisecond 0100. Your amygdala registers this as a potential threat. Social evaluation, opportunity for embarrassment. You might say something wrong. Everyone is watching. Second 1, your heart rate spikes. You feel heat in your face. Your breathing becomes shallow. Stress hormones begin flooding your system. Second 2 to 3, your prefrontal cortex, the part that would normally help you formulate a thoughtful answer, begins to go offline. Your working memory decreases. The answer you knew moments ago becomes harder to access. Second 4 to 5, you notice your physical symptoms. My heart is racing. Everyone can probably tell I'm nervous. This is embarrassing. These meta-observations trigger additional stress. Now you're anxious about being anxious. Second 6 to 10, you try to answer, but your mind feels blank. You start speaking, but you're not sure where you're going. Your voice sounds strange to your own ears. You're no longer thinking about the actual question. You're thinking about how you're being perceived. Second 11 to 20, you stumble through an answer that doesn't feel adequate. You notice your colleague's expression. Was that judgment? Did I just make myself look incompetent? Your stress intensifies. Aftermath, the meeting ends. Your nervous system remains activated for hours. You replay the moment over and over. You might even avoid speaking up in future meetings to prevent a repeat of this experience. This cascade happens not because you lack knowledge or competence, but because your nervous system hijacked your capacity for calm. Regulated response, the myth of natural confidence. One of the most damaging beliefs about calm and confidence is that some people are just born with it. That it's a fixed personality trait you either have or you don't. This is completely false, and believing it will keep you stuck. Yes, there are temperamental differences. Some people have naturally less reactive nervous systems. Some grew up in environments that fostered secure attachment and emotional regulation. Some have personality traits that make social interaction feel easier. But here's what research consistently shows. Emotional regulation is a learned skill. Studies of people who appear naturally confident reveal that they've usually had one or both of these advantages. Early experiences that taught their nervous system social situations are safe. Perhaps they had caregivers who were consistently responsive and attuned. Perhaps they had early social successes that built positive associations. Perhaps they were in environments where they could practice social skills without harsh consequences for mistakes. They've done, often unconsciously, the work of nervous system training. They've had enough positive social experiences to build tolerance. They've learned, through trial and error, to regulate their responses. They've developed habits and thought patterns that support calm. The crucial point is this: whatever they have, you can develop. Your nervous system has remarkable plasticity, the ability to change and adapt throughout your life. The pathways that currently trigger stress in social situations can be rewired. The patterns that lead to anxiety spirals can be interrupted and replaced. No one is born walking into rooms with perfect calm. It's a skill built through understanding, practice, and patience. Think of your nervous system like a muscle. Some people started with a bit more natural strength, but everyone can build capacity through training. Someone who started with less natural calm can absolutely surpass someone who had early advantages, but never developed the skill intentionally. The people you perceive as naturally confident have practiced. They've just practiced in ways and contexts that weren't visible to you what calm actually feels like. Now that we've cleared away the myths, let's talk about what genuine calm actually feels like in your body and mind. Physically, your breathing is deeper and slower, originating from your diaphragm rather than your chest. Your heart rate is steady, not pounding or racing. Your muscles are relaxed but alert, not clenched or rigid. Your face feels soft, not tight or frozen. You have a sense of being settled in your body, rather than feeling like you're floating above it or trying to, escape it. Your energy feels grounded and present rather than scattered or frenetic mentally. Your thoughts move at a manageable pace rather than racing. You can access your working memory and recall information when needed. You're able to focus on what's actually happening rather than catastrophizing about what might happen. There's space between your thoughts, moments of quiet rather than constant mental noise. You can observe your thoughts without being completely identified with them emotionally. You can feel your emotions without being overwhelmed by them. You have access to a range of responses rather than being locked into one reaction. Difficult feelings arise, but they pass through you rather than getting stuck. You don't need to perform or manage how you're being perceived. You can simply be socially. You can listen to others without planning what you'll say next. You notice what's happening in the room without absorbing everyone's energy. You can be present with silence without rushing to fill it. Your responses come from genuine engagement rather than anxiety-driven. In people-pleasing, this is not a constant state. Even people with excellent emotional regulation move in and out of calm throughout the day. What changes is how quickly you can return to regulation when you get knocked off center. Calm is not a destination you reach and then maintain forever. It's a skill you practice, a baseline you return to, a capacity you build over time. The 3 layers of calm. To truly understand calm, it helps to recognize that it operates on 3 interconnected levels. Physiological calm. This is regulation at the nervous system level. Your body is not in fight or flight. Your breathing is controlled. Your heart rate is steady. This is the foundation. Without physiological regulation, the other layers are nearly impossible to access. Psychological calm. This is regulation at the mental level. Your thoughts are clear rather than spinning. You can observe your experience without being swept away by it. You have access to choice in how you interpret situations and respond to them. Presence, calm. This is the quality of being fully here, now, engaged with life as it unfolds. It's not detachment, it's the opposite. It's being so grounded in yourself that you can be fully available to whatever's happening without losing yourself in it. Most people try to achieve calm by working only on the psychological level, trying to think their way into feeling better. But because your body and mind are inseparable systems, this rarely works. True calm is built from the ground up, starting with your physiology, extending into your psychology, and ultimately expressing itself as authentic presence. The promise of this work. Here's what's possible when you develop genuine calm. You'll walk into rooms and immediately feel more grounded. Your presence will communicate safety to others without you having to perform or try. You'll make clearer decisions because your prefrontal cortex remains online even under pressure. You'll build deeper connections because you can actually be present with people rather than managing your anxiety. You'll recover faster when things don't go as planned. You'll expand your comfort zone naturally, not through forcing yourself, but through building genuine capacity. Most importantly, you'll stop abandoning yourself in moments of stress. You'll learn to be the steady presence you've been looking for from the outside world. This is not easy work, but it's the most valuable work you can do. Chapter 2. Emotional Intelligence as the Foundation Calm. Without emotional intelligence is like a house without a foundation. It might look impressive from the outside, but it won't withstand pressure. You can learn breathing techniques, practice power poses, and memorize affirmations, but without the deeper capacity to understand and work with your emotions, your calm will remain superficial and fragile. Emotional intelligence is not a soft skill or a nice-to-have personality trait. It's the core infrastructure that makes lasting calm possible. In this chapter, we'll explore what emotional intelligence actually means in practice, why it's inseparable from genuine calm, and how to develop it systematically. You'll learn to recognize your emotional patterns, manage the internal narratives that create suffering, and choose intentional responses rather than being hijacked by automatic reactions. By the end of this chapter, you'll understand why some people can remain steady in situations that would destabilize most others, and you'll have a roadmap for developing that capacity yourself. What emotional intelligence actually is. The term emotional intelligence was popularized by psychologist Daniel Goleman in the 1990s, but it's often misunderstood. Many people think it means being nice, empathetic, or good at reading social cues. While these qualities can be part of emotional intelligence, they don't capture its essence. Emotional intelligence, at its core, is the ability to perceive, understand, use, and manage emotions, both your own and others. Let's break that down into 4 essential components. Self-awareness, the capacity to recognize what you're feeling in real time, understand where those feelings come from, and notice how they influence your thoughts and behavior. Self-management, the ability to regulate your emotional responses, especially under stress, and to choose actions aligned with your values rather than being controlled by momentary impulses. Social awareness, the skill of reading emotional currents in others and in groups, understanding different perspectives, and recognizing the unspoken dynamics in any situation. Relationship management, the capacity to use emotional awareness to navigate interactions effectively, communicate clearly, manage conflict, and build genuine connection. All 4 of these components are essential for maintaining calm in challenging situations. Without self-awareness, you can't notice when you're becoming dysregulated until you're already deep in reaction. Without self-management, awareness alone won't help you. You'll see yourself spiraling, but feel powerless to stop it. Without social awareness, you'll misread situations and respond to imagined threats rather than real ones. And without relationship management skills, even if you're internally calm, you won't be able to create calm in your interactions with others. The beautiful thing about emotional intelligence is that it's entirely learnable. You weren't born with a fixed capacity for it. Your current level of emotional intelligence is simply the result of what you've learned or haven't learned up to this point. And what can be learned can always be developed further. Self-awareness, noticing your emotional temperature. Self-awareness is the foundation of everything else. You cannot manage what you cannot see. Most people move through their days with surprisingly little awareness of their emotional state. They're vaguely stressed or fine or tired, but they don't notice the subtle shifts in their internal landscape until those shifts have already taken over. This is like driving a car while ignoring the dashboard. You don't notice the engine temperature rising until steam is pouring from under the hood. By then, the damage is done. Developing emotional self-awareness means learning to check your internal dashboard constantly, not obsessively, but with gentle, consistent attention, the emotional temperature. Scale 1 of the most practical tools for building self-awareness is what I call the emotional temperature scale. It's a simple 1-10 framework that helps you quantify your internal state 1 to 3. Cool and regulated, your nervous system is calm. Your breathing is deep and natural. Your thoughts are clear. You feel grounded in your body. This is your optimal state for complex thinking, genuine connection, and creative problem solving. 6. Warming up, you're beginning to feel activation. Perhaps there's a flutter of nervousness before a meeting or a twinge of irritation in a conversation. Your breathing might be slightly faster. Thoughts might be speeding up. You're still largely in control, but you need to pay attention. This is the window where intervention is most effective. 9. Overheating, you're in fight or flight. Your heart is racing. Your thoughts are either spinning rapidly or going blank. Your body is tense. You're starting to react rather than respond. At this level, you've lost access to your higher brain functions. Complex reasoning is difficult. You're operating from survival mode. 10. Boiling over complete dysregulation. Panic, rage, or shutdown. At this level, you cannot think your way back to calm. You can only wait for your nervous system to eventually cycle down, which can take 20 minutes to several hours. The goal is not to always be at 1 to 3. Life naturally involves moving up and down this scale. The goal is to notice where you are so you can respond appropriately. Here's the practice, multiple times throughout your day. Pause for just 3 seconds and ask yourself, what's my emotional temperature right now? Just notice. Don't judge it or try to change it immediately. Simply observe. I'm at a 2 right now. I feel calm and focused. I'm at a 5. There's some anxiety about the presentation later. I'm at a 7. My jaw is clenched, and my thoughts are racing. This simple act of noticing creates what psychologists call the metacognitive awareness. You're not just experiencing an emotion. You're aware that you're experiencing it. This awareness alone creates space. Space is where choice lives. Recognizing your emotional signatures. Everyone has patterns in how they experience emotions. These are your emotional signatures, the specific ways feelings show up in your body and mind. For some people, anxiety appears first as tightness in the chest. For others, it's tension in the shoulders, or a racing mind, or nausea in the stomach. Anger might show up as heat in your face, or clenched fists, or a particular quality of thought. Learning your signatures means you can catch emotional activation early, before it escalates. Take a moment right now to reflect on your own patterns. Where in your body do you first feel anxiety? What happens to your breathing when you're stressed? How do your thoughts change when you're angry? What physical sensations accompany embarrassment or shame? Do you have a tendency to go up, activation, fight or flight, or down, shut down, freeze under pressure? Write these down. Become a researcher of your own internal experience. The more familiar you become with your emotional signatures, the faster you'll recognize when you're moving away from calm, and the more effectively you can intervene. The body as information system. Your body is constantly giving you information about your emotional state, but most people aren't listening. Western culture has trained us to live primarily in our heads, treating the body as a vehicle that carries our brain around. But from a nervous system perspective, this is backwards. Your body is not separate from your emotions, it is your emotions. What we call feelings are actually complex patterns of physical sensation. You don't have anxiety in your mind that then creates physical symptoms. The physical activation is the anxiety. The thoughts that accompany it are your mind's attempt to make sense of what your body is already experiencing. This is why you can't think your way out of dysregulation. You can't convince your body to calm down through logic. But you can learn to read what your body is telling you and respond in ways that help your nervous system return to regulation. Practice this. Several times a day, into a quick body scan. Start at the top of your head and move your attention slowly downward. Face, jaw, neck, shoulders, chest, stomach, arms, hands, legs, feet. At each area, simply notice, is there tension, ease, temperature, sensation? Don't try to change anything. Just gather information. Over time, this practice builds a strong connection between your awareness and your body. You'll start noticing tension in your shoulders before it becomes a headache. You'll feel your breathing shift before anxiety fully takes hold. You'll recognize early warning signs that used to go unnoticed. This early recognition is power. It's the difference between catching a wave when it's still small versus trying to manage it once it's crashed over you. Managing internal narratives, your emotional temperature doesn't rise and fall randomly. It's driven largely by the stories you tell yourself about what's happening. Two people can walk into the exact same room and have completely different experiences, not because the room itself is different, but because they're running different narratives about what the room means. Person A walks into a networking event and thinks, everyone here probably knows each other already. I'm going to look awkward standing alone. People will judge me. I shouldn't have come. Person B walks into the same event and thinks, I don't know anyone yet, which means I have the opportunity to meet interesting people. Some conversations will flow naturally, others won't, and that's normal. I can leave whenever I want, same situation. Radically different internal narratives. Radically different emotional experiences. Most of the suffering we experience comes not from circumstances themselves, but from the stories we tell about circumstances. This doesn't mean circumstances don't matter. Of course they do. Genuine hardship is real. But between any external event and your emotional response to it, there's always an interpretation. A story, a meaning you're assigning, and stories can be examined, questioned, and sometimes rewritten. The anatomy of a destructive narrative. Let's look at how unhelpful internal narratives typically work. Something happens, a trigger. Your message in a group chat gets no responses. Your mind immediately generates a story. Nobody values what I have to say. I'm being ignored. I shouldn't have said anything. People probably think I'm stupid. This story creates an emotional response. Shame, anxiety, maybe anger. The emotional response creates physical sensations, tightness in your chest, heat in your face, churning in your stomach. The physical sensations reinforce the story. See? I really am upset. That means the story must be true, and now you're in a loop. The story creates emotion, the emotion reinforces the story, and both together pull you further from calm. Here's what makes this particularly insidious. Your mind doesn't present these stories as interpretations. It presents them as facts. It doesn't say, one possible explanation is that people don't value what you said. It says, people don't value what you said. It feels like objective reality, but it's not. It's one interpretation among many possible interpretations. Maybe people saw your message and agreed with it so completely they didn't feel the need to respond. Maybe they're all busy and will respond later. Maybe the conversation naturally moved on, and it has nothing to do with the quality of your contribution. Maybe they did value it but didn't express it overtly. You don't know. You can't know. But your mind fills in the gaps with a narrative, and that narrative is usually negatively biased, especially if you struggle with anxiety or low self-worth. The practice of narrative awareness, the first step in managing destructive narratives, is recognizing that they're narratives at all, not facts. When you notice yourself becoming emotionally activated, pause and ask, what story am I telling myself right now? Literally identify the narrative. Sometimes it helps to write it down or say it out loud. All four of these components are essential for maintaining calm in challenging situations. Without self-awareness, you can't notice when you're becoming dysregulated until you're already deep in reaction. Without self-management, awareness alone won't help you. You'll see yourself spiraling, but feel powerless to stop it. Without social awareness, you'll misread situations and respond to imagined threats rather than real ones. And without relationship management skills, even if you're internally calm, you won't be able to create calm in your interactions with others. The beautiful thing about emotional intelligence is that it's entirely learnable. You weren't born with a fixed capacity for it. Your current level of emotional intelligence is simply the result of what you've learned or haven't learned up to this point. And what can be learned can always be developed further. Self-awareness, noticing your emotional temperature. Self-awareness is the foundation of everything else. You cannot manage what you cannot see. Most people move through their days with surprisingly little awareness of their emotional state. They're vaguely stressed or fine or tired, but they don't notice the subtle shifts in their internal landscape until those shifts have already taken over. This is like driving a car while ignoring the dashboard. You don't notice the engine temperature rising until steam is pouring from under the hood. By then, the damage is done. Developing emotional self-awareness means learning to check your internal dashboard constantly, not obsessively, but with gentle, consistent attention, the emotional temperature. Scale 1 of the most practical tools for building self-awareness is what I call the emotional temperature scale. It's a simple 1-10 framework that helps you quantify your internal, state 1 to 3. Cool and regulated, you're your nervous system is calm. Your breathing is deep and natural. Your thoughts are clear. You feel grounded in your body. This is your optimal state for complex thinking, genuine connection, and creative problem solving. 6. Warming up, you're beginning to feel activation. Perhaps there's a flutter of nervousness before a meeting or a twinge of irritation in a conversation. Your breathing might be slightly faster. Thoughts might be speeding up. You're still largely in control, but you need to pay attention. This is the window where intervention is most effective. 9. Overheating, you're in fight or flight. Your heart is racing. Your thoughts are either spinning rapidly or going blank. Your body is tense. You're starting to react rather than respond. At this level, you've lost access to your higher brain functions. Complex reasoning is difficult. You're operating from survival mode. 10. Boiling over complete dysregulation. Panic, rage, or shutdown. At this level, you cannot think your way back to calm. You can only wait for your nervous system to eventually cycle down, which can take 20 minutes to several hours. The goal is not to always be at 1 to 3. Life naturally involves moving up and down this scale. The goal is to notice where you are so you can respond appropriately. Here's the practice, multiple times throughout your day. Pause for just 3 seconds and ask yourself, what's my emotional temperature right now? Just notice. Don't judge it or try to change it immediately. Simply observe. I'm at a 2 right now. I feel calm and focused. I'm at a 5. There's some anxiety about the presentation later. I'm at a 7. My jaw is clenched, and my thoughts are racing. This simple act of noticing creates what psychologists call the metacognitive awareness. You're not just experiencing an emotion. You're aware that you're experiencing it. This awareness alone creates space. Space is where choice lives. Recognizing your emotional signatures. Everyone has patterns in how they experience emotions. These are your emotional signatures, the specific ways feelings show up in your body and mind. For some people, anxiety appears first as tightness in the chest. For others, it's tension in the shoulders, or a racing mind, or nausea in the stomach. Anger might show up as heat in your face, or clenched fists, or a particular quality of thought. Learning your signatures means you can catch emotional activation early, before it escalates. Take a moment right now to reflect on your own patterns. Where in your body do you first feel anxiety? What happens to your breathing when you're stressed? How do your thoughts change when you're angry? What physical sensations accompany embarrassment or shame? Do you have a tendency to go up, activation, fight or flight, or down, shut down, freeze under pressure? Write these down. Become a researcher of your own internal experience. The more familiar you become with your emotional signatures, the faster you'll recognize when you're moving away from calm, and the more effectively you can intervene. The body as information system. Your body is constantly giving you information about your emotional state, but most people aren't listening. Western culture has trained us to live primarily in our heads, treating the body as a vehicle that carries our brain around. But from a nervous system perspective, this is backwards. Your body is not separate from your emotions, it is your emotions. What we call feelings are actually complex patterns of physical sensation. You don't have anxiety in your mind that then creates physical symptoms. The physical activation is the anxiety. The thoughts that accompany it are your mind's attempt to make sense of what your body is already experiencing. This is why you can't think your way out of dysregulation. You can't convince your body to calm down through logic. But you can learn to read what your body is telling you and respond in ways that help your nervous system return to regulation. Practice this several times a day. Do a quick body scan. Start at the top of your head and move your attention slowly downward. Face, jaw, neck, shoulders, chest, stomach, arms, hands, legs, feet. At each area, simply notice, is there tension, ease, temperature, sensation? Don't try to change anything. Just gather information. Over time, this practice builds a strong connection between your awareness and your body. You'll start noticing tension in your shoulders before it becomes a headache. You'll feel your breathing shift before anxiety fully takes hold. You'll recognize early warning signs that used to go unnoticed. This early recognition is power. It's the difference between catching a wave when it's still small versus trying to manage it once it's crashed over you. Managing internal narratives, your emotional temperature doesn't rise and fall randomly. It's driven largely by the stories you tell yourself about what's happening. Two people can walk into the exact same room and have completely different experiences, not because the room itself is different, but because they're running different narratives about what the room means. Person A walks into a networking event and thinks, "Everyone here probably knows each other already. I'm going to look awkward standing alone. People will judge me. I shouldn't have come." Person B walks into the same event and thinks, "I don't know anyone yet, which means I have the opportunity to meet interesting people. Some conversations will flow naturally, others won't, and that's normal. I can leave whenever I want. Same situation. Radically different internal narratives. Radically different emotional experiences. Most of the suffering we experience comes not from circumstances themselves, but from the stories we tell about circumstances. This doesn't mean circumstances don't matter. Of course they do. Genuine hardship is real. But between any external event and your emotional response to it, there's always an interpretation. A story, a meaning you're assigning, and stories can be examined, questioned, and sometimes rewritten. The anatomy of a destructive narrative. Let's look at how unhelpful internal narratives typically work. Something happens, a trigger. Your message in a group chat gets no responses. Your mind immediately generates a story. Nobody values what I have to say. I'm being ignored. I shouldn't have said anything. People probably think I'm stupid. This story creates an emotional response. Shame, anxiety, maybe anger. The emotional response creates physical sensations, tightness in your chest, heat in your face, churning in your stomach. The physical sensations reinforce the story. See? I really am upset. That means the story must be true, and now you're in a loop. The story creates emotion, the emotion reinforces the story, and both together pull you further from calm. Here's what makes this particularly insidious. Your mind doesn't present these stories as interpretations. It presents them as facts. It doesn't say, one possible explanation is that people don't value what you said. It says, people don't value what you said. It feels like objective reality, but it's not. It's one interpretation among many possible interpretations. Maybe people saw your message and agreed with it so completely they didn't feel the need to respond. Maybe they're all busy and will respond later. Maybe the conversation naturally moved on, and it has nothing to do with the quality of your contribution. Maybe they did value it but didn't express it overtly. You don't know. You can't know. But your mind fills in the gaps with a narrative, and that narrative is usually negatively biased, especially if you struggle with anxiety or low self-worth. The practice of narrative awareness, the first step in managing destructive narratives, is recognizing that they're narratives at all, not facts. When you notice yourself becoming emotionally activated, pause and ask, what story am I telling myself right now? Literally identify the narrative. Sometimes it helps to write it down or say it out loud. I'm telling myself that I'm going to embarrass myself in this meeting. I'm telling myself that person was judging me. I'm telling myself that I don't belong here. Just naming the story begins to create distance from it. You shift from being inside the story to observing the story. Next, ask, is this story definitely true? Or is it one possible interpretation? Usually it's the latter. And once you recognize that your mind has generated one possible interpretation, you can ask, what are other possible interpretations? This isn't about forced positive thinking or lying to yourself. It's about loosening your mind's death grip on one narrative and opening up to a more accurate, nuanced view of reality. Sometimes the alternative narratives are more positive. Sometimes they're neutral. Sometimes they're just different. The point is not to replace a negative story with an artificially positive one. It's to recognize that you're working with incomplete information and your mind's first interpretation isn't necessarily correct. Common narrative traps certain patterns of thinking consistently pull people away from calm. Psychologists call these cognitive distortions. Let's look at the most common ones. Mind reading. Assuming you know what others are thinking about you, usually in negative terms. They think I'm boring. She's judging me right now. Everyone can tell I'm nervous. Reality check, you cannot read minds. What you're actually experiencing is your own projection, catastrophizing. Taking a situation and imagining the worst possible outcome, then treating that outcome as likely or inevitable. If I mess up this presentation, I'll lose my job. Then I won't be able to pay rent and I'll end up homeless. Reality check. Most feared outcomes don't happen, and even difficult outcomes are usually manageable. All or nothing thinking. Seeing situations in black and white with no middle ground. If I'm not perfect, I'm a failure. Either everyone likes me or no one does. Reality check. Life exists in shades of gray. Most things are both and, not either or. Personalization. Assuming that everything is about you and taking responsibility for things outside your control. The conversation went quiet when I joined. I must have ruined it. My friend seems upset. I must have done something wrong. Reality check. Other people's moods and behaviors are influenced by countless factors that have nothing to do with you. Should statements. Imposing rigid rules on yourself and the world. I should be more confident. People should be nicer. I shouldn't feel this way. Reality check. Should create suffering. What is, you can work toward change without demanding that reality be different than it currently is. When you catch yourself in one of these patterns, you don't have to completely eliminate the thought. Just notice it and label it. There's mind reading. That's catastrophizing. I'm doing all or nothing thinking again. This simple act of labeling creates space between you and the thought. The thought loses some of its power. You remember that thoughts are events in your mind, not facts about reality, choosing responses instead of reacting. Here's where emotional intelligence moves from awareness into action. Self-awareness tells you what you're feeling. Narrative management helps you work with the stories driving those feelings. But neither of these is enough if you still react automatically in the moment. The difference between emotionally intelligent people and everyone else isn't that they don't feel strong emotions. It's that they've developed the capacity to pause before acting on those emotions. This pause, this tiny gap between stimulus and response, is where freedom lives. The stimulus-response gap. Viktor Frankl, psychiatrist and Holocaust survivor, wrote, "Between stimulus and response, there is a space. In that space is our power to choose our response. In our response lies our growth and our freedom. For most people, most of the time, there is no space. Stimulus and response are fused together. Someone criticizes you. You defend yourself. You feel anxious. You avoid. Someone cuts you off in traffic. You rage. You're in an uncomfortable social situation. You check your phone. These reactions happen so quickly they feel like they're one event, not two. But they're not. There's always a gap. It's just happening too fast for you to notice. Developing emotional intelligence means learning to expand that gap, to insert awareness between what happens and what you do about it. The pause practice. This is one of the most powerful practices you can develop. When you notice emotional activation, remember your temperature scale. You practice pausing before you respond. Not a long pause, not an awkward silence, just a breath, a moment of awareness. In that moment, ask yourself one simple question. What response would I choose if I were calm right now? Not how should I respond? Should creates pressure. Not what's the perfect response? Perfection creates paralysis. Simply, what would calm me choose to do? Sometimes the answer is the same as your reactive impulse. Sometimes it's different. But asking the question creates choice. Let's say you're in a meeting and someone dismisses your idea in a way that feels disrespectful. Your reactive impulse might be to either defend yourself aggressively or shut down and say nothing. But if you pause and ask, what would calm me choose? You might find a third option. I notice I'm having a strong reaction to how that was delivered. I'd like to understand your concern about my suggestion better. This response acknowledges your experience without being controlled by it. It keeps the conversation moving forward rather than escalating or avoiding. Creating your response, menu 1 reason. People react automatically is that they haven't pre-decided how they want to handle common challenging situations. When stress hits and your prefrontal cortex starts going offline, You default to whatever pattern is most deeply ingrained, which is usually your earliest, least sophisticated coping mechanism. You can counteract this by creating what I call a response menu, a set of pre-planned responses for situations that typically destabilize. You think about the scenarios that most often pull you out of. Then calm. Someone challenges you publicly. You make a mistake in front of others. You're in a group and don't know what to say. Someone is angry with you. You feel left out or ignored. You're asked a question and your mind goes blank. For each scenario, you write down 2 to 3 responses that feel aligned with who you want to be. These become your go-to options when your reactive brain tries to take over. Example, response menu for someone challenges me publicly. Acknowledge their point before responding. That's a fair question. Let me think about that for a moment. Ask for clarification. Can you help me understand what concerns you most about this approach? Express genuine openness. I hadn't considered that angle. Tell me more about what you're thinking. When you've pre-decided on responses, you don't have to think them up in the moment when your nervous system is activated. You've essentially created a calm brain script that you can access even when you're not feeling calm. This isn't about being inauthentic or scripted. It's about giving your regulated self a voice, even in moments when your dysregulated self wants to take over. How emotionally intelligent people create a calm presence. Is talk about what emotional intelligence looks like in practice, specifically, how it creates the quality of calm presence that others find magnetic. They feel their feelings without broadcasting. The emotionally intelligent people don't suppress their emotions or pretend they don't exist. But they also don't let every internal fluctuation become visible to everyone around them. If they're nervous before a presentation, they feel the nervousness in their body. They acknowledge it internally. They might even name it. There's anxiety, but they don't let that anxiety dictate their behavior or hijack the room's energy. This is different from fake. Until you make it, they're not pretending to feel something they don't. They're simply creating a boundary between their internal experience and their external expression. Think of it like this. You can be a lake with storms passing across its surface while remaining calm at depth. The storms are real. You're not denying them. But you're not only the storm, they stay curious. Instead of defensive when challenged, criticized, or confronted with a perspective different from their own, emotionally intelligent people lead with curiosity rather than defensiveness. Their default response is not, "You're wrong," or "That's not fair," but "Tell me more about how you see it. This doesn't mean they're pushovers or that they never disagree. It means they're secure enough in themselves that differing opinions don't feel like threats to their identity. This creates calm in 2 ways. First, it keeps their own nervous system regulated. Curiosity activates different neural pathways than defensiveness. When you're genuinely curious, you can't simultaneously be in fight or flight. Second, it de-escalates tension in others. When someone challenges you expecting a fight and instead encounters openness, it disarms them. The interaction shifts from combat to conversation. They give others space to feel without taking responsibility for those feelings. One of the most important aspects of emotional intelligence is understanding where your responsibility ends and others begins. Many people who struggle with staying calm in social situations have poor emotional boundaries. They feel responsible for managing everyone else's emotions. If someone is uncomfortable, they rush to fix it. If someone is upset, they absorb it as their fault. If someone is disappointed, they feel like they've failed. This creates an impossible situation. You cannot control other people's feelings. You can influence them, certainly, but ultimately, each person's emotional experience is their own. Emotionally intelligent people understand this deeply. They can witness someone else's discomfort, frustration, or disappointment without taking it on, or feeling compelled to immediately resolve it. This doesn't make them cold or uncaring. It makes them stable. If you're in a conversation and someone becomes upset, you can care about their experience while recognizing it's their experience to have. You can offer support without collapsing into their emotional state. You can say, "I can see this is hard for you," without feeling. Like you need to make it not hard. This boundary, this clear sense of where you end and others begin, is essential for maintaining your own regulation in emotionally charged situations. They know their values and let them guide behavior emotionally. Intelligent people have done the work of clarifying what actually matters to them. When they're making decisions, especially difficult ones, they're not asking, what will make people like me? Or what will keep me safe? They're asking, what aligns with who I want to be? This creates an internal anchor point. Even when everything around you is chaotic, if you know your values, you have a reference point for choosing your response. Let's say one of your core values is honesty. You're in a situation where lying would be easier, would avoid conflict, would keep you safe. The emotionally reactive response might be to lie. The emotionally intelligent response is to check in with your value. Does lying align with who I want to be? If the answer is no, you find a way to tell the truth, perhaps diplomatically, perhaps with care for others' feelings, but truth nonetheless. When your behavior is aligned with your values, you experience a kind of integrity, literally. Integration that creates internal calm, even in external chaos. They practice self-compassion, especially in failure perhaps. Most importantly, emotionally intelligent people have learned to be kind to themselves when they struggle. They don't demand perfection. They don't catastrophize mistakes. They don't use their failures as evidence of fundamental unworthiness. When they lose their calm, and everyone does sometimes, they notice it, learn from it, and move forward without shame spirals. Self-compassion is not self-indulgence or letting yourself off the hook. It's treating yourself with the same kindness you'd offer a good friend who was struggling, instead of, I can't believe I got so anxious in that meeting. I'm such a disaster. An emotionally intelligent person might think, that was hard. My nervous system got activated. That's understandable given the stakes. What can I learn from this for next time? This self-compassion creates resilience. When you're not afraid of your own judgment, you're more willing to take risks, try new things, and enter uncomfortable situations, all of which expand your capacity for calm over time. Building your emotional intelligence. A practice plan emotional intelligence isn't developed through information alone. It's built through consistent practice. Here's a simple daily framework. Morning, 5 minutes. Check in with your emotional temperature. Where am I starting today? Do a quick body scan. What am I carrying physically? Set an intention. How do I want to show up today? Throughout the day, practice the pause. Before responding in any charged moment, take one breath, notice your narratives. When you feel activated, ask, what story am I telling? Check your boundaries. Am I taking responsibility for others' emotions? Evening, 5 minutes. Reflect on your day. When did I stay calm? When did I lose it? Practice self-compassion. What did I learn? How can I grow from this? Acknowledge growth. What did I do well today, even if small? This isn't about achieving perfection. It's about building awareness, creating choice, and gradually expanding your capacity for emotional regulation. Emotional intelligence is the foundation. With it, every other tool and technique in this book will be more effective. Without it, you'll be building on unstable ground. Let's continue building Chapter 3, grounding yourself before entering any space you're standing outside a door. Maybe it's a conference room where you're about to give a presentation. Maybe it's a party where you'll know only one person. Maybe it's a difficult conversation you've been avoiding. Maybe it's just a regular Monday morning at the office. But your nervous system doesn't know that. It only knows you're about to be seen, evaluated, and potentially judged. This threshold, moment, the space between where you are and where you're going, is one of the most powerful opportunities you have to influence your experience of what comes next. Most people waste this moment. They rush through the door while their nervous system is still ramping up. They enter already dysregulated, already defensive, already performing. They're trying to manage their anxiety while simultaneously navigating a complex social environment, which is like trying to tune your instrument while the orchestra is already playing. There's a better way. This chapter is about the practice of grounding the intentional process of regulating your nervous system before you enter any space. Think of it as preloading calm, creating internal stability before external demands hit. The techniques you'll learn here are not abstract concepts or wishful thinking. They're concrete, neuroscience-based practices that directly influence your autonomic nervous system, shifting you from sympathetic activation, stress response, into parasympathetic regulation, rest and digest. They work not because they're magic, but because they're targeting the actual biological mechanisms that create or prevent calm. Let's begin. Why grounding before entry changes? Everything here is a truth that will transform how you approach challenging situations. The state you enter a room in largely determines the experience you'll have in that room. If you walk in with your nervous system already activated, heart racing, breathing shallow thoughts spinning, you're starting from a deficit. Your brain is already in threat detection mode. Your body is already primed for danger. Every ambiguous social cue will be interpreted through the lens of threat. Every silence will feel uncomfortable. Every moment of uncertainty will spike your anxiety higher. But if you enter grounded, nervous system regulated, breathing steady, body relaxed, mind clear, you're starting from a position of strength. You have full access to your prefrontal cortex. You can think clearly. You can read situations accurately. You can respond rather than react. The difference between these two starting points cannot be overstated. Think of it like the difference between starting a race already exhausted versus starting fresh. The race itself might be exactly the same, but your capacity to run it well is completely different. What's remarkable is that creating this shift doesn't require hours of preparation. Often it takes just 2 to 5 minutes of intentional practice. But those minutes create a foundation that influences everything that follows. The practices in this chapter are designed to be done immediately before entering any space where you want to show up as your most grounded self. Some can be done in a bathroom, some in your car, some while standing in a hallway. All of them are invisible to others. These are internal shifts that create external impact. Understanding your pre-entry pattern. Before we dive into grounding techniques, let's examine what you're currently doing in those moments before entering challenging spaces. Most people have a habitual pre-entry pattern, but they've never consciously examined it. It usually looks something like this: rushing to arrive on time, or arriving early and then sitting anxiously waiting, mentally rehearsing what they'll say, which often spirals into catastrophizing what could go wrong. Checking their phone repeatedly as a distraction from building anxiety, reviewing their appearance obsessively, looking for flaws, trying to psych themselves up with internal pep talks that feel hollow, taking shallow, rapid breaths without realizing it, tensing their body in preparation for an imagined threat. None of these behaviors calm your nervous system. Most of them actively dysregulate it. Take a moment right now to reflect on your own pattern. Think about the last few times you entered a situation that felt socially challenging. What were you doing in the 5 minutes before you walked in? What was happening in your body, your breathing, your posture, your muscle tension? What were you thinking about? How would you rate your emotional temperature when you actually entered? Write this down. Awareness of your current pattern is the first step toward changing it. The goal isn't to judge yourself for what you've been doing. The goal is simply to recognize that you have a pattern, that it's been operating on autopilot, and that you can choose to create a new one. Breath control, the foundation of all grounding. If you learn only one technique from this entire chapter, make it this: conscious breath control is the fastest, most reliable way to shift your nervous system from activation to regulation. This isn't mystical breathing wisdom passed down through ancient traditions, though many ancient traditions did understand this intuitively. This is neuroscience. Your breath is directly connected to your autonomic nervous system through a nerve called the vagus nerve, the primary pathway through which your parasympathetic nervous system operates. When you breathe in specific ways, you literally send signals to your brain that influence whether you're in stress mode or calm mode. Here's how it works. Rapid, shallow breathing, which happens automatically when you're anxious, signals to your brain, we're in danger. Stay alert. Keep the stress response active. Slow, deep breathing, particularly when your exhale is longer than your inhale, signals to your brain, we're safe. It's okay to relax. Shift into rest and regulation. Your brain doesn't ignore these signals. It responds to them. You can think of breathwork as a direct communication channel to your nervous system. A way to tell your body, it's okay. We're safe. You can calm down now. The 4 to 7, 8 breath, your go-to pre-entry technique. There are dozens of effective breathing techniques, but for pre-entry grounding, I recommend starting with the 4, 7, 8 breath. Developed by Dr. Andrew Weil, it's simple, powerful, and can be done anywhere without drawing attention. Here's how. Exhale completely through your mouth, making a soft whoosh sound. This empties your lungs. Close your mouth and inhale quietly through your nose for a count of 4. Count silently. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hold your breath for a count of 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Exhale completely through your mouth for a count of 8, making that soft whoosh sound again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's 1 cycle. Do 4 cycles. This takes approximately 1 minute. In that minute, you've sent powerful calming signals to your nervous system. The magic is in the ratio. The extended hold and the long exhale activate your parasympathetic response much more effectively than equal breathing. The hold allows oxygen to be fully absorbed. The extended exhale stimulates your vagus nerve and signals safety. When to use it? Do 4 cycles of 4 to 7, 8 breathing in the 2 minutes before you walk into any challenging space. If you're sitting in your car outside an event, do it there. If you're in a hallway before a meeting, step into a bathroom or quieter space. If you're already in the space but haven't engaged yet, maybe you're early and sitting in a waiting area, you can do it subtly while appearing to just be sitting quietly. Box breathing, for longer preparation periods. If you have 5 to 10 minutes before entering a space, box breathing is excellent for creating deeper regulation. The Chapter 3, grounding yourself before entering. Any space, you're standing outside a door. Maybe it's a conference room where you're about to give a presentation. Maybe it's a party where you'll know only one person. Maybe it's a difficult conversation you've been avoiding. Maybe it's just a regular Monday morning at the office. But your nervous system doesn't know that. It only knows you're about to be seen, evaluated, and potentially judged. This threshold moment, the space between where you are and where you're going, is one of the most powerful opportunities you have to influence your experience of what comes next. Most people waste this moment. They rush through the door while their nervous system is still ramping up. They enter already dysregulated, already defensive, already performing. They're trying to manage their anxiety while simultaneously navigating a complex social environment, which is like trying to tune your instrument while the orchestra is already playing. There's a better way. This chapter is about the practice of grounding, the intentional process of regulating your nervous system before you enter any space. Think of it as preloading calm, creating internal stability before external demands hit. The techniques you'll learn here are not abstract concepts or wishful thinking. They're concrete, neuroscience-based practices that directly influence your autonomic nervous system, shifting you from sympathetic activation, stress response, into parasympathetic regulation, rest and digest. They work not because they're magic, but because they're targeting the actual biological mechanisms that create or prevent calm. Let's begin. Why grounding before entry changes? Everything here is a truth that will transform how you approach challenging situations. The state you enter a room in largely determines the experience you'll have in that room. If you walk in with your nervous system already activated, heart racing, breathing shallow, thoughts spinning, you're starting from a deficit. Your brain is already in threat detection mode. Your body is already primed for danger. Every ambiguous social cue will be interpreted through the lens of threat. Every silence will feel uncomfortable. Every moment of uncertainty will spike your anxiety higher. But if you enter grounded, nervous system regulated, breathing steady, body relaxed, mind clear, you're starting from a position of strength. You have full access to your prefrontal cortex. You can think clearly, You can read situations accurately. You can respond rather than react. The difference between these two starting points cannot be overstated. Think of it like the difference between starting a race already exhausted versus starting fresh. The race itself might be exactly the same, but your capacity to run it well is completely different. What's remarkable is that creating this shift doesn't require hours of preparation. Often it takes just 2 to 5 minutes of intentional practice, but those minutes create a foundation that influences everything that follows. The practices in this chapter are designed to be done immediately before entering any space where you want to show up as your most grounded self. Some can be done in a bathroom, some in your car, some while standing in a hallway. All of them are invisible to others. These are internal shifts that create external impact. Understanding your pre-entry pattern. Before we dive into grounding techniques, let's examine what you're currently doing in those moments before entering challenging spaces. Most people have a habitual pre-entry pattern, but they've never consciously examined it. It usually looks something like this: rushing to arrive on time or arriving early and then sitting anxiously waiting, mentally rehearsing what they'll say, which often spirals into catastrophizing what could go wrong, checking their phone repeatedly as a distraction from building anxiety, reviewing their appearance obsessively, looking for flaws, trying to psych themselves up with internal pep talks that feel hollow, taking shallow, rapid breaths without realizing it, tensing their body in preparation for an imagined threat. None of these behaviors calm your nervous system. Most of them actively dysregulate it. Take a moment right now to reflect on your own pattern. Think about the last few times you entered a situation that felt socially challenging. What were you doing in the 5 minutes before you walked in? What was happening in your body, your breathing, your posture, your muscle tension? What were you thinking about? How would you rate your emotional temperature when you actually entered? Write this down. Awareness of your current pattern is the first step toward changing it. The goal isn't to judge yourself for what you've been doing. The goal is simply to recognize that you have a pattern, that it's been operating on autopilot, and that you can choose to create a new one. Breath control, the foundation of all grounding. If you learn only one technique from this entire chapter, make it this. Conscious breath control is the fastest, most reliable way to shift your nervous system from activation to regulation. This isn't mystical breathing wisdom passed down through ancient traditions, though many ancient traditions did understand this intuitively. This is neuroscience. Your breath is directly connected to your autonomic nervous system through a nerve called the vagus nerve, the primary pathway through which your parasympathetic nervous system operates. When you breathe in specific ways, you literally send signals to your brain that influence whether you're in stress mode or calm mode. Here's how it works. Rapid, shallow breathing, which happens automatically when you're anxious, signals to your brain, we're in danger. Stay alert. Keep the stress response active. Slow, deep breathing, particularly when your exhale is longer than your inhale, signals to your brain, we're safe. It's okay to relax. Shift into rest and regulation. Your brain doesn't ignore these signals. It responds to them. You can think of breathwork as a direct communication channel to your nervous system, a way to tell your body, it's okay, we're safe, you can calm down now. The 4-7-8 breath, your go-to pre-entry technique. There are dozens of effective breathing techniques, but for pre-entry grounding, I recommend starting with the 4-7-8 breath, developed by Dr. Andrew Weil. It's simple, powerful, and can be done anywhere without drawing attention. Here's how. Exhale completely through your mouth, making a soft whoosh sound. This empties your lungs. Close your mouth and inhale quietly through your nose for a count of 4. Count silently. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hold your breath for a count of 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Exhale completely through your mouth for a count of 8, making that soft whoosh sound again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's 1 cycle. Do 4 cycles. This takes approximately 1 minute. In that minute, you've sent powerful calming signals to your nervous system. The magic is in the ratio. The extended hold and the long exhale activate your parasympathetic response much more effectively than equal breathing. The hold allows oxygen to be fully absorbed. The extended exhale stimulates your vagus nerve and signals safety. When to use it? Do 4 cycles of 4 to 7-8 breathing in the 2 minutes before you walk into any challenging space. If you're sitting in your car outside an event, do it there. If you're in a hallway before a meeting, step into a bathroom or quieter space. If you're already in the space but haven't engaged yet, maybe you're early and sitting in a waiting area, you can do it subtly while appearing to just be sitting quietly. Box breathing for longer. Preparation periods if you have 5 to 10 minutes before entering a space. Box breathing is excellent for creating deeper regulation. Inhale. Pattern is simple and equal. Through your nose for 4. Counts hold for 4 counts, exhale through your nose. For 4 counts, hold empty for 4 counts, repeat for 5 to 10 minutes. This creates a meditative rhythm that both calms your nervous system and gives your mind something to focus on other than your anxious thoughts. Navy SEALs use this technique before high-stress situations because it works. The physiological sigh for quick resets, discovered by Stanford neuroscientist Dr. Andrew Huberman. The physiological sigh is the fastest way to reduce stress in real time. Here's how. Take a deep breath in through your nose, filling your lungs about 80% before exhaling. Take a second sharp inhale through your nose to completely fill your lungs. Exhale slowly and completely through your mouth. That's it. In one cycle, do it 2 to 3 times. This works because the double inhale reinflates the tiny air sacs in your lungs, alveoli, that collapse during stress, and the long exhale immediately activates your parasympathetic nervous system. Use this when you're already in a space and feel your anxiety spiking. It's subtle enough that others won't notice, but powerful enough to bring your activation level down quickly. Making breath control automatic. The challenge with breathwork is that when you need it most, when you're highly activated, you're least likely to remember to do it. Your stressed brain doesn't think, "Oh, I should do some breathing exercises right now." This is why practice is essential. For the next 2 weeks, practice your chosen breathing technique at least once per day when you're not stressed. Do it in the morning. Do it before bed. Do it while waiting for your coffee to brew. By practicing when you're already calm, you build the neural pathways that make the technique accessible when you actually need it. You're essentially training your brain. This is what we do when we want to regulate. Over time, conscious breathing becomes an automatic response to stress rather than something you have to remember to do. Slow body. Movement techniques, your body and your emotional state are not separate systems. They're one integrated system. When your body is tense, rigid, and moving quickly, your mind follows. When your body is relaxed, fluid, and moving slowly, your mind follows that too. This is called embodied cognition. The principle that your physical state shapes your psychological state. You can use this principle deliberately before entering any space. Progressive muscle relaxation. Releasing stored tension, anxiety doesn't just live in your thoughts, it lives in your muscles. When you're stressed, you unconsciously tighten your jaw, clench your shoulders, tense your stomach, curl your hands into fists. This tension feeds back into your brain, reinforcing the message that there's something to be tense about. Progressive muscle relaxation systematically releases this tension. Here's a quick version you can do in 3 to 4 minutes. Starting with your hands, tense each muscle group as hard as you can for 5 seconds, then release completely for 10 seconds. Notice the difference between tension and release. Move. Through your body, hands, make tight. Fists, release. Arms, flex your biceps, release. Shoulders, raise them toward your ears, release face. Scrunch everything toward the center, release jaw, clench. Tightly. Release stomach, tighten your core, release. Legs, flex your thighs and calves, release. Feet, curl your toes, release. After the last release, take a moment to notice how your body feels. This practice not only releases physical tension, but also increases your awareness of where you're holding stress. Do this in your car, in a bathroom, or anywhere private before entering a challenging space. Grounding through physical sensation. Another powerful technique is using physical sensation to anchor yourself in the present moment and out of your anxious thoughts. Try this right now. Place both feet flat on the ground. Really feel the contact between your feet and the floor. Notice the pressure, the temperature, the texture through your shoes or socks. Now press your feet down firmly as if you're rooting yourself into the earth. Hold this pressure for 10 seconds while breathing normally. This simple act sends signals to your brain. I am here. I am solid. I'm grounded. You can combine this with other sensory grounding techniques. Touch something nearby and focus entirely on its texture. Smooth, rough, cold. Warm, notice 5 things you can see in detail: colors, shapes, patterns. Listen for the most distant sound you can hear. Then the closest. These practices pull you out of your head, where anxiety lives, and into your direct sensory experience, where anxiety can't survive. The slow walk, moving into calm. If you have space and privacy, try this. Before entering, take a slow, deliberate walk for 2-3 minutes, not your normal walking pace. Deliberately slow. Each step intentional as you walk. Notice the sensation of your feet making contact with the ground. Feel your weight shifting from one foot to the other. Keep your breathing slow and steady. Let your arms swing naturally at your sides. This slow movement activates your parasympathetic nervous system while also giving your mind something to focus on. By the time you finish, your body has shifted out of fight or flight and into a more regulated state. Shaking it out, releasing stress. Physically, animals in the wild do this instinctively after a stressful encounter. They literally shake their bodies to discharge the stress hormones and nervous energy. You can do the same. Stand up. Shake your hands vigorously for 10-15 seconds. Then shake your arms. Then your whole body. Let everything move loosely, including your head, gently. This looks silly, which is why you do it somewhere private. But it works. You're literally shaking off the nervous energy that's been building. Follow it with 3 deep breaths and notice how different your body feels. Pre-room, mental reset. Your mind is powerful. The stories you tell yourself in the moments before entering a space will shape your experience in that space more than almost any external factor. This section is about consciously choosing those stories rather than letting your anxious brain run its default programming. The intention setting practice. Before you walk through any door, take 30 seconds to set a clear intention for how you want to be in that space. Not what you want to accomplish. Not what outcome you're hoping for. Simply, how do I want to show up? Examples. I want to be present and curious. I want to be open and genuine. I want to listen more than I speak. I want to be calm and grounded, regardless of what happens. State your intention clearly in your mind, or even whisper it to yourself. This simple act shifts your brain from anxiety about outcomes, which you can't control, to intention about your own presence, which you can influence. Your intention becomes an anchor point. When you feel yourself getting pulled into anxiety during the interaction, you can return to it. My intention was to be present. Am I being present right now? If not, I can choose to come back. Reframing the situation. Remember from Chapter 2 that your interpretation of a situation drives your emotional response to it. Before entering, you can consciously choose an interpretation that serves you. Your anxious brain might be saying, everyone in this room is more confident than me. They're going to judge me. I'm going to say something stupid. You can acknowledge that narrative, then deliberately choose a different one. I'm walking into a room of other human beings, most of whom have their own insecurities. Some conversations will flow easily, others won't. Whatever happens, I'll handle it. This is an opportunity to practice staying grounded. This isn't positive thinking or self-deception. It's choosing the most useful frame for the situation you're about to enter. Try this reframe specifically. Instead of thinking I have to perform well, think I get to practice staying calm. That subtle shift from pressure to practice can dramatically reduce your anxiety. Practice mode allows for imperfection. Practice mode is about learning, not proving. Practice mode takes the stakes down. The compassionate observer perspective here is a powerful mental shift you can make before entering. Imagine that you're watching yourself from the perspective of someone who cares about you deeply. A loving friend. A supportive mentor, a kind version of your future self. From that perspective, what would they want you to know before you walk in? They probably wouldn't say, "Don't mess this up." They'd say something like, "You're going to be okay. Just be yourself." People will respond to your genuine presence. And if it doesn't go perfectly, that's okay too. I'm proud of you for showing up. This compassionate observer perspective activates a different part of your brain, the part that can hold yourself with kindness, rather than harsh judgment. Spend 30 seconds before entering connecting with this perspective. Let it soften the harsh voice of your inner critic. The 5-year future test, when you're feeling intense anxiety about a social situation, your brain is catastrophizing the stakes. It feels like everything depends on this moment going perfectly. Before entering, ask yourself, will this matter in 5 years? Usually the answer is no. In 5 years, you probably won't remember this specific interaction at all. This isn't nihilism, it's perspective. When you recognize that the stakes are actually much lower than your anxiety is telling you they are, your nervous system can relax. You're not walking into a life or death situation. You're walking into a moment that will pass, be forgotten, and have almost no bearing on the trajectory of your life. This doesn't mean the situation doesn't matter at all. It means it doesn't matter as much as your anxiety insists it does. Visualizing your emotional state visualization isn't magical thinking. It's a form of mental rehearsal that prepares your brain and nervous system for the experience you're about to have. Athletes use visualization before competitions. Surgeons use it before complex procedures. You can use it before entering any social space. The grounded self-visualization, close your eyes. Take 3 slow breaths. Now visualize yourself walking into the space you're about to enter. But visualize yourself as your most grounded, centered, calm version. See yourself moving slowly and deliberately, breathing deeply and naturally, making comfortable eye contact. Speaking with a steady, clear voice, listening with genuine attention, maintaining relaxed, open body language. Don't visualize a perfect outcome. Visualize yourself being calm, regardless of what happens around you. Feel what that calmness feels like in your body. Notice your steady heartbeat, your relaxed shoulders, your clear mind. Spend 1 to 2 minutes in this visualization. This practice creates neural activation patterns that make the visualized state more accessible when you actually enter. Your brain doesn't fully distinguish between vivid visualization and actual experience. Both create similar neural pathways. The energy field visualization. This one might sound esoteric, but many people find it powerfully effective. Imagine that you have an energy field around your body, like a bubble of calm that extends about 3 feet in all directions. This field is porous enough that you can connect with others, but strong enough that you're not absorbing everyone else's anxiety or chaos. As you prepare to enter a space, take a moment to feel this field around you. Breathe into it. Strengthen it. Tell yourself, I'm carrying my own atmosphere. I can be affected by others without absorbing their state. This visualization creates a psychological boundary that helps you stay regulated, even in chaotic environments. We'll explore this more deeply in Chapter 4, but the practice begins here. Before you even walk in, the anchor object technique. This is a tangible grounding tool you can use both before and during challenging situations. Choose a small object you can carry with you, a smooth stone, a specific coin, a piece of jewelry, anything that fits in your pocket or can be worn. Before entering, hold this object in your hand. Close your eyes. Take 3 deep breaths. As you breathe, imagine that this object is absorbing all your calm, centered energy. Imagine it becoming infused with the feeling of groundedness. Tell yourself, whenever I touch this object, I can remember this calm state. Then put it in your pocket or wear it during the interaction. If you start to feel dysregulated, you can subtly touch this object. Your brain will associate it with the calm state you created, and it will help you return to regulation. This works because you're creating what psychologists call an anchor, a physical reminder linked to a specific emotional state. The more you use it, the stronger the association becomes. Putting it all together, your pre-entry protocol. You don't need to do every technique in this chapter every time you enter a space. That would be overwhelming and time-consuming. Instead, create a simple protocol, a consistent routine you do before entering any situation where you want to show up grounded. Here's a suggested 5-minute protocol you can customize. Minutes 1 to 2. Breathwork 4-7-8 breathing, 4 cycles, or box breathing, minute 3, physical grounding progressive. Muscle relaxation, quick version, or slow. Walking minute 4, mental reset, set your intention, and reframe the situation, minute 5, visualization de oui. Yourself calm and grounded in the space, that's it. 5 minutes. But those 5 minutes create a completely different starting point. If you only have 2 minutes, prioritize breathing and intention setting. If you have 10 minutes, you can go deeper with each practice. The key is consistency. Make pre-entry grounding a non-negotiable ritual. Just like you wouldn't show up to a job interview without preparing what you'll say. Don't show up to any social situation without preparing your nervous system. Troubleshooting common challenges. I forget to ground myself until I'm already in the situation. Set reminders. If you know you have a challenging event on Tuesday, set an alarm for 10 minutes before. Put a note on your car dashboard. Ask a friend to text you a reminder. Also, start practicing grounding even before low-stakes situations, before going to the grocery store, before a regular work meeting, before dinner with family. The more you practice, the more automatic it becomes. When I'm really anxious, breathing exercises don't seem to work. They're still working. They're just working against a lot of activation. If you're already at an 8 or 9 on the emotional temperature scale, breathing won't instantly bring you to a 2, but it will bring you down to a 6 or 7, which is enough to access better thinking and behavior. Also, this is why prevention matters. If you ground yourself before your anxiety spikes, you never reach that 8 or 9 in the first place. I feel stupid doing these practices. That's your anxious brain trying to talk you out of doing something that would actually help. Ignore it. Olympic athletes visualize before competing. Elite performers use breathwork. Navy SEALs practice grounding. These are not stupid practices. They're evidence-based techniques used by people who perform under immense pressure. You don't have to tell anyone you're doing them. They're your private ritual for showing up as your best self. What if someone sees me doing these techniques? Most of them are invisible or can be done privately. Do breathwork in your car or a bathroom. Do visualization with your eyes open, appearing to just be thinking. Physical grounding can be done subtly, and honestly, if someone did notice you taking a moment to breathe deeply and center yourself before a challenging situation, they'd probably respect it more than judge it. The compound effect of consistent grounding. Here's what happens when you make pre-entry grounding a consistent practice. In the short term, you enter each situation more regulated, which means you have better experiences, which builds positive associations with social situations rather than negative ones. In the medium term, your nervous system learns that social situations don't have to be threatening. Your baseline anxiety decreases. You naturally feel calmer even without doing the practices. In the long term, you become someone who carries calm with them wherever they go. Grounding is no longer something you have to consciously do. It becomes who you are. The person you are before you walk through the door determines the person you'll be on the other side. Choose to ground yourself. Choose to enter regulated. Choose to bring your calm with you. Chapter 4. Reading the room without absorbing the room there. Is a particular skill that separates people who maintain their calm in any environment from those who get swept away by whatever energy surrounds them. It's not about being oblivious to what's happening around you, quite the opposite. It's about being exquisitely aware of the emotional currents in any space while simultaneously maintaining your own center. This is the art of, reading the room without absorbing the room. Think about the last time you walked into a tense meeting, a chaotic family gathering, or a party where the energy felt off. What happened to your own emotional state? If you're like most people, you absorbed that tension, that chaos, that uncomfortable energy. Within minutes, maybe seconds, you were no longer operating from your own regulated baseline. You were resonating with the dysregulation around you. This is not a personal failing. It's a feature of your nervous system that evolved to help you survive in social groups. Humans are intensely social creatures, and our nervous systems are designed to attune to others. This capacity for emotional resonance, sometimes called emotional contagion, allows us to connect, empathize, and coordinate with others. But without boundaries, this same capacity becomes a liability. You become an emotional sponge, soaking up everyone else's anxiety, anger, excitement, or depression. You lose access to your own internal compass. You leave interactions feeling drained, confused about what you actually feel versus what you picked up from others. This chapter will teach you how to maintain your grounding while staying socially aware and engaged. You'll learn to recognize group energy without being controlled by it, to stay neutral in chaotic environments, and to protect your inner world while remaining genuinely connected to others. This is not about building walls or becoming emotionally distant. It's about developing the capacity to be both open and boundaried, a combination that creates true resilience. Understanding group energy. Every room you enter has an emotional atmosphere. Sometimes it's obvious. A funeral feels different from a celebration, but often it's subtle, a meeting where no one wants to be there, a dinner party where unspoken tension simmers beneath polite conversation, a networking event where everyone is performing confidence they don't actually feel. You pick up on these atmospheres through multiple channels, most of them operating below conscious awareness. The biological basis of emotional contagion, you say, brain contains specialized neurons called mirror neurons that fire both when you perform an action and when you observe someone else performing that action. When you see someone smile, your mirror neurons activate the same patterns as if you were smiling. When you see someone wince in pain, your brain simulates that pain. This system extends to emotions. When you're in the presence of someone who's anxious, your nervous system begins to mirror their anxiety. When you're around someone who's calm, you naturally tend toward calm yourself. This happens through multiple mechanisms, micro-expressions, and body language. You unconsciously register tiny facial movements, posture shifts, and gesture patterns that signal emotional states in others. Vocal tone and rhythm, the prosody of speech, pitch, pace, volume. Rhythm carries enormous emotional information that your brain processes automatically. Biochemical signaling. Humans release pheromones and other chemical signals when stressed, anxious, or relaxed. While the science here is still developing, there's evidence that you can literally smell emotional states in others. Nervous system synchronization. When people interact, their nervous systems tend to synchronize. Heart rates, breathing patterns, and even brainwave activity begin to align. This is why sitting next to someone who's breathing rapidly and shallowly makes you unconsciously shift your own breathing pattern. All of this happens automatically, without conscious thought. By the time you're aware that you're feeling anxious in a room, your nervous system has already been resonating with the anxiety around you for several minutes. The collective nervous system groups develop their own emergent emotional states that are more than just the sum of individual emotions. This is what people mean when they talk about the vibe or the energy of a space. A room full of people can collectively be tense and guarded open and curious competitive, and evaluative warm and welcoming chaotic and scattered focused and purposeful. These collective states are self-reinforcing. When everyone in a room is slightly anxious, that anxiety amplifies through emotional contagion, making everyone more anxious, which amplifies it further. Similarly, when one or two people in a room are genuinely calm and grounded, that calm can spread and shift the entire atmosphere. This means you're not just navigating individual emotional states, you're navigating a complex system where everyone is influencing everyone. Elles aren't reading energy accurately. First step to not absorbing a room's energy is learning to read it accurately. Most people don't consciously notice group energy until it's already affected them. They walk into tension and feel tense without recognizing where that tension is coming from. They absorb anxiety and assume it's their own anxiety, developing the skill of reading. Energy means cultivating conscious awareness of what's happening around you before it colonizes your internal experience. When you enter any space, pause for a moment, even just 3 seconds, and ask yourself, what's the emotional temperature of this room? Notice the pace of interaction. Are people speaking quickly or slowly? Are movements rushed or relaxed? The quality of attention. Are people engaged with each other or distracted? Is there eye contact or avoidance? The physical arrangement. How are people positioned? Clusters or scattered? Facing each other or turned away? The vocal tone. What's the pitch, volume, and rhythm of conversation? Tight and high or loose and low? The silence quality. When there's quiet, does it feel comfortable or awkward? Your body's initial response. What sensations arise in you immediately upon entering? Tightness? Relaxation? Activation? This quick scan gives you information. The room is tense. The room is welcoming. The room is chaotic. The room is subdued. Knowing this is power, because now you can choose how to respond rather than unconsciously absorbing whatever you find. Emotional boundaries. Where you end and others begin. The concept of emotional boundaries is one of the most important and least understood aspects of maintaining calm in social situations. A boundary is not a wall. It's not about shutting people out or becoming cold and detached. A healthy emotional boundary is more like a semi-permeable membrane. It allows connection and exchange while maintaining distinction between your internal experience and others' internal experiences. The problem of porous boundaries. People who struggle most with staying calm in groups often have extremely porous emotional boundaries. They've learned, usually in childhood, to be exquisitely attuned to others' emotional states, often as a survival mechanism. Maybe you grew up with a parent whose moods were unpredictable and you learned to constantly scan for signs of anger or disappointment. Maybe you were the peacemaker in your family, absorbing tension and trying to smooth it over. Maybe you learned that your value came from making others comfortable, which required you to be hyper-aware of their feelings. These are adaptive strategies that helped you navigate difficult situations. But they come at a cost. You never developed a strong sense of where your emotions end and others begin. With porous boundaries, you feel responsible for others' emotional states, absorb anxiety, anger, or sadness from people around you, have difficulty identifying what you actually feel versus what you've picked up from others, leave social interactions, feeling drained or confused, struggle to maintain your own opinions or preferences when they differ from the group, feel anxious when others are disappointed or upset, even when their feelings have nothing to do with you. The anatomy of a healthy boundary. Healthy emotional boundary allows you to notice and care about others' feelings without taking responsibility for causing or fixing them. Maintain your own emotional state even when others are dysregulated. Feel empathy without merging with others' experiences. Know without guilt, have different opinions, feelings, or needs than those around you. Leave interactions with your energy largely intact. Here's the key distinction. Boundaries are not about what others do. They're about what you do. You cannot control whether someone gets angry, disappointed, anxious, or upset. But you can control whether you absorb those states as your own. A person with strong boundaries might think, I notice that person is angry. That's difficult for them. I hope they find a way to work through it. And also, their anger is not mine to carry. A person with weak boundaries thinks, that person is angry. I must have done something wrong. I need to fix this. I can't be okay until they're okay. See the difference? Building boundary. Awareness. The practice of building boundaries starts with awareness, specifically noticing when you've lost track of where you end and someone else begins. Throughout your day-to-day, practice asking yourself, what am I feeling right now? Is this actually my emotion, or did I pick it up from someone else? Often you'll discover that the anxiety you're feeling isn't actually yours. It's what you absorbed from your stressed colleague. The heaviness you're carrying isn't your depression. It's the sadness you picked up from a conversation earlier. This doesn't mean those feelings aren't real, or that you shouldn't care about others. It means you're learning to distinguish between empathy, feeling with, and enmeshment, becoming unable to separate your experience from theirs. Try this practice. After any interaction where you felt emotionally affected, take 2 minutes alone and ask, what emotions am I carrying right now? List them mentally or on paper, then ask, which of these are actually mine? Which did I absorb from the other person? For the ones you absorbed, visualize handing them back. Literally imagine taking those feelings and giving them back to the person they belong to with compassion. This is yours, not mine. I care about you, and I'm not carrying this for you. This might feel strange at first, even selfish. It's not. You cannot actually carry emotions for other people. You can only create the illusion that you are, while harming your own well-being in the process. The energy field practice. Remember the visualization from Chapter 3, where you imagined a field of calm around you. Let's develop that further. Before entering any space, take a moment to establish your energetic boundary. Close your eyes or soften your gaze. Take 3 deep breaths. On each inhale, imagine you're breathing in your own center, your own calm, your own groundedness. On each exhale, imagine you're creating a clear boundary around yourself, not a wall, but a field. This field extends about 2 to 3 feet from your body in all directions. Tell yourself, I can be affected by others without absorbing their state. I can care deeply without losing myself. I can stay open and boundaried at the same time. Feel this field around you. It's strong but flexible. Energy can pass through it, connection, warmth, empathy, but you remain distinct. You remain yourself. As you enter the space, maintain awareness of this field. When you notice yourself starting to absorb someone's anxiety or tension, consciously strengthen your boundary. Breathe into it. Feel yourself contained within your own energy. This is not selfish or cold. It's self-preserving, and ironically, it makes you more capable of genuine connection, because you're not desperately trying to manage others' emotions to keep yourself regulated. Staying neutral in chaotic environments, chaos is contagious. When you enter an environment where energy is scattered, anxiety is high, or multiple people are dysregulated, the pull to join that chaos is enormous. Your nervous system reads the chaos and thinks everyone else is activated. There must be danger. I should activate too, but you don't have to. You can be the calm center in the storm. The concept of regulated neutrality doesn't mean you don't care or that you're emotionally flat. It means you're not swept up in reactivity. Think of yourself as a thermostat rather than a thermometer. A thermometer simply reflects the temperature around it. When the room is hot, the thermometer reads hot. A thermostat maintains a set temperature regardless of external conditions. When the room gets too hot, it activates cooling. When it gets too cold, it activates heating. People with poor boundaries are thermometers. Whatever emotional temperature surrounds them becomes their temperature. People with strong boundaries are thermostats. They have a set point, they're grounded, regulated baseline, and they maintain it even when the environment tries to pull them away. The eye of the hurricane technique. Hurricanes have eyes, calm centers surrounded by violent storm activity. You can be that eye. When you're in a chaotic environment, anchor into your body. Feel your feet on the ground. Notice your breath. Come back to physical sensation. Slow everything down. Move more slowly than the pace around you. Speak more slowly. Breathe more slowly. Your nervous system will follow your body's lead. Create internal space. Imagine that the chaos is happening around you, but not to you. You're observing it, even participating in it, but you're not consumed by it. Return to your intention. Remember why you're here and how you wanted to show up. That intention is your North Star when chaos tries to spin you around. Use your breath as an anchor. Every few minutes, take one conscious breath, a deep inhale, a long exhale. This repeatedly signals to your nervous system, we're safe. We're grounded. We're okay. Managing emotional escalation sometimes. You're not just in a chaotic environment, you're in an environment where someone is actively dysregulated and their energy is directed at you or demanding your response. Maybe someone is angry and raising their voice. Maybe someone is spiraling into anxiety and looking to you for reassurance. Maybe someone is creating drama and pulling you into it. In these moments, the most powerful thing you can do is refuse to match their escalation. This is called remaining underreactive in the face of overreaction. When someone raises their voice, you lower yours. When someone speaks quickly in panic, you speak slowly and steadily. When someone's energy is chaotic, yours becomes more grounded. This doesn't mean you're dismissing their experience or being condescending. It means you're not allowing their dysregulation to dysregulate you. In fact, by maintaining your regulation, you're offering them something to attune to, a calmer frequency they can potentially match. Here's what this looks like in practice. Escalated person. This is a disaster. Everything is going wrong. We're not going to make the deadline. What are we going to do? Regulated response, speaking slowly and calmly. I hear that you're really stressed about the timeline. Let's take a minute to look at what actually needs to happen. What's the most pressing issue right now? You've acknowledged their emotion without joining it. You've introduced structure and calm without dismissing their concern. This takes practice. Your natural instinct when someone escalates is to either escalate with them, fight, shut down, freeze, or desperately try to make them feel better, fawn. All of these are nervous system reactions, not conscious choices. The practice is noticing the pull to match their escalation and choosing differently. The pause before response. In chaotic environments, people react quickly, finishing each other's sentences, interrupting, speaking over each other, jumping from topic to topic. One of the most powerful ways to stay grounded is to simply pause before you speak. Even a 1-second pause creates space. It signals to your nervous system, we're not in emergency mode. We have time to think. It also often shifts the energy in the room. When everyone is rapid firing and you pause, your pause creates a brief moment of stillness that others can feel. Practice this. Before responding to anything in a chaotic conversation, take one breath. Just one, inhale, exhale, then speak. This tiny practice creates enormous shifts over time, protecting your inner world, your thoughts, feelings, values, and sense of self is the most valuable thing you possess. Protecting it doesn't mean hiding it or becoming closed off. It means not allowing external chaos, judgment, or pressure to colonize it. Selective permeability. Choosing what to let. Imagine your attention is like a filter. Some things need to pass through, information relevant to your goals, feedback that helps you grow, genuine connection with others. Some things should be filtered out, projections from others' insecurities, social pressure to be someone you're not, anxiety that doesn't belong to you. Most people don't consciously choose what they let in. They absorb everything indiscriminately, then wonder why they feel overwhelmed. Developing selective permeability means consciously deciding what deserves your attention and what doesn't. When someone makes a critical comment, you can ask, is there useful information here? Is this feedback I need to consider? Or is this more about their internal state than about me? If it's the former, let it in and work with it. If it's the latter, acknowledge it without absorbing it. That's an interesting perspective. I'll consider it. And then, you don't have to carry it. When you're in a conversation where someone is venting, you can listen with genuine care while maintaining a distinction. This is their experience to have. I can be present for it without taking it on. The practice of non-defensive presence, one of the biggest drains on your energy in social situations, is defensiveness. When you feel you have to constantly protect yourself, justify yourself, or prove yourself, you're in a state of continuous activation. Non-defensive presence means you can hear criticism, disagreement, or challenge without immediately moving into protection mode. This doesn't mean you never defend yourself or set boundaries. It means your first response isn't automatic defense. When someone disagrees with you, instead of immediately arguing back, you can say, tell me more about why you see it that way. When someone criticizes you, instead of explaining why they're wrong, you can say, I appreciate you sharing that. Let me think about it. You're not agreeing. You're not submitting. You're simply not treating every challenge as a threat that requires immediate, defensive response. This creates remarkable calm, because most of the activation people feel in social situations comes from perceived attacks that they feel compelled to defend against. When you're no longer in constant defense mode, you free up enormous mental and emotional energy. Creating mental compartments, another powerful practice for protecting your inner world, is creating mental compartments, the ability to be fully present in one context without carrying unresolved emotions from another. Context: you had a difficult morning at home. Now you're at work. Can you be fully present at work? Or are you still processing the morning? You received critical feedback in a meeting. Or you're having lunch with colleagues. Can you be present with them, or are you replaying the feedback on loop? Mental compartmentalization isn't about suppression. It's about conscious timing. It's saying, I'll process that difficult emotion later when I have time and space. Right now, I'm choosing to be fully here. Here's the practice. When you're moving from one context to another, home to work, one meeting to the next, a difficult conversation to a social gathering, take 60 seconds for a transition ritual. Close your eyes if possible. Take 3 deep breaths. Say to yourself, I'm closing the door on previous context. I'm opening the door to new context. I can return to unfinished emotional business later. Right now I'm fully here. Visualize literally closing. A door behind you and opening, a new one in front of you. This simple ritual helps your brain shift contexts rather than bleeding emotional activation from one situation into every subsequent situation. The practice of solitude, finally. Protecting your inner world requires regular time in solitude. Time away from the constant input, demands, and emotional resonance of being around others. If you're constantly around people with no time alone, you never have a chance to distinguish what's yours from what you've absorbed. You never fully discharge the activation of social engagement. You never reconnect with your own center. This is why people who are around others all day often feel depleted. Not because connection is inherently draining, but because they never get time to return to themselves. Make solitude non-negotiable. Even 15-20 minutes a day of being completely alone, with no input, no phone, no music, no podcast, no conversation, allows your nervous system to recalibrate. In solitude, you can ask, what am I actually feeling? What do I actually think? What do I actually need? These questions are difficult to answer when you're constantly attuning to others. Solitude creates the space for self-awareness to emerge. The paradox: boundaries create connection. Here's something that seems counterintuitive, but is absolutely true. The better your boundaries, the more genuine connection you can create. When you have weak boundaries, you're so busy managing your nervous system's response to others that you can't actually be present with them. You're either absorbed in their experience, losing yourself, or defending against their experience, shutting them out. When you have strong boundaries, you can be genuinely open because you're not afraid of being overwhelmed. You can listen deeply because you're not frantically trying to manage your own anxiety. You can be vulnerable because you trust yourself to maintain your center even if the interaction doesn't go perfectly. Boundaries don't create distance, they create sustainable proximity. Think about it. Who are you more comfortable being around? Someone who absorbs all your anxiety and becomes anxious themselves, which makes you have to manage both your anxiety and theirs. Or someone who can be with you in your anxiety, acknowledge it, care about it, but not become consumed by it. The second person feels safe. You can be yourself around them without worrying about destabilizing them. That's the gift of boundaries. When you master the art of reading the room without absorbing the room, you become that person for others. You become someone people gravitate toward because your presence is both engaged and stable. You're interested but not intrusive, present but not enmeshed, caring but not codependent, open but not porous. This is the foundation of genuine calm in social situations, not removing yourself from the emotional reality of the space, but learning to be in it without being consumed by it. In the next chapter, we'll build on this foundation by exploring how to actively create calm presence in your social interactions, becoming not just someone who maintains their own regulation, but someone who can shift the energy of entire rooms through the quality of their presence. Chapter 5. Social situations and calm presence. You've learned to ground yourself before entering spaces. You've developed the capacity to read emotional currents without being swept away by them. Now we arrive at the most practical question. How do you actually show up in social interactions in a way that communicates calm, creates connection, and makes you genuinely magnetic? This chapter is about active presence, not just maintaining your own regulation, but using that regulation to positively influence every interaction you have. How calmness makes you more likable. There's a misconception that being likable requires being entertaining, impressive, or constantly positive. In reality, the quality that makes someone genuinely likable is much simpler. They make others feel comfortable. When you're calm, you create comfort automatically. Your regulated nervous system signals to others' nervous systems that there's no threat present. Remember emotional contagion? It works both ways. When you're genuinely calm, others begin to regulate in your presence without knowing why. Anxious people unconsciously pressure others to manage their anxiety. They need constant reassurance, validation, or entertainment. And calm people don't create this burden. Others can relax because they're not responsible for maintaining your emotional state. When you're not managing internal chaos, you can actually pay attention to others. You listen without planning your next sentence. You notice details. You remember what people say. This quality of attention is so rare that when people experience it, they find you compelling. The practice here is counterintuitive. Stop trying to be likable. Focus instead on being regulated and present. Likability emerges as a natural byproduct. De-escalating tension, one of the most valuable social skills you can develop, is the capacity to lower the temperature in tense situations. Tension escalates through mutual reinforcement. Person A is defensive, which triggers person B to become defensive, which intensifies person A's defensiveness, and within moments, everyone is operating from their most reactive selves. You can interrupt this cycle simply by refusing to escalate. The underreaction principle. When someone raises their voice, you lower yours. When someone speaks quickly, you slow down. When someone's body language becomes tight and aggressive, yours becomes more open and relaxed. Strategic validation. Before disagreeing or problem-solving, validate the emotional experience. I can see this is really frustrating for you, acknowledges their reality without requiring you to agree with their interpretation. The power of the pause. In tense exchanges, silence feels uncomfortable. You can break this pattern by intentionally pausing before responding. Count to 3 internally, breathe, then speak. Your pause interrupts the rapid-fire escalation and creates space for more thoughtful response. Being the anchor in conversations, an anchor is a fixed point that provides stability. You become an anchor not through dominance or control, but through consistent, calm presence. Holding steady in silence. Most people panic in conversational pauses and rush to fill them. Anchored people can tolerate silence. They trust that quiet moments are part of natural conversational rhythm. Practice this. In your next conversation, when there's a pause, count to 5 before speaking. Notice the urge to fill the space immediately. Don't act on it. Asking grounding questions. Instead of asking surface questions, ask questions that invite people to connect with something real. What's been on your mind lately? What are you excited about right now? Reflecting rather than redirecting. When someone shares something meaningful, reflect back. It sounds like that was really significant for you. This keeps the conversation grounded in their experience. Communicating. With a composed tone. Your words matter, but your tone matters more. The same sentence delivered with different tones creates entirely different experiences. Speak from your diaphragm. Before speaking, take a breath deep into your belly. Speak on the exhale. Your voice will naturally be lower and more resonant. Slow your pace by 20%. Most people speak faster when nervous. Consciously slow down. Lower your volume slightly. Speaking slightly more quietly draws people in and signals confidence. Use downward inflection at sentence ends. This communicates certainty without aggression. Practice these elements individually, then combine them. Over time, composed vocal tone becomes automatic. The integration, calm presence in social situations is the integration of self-awareness, emotional boundaries, nervous system regulation, and conscious choice in how you show up. When you walk into a room grounded, maintain your boundaries while staying engaged. De-escalate rather than escalate, and communicate with composed tone. Something remarkable happens. You become the kind of person others want to be around because your regulated presence feels like permission for them to regulate too. Chapter 6. Overcoming Anxiety. Triggers: you can master breathing techniques, develop strong boundaries, and practice grounding rituals. But then you walk into a room, and someone asks you a direct question in front of everyone, and suddenly all your preparation vanishes. Your heart races. Your mind goes blank. Your carefully cultivated calm disappears in an instant. This is the reality of anxiety triggers. They bypass your conscious mind and activate your nervous system directly. Understanding and working with these triggers is essential for maintaining calm in real-world situations. Common triggers in social environments. Anxiety triggers are highly individual, but certain situations reliably activate stress responses in most people. Being the center of attention. All eyes on you during presentations, when entering a room late, or when someone calls you out in a group setting, evaluation and judgment. Job interviews, performance reviews, meeting new people who might form opinions about you. Uncertainty, not knowing what to say, where to stand, or what's expected of you in unfamiliar social contexts. Conflict or confrontation, disagreements, criticism, or tense conversations where emotions run high. Social comparison, being around people you perceive as more confident, successful, or socially skilled than you. Silence and pauses, gaps in conversation that feel uncomfortable, making you feel responsible for filling them. Performance pressure, situations where you're expected to be funny, interesting, or impressive on demand. The first step in overcoming triggers is identifying your specific ones. Take time to reflect. Which situations consistently spike your anxiety? Write them down. Awareness transforms vague dread into specific challenges you can work with. How to neutralize triggers? Once you've identified your triggers, you can systematically reduce their power over you. Cognitive reframing. Your interpretation of a trigger determines its intensity. If you interpret being asked a question as, "Everyone is judging whether I'm smart enough," your anxiety will spike. If you interpret it as, "Someone is curious about my perspective," the same situation feels manageable. Practice reframing your common triggers. Instead of, "I'm being evaluated," think, "I'm being given an opportunity to contribute." Instead of, "Everyone will notice if I mess up," think, "Most people are focused on themselves, not scrutinizing me." The exposure principle: triggers maintain their power through avoidance. Every time you avoid a triggering situation, you reinforce the belief that it's dangerous. Your nervous system learns, "We can't handle this." Gradual exposure teaches your nervous system the opposite. "We can handle this. We've done it before and survived." Create an exposure hierarchy. List situations that trigger you from least to most anxiety-producing. Start with the easiest one. Deliberately enter that situation while practicing your grounding techniques. Once it no longer triggers significant anxiety, move to the next level. This isn't about forcing yourself into situations that genuinely harm you. It's about systematically teaching your nervous system that most social situations aren't actually dangerous. Somatic release. Triggers create physical activation that gets stuck in your body. After triggering situations, practice releasing this stored tension through movement. Shake your body, go for a walk, do jumping jacks, or practice progressive muscle relaxation. This prevents accumulation. If you experience a trigger but never release the physical activation, it layers upon previous activations, making you increasingly sensitized. Building tolerance through exposure. Exposure works, but only when done correctly. Throwing yourself into overwhelming situations without preparation typically backfires, creating traumatic experiences that increase sensitivity rather than building tolerance. The Goldilocks principle: choose challenges that are uncomfortable but not overwhelming. If your anxiety is at a 7 or above, you're in survival mode and not learning. Aim for situations that bring you to a 4 to 6, enough activation to stretch your capacity without flooding your system. Pair exposure with regulation. Never expose yourself to triggers without also practicing your calming techniques. Enter the triggering situation grounded. Use breath control during it. Reflect afterward on what you learned. Celebrate small wins. After each exposure, acknowledge what you did. I stayed in the conversation even though I felt anxious. I asked a question even though my heart was racing. These acknowledgements rewire your brain to associate triggering situations with competence rather than failure. Replacing fear with curiosity. The most powerful reframe you can make is shifting from fear to curiosity. Fear asks, what will go wrong? How will I be hurt? What will people think? Curiosity asks, what will I discover? How will this unfold? What can I learn? When you approach triggering situations with curiosity, you're operating from your prefrontal cortex, thinking brain, rather than your amygdala, fear brain. This shift alone reduces anxiety significantly. Practice this internal dialogue shift. When you notice fear-based thoughts, pause and ask, what would curiosity ask right now? Instead of, what if I embarrass myself? Try, I wonder how this conversation will develop. Instead of, they probably think I'm boring, try, I'm curious what they're actually thinking about. Curiosity is incompatible with threat detection. When you're genuinely curious, your nervous system cannot simultaneously be in full fight or flight mode. The long game overcoming triggers isn't about eliminating anxiety entirely. It's about changing your relationship with it. You learn to feel anxiety without being controlled by it. You develop confidence not because situations stop triggering you, but because you've proven to yourself repeatedly that you can handle being triggered. This is resilience, not the absence of difficulty, but the capacity to remain grounded within it. In the next chapter, we'll explore the body language and physical presence that naturally communicate calm, even when you're still working through internal activation. Chapter 7. Calm body language. Your body tells a story before you say a single word. Within 3 seconds of seeing you, people form impressions about your confidence, your emotional state, and your level of comfort. These impressions aren't based on what you say, they're based entirely on how you carry yourself. Here's what makes this powerful. You can consciously shape the story your body tells. And even more remarkably, when you change your body language, you don't just change how others perceive you. You change how you feel internally. Your mind follows your body's lead. This chapter explores the specific physical behaviors that communicate calm and how to embody them until they become automatic. The mind-body loop. Most people think the relationship between internal state and external expression is one-directional. I feel anxious, therefore my body becomes tense. But the relationship is actually bi-directional, a loop. When you're anxious, your body tenses. But equally true, when your body is tense, your brain interprets this as evidence that you should be anxious. Your posture, your breathing, your movement patterns. All of these send signals back to your brain about what emotional state you're in. This is called proprioceptive feedback, and you can use it deliberately. When you adopt the physical posture of a calm person, your nervous system begins to shift toward calm, even if you didn't start there. This isn't fake it till you make it in the traditional sense. It's understanding that your body is not separate from your emotions. It's part of the system that creates them. Slow movements. Speed communicates urgency. When you move quickly, fidgeting, gesturing rapidly, shifting position frequently, you signal to yourself and others that something requires immediate attention, that there's a threat present. Calm people move slowly, not lethargically but deliberately. Each movement is intentional rather than reactive. Practice this. For the next week, consciously slow down every physical movement by about 20%. When you reach for something, reach slowly. When you turn your head to look at someone, turn slowly. When you walk into a room, walk slowly. This will feel unnatural at first. You'll worry you look strange or that people are waiting on you. They're not. What you perceive as too slow is usually just normal pace to observers. Your anxiety has trained you to move in fast-forward, specific applications. When someone asks you a question, pause before responding. Take a breath, then speak. This pause alone, before words even leave your mouth, communicates composure. When you sit down, do it slowly rather than dropping into the chair. When you stand, rise smoothly rather than jerking upward. When you gesture while speaking, make your hand movements fluid and controlled rather than sharp and quick. Each slow movement is a message to your nervous system. There's no emergency here. We have time. We're safe. Relaxed, posture anxiety creates characteristic postural patterns. Shoulders hunched forward, chest collapsed, head jutting forward, arms held close to the body in a protective stance. Calm posture opens the body and creates space. The foundation, grounded feet, whether standing or sitting, feel both feet flat on the ground. Distribute your weight evenly. This literal grounding creates psychological grounding. When your foundation is stable, your entire body can relax above it. Shoulders back and down. Most people carry tension in their shoulders, pulling them up toward their ears. Practice this several times daily. Roll your shoulders up toward your ears, then back and down. Let them settle in their natural, relaxed position. Feel the openness this creates in your chest. Lengthened spine. Imagine a string attached to the crown of your head, gently pulling you upward. This creates length in your spine without rigidity. You're upright but not stiff, tall but not tense. Open chest anxiety collapses the chest inward, as if protecting your heart. Calm opens the chest. This doesn't mean puffing out your chest artificially. It means allowing your ribcage to expand naturally. Take a deep breath and notice how your chest opens. Maintain that openness even after you exhale. Relaxed hands. Check your hands right now. Are they clenched? Are your fingers tense? Calm people have relaxed hands. Let your fingers hang naturally, slightly curved. Rest your hands in your lap or at your sides without gripping or clenching. The posture check-in set reminders on your phone 3 times daily. When the reminder goes off, scan your posture. Feet grounded, shoulders relaxed, chest open, hands soft. Make adjustments. Over time, relaxed posture becomes your default rather than something you have to remember. Eye contact without intensity. Eye contact is one of the most powerful non-verbal behaviors, but most people get it wrong in one of 2 ways. They avoid it entirely, communicating insecurity, or they hold it too intensely, communicating aggression or desperation. Calm eye contact is steady but soft. You're present with the other person without staring them down. The 50-70 rule: in conversations, maintain eye contact about 50% of the time while speaking and 70% while listening. This creates engagement without intensity. The triangle technique: instead of staring directly into someone's eyes without breaking, allow your gaze to move gently in a triangle. Left eye, right eye, mouth. This keeps you engaged with their face while feeling less intense for both of you. Blink naturally. When people are anxious, they either blink too much or hold their eyes too wide and blink too little. Both signal discomfort. Notice your natural blink rate when you're relaxed and allow that rhythm even in stressful situations. Look away purposefully. When you break eye contact, do it smoothly rather than darting your eyes away suddenly. Then turn your head slightly or look down briefly, then return. Sudden eye movements signal anxiety. Practice in low-stakes situations. Build comfort with eye contact by practicing with cashiers, servers, or in brief everyday interactions. These low-pressure moments let you develop the skill before applying it in high-stakes situations. How calm people physically carry themselves beyond specific behaviors. Calm people have an overall quality to their physical presence that's hard to articulate but immediately recognizable. Grounded weight. They seem heavy in a good way, settled, rooted. Their energy moves downward into the earth rather than floating upward in their head. You can cultivate this by consciously feeling your weight. Notice gravity pulling you down. Let yourself be heavy. Economical movement. They don't make unnecessary movements. No fidgeting, no adjusting clothing repeatedly, no touching their face or hair constantly. Each movement serves a purpose. Fluid transitions. They move from one position to another smoothly. No jerky adjustments, no sudden shifts. Everything flows. Comfortable stillness. Perhaps most distinctively, calm people can be completely still without it looking awkward. They don't need to constantly shift, adjust, or move. Their stillness communicates, I'm comfortable in my body, right here, right now. Practice stillness. Sit or stand completely still for 60 seconds. Notice every urge to move, adjust, or fidget. Don't act on these urges immediately, just notice them. This builds awareness of your movement patterns and creates choice about which movements are actually necessary. Integration, your physical presence. Practice changing body language isn't about memorizing rules and following them rigidly. It's about developing a felt sense of what calm presence feels like in your body, then returning to that felt sense repeatedly until it becomes natural. Here's a simple daily practice. Morning, 2 minutes. Stand with feet grounded, shoulders relaxed, chest open. Take 5 slow breaths. Feel what calm presence feels like physically. This is your baseline. Throughout the day, set 3 random alarms. When they go off, check. Am I moving too quickly? Is my posture collapsed? Are my shoulders tense? Return to your baseline. Before challenging situations, do a 30-second body check. Ground your feet, relax your shoulders, open your chest, soften your hands. Enter from this physical state. After challenging situations, notice what happened to your body during the interaction. Did you collapse? Speed up, tense? No judgment, just awareness. This builds the feedback loop. Over weeks and months, calm body language becomes your default. You no longer have to think about it. Your body simply carries itself differently, and when your body is calm, your mind follows. Chapter 8. Handling Pressure with Ease. The true test of calm isn't how you show up on easy days. It's how you perform when stakes are high, time is short, and everyone is watching. This chapter is about maintaining your center in the moments that matter most. Meetings, confrontations, unexpected challenges, and high-pressure situations where your response actually has consequences. The nature of pressure is the intersection of importance and urgency. When something matters and you have limited time to handle it, your nervous system interprets this as threat. Your amygdala activates, stress hormones flood your system, and your prefrontal cortex, the part that handles complex thinking, begins to go offline. This is why intelligent, capable people sometimes fumble in high-pressure moments. It's not a character flaw. It's biology. But here's what changes everything. Pressure is not the problem. Your interpretation of pressure is the problem. 2 people face the same high-stakes presentation. One interprets it as, everything depends on this. If I fail, I'm finished. The other interprets it as, this matters, and I'm prepared to handle it. Same objective pressure. Completely different internal experience. The first person will struggle because their nervous system is in survival mode. The second will perform well because they're activated but not overwhelmed in what psychologists call the optimal arousal zone, learning. To handle pressure means learning to stay in that zone, where you're alert and engaged without tipping into panic. Staying calm while thinking fast, high pressure. Situations often require rapid decision-making. Someone asks you a difficult question in a meeting. A client raises an unexpected objection. A conflict erupts, and everyone looks to you to respond. Your instinct is to answer immediately. Silence feels dangerous. But immediate responses are usually reactive, not thoughtful. The power of strategic pause. Even in fast-moving situations, you have 3 seconds. Use them. Take a breath. Let the question fully land. Then respond. 3 seconds feels like an eternity when you're anxious. It's not. To observers, it looks like thoughtful consideration. And internally, it gives your prefrontal cortex time to engage, rather than letting your amygdala run the show. Buying time without looking weak. If you need more than 3 seconds, you can buy time gracefully. That's a great question. Let me think about that for a moment. I want to give you a thoughtful answer. Give me just a second. Let me make sure I understand what you're asking. These phrases give you 10 to 20 seconds to collect yourself while signaling competence, not confusion. Simplify under pressure. When your nervous system is activated, your working memory shrinks. Don't try to formulate complex, perfect responses. Focus on one clear point at a time instead of, well, there are several factors to consider here, including A, B, C, and D, and they all interact in complex ways. Say, the most important factor is X. Let me explain why. Simplicity under pressure looks like clarity, not stupidity, emotional detachment from outcomes. One of the biggest sources of pressure is over-attachment to specific outcomes. When you need something to go a particular way, every moment that threatens that outcome spikes your anxiety. I need this presentation to go perfectly. I need them to like me. I need to win this argument. I need to avoid all mistakes. These needs create enormous internal pressure because you're trying to control things you can't fully control. The shift to process orientation. Instead of attaching to outcomes, attach to process, how you want to show up regardless of what happens. I'm going to present my ideas clearly and calmly, and whatever response I get, I'll handle. I'm going to be genuine, and whether they like me is up to them. I'm going to listen and speak my truth, and the outcome will be what it is. This isn't resignation, it's recognizing where your actual control lies. You control your preparation, your presence, and your response. You don't control others' reactions or final outcomes. When you release attachment to outcomes, pressure decreases dramatically because you're no longer trying to force reality to match your preferences. The 10-10-10 rule. When facing pressure, ask yourself, will this matter in 10 minutes? 10 months? 10 years? Often the answer is no to all three. This perspective loosens the grip of immediate pressure. You're not dismissing importance, you're right-sizing it. Becoming reliable under pressure. Organizations and relationships are built on reliability, knowing that someone will show up well when it matters. People who handle pressure with calm become disproportionately valuable because they're trusted with the most important, difficult things. Consistency over perfection. Reliability isn't about being flawless, it's about being steady. The person who performs at 80% consistently under pressure is more valuable than the person who sometimes hits 100% but often collapses to 40%. Focus on maintaining your baseline rather than achieving peaks. Ground yourself, breathe, stay present. This consistent 80% builds trust. Pressure as practice. Reframe every high-pressure situation as an opportunity to practice staying regulated. This removes the binary of success, failure, and replaces it with learning. Did I stay calm? Is a more useful question than, did I get the outcome I wanted? When you view pressure as practice, each situation, regardless of outcome, builds your capacity. Post-pressure reflection. After any high-pressure situation, take 5 minutes to reflect, what was my emotional temperature? When did I lose regulation? When did I maintain it? What helped? What would I do differently next time? This reflection transforms experience into wisdom. Without it, you repeat the same patterns. With it, you evolve. The calm advantage. Here's the paradox. The less pressure you put on yourself to handle pressure perfectly, the better you handle it. When you trust your preparation, detach from outcomes, and focus on staying present, pressure loses its power over you. You enter high-stakes situations grounded rather than grasping, responsive rather than reactive. This is the ultimate expression of calm, not the absence of challenge, but the capacity to remain yourself within it. Chapter 9. Daily Habits That Build Lifelong Calm. Everything you've learned so far. Grounding techniques. Emotional boundaries, body language, pressure management, works in the moment. But sustainable calm isn't built in moments. It's built in the accumulated effect of daily practices that gradually rewire your nervous system and reshape your default state. This chapter is about the habits that transform calm from something you do into something you are. Think of your nervous system like a garden. You can pull weeds, manage acute anxiety whenever they appear, or you can tend the soil, build daily practices, so fewer weeds grow in the first place. Both matter, but the latter creates lasting change. Morning grounding routine. How you start your day sets your nervous system's baseline for the hours that follow. Most people begin their day in reactive mode. Alarm blares, they check their phone immediately, scroll through emails or news, and rush into obligations. They've activated their stress response before they even leave bed. A grounding morning routine creates a different foundation. The first 5 minutes. Before reaching for your phone, before thinking about your to-do list, spend 5 minutes establishing your center. Sit up in bed or move to a quiet space. Place both feet flat on the floor. Take 5 deep breaths, slow inhale through your nose, longer exhale through your mouth. Feel your body. Notice your emotional temperature without trying to change it. This simple practice signals to your nervous system. We're beginning from a place of presence, not panic. Movement before stimulation, before consuming any information, news, messages, social media. Move your body for at least 10 minutes. This doesn't require a full workout. Walk around your home, do gentle stretching, practice yoga, or simply stand and do arm circles and body twists. Movement processes residual stress from sleep, increases oxygen flow, and tells your body you're safe enough to be in your body rather than stuck in your head. Intentional fueling. What you consume in the first hour shapes your physiology for hours. Protein and healthy fats stabilize blood sugar and support steady energy. Excessive caffeine on an empty stomach spikes cortisol. Sugar creates crashes that feel like anxiety. Eat something grounding. Drink water before coffee. Give your body the message that resources are abundant, not scarce. Set your daily intention before entering your day's demands. Ask yourself, how do I want to show up today? Not what you want to accomplish, how you want to be. Calm and present, patient and curious. Grounded regardless of what happens. Speak this intention aloud or write it down. Return to it throughout the day when you notice yourself losing center. Micro-mindfulness. Throughout the day, you don't need hour-long meditation sessions to build calm. Micro-moments of mindfulness, brief returns to presence scattered throughout your day, accumulate into significant nervous system regulation. The breath check-in, 30 seconds, every 2 hours. Set reminders. When they go off, stop whatever you're doing. Place one hand on your chest, one on your belly. Take 3 conscious breaths. Notice, am I breathing shallowly or deeply? Is my breath in my chest or my belly? Just observe, then return to your day. This practice interrupts the buildup of stress that happens when you go hours without checking in with yourself. The body scan, 60 seconds, mid-morning and mid-afternoon. Pause and scan your body from head to toes. Where are you holding tension? Jaw clenched? Shoulders raised? Hands tight? Simply noticing tension often releases some of it. Where you find tightness, breathe into it and consciously relax. The emotional temperature check throughout the day. Remember the 1-10 scale from Chapter 2? Check it regularly. Where am I right now? If you're at 6 or above, you've crossed into activation territory. This is the moment to intervene. Take 5 deep breaths, step outside for 2 minutes, do the physiological sigh. The goal isn't to always be at 1-3. It's to catch yourself at 5-6 before you reach 8-9, when regulation is much harder. Monotasking moments. Choose 3 activities each day that you'll do with full attention. Drinking your morning coffee, eating 1 meal, walking to your car, washing your hands. During these moments, be fully present. Notice sensations, colors, sounds, temperature. No phone, no mental planning. Just this moment. These micro-practices train your brain to come back to the present, rather than constantly living in future worry or past rumination. Protecting your nervous system. Your nervous system has limits. Constant stimulation, chronic stress, and insufficient recovery deplete its capacity for regulation. Protecting it means setting boundaries around inputs and ensuring adequate restoration. Digital boundaries. Your phone delivers an endless stream of activation, notifications, news cycles, social comparison, urgent messages. Each one is a small stress response. Accumulated, they keep your nervous system in perpetual low-level activation. Create phone-free zones. First hour after waking, last hour before sleep, during meals, during conversations. Turn off non-essential notifications. Check email at set times rather than constantly. This isn't about demonizing technology. It's about protecting your nervous system from chronic overstimulation. Information diet. You cannot stay calm while consuming a constant diet of outrage, crisis, and catastrophe. Yes, stay informed, but distinguish between being informed and being consumed. Limit news consumption to specific times. Curate your social media to remove accounts that consistently spike your anxiety. Choose what you let into your mental and emotional space as carefully as you choose what you eat. Sleep as non-negotiable. Every system we've discussed, emotional regulation, clear thinking, resilience under pressure, depends on adequate sleep. When you're sleep deprived, your amygdala becomes hyperactive and your prefrontal cortex weakens. You're physiologically less capable of staying calm. Prioritize 7 to 9 hours of quality sleep. Create a consistent bedtime routine. Keep your bedroom cool and dark. No screens for an hour before sleep. This isn't luxury, it's foundational nervous system maintenance. Saying no, every yes to something is a no to something else. When you say yes to obligations that drain you, you're saying no to practices that restore you. Protecting your nervous system means getting comfortable with disappointing people occasionally to preserve your capacity for regulation. Practice saying, "I appreciate the invitation, but I need to pass. That doesn't work for my schedule right now. Let me check my capacity and get back to you." No requires no justification. Protect your energy as the finite resource it is. The importance of solitude, we've discussed this briefly before, but it's worth emphasizing. Regular solitude is essential for lasting calm. When you're constantly around others, you're constantly attuning, adjusting, and managing your presentation. Even positive social interaction requires energy. Without time alone, you never fully return to your baseline. Daily solitude, 20-30 minutes minimum. Create non-negotiable alone time where you're completely unavailable. No phone, no input, no responsibilities. Sit quietly, walk alone, journal, or simply stare out a window. In this space, you're not trying to be anything for anyone. You can drop all performance. You can hear your own thoughts without external noise. You can feel your feelings without managing others' reactions. This, in daily recalibration, allows you to distinguish what's authentically yours from what you've absorbed from others. Weekly, longer solitude. Hours. Once per week, create extended solo time. A long walk in nature, a solo coffee shop visit with a book, time in your home with everyone else gone. Use this time to process the week, reconnect with yourself, and restore your reserves. People who maintain calm long-term almost universally have robust solitude practices. It's not isolation, it's restoration, building the practice. These habits work through accumulation. One morning routine won't transform your life. But 100 morning routines will reshape your nervous system's baseline. One moment of mindfulness won't create lasting calm, but thousands of micro-moments will rewire your default state. Start small. Choose 1 or 2 practices from this chapter. Do them consistently for 2 weeks before adding more. Let them become automatic before expanding. The goal is not perfection. You'll miss days. You'll forget practices. You'll fall back into old patterns. This is normal. What matters is returning to the practice again and again. Over time, these habits become invisible infrastructure. The foundation that allows you to walk into any room, face any challenge, and remain fundamentally yourself. Conclusion. Becoming a calm, centered, grounded person, you've reached the end of this book. But you're standing at the beginning of something far more important. The ongoing practice of becoming someone who carries calm with them wherever they go. Let's be clear about what you've learned. This isn't a collection of tricks to fake confidence or manipulate how others perceive you. What you've gained is a comprehensive system for genuine nervous system regulation, emotional intelligence, and authentic presence. These aren't performance techniques, they're transformation practices. The person you're becoming, when you consistently apply what you've learned here, you become a fundamentally different presence in the world. You walk into rooms without the internal noise that used to dominate your experience. Your nervous system no longer screams warnings about social threat. You're not performing calm, you're embodying it. People feel it immediately, though they can't always articulate what's different about you. They feel safer in your presence. They open up more readily. They trust you more quickly. Not because you've learned to manipulate social dynamics, but because you've become genuinely regulated. And regulation is contagious. You handle pressure without falling apart. When challenges arise, and they will, you don't avoid them or collapse under them. You meet them from your center. Sometimes you handle them brilliantly. Sometimes you stumble, but you remain fundamentally yourself throughout. You stop abandoning yourself in moments of stress. This might be the most valuable shift of all. For years, you've probably reflexively abandoned your own needs, boundaries, and truth when situations became uncomfortable. You've twisted yourself into shapes you thought others wanted. You've silenced your authentic voice to avoid conflict or rejection. That pattern ends when you develop genuine calm. You stay connected to yourself even when staying connected feels risky. You speak your truth even when your voice shakes. You maintain your boundaries even when others push against them. Not because you've become rigid or defensive, but because you're grounded enough to stay rooted in who you actually are. The long-term benefits, the benefits of carrying calm into every room, extend far beyond social comfort. Your health improves. Chronic stress is linked to virtually every major health condition. When you learn to regulate your nervous system, you're not just improving your social life. You're potentially adding years to your life and life to your years. Your relationships deepen. When you're not constantly managing anxiety, you can actually be present with people. You listen better. You connect more authentically. You build relationships based on genuine interaction rather than performance. Your career advances. Calm people get promoted. They're trusted with responsibility. They're seen as leaders even when they're not seeking leadership roles. Organizations desperately need people who can stay steady under pressure, and there aren't enough of them. Your decision-making sharpens. When your prefrontal cortex isn't constantly hijacked by your amygdala, you make better choices. You see situations more clearly. You consider options more thoroughly. You act from wisdom rather than reaction. Your capacity for life expands. This might be the most profound benefit. When you're no longer ruled by social anxiety, your world grows. You say yes to opportunities you would have avoided. You have conversations you would have fled from. You take risks you would have considered impossible. Your life becomes larger, richer, and more aligned with who you actually want to be. Final guidance for living with inner steadiness as you move forward. Remember these core principles. Calm is a practice, not a destination. You'll have days where everything flows, and days where you struggle. This doesn't mean you've failed or lost your progress. It means you're human. What matters is that you have tools now, and you know how to return to center when you drift. Progress isn't linear. You'll have breakthroughs and backslides, periods of rapid growth and plateaus. This is how all real development works. Trust the process even when progress feels invisible. Start where you are. Don't wait until you feel ready. Don't wait until you've perfected every technique. Start practicing with whatever situation is in front of you today. Every interaction is an opportunity to apply what you've learned. Be patient with yourself. You're rewiring patterns that have been decades in the making. Your nervous system learned its current responses through thousands of repetitions. It will learn new responses the same way, through consistent practice over time. Give yourself the grace to be a student of this work, not a master who's supposed to have already arrived. Return to the fundamentals. When you feel overwhelmed by everything you've learned, come back to the basics. Breathe. Ground your body. Check your emotional temperature. Set an intention. These core practices will carry you through any situation. Find your people. Surround yourself with others who value presence over performance, authenticity over image, growth over perfection. The people in your life either support your development or make it harder. Choose accordingly. Your next steps: close this book and take 3 deep breaths. Feel your feet on the ground. Notice your emotional temperature right now. Set an intention for how you want to show up in your next interaction. Then go practice, not perfectly, not flawlessly, just genuinely. Walk into the next room you enter with awareness of what you're bringing. Notice when you start to lose your center and gently guide yourself back. Celebrate small wins. Learn from difficult moments. Keep practicing. Over time, weeks, months, years, this practice will transform from something you do into something you are. You'll become the person who others describe as just naturally calm, not knowing the intentional work you've done to develop that quality. But you'll know. You'll know that your calm wasn't given to you, You built it, breath by breath, choice by choice, moment by moment, and that makes it unshakable. You are ready. The rooms are waiting. Walk into them grounded, centered, and fully yourself. The world needs your calm presence now more than ever. Go be that presence.
You're not actually shy, a complete guide to understanding your inner world. The truth about who you really are. Let me start with something that might surprise you. You know that feeling when you walk into a room full of people and your chest tightens? When you want to say something but the words freeze in your throat? When you replay conversations in your mind for hours, analyzing every word you said, every gesture you made? You've probably called that shyness. Maybe other people have called you shy. Maybe you've even introduced yourself that way, I'm just a shy person. But here's what I need you to understand, right from the beginning, you're not actually shy. I know that sounds strange. You might be thinking, but I am shy. I've been this way my whole life. It's just who I am. And I understand why you believe that. Society has given us this convenient label, this neat little box to put ourselves in. Shy feels like an explanation. It feels like an identity. It even feels, in some way, like protection. But shyness isn't a personality trait you were born with, carved into your DNA like the color of your eyes. Shyness is something much more interesting, much more dynamic, and much more changeable than that. Shyness is a misunderstanding. It's a misunderstanding of your own inner world. It's a misunderstanding of what's actually happening beneath the surface when you feel that tightness in your chest, that fog in your mind, that urge to disappear. Let me paint you a picture. Imagine a young woman named Sarah. She's 28 years old, works in marketing, and if you asked her friends to describe her, they'd say she's thoughtful, kind, and yes, shy. Sarah has always thought of herself this way. At parties, she stands near the wall. In meetings, she prepares what she wants to say but often doesn't speak up. When someone compliments her, she deflects it awkwardly. Sarah believes this is just her nature. She's accepted it. She's built her life around it. But here's what Sarah doesn't know. Every time she feels that familiar tension before speaking up, it's not shyness activating. It's an entire cascade of emotional responses that she's never learned to identify. There's anxiety from a memory of being laughed at in 5th grade. There's a belief system that says, people won't find what I say interesting. There's a physical tension pattern she developed years ago that now triggers automatically. There's a fear of judgment that's actually fear of feeling the emotion she'd feel if someone judged her. All of this happens in less than a second. And because Sarah has never been taught to see these individual components, she experiences them as one big, overwhelming thing and calls it shyness. But what if Sarah could separate these threads? What if she could see that the tightness in her chest is just tension, and tension can be released? What if she realized that the thought, "they won't find me interesting," is just a thought, not a fact? What if she understood that the anxiety is actually just her body's alarm system being a little too sensitive, and that she could recalibrate it? If Sarah could see all of this, would she still be shy? Or would she simply be someone who sometimes feels nervous but knows exactly what to do about it? This is the journey we're about to take together. The misunderstanding, what you think is happening versus what's actually happening. Most people move through life on autopilot, never really examining what's happening inside them. They feel an emotion and think, this is just how I am. They have a reaction and assume it's inevitable, unchangeable, part of their fundamental nature. But your inner world is not a simple, solid thing. It's more like a complex ecosystem, constantly shifting, responding, adapting. And just like you can learn about any ecosystem, you can learn about this one too. When you label yourself as shy, you're collapsing an incredibly complex system into one word. You're taking hundreds of different mechanisms, thoughts, emotions, physical sensations, beliefs, memories, behavioral patterns, and treating them as if they're all the same thing. Let me break this down. Think about the last time you felt shy. Maybe it was at a social gathering, or before giving a presentation, or when meeting someone new. Close your eyes for a moment and remember it. Really feel it. Now, if I asked you to describe what shyness actually feels like, You might say things like, "My heart starts racing. I can't think of what to say. I feel like everyone's looking at me. I want to leave. My face gets hot. I feel stupid." Notice something. Every single one of these is different. They're happening in different parts of your experience. Some are physical sensations. Some are thoughts. Some are emotions. Some are impulses to act. But because they all happen together, quickly, automatically, you've learned to perceive them as one unified experience called shyness. It's like looking at a forest and just seeing green instead of recognizing the oak trees, the pine trees, the ferns, the moss, the undergrowth. They're all there, distinct and individual, but your brain has learned to simplify them into one perception. This simplification isn't your fault. It's actually a feature of how human brains work. Our minds are pattern recognition machines, always trying to make sense of the world by categorizing and labeling. It's efficient. It helped our ancestors survive. But it's also limiting. Because once you've labeled something, once you've decided, "I am shy," your brain stops investigating. It thinks it already knows the answer. It stops asking questions like, "What exactly am I feeling right now? Where did this reaction come from? What am I actually afraid of? What do I believe about myself in this moment? What would happen if I acted differently?" These questions are the beginning of real change. These questions are the gateway to understanding your inner world, not just labeling it. Let me share another story with you. There's a man I once knew named David. David was in his mid-30s, successful in his career as a software engineer, but he struggled terribly in social situations. He'd avoid team lunches. He'd decline invitations to gatherings. When he did attend, he'd position himself near exits, always planning his escape. David had read books about shyness. He'd tried affirmations. He'd even forced himself into social situations, hoping exposure would cure him. But nothing really worked. He still felt that same crushing anxiety every time. Then one day, someone asked him a different question. Not, "Why are you shy?" but, "What are you actually experiencing when you feel this way?" David paused. Nobody had ever asked him that before. He started paying attention, really paying attention, to what happened inside him in social situations. And here's what he discovered. First, there was a thought, "I won't know what to talk about." Then, a physical sensation, tightness in his chest and throat. Then another thought, "I'll seem boring." Then an emotion, anxiety. Then another physical sensation, his hands getting clammy. Then an impulse, "I should leave." And underneath all of it, a deeper belief he'd never consciously acknowledged, "I'm not interesting enough for people to want to talk to me." This was revolutionary for David. Because suddenly, he wasn't dealing with this monolithic thing called shyness. He was dealing with specific thoughts, which could be questioned, specific physical sensations, which could be managed, specific beliefs, which could be examined, and specific impulses, which could be redirected. Each of these components was something he could work with. Each had its own logic, its own origin, its own solution. The thought, "I won't know what to talk about," wasn't true. David actually had plenty of interesting experiences and knowledge. It was just a prediction his anxious mind was making. Once he recognized it as a prediction rather than a fact, it lost some of its power. The physical tension in his chest and throat, that was just his body's stress response. It felt overwhelming, but it was just sensation. David learned breathing techniques. He learned how to relax his muscles consciously. The sensations didn't disappear completely, but they became manageable. The belief, "I'm not interesting enough." This one was older, deeper. It came from experiences in his childhood, from messages he'd absorbed about himself over years. But once David could see it clearly, he could start to question it. He could look for evidence against it. He could begin to build a new relationship with that belief. Within 6 months, David's experience of social situations had completely transformed. Not because his personality changed, but because he understood what was actually happening inside him and learned to work with it skillfully. This is what I mean when I say shyness is a misunderstanding. You're not broken. You're not flawed. You're not fundamentally different from people who seem confident and socially at ease. You're just unaware of your emotional patterns, your triggers, and the power you already have inside you. And that's what we're going to change. Not because his personality changed, but because he understood what was actually happening inside him and learned to work with it skillfully. This is what I mean when I say shyness is a misunderstanding. You're not broken. You're not flawed. You're not fundamentally different from people who seem confident and socially at ease. You're just unaware of your emotional patterns, your triggers, and the power you already have inside you. And that's what we're going to change. Not because his personality changed, but because he understood what was actually happening inside him and learned to work with it skillfully. This is what I mean when I say shyness is a misunderstanding. You're not broken. You're not flawed. You're not fundamentally different from people who seem confident and socially at ease. You're just unaware of your emotional patterns, your triggers, and the power you already have inside you. And that's what we're going to change. The foundation, what this journey is really about. This audiobook isn't a quick fix. It's not a collection of social tricks or conversation hacks, though we'll certainly cover practical techniques. It's not about turning you into someone you're not, or forcing you to become extroverted if that's not your nature. This is about something deeper and more powerful, developing a sophisticated understanding of your inner world and learning to navigate it with skill and confidence. Think of it like this: imagine you're standing in front of a control panel with hundreds of switches, dials, and buttons. For most of your life, you haven't known this control panel existed. Things just seemed to happen to you, emotions arose, thoughts appeared, reactions occurred, and you assumed you had no control over any of it. But now, imagine someone shows you this control panel and starts teaching you what each switch does. This dial controls your breathing pattern, which affects your nervous system. This button can interrupt an anxious thought loop. This switch can shift your attention from internal self-criticism to external curiosity. Suddenly, you're not at the mercy of your automatic reactions anymore. You have agency. You have options. You have power. This is what we're building together. We're going to explore 5 interconnected domains, each one essential to transforming your experience of yourself and your relationships with others. First, emotional intelligence. This is your ability to recognize, understand, and skillfully work with emotions, both your own and other. When you understand how connection actually works, conversation stops feeling like a performance and starts feeling natural. Fourth, boundaries. This is one of the most overlooked aspects of social confidence. Many people who think they're shy are actually just bad at boundaries. They don't know how to say no. They don't know how to protect their energy. They don't know where they end and others begin. Learning about boundaries will change not just your social life, but your entire relationship with yourself. Fifth, natural interaction. This is where everything comes together, the ability to move through social situations in a way that feels effortless, authentic, and genuinely you. Not performing, not hiding, not forcing. Just being present, responsive, and real. These 5 domains are deeply interconnected. Growth in one area supports growth in all the others. As your emotional intelligence develops, your social confidence naturally increases. As your conversation skills improve, boundary setting becomes easier. As you learn to interact naturally, you develop even more emotional intelligence. It's a positive spiral, each element reinforcing the others. But here's something important to understand: this journey isn't linear. You won't master one domain and then move to the next. Instead, you'll be working with all of them simultaneously, gradually deepening your understanding and skill in each area. Some days, you'll have breakthroughs. Other days, you'll feel like you're back where you started. This is normal. This is part of the process. Real growth rarely happens in straight lines. Think of learning these skills like learning to play a musical instrument. At first, everything feels awkward and mechanical. You have to think about every note, every finger placement. It doesn't feel natural at all. But with practice, patient, consistent practice, something shifts. The mechanics become automatic. You stop thinking about technique and start actually making music. You stop worrying about whether you're doing it right and start expressing something real. The same thing happens with emotional intelligence and social skills. At first, you'll be very conscious of what you're doing. You'll notice your breathing. You'll catch your thoughts. You'll deliberately choose how to respond instead of reacting automatically. It might feel awkward, even artificial. But keep going. Keep practicing. Keep bringing awareness to your inner experience. And gradually, it becomes second nature. You don't have to think about it anymore. You just naturally notice your emotions and know what to do with them. You just naturally feel confident in social situations. You just naturally connect with people in authentic ways. This is the transformation we're working toward. Why this matters: the cost of misunderstanding yourself. Before we go deeper, I want to talk about why this matters. Why invest time and energy into understanding your inner world? Why not just accept the label of shy and work around it? Because there's a cost. There's always a cost to misunderstanding yourself. The cost shows up in missed opportunities, the job you didn't apply for because it would require presenting to groups, the person you never approached because you assumed you'd have nothing interesting to say, the gathering you skipped because you told yourself you wouldn't enjoy it anyway. The cost shows up in relationships, the friendships that remain surface level because you never learned to be vulnerable, the romantic connections that never develop because you can't quite open up, the family gatherings where you sit quietly and feel invisible. The cost shows up in your sense of self, the constant background noise of self-criticism, the feeling that other people have something figured out that you don't, the exhausting effort of managing anxiety that seems to come from nowhere and overwhelm everything. But perhaps most painfully, the cost shows up in the gap between who you are and who you could be. There's a version of you that exists right now, right in this moment, underneath all the misunderstandings and misconceptions. A version of you that's curious, connected, expressive, and free. A version of you that moves through the world with ease and authenticity. That version isn't some distant ideal you have to strive for years to reach. It's already there, right now, waiting to be uncovered. Every time you operate from the belief, "I'm just shy," you're covering up that authentic self with a story. Every time you avoid a situation because of anxiety, you're reinforcing patterns that hide who you really are. Every time you silence yourself to stay safe, you're choosing the comfort of the known over the possibility of the real. I'm not saying this to make you feel bad. I'm saying it because I want you to see what's at stake. I want you to see what becomes possible when you start understanding yourself clearly. Imagine waking up tomorrow and the anxiety you usually feel about social situations is just gone. Not because you've forced it away or distracted yourself from it, but because you understand exactly what was creating it and you've addressed those root causes. Imagine walking into a room full of people and feeling genuinely curious about them instead of worried about how they're perceiving you. Imagine having a conversation where you're fully present, not rehearsing what you'll say next or replaying what you just said, but actually there, engaged, connected. Imagine setting a boundary, saying no to something that doesn't serve you, and feeling completely at peace with that decision, not guilty, not anxious, just clear. Imagine being yourself, fully, without apology or pretense, and having that feel completely natural. This isn't fantasy. This is what becomes available when you understand your inner world and learn to work with it skillfully. The path forward, what you can expect. So where do we go from here? Over the course of this audiobook, we're going to take a deep dive into each of the 5 domains I mentioned: emotional intelligence, social confidence, conversation skills, boundaries, and natural interaction. In each section, I'll share concepts, frameworks, and practices. But more than that, I'll share stories, real examples of people who've walked this path, who've struggled with the same things you struggle with, who've discovered the same truths you're about to discover. We'll explore questions like: what actually is an emotion, and how do you work with it skillfully? Where does social anxiety really come from, and what can you do about it? How do confident people actually think, and can you learn to think that way too? What makes some conversations flow naturally while others feel forced? Why do some people seem to have endless things to talk about? How do you balance being open and authentic with protecting your energy? What does it actually mean to be yourself, and how do you do it in practice? These aren't simple questions with quick answers. Each one opens up into layers of understanding. But that's what makes this journey so rich, so transformative. I'll also give you practical exercises and experiments, things you can actually do in your daily life to develop these skills. Because understanding conceptually is valuable, but real transformation comes from practice, from actually applying these ideas in real situations and learning from your experience. Some of these exercises will feel easy, even natural. Others will push you outside your comfort zone. That's by design. Growth happens at the edge of comfort, in that space where you're challenged but not overwhelmed. Throughout this journey, I want you to approach yourself with curiosity and compassion. You're not trying to fix something broken. You're exploring something complex and learning to work with it skillfully. There will be moments of insight, those aha moments where something suddenly makes sense in a way it never has before. There will also be moments of frustration, where old patterns reassert themselves and you wonder if you're making any progress at all. Both are part of the process. Both are valuable. The insights give you new understanding and possibilities. The frustrations show you exactly where your work is. They're not signs of failure but rather invitations to go deeper, to understand more clearly. A new beginning, choosing to see clearly. So let's come back to where we started. You're not actually shy. What you've been calling shyness is actually a complex constellation of thoughts, emotions, physical sensations, beliefs, and patterns, all of which can be understood, all of which can be worked with, all of which can change. This doesn't mean change is easy. It doesn't mean you'll read this audiobook and suddenly feel completely different. Real, lasting transformation takes time. It takes practice. It takes patience with yourself. But it is possible. And it starts with seeing clearly. It starts with asking, what's actually happening inside me, instead of accepting, I'm just shy. It starts with curiosity instead of judgment. It starts with recognizing that you already have everything you need, you just need to understand how to access it. Right now, in this moment, I invite you to let go of the label. Let go of shy as an identity, as an explanation, as a limitation. You don't need it anymore. Instead, open yourself to possibility. Open yourself to the journey of truly understanding your inner world. Open yourself to discovering the capable, confident, connected person you actually are, underneath all the misunderstandings and misconceptions. This is your journey. Nobody else can take it for you. But you don't have to take it alone. I'll be here, guiding you, sharing what I know, offering perspectives and practices that can help. And here's what I know for certain, from years of working with people on this exact journey, the other side is worth it. The freedom, the confidence, the authentic connection, it's all real, it's all achievable, and it's all waiting for you. So take a breath. Notice how you're feeling right now. Notice any resistance, any skepticism, any hope, any anxiety. All of it is welcome. All of it is part of where you are right now. And from where you are right now, we're going to begin moving toward where you want to be. Not by becoming someone different, but by understanding, finally, who you actually are. Let's begin. Chapter 1, Know Yourself, the foundation of everything. The moment everything changes. There's a moment that changes everything. It's not dramatic. It's not loud. It happens quietly, often when you least expect it. It's the moment when you truly see yourself. Not the story you tell about yourself. Not the label others have given you. Not the mask you wear or the role you play. But the actual, real you, with all your patterns, all your quirks, all your hidden mechanisms and unconscious habits. This moment of clear seeing is where transformation begins. Not in trying harder, not in forcing yourself to be different, not in following some social script. But in simply understanding what's actually there. Let me tell you about Maya. Maya was 32 when she first came to understand this principle. She'd spent most of her adult life believing she was fundamentally flawed in social situations. At work events, she'd rehearse conversations in her head for hours beforehand. At parties, she'd feel a crushing weight in her chest. Meeting new people filled her with dread. She'd tried everything. Positive affirmations. Visualization exercises. Even medication for a while. Nothing seemed to work. The anxiety always came back. Then one evening, instead of fighting the anxiety, she did something different. She got curious about it. She sat down with a journal and started writing. Not about why she was anxious or how to fix it. Just what was actually happening inside her. When I think about going to the networking event tomorrow, she wrote, my stomach tightens first. Then I see images of myself standing alone while everyone else talks. Then I hear my own voice in my head saying, you never know what to say. Then my shoulders tense up. Then I feel this urge to cancel, to make up an excuse. She kept going, getting more and more specific. She noticed that the anxiety wasn't one solid thing, it was a sequence. First physical sensation, then mental image, then critical thought, then more physical tension, then behavioral impulse. This was revolutionary. Because once Maya could see the sequence, she could work with each part individually. The physical tension. She could breathe through that. The mental images. She could question whether they were predictions or memories. The critical thought. She could examine whether it was actually true. Within weeks, Maya's experience of social situations began to shift. Not because the situations changed, but because she understood what was happening inside her. She stopped being at the mercy of this mysterious thing called social anxiety and started working skillfully with specific, manageable components. This is the power of self-awareness. This is why knowing yourself changes everything. What self-awareness actually means. Most people think they know themselves. They can tell you their favorite foods, their political opinions, their career goals. They might even describe their personality, I'm introverted, I'm creative, I'm shy. But this isn't real self-awareness. This is self-concept, the story you tell about who you are. Real self-awareness is something different. It's the ability to see yourself in real time, moment by moment, without the filter of your self-concept. It's noticing what's actually happening inside you right now, not what you think should be happening or what usually happens. Let me break this down into layers, because self-awareness operates at different depths. The first layer is behavioral awareness. This is noticing what you actually do, not what you think you do. For example, you might believe you're a good listener, but if you paid attention, you might notice you're actually planning your response while the other person is still talking. You might think you're open to new people, but you might notice you unconsciously position yourself away from strangers at gatherings. There's often a gap between who we think we are and what we actually do. Closing this gap starts with honest observation. The second layer is emotional awareness. This is recognizing what you're feeling in the moment, with precision. Not just, I feel bad, but I'm feeling a combination of anxiety, frustration, and underneath that, sadness. Not just, I'm nervous, but there's tightness in my chest, my thoughts are racing, and I'm feeling an urge to escape. Most people are surprisingly bad at this. We're taught to suppress emotions, to soldier through them, to distract ourselves from them. We're not taught to simply be with them, to feel them clearly, to understand their texture and message. The third layer is cognitive awareness. This is noticing your thoughts as thoughts, not as truth. It's catching yourself in the middle of a thought pattern and recognizing, oh, that's the I'm not good enough story again, or that's my catastrophic thinking pattern kicking in. When you can see your thoughts this way, they lose some of their power over you. They're no longer commands you must obey or truths you must believe. They're just mental events, arising and passing, like clouds moving across the sky. The fourth layer is pattern awareness. This is seeing the recurring themes in your experience, the situations that always trigger you, the types of people you always react to in certain ways, the emotional loops you get caught in again and again. These patterns aren't random. They have origins. They serve functions, even if those functions are outdated. Understanding your patterns is like finding the source code of your behavior. The deepest layer is belief awareness. This is recognizing the fundamental assumptions you carry about yourself, other people, and the world, assumptions so deep you don't even realize they're assumptions. You think they're just reality. Beliefs like, I'm not interesting, people are judgmental, I have to be perfect to be accepted, showing weakness is dangerous. These beliefs operate in the background, shaping every social interaction without you even knowing they're there. When you become aware of these beliefs, when you can see them clearly and question them, you gain access to a level of freedom you didn't know was possible. Why most people don't really know themselves? If self-awareness is so powerful, why don't more people have it? Why do so many of us move through life on autopilot, reacting from unconscious patterns, repeating the same mistakes? There are several reasons. First, we're not taught how. Think about your education. You learned math, history, science. But did anyone ever teach you how to understand your emotions? How to observe your thought patterns? How to examine your beliefs? Probably not. We're taught everything except how to understand our own minds. Second, it can be uncomfortable. Real self-awareness means seeing parts of yourself you might not like. The judgmental thoughts you have about others. The way you sabotage yourself. The patterns of avoidance or aggression or people-pleasing. It's easier to stay on the surface, to maintain the image of who you think you are, than to look honestly at who you actually are. Third, we're distracted. Modern life is designed to keep you externally focused. Social media, entertainment, work, endless information streams. There's always something pulling your attention outward. Turning that attention inward, sitting with yourself, observing your inner world, this requires intentional effort. Fourth, we're defended. Your psyche has defense mechanisms that protect you from seeing certain things about yourself. Denial, rationalization, projection, these aren't character flaws, they're automatic processes that shield you from psychological pain. But they also shield you from truth. Breaking through these defenses, gently and with compassion, is part of developing self-awareness. Let me share another story. There was a man named James who prided himself on being easygoing and friendly. He genuinely believed this about himself. But if you watched him in social situations, you'd notice something different. Whenever someone disagreed with him, his jaw would tighten. His voice would get slightly sharper. He'd subtly dismiss the other person's perspective. And afterward, he'd tell stories about how unreasonable that person was. James had no awareness of this pattern. If you'd pointed it out, he would have been shocked, maybe defensive. No, I'm not like that. I'm open-minded. I respect different opinions. But one day, someone he trusted gave him honest feedback. They did it with care, with specific examples, with genuine concern for his well-being. And something in James cracked open. He started paying attention. He started noticing the physical sensation that arose when someone disagreed with him, that tightness in his jaw, that spike of defensive energy. He started catching his... It was humbling. It was uncomfortable. But it was also liberating. Because once James could see this pattern, he could work with it. He could feel the defensive reaction arising and choose not to act on it. He could question his harsh judgments of others. He could actually become the open-minded person he'd always believed he was. This is what self-awareness makes possible. Not perfection, but conscious choice. Not the elimination of unwanted patterns, but the ability to work with them skillfully. Noticing your emotional patterns. Let's get practical. How do you actually develop self-awareness? Where do you start? The most accessible entry point is emotional awareness. Your emotions are always with you, always communicating, always offering information about your inner state. Learning to read them is like learning a new language, one that's been trying to speak to you your whole life. Here's the thing most people don't understand about emotions: they're not problems to be solved. They're signals to be understood. When you feel anxiety before a social event, that's not a malfunction. It's information. Your system is detecting something it perceives as a threat and mobilizing resources to deal with it. The threat might not be real, it might be based on outdated beliefs or past experiences, but the emotion is still valid communication from your inner world. When you feel anger during a conversation, that's information too. Something has crossed a boundary, violated a value, or triggered a sense of injustice. The anger is telling you something matters to you. When you feel sadness after a social interaction, that's also meaningful. Maybe you're grieving a connection that didn't happen. Maybe you're feeling the pain of not being seen. Maybe you're mourning the gap between how you showed up and how you wanted to show up. Every emotion has a message. But you can only receive the message if you're paying attention. So how do you pay attention? Start with the body. Emotions aren't just mental experiences, they're physical. Anxiety lives in your chest and throat. Anger burns in your belly and jaw. Sadness weighs in your shoulders and eyes. Before you can even name an emotion, you can feel it in your body. Practice this, several times a day. Stop and scan your body. Where are you holding tension? What sensations are present? Don't try to change anything, just notice. Then add language. Once you feel something in your body, try to name it. Not with vague terms like fine or okay or stressed. Get specific. I'm feeling anxious and beneath that, lonely. I'm feeling frustrated and also disappointed. I'm feeling excited but also vulnerable. The more precise your emotional vocabulary, the better you can understand what's happening inside you. Then track patterns. Start noticing when certain emotions arise. What triggers your anxiety? What situations bring up anger? What interactions leave you feeling depleted versus energized? You might discover that your social anxiety isn't universal, it's specific to certain types of situations or people. You might notice that you feel confident in small groups but overwhelmed in large ones. You might realize that you're fine with strangers but anxious around people you want to impress. These patterns reveal important information about your needs, your sensitivities, your edges. Finally, get curious about the deeper layers. What are your emotions trying to protect you from? What do they assume about the world? What do they believe about you? Often, beneath social anxiety is a belief about judgment. Beneath anger is a belief about fairness. Beneath sadness is a belief about belonging. When you can see these beliefs clearly, you can start to question them, to update them, to choose whether to keep operating from them. Understanding your strengths and blind spots. Self-awareness isn't just about seeing your challenges. It's equally about recognizing your strengths, the things you're naturally good at, the qualities that serve you, the aspects of yourself that are genuinely valuable. Many people who struggle socially have a distorted view of themselves. They see only their weaknesses. They compare themselves to others' strengths. They discount their own gifts. But here's the truth, you have strengths. Real ones. Specific ones. Strengths that others would value if you showed them. Maybe you're a deep listener. Not everyone is. Most people listen just enough to formulate their response. But you really hear people. You pick up on nuances. You remember details. This is a profound gift. Maybe you're thoughtful. You consider different perspectives. You think before you speak. You care about understanding things deeply. In a world of strengths they're there. But if you're not aware of them, if you're so focused on what you think you lack that you can't see what you have, you'll never leverage them. At the same time, we all have blind spots, aspects of ourselves we don't see clearly, ways we impact others without realizing it, patterns we're caught in without knowing it. Your blind spots aren't character flaws. They're just areas where you lack perspective. And the only way to illuminate them is through honest self-observation and, sometimes, feedback from others. Common blind spots for people who think they're shy include underestimating your impact. You might think you're invisible in social situations, but others might experience you as present, thoughtful, even magnetic in your quiet way. Not recognizing your withdrawal pattern. You might think you're just being reserved, but others experience it as distance or disinterest. You're protecting yourself, but they don't know that. Missing your own judgment. You might pride yourself on being accepting, but internally, you're constantly judging others, which creates a subtle barrier to real connection. Not seeing how much energy you spend managing others' perceptions. You think you're just being careful, but you're actually in a constant state of performance anxiety, which exhausts you and prevents authentic presence. The path forward isn't to judge yourself for these blind spots. It's to bring them into awareness so you can work with them consciously. The beliefs that sabotage your social presence. Now we come to perhaps the most important aspect of self-awareness, understanding the beliefs that shape your experience. Beliefs are powerful. They're not just thoughts you have, they're filters through which you perceive reality. They determine what you notice, how you interpret it, and how you respond. If you believe people are generally critical, you'll notice criticism everywhere. You'll interpret neutral comments as judgments. You'll brace yourself defensively in every interaction. If you believe, I have to be perfect to be accepted, you'll monitor yourself constantly. You'll replay conversations endlessly. You'll feel crushing pressure in social situations. If you believe, showing who I really am is dangerous, you'll keep yourself hidden. You'll wear masks. You'll never experience the relief and joy of being genuinely seen. These beliefs aren't usually conscious. You don't walk around thinking, I believe people are critical. The belief operates automatically, in the background, shaping your experience without your awareness. But once you see a belief clearly, once you can recognize it operating, you have a choice. You can question it. You can test it. You can choose whether to keep operating from it. Common limiting beliefs that create social difficulty include: I'm not interesting enough. People don't really want to hear what I have to say. If I'm myself, people will reject me. Social ease is something you either have or you don't. Everyone else knows something I don't. I'm fundamentally different from other people. Each of these beliefs creates specific patterns of behavior. Each one can be examined, questioned, and gradually released. The practice is simple but profound. Notice when a belief is operating. Name it. Ask yourself, is this actually true? What evidence supports it? What evidence contradicts it? Where did this belief come from? Is it serving me now? You don't have to argue yourself out of the belief. Just see it clearly. Hold it lightly. Create some space around it. Over time, as you question these beliefs and gather evidence against them, they naturally loosen their grip. The goal is clarity, not perfection. As we close this chapter, I want to emphasize something crucial. The goal of self-awareness isn't perfection. It's clarity. You're not trying to eliminate all anxiety, all self-doubt, all social awkwardness. You're trying to see yourself clearly, patterns, triggers, strengths, weaknesses, beliefs, and all. With clarity comes freedom. Not the freedom from ever feeling uncomfortable, but the freedom to choose how you respond to discomfort. Not the freedom from fear, but the freedom to act despite fear. The more you see yourself honestly, the easier everything else becomes. Social skills become learnable instead of mysterious. Confidence becomes buildable instead of innate. Connection becomes possible instead of terrifying. This is the foundation. Everything we'll explore in future chapters: emotional intelligence, conversation skills, boundaries, natural presence, all of it rests on this foundation of knowing yourself. So start here. Start with curiosity about your inner world. Start with honest observation. Start with the willingness to see yourself clearly, without judgment, without the need to be different than you are. Because here's what I've learned after years of working with people on this journey: the moment you truly see yourself, the moment you understand what's actually happening inside you, shyness begins to fade. Not all at once. Not completely. But gradually, steadily, reliably. It loses its power because you understand its mechanisms. It becomes manageable because you know how to work with each component. And in that clarity, in that understanding, you discover something beautiful: you were never fundamentally broken. You were just operating from incomplete information about yourself. Now the information is becoming complete. Now you're beginning to truly know yourself. And everything changes from here. Chapter 2, Understand Your Emotions, Mastering Your Inner World. The world beneath the surface. Imagine you're standing at the edge of an ocean. On the surface, you see waves, some gentle, some turbulent, some crashing with overwhelming force. Most people spend their entire lives reacting to these waves, trying to calm them, trying to avoid them, or getting swept away by them. But the waves are just the surface. Beneath them lies an entire world, currents, depths, ecosystems, patterns. The person who understands the ocean doesn't just react to the waves. They understand what creates them, how they move, how to navigate them. Your emotional world is like this ocean. The feelings you experience, anxiety before a social event, frustration during a conversation, sadness after a rejection, these are the waves. But beneath them lies something far more complex and far more interesting. This chapter is about diving beneath the surface. It's about understanding the world that creates your emotional experience, so you can navigate it with skill instead of just reacting to whatever arises. Let me tell you about a moment that changed everything for a woman named Rachel. Rachel was 29, working in finance, and she'd spent most of her adult life feeling ambushed by her emotions. They seemed to come from nowhere, sudden waves of anxiety that would make her heart race, surges of anger that would catch her off guard, moments of sadness that would descend like a fog. She thought this was just how emotions worked. They happened to you. You couldn't control them. You just had to endure them. Then one day, her therapist asked her a simple question: what were you thinking right before you felt anxious? Rachel paused. She'd never considered this before. She'd always experienced the emotion as the starting point, as if it just appeared fully formed. But when she thought back, she realized there was always something before the emotion. A thought. An image. A memory. A prediction. Right before the anxiety, she'd thought, what if I say something stupid? Right before the anger, she'd interpreted someone's comment as dismissive. Right before the sadness, she'd compared herself to someone else and found herself lacking. The emotions weren't coming from nowhere. They were responses. And if they were responses, that meant there was something she could work with. This realization opened an entirely new way of relating to her emotional world. Instead of being at the mercy of these mysterious forces, she could start to understand them, to see their patterns, to work with them skillfully. This is what we're going to explore together. Why emotions feel overwhelming. Let's start with the most common question people ask about emotions: why do they feel so overwhelming? You're having a normal day, going about your business, and then suddenly your chest tightens. Your thoughts start racing. Your body floods with sensation. Everything feels urgent, intense, almost unbearable. Or maybe it's not sudden. Maybe it's a slow build, a gradual accumulation of tension, irritation, or heaviness that eventually reaches a breaking point. Either way, the feeling is the same: this is too much. I can't handle this. I need it to stop. But here's what most people don't understand: emotions don't feel overwhelming because they're inherently too big or too powerful. They feel overwhelming because of how you relate to them. Think about it this way. Imagine you're in a small room, and someone starts playing loud music. If you resist the music, if you fight against it, if you tense up and try to block it out, the experience becomes torturous. The music fills your awareness. It's all you can focus on. It feels unbearable. But what if you stopped resisting? What if you simply let the music be there, without fighting it, without trying to change it? The volume doesn't change. But your experience of it transforms completely. The same thing happens with emotions. When you resist an emotion, when you fight against it or try to suppress it, you create a second layer of suffering on top of the original feeling. You feel anxiety, and then you feel anxious about feeling anxious. You feel anger, and then you feel guilty about feeling angry. You feel sadness, and then you feel ashamed about feeling sad. This resistance is what makes emotions feel overwhelming. Not the emotion itself, but your relationship with it. There's another reason emotions feel so big: you experience them as unified blocks instead of as collections of components. When you say, "I'm anxious," you're describing something that feels like one solid, massive thing. But anxiety isn't one thing. It's actually a combination of physical sensations, tight chest, rapid heartbeat, shallow breathing. Thoughts, predictions of what might go wrong. Impulses, urges to escape or avoid. Images, mental pictures of feared outcomes. Behavioral patterns, checking, rehearsing, seeking reassurance. Each of these components is manageable on its own. But when you experience them all together, blurred into one undifferentiated mass called anxiety, they feel overwhelming. Let me share the story of Michael, a software developer who used to have panic attacks in meetings. For years, Michael experienced these attacks as sudden, unpredictable events. One moment he'd be sitting in a conference room, the next moment he'd be drowning in panic, heart pounding, thoughts spinning, desperate to escape. Then someone taught him to slow down and notice the individual components. The next time he felt panic rising, instead of reacting to it as one big thing, he started cataloging what was actually happening. My heart is beating fast. Physical sensation. I'm thinking everyone will notice I'm panicking. Thought. I'm imagining myself freezing up when asked a question. Mental image. I want to leave the room. My breathing is shallow. Something remarkable happened. By breaking the panic into components, by seeing each piece separately, the overwhelming quality began to dissolve. Each individual component was something he could work with. He could slow his breathing. He could question the thought. He could choose not to act on the impulse to leave. The mental image was just an image, not a prediction. The panic didn't disappear completely, but it stopped being overwhelming. It became manageable. And within a few months, the attacks stopped happening altogether. This is the power of understanding your emotions with precision instead of treating them as monolithic forces. How emotions influence your decisions. Most people think they make decisions rationally, logically, based on facts and careful consideration. But the truth is far more interesting. Your emotions are involved in every decision you make, whether you realize it or not. This isn't a flaw. It's actually how your brain is designed to work. Your emotional system is constantly evaluating your environment, your options, your potential actions. It's asking, is this safe? Is this rewarding? Is this threatening? Is this aligned with my values? And it communicates its assessments through feelings. When you're deciding whether to go to a social event, you might think you're making a rational choice based on scheduling and energy levels. But beneath that, your emotional system is running calculations. It's remembering past social events, the ones that felt awkward, the ones where you felt excluded, the ones where you shined. It's predicting what this event might be like. It's assessing whether the potential reward is worth the potential risk. And it delivers its conclusion as a feeling: dread, excitement, ambivalence, curiosity. The problem isn't that emotions influence your decisions. The problem is when they do so unconsciously, when you don't realize what's happening. Here's a common pattern: you receive an invitation to a gathering. Immediately, before you consciously think about it, anxiety arises. Your body tenses. Your mind starts generating reasons why you can't go: you're tired, you have work to do, you don't really know anyone there. These reasons feel rational. They feel like the real reasons you're declining. But actually, they're rationalization, your conscious mind creating logical-sounding explanations for a decision your emotional system already made. The anxiety arose first, based on past experiences and current beliefs. And then your thinking mind generated justifications for avoiding the thing that triggered the anxiety. This happens constantly, in countless small decisions throughout your day. And it keeps you stuck in patterns. If anxiety always gets veto power over social decisions, you'll keep avoiding situations. If anger automatically triggers defensive reactions, you'll keep damaging relationships. If shame makes you hide parts of yourself, you'll never experience authentic connection. So how do you change this? Not by eliminating emotions from your decision-making process. That's impossible. But by becoming aware of how emotions are influencing you, and creating space to choose how you respond. Let me introduce you to a simple practice that changes everything. When you notice an emotion arising in response to a decision, pause. Just for a moment. Don't immediately act on it or suppress it. Just notice it's there. I'm feeling anxious about this invitation. Then get curious. Ask yourself, what is this emotion trying to protect me from? What past experiences informed reaction? What would happen if I acted differently than this emotion is urging me to? What do I actually want, beneath the fear or discomfort? This creates space. Space between the feeling and the action. Space where conscious choice becomes possible. You might still decide to decline the invitation. But now you're choosing based on fuller information, not just automatic emotional avoidance. And sometimes, you might choose differently, to attend despite the anxiety, because you recognize that the anxiety is based on outdated predictions, not current reality. A man named David used this practice to transform his career. For years, he'd been turning down opportunities for advancement because they involved public speaking. Every time an opportunity arose, anxiety would flood his system, and he'd decline. He told himself he was being realistic about his limitations. But when he started examining his decision-making process, he realized he was letting fear make all his choices. The next time an opportunity arose, he noticed the anxiety but didn't let it be the final word. He asked himself, what do I actually want? What matters to me beyond this fear? And he realized, he wanted to grow. He wanted to have impact. He wanted to challenge himself. These values mattered more than comfort. So he said yes, despite the anxiety. And while the experience was uncomfortable, it wasn't catastrophic. And the more he practiced acting from his values rather than from his fears, the more his life opened up. This is what it means to have emotions inform your decisions without controlling them. The difference between suppression and regulation. Now we come to one of the most important distinctions in emotional work, the difference between suppression and regulation. Most people, when they feel an uncomfortable emotion, try to suppress it. They push it down, distract themselves from it, pretend it's not there. They've learned that showing emotions is weak or inappropriate, so they've become experts at hiding them, from others and even from themselves. Suppression looks like forcing a smile when you're sad. Telling yourself, don't be ridiculous, when you feel afraid. Busying yourself with work or entertainment to avoid feeling. Using substances to numb uncomfortable emotions. Minimizing your feelings, it's not a big deal, I'm fine. Here's the problem with suppression, it doesn't work. Not in the long term. Suppressed emotions don't disappear. They go underground. They leak out in other ways: irritability, physical tension, anxiety, depression, sudden outbursts. They accumulate pressure until something triggers a release, often in ways that surprise and overwhelm you. Think of it like holding a beach ball underwater. It takes constant effort. It's exhausting. And the moment you relax your grip, the ball shoots up to the surface with force. But there's an alternative to suppression. It's called regulation. Regulation isn't about eliminating emotions or hiding them. It's about managing them skillfully, working with them, guiding them toward healthy expression. Regulation looks like feeling the emotion fully, in your body, without judgment. Understanding what triggered it and what it's trying to tell you. Choosing how and when to express it, in ways that serve you. Using techniques to modulate intensity when emotions become overwhelming. Allowing emotions to move through you naturally rather than getting stuck. A woman named Lisa discovered this difference in a powerful way. She'd spent her whole life suppressing anger. She'd learned early that anger wasn't acceptable, especially for women, especially in her family. So whenever she felt angry, she'd push it down, smile, be agreeable. But the anger didn't go away. It turned into chronic tension headaches. It came out as passive-aggressive comments. It built into resentment toward everyone in her life. When Lisa finally learned about regulation, she started a different practice. When anger arose, instead of suppressing it, she'd acknowledge it: I'm feeling angry right now. Then she'd feel it in her body, the heat in her chest, the tension in her jaw. She'd let it be there without acting on it impulsively or pushing it away. Then she'd get curious. What boundary was crossed? What matters to me that isn't being honored? And finally, she'd choose how to respond. Sometimes that meant speaking up assertively. Sometimes it meant setting a boundary. Sometimes it meant realizing the anger was disproportionate and doing some deeper work on old wounds. The anger didn't become a problem anymore. It became information. It became energy she could work with instead of suppress. This is the path forward, not suppression, but skillful regulation. Tools for working with emotions. Let's get practical. How do you actually regulate emotions when they arise? What can you do in the moment when anxiety is spiking, anger is building, or sadness is descending? First tool, grounding. When emotions feel overwhelming, you're usually caught in your thoughts, spinning in worries about the future or ruminating about the past. Grounding brings you back to the present moment, to physical reality, to right now. Simple grounding practices. Notice 5 things you can see, 4 you can hear, 3 you can touch, 2 you can smell, 1 you can taste. Feel your feet on the ground, press them firmly down, notice the sensation of contact. Hold something cold or textured, notice every detail of the sensation. Name where you are, what day it is, what you're doing, speaking it aloud. Grounding interrupts the emotional spiral by redirecting your attention from thoughts to sensations. Second tool, breathing. Your breath and your emotional state are intimately connected. When you're anxious, your breathing becomes shallow and rapid. When you're angry, it becomes sharp and fast. When you're sad, it becomes restricted and irregular. But here's the powerful part, the connection works both ways. You can change your emotional state by changing your breathing. Try this: breathe in for a count of 4, hold for 4, breathe out for 6. The longer exhale activates your parasympathetic nervous system, your body's calming mechanism. Do this for just 2 minutes when you feel emotion rising, and you'll notice a shift. Third tool, naming. Research shows that simply labeling an emotion reduces its intensity. When you think, "I'm feeling anxious," the prefrontal cortex, thinking brain, becomes more active, and the amygdala, emotional center, becomes less reactive. Practice getting specific with your naming. I'm feeling anxious and beneath that, vulnerable. I'm feeling angry and also disappointed. Fourth tool, mindful observation. Instead of being swept away by an emotion, practice observing it with curiosity, as if you're a scientist studying an interesting phenomenon. Interesting. Anxiety is here. How emotions influence your decisions. Most people think they make decisions rationally, logically, based on facts and careful consideration. But the truth is far more interesting. Your emotions are involved in every decision you make, whether you realize it or not. This isn't a flaw. It's actually how your brain is designed to work. Your emotional system is constantly evaluating your environment, your options, your potential actions. It's asking, is this safe? Is this rewarding? Is this threatening? Is this aligned with my values? And it communicates its assessments through feelings. When you're deciding whether to go to a social event, you might think you're making a rational choice based on scheduling and energy levels. But beneath that, your emotional system is running calculations. It's remembering past social events, the ones that felt awkward, the ones where you felt excluded, the ones where you shined. It's predicting what this event might be like. It's assessing whether the potential reward is worth the potential risk. And it delivers its conclusion as a feeling: dread, excitement, ambivalence, curiosity. The problem isn't that emotions influence your decisions. The problem is when they do so unconsciously, when you don't realize what's happening. Here's a common pattern: you receive an invitation to a gathering. Immediately, before you consciously think about it, anxiety arises. Your body tenses. Your mind starts generating reasons why you can't go: you're tired, you have work to do, you don't really know anyone there. These reasons feel rational. They feel like the real reasons you're declining. But actually, they're rationalization, your conscious mind creating logical-sounding explanations for a decision your emotional system already made. The anxiety arose first, based on past experiences and current beliefs. And then your thinking mind generated justifications for avoiding the thing that triggered the anxiety. This happens constantly, in countless small decisions throughout your day. And it keeps you stuck in patterns. If anxiety always gets veto power over social decisions, you'll keep avoiding situations. If anger automatically triggers defensive reactions, you'll keep damaging relationships. If shame makes you hide parts of yourself, you'll never experience authentic connection. So how do you change this? Not by eliminating emotions from your decision-making process. That's impossible and undesirable. But by becoming aware of how emotions are influencing you, and creating space to choose how you respond. Let me introduce you to a simple practice that changes everything. When you notice an emotion arising in response to a decision, pause. Just for a moment. Don't immediately act on it or suppress it. Just notice it's there. I'm feeling anxious about this invitation. Then get curious. Ask yourself, what is this emotion trying to protect me from? What past experience is informing this reaction? What would happen if I acted differently than this emotion is urging me to? What do I actually want, beneath the fear or discomfort? This creates space. Space between the feeling and the action. Space where conscious choice becomes possible. You might still decide to decline the invitation. But now you're choosing based on fuller information, not just automatic emotional avoidance. And sometimes, you might choose differently, to attend despite the anxiety, because you recognize that the anxiety is based on outdated predictions, not current reality. A man named David used this practice to transform his career. For years, he'd been turning down opportunities for advancement because they involved public speaking. Every time an opportunity arose, anxiety would flood his system, and he'd decline. He told himself he was being realistic about his limitations. But when he started examining his decision-making process, he realized he was letting fear make all his choices. The next time an opportunity arose, he noticed the anxiety but didn't let it be the final word. He asked himself, what do I actually want? What matters to me beyond this fear? And he realized, he wanted to grow. He wanted to have impact. He wanted to challenge himself. These values mattered more than comfort. So he said yes, despite the anxiety. And while the experience was uncomfortable, it wasn't catastrophic. And the more he practiced acting from his values rather than from his fears, the more his life opened up. This is what it means to have emotions inform your decisions without controlling them. The difference between suppression and regulation. Now we come to one of the most important distinctions in emotional work, the difference between suppression and regulation. Most people, when they feel an uncomfortable emotion, try to suppress it. They push it down, distract themselves from it, pretend it's not there. They've learned that showing emotions is weak or inappropriate, so they've become experts at hiding them, from others and even from themselves. Suppression looks like forcing a smile when you're sad. Telling yourself, don't be ridiculous, when you feel afraid. Busying yourself with work or entertainment to avoid feeling. Using substances to numb uncomfortable emotions. Minimizing your feelings, it's not a big deal, I'm fine. Here's the problem with suppression, it doesn't work. Not in the long term. Suppressed emotions don't disappear. They go underground. They leak out in other ways: irritability, physical tension, anxiety, depression, sudden outbursts. They accumulate pressure until something triggers a release, often in ways that surprise and overwhelm you. Think of it like holding a beach ball underwater. It takes constant effort. It's exhausting. And the moment you relax your grip, the ball shoots up to the surface with force. But there's an alternative to suppression. It's called regulation. Regulation isn't about eliminating emotions or hiding them. It's about managing them skillfully, working with them, guiding them toward healthy expression. Regulation looks like feeling the emotion fully, in your body, without judgment. Understanding what triggered it and what it's trying to tell you. Choosing how and when to express it, in ways that serve you. Using techniques to modulate intensity when emotions become overwhelming. allowing emotions to move through you naturally rather than getting stuck. A woman named Lisa discovered this difference in a powerful way. She'd spent her whole life suppressing anger. She'd learned early that anger wasn't acceptable, especially for women, especially in her family. So whenever she felt angry, she'd push it down, smile, be agreeable. But the anger didn't go away. It turned into chronic tension headaches. It came out as passive-aggressive comments. It built into resentment toward everyone in her life. When Lisa finally learned about regulation, she started a different practice. When anger arose, instead of suppressing it, she'd acknowledge it. I'm feeling angry right now. Then she'd feel it in her body, the heat in her chest, the tension in her jaw. She'd let it be there without acting on it impulsively or pushing it away. Then she'd get curious. What boundary was crossed? What matters to me that isn't being honored? And finally, she'd choose how to respond. Sometimes that meant speaking up assertively. Sometimes it meant setting a boundary. Sometimes it meant realizing the anger was disproportionate and doing some deeper work on old wounds. The anger didn't become a problem anymore. It became information. It became energy she could work with instead of suppress. This is the path forward, not suppression, but skillful regulation. Tools for working with emotions. Let's get practical. How do you actually regulate emotions when they arise? What can you do in the moment when anxiety is spiking, anger is building, or sadness is descending? First tool, grounding. When emotions feel overwhelming, you're usually caught in your thoughts, spinning in worries about the future or ruminating about the past. Grounding brings you back to the present moment, to physical reality, to right now. Simple grounding practices. Notice 5 things you can see, 4 you can hear, 3 you can touch, 2 you can smell, 1 you can taste. Feel your feet on the ground, press them firmly down, notice the sensation of contact. Hold something cold or textured, notice every detail of the sensation. Name where you are, what day it is, what you're doing, speaking it aloud. Grounding interrupts the emotional spiral by redirecting your attention from thoughts to sensations. Second tool, breathing. Your breath and your emotional state are intimately connected. When you're anxious, your breathing becomes shallow and rapid. When you're angry, it becomes sharp and fast. When you're sad, it becomes restricted and irregular. But here's the powerful part, the connection works both ways. You can change your emotional state by changing your breathing. Try this: breathe in for a count of 4, hold for 4, breathe out for 6. The longer exhale activates your parasympathetic nervous system, your body's calming mechanism. Do this for just 2 minutes when you feel emotion rising, and you'll notice a shift. Third tool, naming. Research shows that simply labeling an emotion reduces its intensity. When you think, I'm feeling anxious, the prefrontal cortex, thinking brain, becomes more active, and the amygdala, emotional center, becomes less reactive. Practice getting specific with your naming. I'm feeling anxious and beneath that, vulnerable. I'm feeling angry and also disappointed. Fourth tool, mindful observation. Instead of being swept away by an emotion, practice observing it with curiosity, as if you're a scientist studying an interesting phenomenon. Interesting. Anxiety is here. Where do I feel it in my body? How intense is it on a scale of 1 to 10? What thoughts are accompanying it? What does it want me to do? This creates distance between you and the emotion. You're not the anxiety. You're the awareness observing the anxiety. Fifth tool, physical release. Emotions are energy that wants to move through your body. Sometimes the most effective way to work with them is physical. When you feel anxious energy, go for a walk or do jumping jacks. When you feel angry, engage in intense exercise or punch a pillow. When you feel sad, let yourself cry. Movement helps emotions complete their natural cycle instead of getting stuck. Recognizing signals before they escalate. The most powerful emotional skill isn't managing big emotions once they've taken over. It's recognizing the early signals before emotions escalate. Every emotional response has a progression. It doesn't go from 0 to overwhelming instantly, though it can feel that way. There are always early warning signs, subtle shifts in your body, slight changes in your thoughts, small behavioral impulses. If you can catch these early signals, you can work with emotions while they're still manageable, before they become floods. What are your early warning signs? For anxiety, early signs might be slight tension in your shoulders, a quickening of your mental pace, a subtle urge to check your phone, shallow breathing you haven't noticed yet. For anger, early signs might be jaw tension, impatience with small things, critical thoughts. Speaking more sharply. For sadness, early signs might be a feeling of heaviness, withdrawing slightly from others, negative thinking patterns, loss of interest in activities. Learn your own signals. Pay attention to the earliest moments when an emotional state is beginning. That's your window of opportunity. A man named Thomas transformed his relationships by learning this skill. He used to have explosive anger that seemed to come from nowhere. But when he started paying attention, he realized there were always signs, 10, 15, 20 minutes before the explosion. First, he'd feel a slight tightness in his chest. Then he'd notice himself getting more critical in his thinking. Then he'd feel impatience building. Then his jaw would start clenching. Once he could see this progression, he could intervene early. At the first sign of chest tightness, he'd take a break, do some breathing, check in with himself about what was really bothering him. The explosions stopped happening. Not because he eliminated anger, but because he caught it early and worked with it skillfully. This is mastery, working with emotions while they're still small ripples instead of waiting until they're crashing waves. The truth about emotional mastery. Let's be clear about something: mastering your emotions doesn't mean controlling them perfectly. It doesn't mean never feeling anxious, angry, or sad. It doesn't mean achieving some permanently calm, unshakable state. Emotional mastery means understanding what you're feeling and why. Having skills to work with difficult emotions. Not being controlled by automatic emotional reactions. Able to feel deeply without being overwhelmed. Using emotions as information rather than treating them as problems. You will still feel fear. But you won't let it make all your decisions. You will still feel anger. But you won't let it damage your relationships. You will still feel sadness. But you won't let it become a permanent state. The goal isn't a life without difficult emotions. The goal is a life where you can be with all your emotions, skillfully, without losing yourself. Before you can master social skills, before you can navigate conversations confidently, set boundaries clearly, or connect authentically, you must master this inner world. Because everything you do externally flows from what's happening internally. When you understand your emotions, when you can work with them instead of being controlled by them, everything changes. Social situations stop feeling threatening because you know you can handle whatever feelings arise. Conversations become easier because you're not managing anxiety in the background. Connection becomes possible because you're not hiding behind emotional suppression. This is the foundation. Master it, and everything else becomes simpler. Chapter 3: Control Your Emotions, Steering Through the Storm. The Captain and the Storm. Imagine you're the captain of a ship. You're sailing across the ocean when dark clouds gather on the horizon. The wind picks up. Waves begin to swell. A storm is coming. Now, you have choices. You could panic and abandon the wheel, letting the storm toss your ship wherever it wants. You could deny the storm is happening and pretend everything's fine. You could try to eliminate the storm through sheer force of will, shouting at the clouds to disappear. None of these work. A skilled captain doesn't control the weather. They can't make the storm disappear or calm the waves through willpower. But they can control something far more important: how they respond to the storm. They adjust the sails. They change course. They secure loose cargo. They stay steady at the wheel. They navigate through the turbulence with skill, bringing the ship safely to the other side. This is what emotional control actually means. Not the impossible task of eliminating difficult emotions. Not the exhausting work of suppressing what you feel. But the powerful skill of steering yourself through emotional storms, of responding wisely instead of reacting blindly, of staying centered even when everything inside you is turbulent. Most people misunderstand emotional control. They think it means becoming some kind of emotionless robot, never feeling fear or anger or sadness. Or they think it means white-knuckling through difficult feelings, gritting their teeth and forcing themselves to stay positive. But real emotional control is something different. It's sophisticated. It's nuanced. And once you understand it, it becomes a genuine superpower, especially in social situations. Let me tell you about Marcus. Marcus was 34, working in sales, and on the surface, his life looked good. But inside, he felt constantly at the mercy of his emotions. A critical comment from a colleague would ruin his entire day. Anxiety before presentations would make him physically ill. When he felt rejected, even slightly, he'd spiral into dark moods that lasted for days. He wasn't choosing these reactions. They just happened to him, automatically, overwhelmingly. He felt like a passenger in his own life, carried along by emotional currents he couldn't direct. Then Marcus learned something that changed everything. Between stimulus and response, there is a space. And in that space lies your power. When someone criticized him, there was a moment, just a fraction of a second, between hearing the words and having an emotional reaction. He'd never noticed this moment before. His reactions felt instant, automatic, beyond his control. But when he started paying attention, really paying attention, he discovered the space was there. And with practice, he learned to widen that space, to pause in it, to choose his response instead of being hijacked by automatic reactions. This wasn't about suppressing emotions. It was about directing them. About being the captain of his own ship instead of a passenger tossed by the waves. Within a year, Marcus's entire life had transformed. Not because he stopped feeling difficult emotions, but because he learned to work with them skillfully. And that skill changed everything. The space between impulse and action. Let's dive deeper into this space, the gap between what happens and how you respond. Most people experience life as a direct chain. Something happens, you feel an emotion, you react. It feels seamless, instant, automatic. Someone says something that bothers you, and suddenly you're defending yourself or withdrawing or lashing out, all before you consciously decide to do anything. But there's actually a hidden step in this chain. Something happens, you interpret it, you feel an emotion, you have an impulse, you choose an action. The interpretation happens so fast you don't notice it. The impulse feels like an inevitable reaction. The action seems like the only possible response. But when you slow this process down, when you start to see each step distinctly, everything changes. Let me give you an example. You're at a social gathering. You say something you think is interesting, and the person you're talking to glances at their phone. In the automatic chain, this happens. They glance at phone. You feel hurt/rejected. You withdraw from the conversation or make a self-deprecating comment. But let's slow it down and see what's actually happening. The event, they glance at their phone. Your interpretation, they're bored. What I said wasn't interesting. They don't want to talk to me. Your emotion, hurt, embarrassment, rejection. Your impulse, withdraw, protect yourself, end the conversation. Your automatic action, anyway, I'm probably boring you. Now, here's what changes when you create space in this process. The event, they glance at their phone. Your awareness, I notice I'm interpreting this as rejection. But is that the only possibility? Maybe they're expecting an important call. Maybe they're checking the time. Maybe it has nothing to do with me. Your emotion, still some discomfort, but less intense, less personal. Your conscious choice, continue the conversation naturally, give them the benefit of the doubt, don't make it mean something about my worth. Your chosen action, keep engaging authentically, without defensive self-deprecation. See the difference? In the second scenario, you're not suppressing the emotion. You're not pretending it doesn't hurt a little. But you're also not letting an automatic interpretation trigger an automatic reaction that damages the interaction. You're creating space. And in that space, you have power. A woman named Jennifer discovered this principle in a particularly challenging moment. She was in a meeting, sharing an idea she'd been working on for weeks. Halfway through her presentation, she noticed her manager looking down at his laptop, apparently not paying attention. The old Jennifer would have immediately spiraled. The automatic interpretation would have been, "He thinks my idea is worthless. I'm wasting everyone's time. I should just stop talking." But Jennifer had been practicing creating space. So instead of immediately believing that interpretation, she noticed it, "I'm having the thought that he's not interested. That's an interpretation, not a fact." She felt the wave of anxiety and embarrassment rising, but she didn't let it dictate her actions. She continued her presentation, staying focused on the value of her idea rather than on his apparent inattention. After the meeting, her manager approached her. "Great presentation," he said. "I was taking notes on my laptop. I want to move forward with your proposal." If Jennifer had acted on her automatic interpretation, if she'd let that impulse control her behavior, she would have sabotaged her own success. But by creating space, by not immediately believing her anxious thoughts, she stayed in control. This is the essence of emotional control, creating space between what you feel and what you do. Reframing, the art of changing the story. One of the most powerful tools for emotional control is reframing, the ability to look at a situation from a different perspective and change the meaning you assign to it. Your emotions aren't triggered by events themselves. They're triggered by how you interpret events, by the meaning you make of them, by the story you tell yourself about what's happening. Change the story, and you change the emotion. This isn't about lying to yourself or forcing positive thinking. It's about recognizing that your initial interpretation isn't the only possible interpretation, and often isn't even the most accurate one. Let me show you how this works in practice. Situation: you're invited to a party where you won't know many people. Automatic frame: this is going to be awkward and uncomfortable. I'll stand around not knowing what to say. Everyone else will be having fun while I'm miserable. Emotional result: dread, anxiety, strong urge to decline the invitation. Reframe 1: this is an opportunity to practice social skills in a low-stakes environment. Nobody there knows me well, which means I can try new approaches without worrying about my reputation. Emotional result: curiosity, mild anxiety that feels more like excitement. Reframe 2: I might meet one interesting person. That's all I need. Not to be the life of the party, not to charm everyone, just one genuine connection. Emotional result: hope, openness, manageable nervousness. Reframe 3: this is just a few hours of my life. Even if it's uncomfortable, I'll survive it. And I might actually enjoy parts of it. Emotional result: calm acceptance, willingness to attend. Notice how each reframe changes the emotional experience. The situation didn't change. The party is still the same party. But by looking at it through different lenses, you create different emotional responses. This isn't manipulation or delusion. Each of these reframes is true, or at least as true as the original automatic frame. The anxious prediction that you'll be miserable isn't fact, it's just one possible story. A man named Daniel used reframing to transform his relationship with criticism. For years, any negative feedback would trigger intense shame and defensiveness. His automatic frame was, "This criticism means I'm incompetent. They've discovered I'm not as good as I pretended to be." This frame made criticism feel like an existential threat. His emotional response was massive: shame, anger, anxiety, and his behavior became defensive and closed off. Then Daniel learned to reframe. When he received criticism, he'd consciously offer himself different interpretations. "This is information that can help me improve. They care enough to give me honest feedback. This is about my behavior, not my worth as a person." Even skilled people receive criticism, it's part of growth. These reframes didn't eliminate discomfort entirely. Criticism still stung a little. But the emotional intensity decreased dramatically. And instead of shutting down or getting defensive, Daniel could actually learn from the feedback. The practice is simple: when you notice a strong emotional reaction, ask yourself, what story am I telling myself about this situation? What are other possible stories that might be equally true? You're not trying to convince yourself everything is wonderful. You're just opening up possibilities, creating flexibility in how you interpret experience. Staying calm under pressure, the physiology of control. Emotional control isn't just mental, it's deeply physical. Your body and emotions are constantly influencing each other in a feedback loop. When you feel anxious, your body responds, heart rate increases, breathing becomes shallow, muscles tense, stress hormones flood your system. But here's the crucial part, the feedback loop works both ways. When your heart rate increases and your breathing becomes shallow, your brain interprets these physical signals as evidence of danger, which creates more anxiety, which creates more physical activation, which creates more anxiety. It's a spiral. And most people get caught in it, especially in high-pressure social situations. But you can interrupt this spiral. You can use your body to change your emotional state. The breath is your most powerful tool. When you're anxious or angry, your breathing becomes fast and shallow, centered in your chest. This signals to your brain, we're in danger. We need to stay on high alert. But when you deliberately slow your breathing and breathe deeply into your belly, you send a different signal, we're safe. We can relax. Your nervous system has two modes, sympathetic, fight or flight, and parasympathetic, rest and digest. You can't directly tell your body, stop being anxious. But you can activate the parasympathetic system through breathing, which naturally calms the anxiety. Try this right now, breathe in slowly for a count of 4. Hold for a count of 4. Breathe out slowly for a count of 6. Repeat 5 times. Notice anything? Even in just these few breaths, something shifts. Your shoulders might relax slightly. Your mind might feel a bit clearer. The urgency you might have been feeling decreases a little. This is you taking control, using your physiology to regulate your emotions. Your posture also affects your emotional state. When you're anxious or defeated, your body naturally collapses inward, shoulders rounded, chest caved, head down. This posture reinforces the emotional state. But when you deliberately adopt an open, upright posture, shoulders back, chest open, head up, something shifts internally. You feel slightly more confident, more capable, more grounded. This isn't fake it till you make it positive thinking. It's basic psychophysiology. Your brain takes cues from your body about how you should feel. Amy Cuddy's research on power posing showed that holding an expansive posture for just 2 minutes can decrease cortisol, stress hormone, and increase testosterone, confidence hormone. The effects are real and measurable. Movement also regulates emotions. When you're flooded with anxiety or anger, that's energy that wants to move through your body. If you try to sit still with it, to hold it in, the intensity often builds. But if you move, go for a walk, do some jumping jacks, shake out your body, you give that energy somewhere to go. The emotional intensity naturally decreases. A woman named Sophia used to get overwhelmed before social events. She'd feel waves of anxiety that seemed impossible to manage. Then she learned this: before any event, she'd spend 10 minutes doing physical movement, dancing, stretching, even just walking briskly around her apartment. By the time she arrived at the event, the acute anxiety had dissipated. Not because she'd suppressed it, but because she'd given it physical expression. She'd moved the energy through instead of holding it in. This is embodied emotional control, using your body as an ally in managing your emotional state. Practicing awareness before reacting. Here's a truth that changes everything: you don't have to act on every emotion you feel. This seems obvious when stated plainly, but most people live as if emotions are commands that must be obeyed immediately. You feel angry, so you must express that anger right now. You feel anxious, so you must avoid the situation right now. You feel hurt, so you must withdraw right now. But emotions aren't commands. They're information. They're suggestions. They're worth listening to, but they don't have to dictate your behavior. Creating this distinction between feeling an emotion and acting on it is one of the most liberating skills you can develop. Let me introduce you to a practice that makes this possible: the pause. When you feel a strong emotion arising, especially one that's urging you to take immediate action, pause. Just for a moment. Don't act. Don't suppress. Just pause and become aware. In that pause, ask yourself 3 questions. 1. What am I actually feeling right now? Not the story about why you're feeling it, just the raw sensation. I'm feeling anger in my chest and jaw. I'm feeling anxiety in my stomach. 2. What is this emotion urging me to do? It's urging me to defend myself. It's urging me to leave. It's urging me to hide. It's urging me to attack. 3. Is acting on this urge right now the wisest choice? Not, is this feeling valid? It always is, but is the action it's suggesting the best response for this situation? Sometimes the answer is yes, the emotion is giving you important information and the action it suggests is appropriate. If you feel anger because someone crossed a clear boundary, speaking up might be exactly right. If you feel fear because you're genuinely in danger, leaving might be the wise choice. But often, especially in social situations, the answer is no. The anxiety is suggesting you flee, but staying is actually safe and beneficial. The anger is urging you to lash out, but a calm response would be more effective. The hurt is telling you to withdraw, but staying engaged would build connection. The pause creates choice. And choice is power. A man named Robert used this practice to save his marriage. For years, whenever his wife criticized something he'd done, he'd immediately get defensive. He'd interrupt her, justify himself, counter with his own criticisms. It was automatic, instantaneous. Then Robert learned to pause. The next time his wife expressed frustration with him, he felt that familiar surge of defensive anger. But instead of immediately reacting, he paused. He noticed, I'm feeling anger and hurt. My jaw is tight. I want to defend myself and point out her flaws. Then he asked, is that the wisest response right now? And he realized, no. That response always made things worse. What his wife actually needed was to feel heard. What would help was listening, acknowledging her feelings, responding thoughtfully instead of defensively. So he took a breath and said, I can see you're frustrated. Tell me more about what's bothering you. His wife was shocked. It was the first time in years he hadn't immediately defended himself. And that moment of actually being heard, being met with openness instead of defensiveness, shifted their entire dynamic. The pause gave Robert access to wisdom his reactive, automatic self didn't have. It created space for a different choice. This is emotional control in action, feeling fully, but choosing wisely. Emotional control as a social superpower. Now let's talk about why all of this matters specifically for your social life. Why is emotional control such a powerful advantage in interactions with others? Because most people are controlled by their emotions. And people who aren't stand out dramatically. Think about the people you most respect and want to be around. Chances are, they have this quality, they stay calm under pressure. They don't get swept away by anxiety or anger. They respond thoughtfully instead of reacting impulsively. They seem to have an inner stability that others lack. This isn't because they don't feel emotions. It's because they've developed the skill of emotional control. When you have emotional control, you stay present in conversations. Instead of being pulled into anxious thoughts about how you're being perceived, you can actually listen and engage. Instead of getting defensive when someone disagrees, you can stay curious. Instead of retreating when things get uncomfortable, you can remain open. You handle conflict gracefully. When someone is upset or critical, you don't immediately react defensively or collapse into self-doubt. You can hear the feedback, consider it objectively, respond with clarity. You project confidence naturally. Confidence isn't about never feeling nervous. It's about feeling nervous and moving forward anyway, about managing your internal state so it doesn't leak out as awkwardness or desperation. You create safety for others. When you're emotionally regulated, when you're not volatile or reactive, people feel safe around you. They can be themselves because they're not worried about triggering some overwhelming reaction. You make better decisions. Instead of avoiding opportunities because of anxiety or saying yes to things out of guilt, you make choices based on what actually serves you. Let me share one final story about a woman named Claire. Claire worked in marketing, and for years she struggled with work social events. Every time her company had a gathering, she'd feel intense anxiety. She'd either skip the event entirely or spend it in the corner, barely speaking, desperate for it to be over. Then Claire learned these emotional control skills. Not all at once, gradually, over months of practice. She learned to breathe through anxiety. She learned to reframe her interpretation of social situations. She learned to create space between her emotions and her actions. The next company event, she still felt anxiety. But something was different. Instead of the anxiety controlling her, she directed it. She felt the nervousness in her body but didn't let it dictate her behavior. She noticed anxious thoughts but didn't believe them automatically. She created space between the urge to hide and the choice to engage. She approached people. She initiated conversations. When her anxiety spiked, she'd take a breath, reframe, "This discomfort is just nervous energy, not danger," and continue engaging. By the end of the night, something remarkable had happened. Not only had Claire survived the event, she'd actually enjoyed parts of it. She'd had genuine conversations. She'd laughed. She'd felt connected. And more importantly, she'd proven to herself, "I can feel uncomfortable and still show up. I can have anxiety and still be social. My emotions don't have to control my life." This is the superpower of emotional control. Not the elimination of difficult emotions, but the ability to navigate them skillfully, to stay at the helm of your ship no matter how rough the seas become. The practice, building emotional control daily. Emotional control isn't something you master once and have forever. It's a skill you build through consistent practice, like strengthening a muscle. Here's how to practice. Daily awareness check-ins. 3 times a day, pause and notice, what am I feeling right now? Where is it in my body? What's the intensity? No judgment, just observation. Breathing practice. Spend 5 minutes daily practicing slow, deliberate breathing. Build the skill when you're calm so it's available when you're not. Reframing exercises. When something triggers you, write down your automatic interpretation, then generate 3 alternative interpretations. Train your mind to see multiple perspectives. The pause in low-stakes situations. Practice creating space between impulse and action in everyday moments, before responding to a text, before reacting to a minor annoyance. Build the skill with small things so it's there for big things. Reflection after challenging moments. When you have a strong emotional reaction, especially one you're not proud of, reflect afterward. What triggered me? What was I feeling? What did I do? What could I do differently next time? This isn't about becoming perfect. It's about gradually building capacity, gradually expanding that space between stimulus and response, gradually developing the ability to steer through storms instead of being capsized by them. The ship is yours. The wheel is in your hands. The storms will come, they always do. But with these skills, with this practice, you can navigate through anything. And on the other side of the storm, you'll find something extraordinary: freedom. The freedom to feel fully without being controlled. The freedom to choose your responses instead of being hijacked by reactions. The freedom to show up in your life and your relationships exactly as you want to be. This is the power of emotional control. This is what becomes possible when you become the captain of your own ship. Chapter 4: Understand Others, Reading the Hidden Language. The Invisible Conversation. Every interaction you have contains 2 conversations. There's the surface conversation, the words being spoken, the topics being discussed. And beneath that, there's the invisible conversation, the emotions being felt, the needs being expressed, the meanings being communicated through tone, expression, and body language. Most people only hear the surface conversation. They listen to words and miss everything else. But the invisible conversation is where real connection happens. Let me tell you about Emma. Emma was brilliant with facts and ideas but struggled to connect with people. She'd have conversations where she said all the right things, but something felt off. People would drift away. Friendships remained surface level. Then someone pointed out something she'd never noticed. You respond to what people say, but not to what they feel. Emma was confused at first. Wasn't that the same thing? But then she started paying attention. A colleague said, "I'm fine," but her shoulders were tense and her smile didn't reach her eyes. A friend talked about a promotion with words of excitement but a tone of anxiety. Her brother said he didn't need help, but his entire posture communicated exhaustion. Emma had been taking words at face value, missing the emotional truth beneath them. Once she learned to see both conversations, everything changed. This is what understanding others actually means, reading the complete message, not just the verbal one. Empathy, feeling with, not feeling for. Empathy is misunderstood. People think it means feeling sorry for others or being a shoulder to cry on. But real empathy is something more powerful and more subtle. Empathy is the ability to sense what someone else is feeling and understand their experience from their perspective. Not agreeing with them. Not fixing their problems. Just truly getting what it's like to be them in this moment. A man named Jake discovered this distinction when his wife was stressed about work. His automatic response was always to solve the problem, "Here's what you should do." But she'd get frustrated, "You're not listening." He was listening to her words. But he wasn't feeling into her emotional experience. He was trying to fix instead of understand. When Jake learned real empathy, he changed his approach. Instead of immediately problem solving, he'd pause and try to sense what she was feeling. Overwhelmed? Anxious? Undervalued? Then he'd reflect that back. "It sounds like you're feeling really overwhelmed by all of this." The shift was immediate. His wife would relax, feeling truly heard. And often, once she felt understood, she'd solve the problem herself. Empathy creates connection because it says, "You're not alone. I see you. I get it." The practice is simple but requires presence. Listen to the emotion behind the words, not just the content. Notice what the person's body and tone are communicating. Ask yourself, what might they be feeling right now? Reflect back what you sense without trying to fix it. When someone says, "I had a terrible day," don't immediately offer solutions. Just acknowledge, "That sounds really hard." Let them feel seen before you try to help. Perspective taking, walking in different shoes. Empathy is feeling with someone. Perspective taking is understanding why they feel that way, seeing the situation through their eyes, from their history, with their concerns. Most conflicts happen because people can't do this. Everyone is locked in their own perspective, convinced their view is the only valid one. A woman named Lisa struggled with her teenage daughter. Every conversation became an argument. Lisa would think, "She's being so dramatic and irrational." Then her therapist asked, "What might this look like from her perspective?" Lisa paused. She'd never really considered it. She'd been so focused on being right that she hadn't tried to understand her daughter's experience. When Lisa genuinely tried perspective taking, she realized, her daughter felt controlled, not trusted. What Lisa saw as reasonable parenting, her daughter experienced as suffocation. Lisa's questions felt like interrogation. Her advice felt like criticism. Understanding this didn't mean Lisa changed all her boundaries. But it changed how she communicated them. And it transformed their relationship. Perspective taking isn't about agreeing. It's about understanding how someone could reasonably see things differently than you do. The practice. When someone's behavior confuses or frustrates you, ask, what would make their response make sense? Consider their background, pressures, fears, values. Think, if I had their experiences, might I react the same way? Recognize that behavior that seems irrational from the outside often has internal logic. This doesn't excuse bad behavior. But it creates understanding, which creates space for real communication. Nonverbal cues, the body's truth. Words can lie. Bodies rarely do. While someone is speaking, their body is constantly broadcasting their true emotional state, through posture, facial microexpressions, gestures, tone, breathing patterns. Learning to read these cues is like developing a sixth sense. Suddenly you see what people aren't saying. Key nonverbal signals. Tension patterns. When someone is uncomfortable, their body tightens, shoulders rise, jaw clenches, breathing becomes shallow. When they're relaxed and genuine, their body is loose and open. Facial expressions. Real smiles reach the eyes, creating crow's feet. Fake smiles stay in the mouth. Micro-expressions, flashes of emotion lasting less than a second, reveal true feelings before conscious control kicks in.
Posture and proximity. When people feel connected, they naturally lean in. When uncomfortable, they lean back or angle away. Crossed arms often signal defensiveness or self-protecting. Tone and pace. The music of speech often matters more than the words. A tight, controlled voice suggests suppressed emotion. A fast, pressured pace suggests anxiety. Unusual pause might indicate someone choosing words carefully. Congruence. The most important skill is noticing when verbal and non-verbal messages don't match. Someone says, "I'm fine," while their voice is strengthened and their fists are clenched. They're not fine. A man named David became skilled at this and it transformed his sales career. He stopped focusing only on what clients said and started noticing what their bodies revealed. When a client said, "Sounds good," but their body tensed and they glanced away, David knew they had concerns. Instead of pushing forward, he created space, sensing some hesitation. What concerns do you have? This honesty created trust. Clients felt seen, not manipulated. And David's close rate doubled. The practice, in your next conversation, spend half your attention on words and half on everything else, tone, posture, expression, energy. What is the complete message? Emotional resonance, tuning into the field. There is a deeper level of understanding others that's harder to articulate but incredibly powerful. It is the ability to sense the emotional atmosphere around someone, to tune into what they're feeling even when they're not expressing it. Some people call this intuition. Others call it emotional sensitivity. Whatever you call it, you probably already have it, you were just learned to ignore it. You walk into a room and immediately sense tension, even though everyone is smiling. You met someone who says all the right things but something feels off. You know your friend is upset before they tell you. This isn't magic. It is your nervous system picking up subtle cues, change in energy, microexpressions, tone variations, the thousand tiny signals people broadcast constantly. The skill is learning to trust these perceptions instead of dismissing them. When you sense something, this person seems nervous, or there is something they're not saying, don't immediately rationalize it away. Hold it lightly as a possibility. Test it gently, how are you really doing? Often people are waiting for permission to be honest. Your willingness to say beneath the surface gives them that permission. Observing without overthinking. Here is the paradox, to understand others deeply, you must observe carefully. But you must also avoid getting lost in analysis, overthinking every gesture, reading meaning into everything. The balance is mindful observation, noticing without grasping, perceiving without wooding. Don't obsess over every microexpression, convince yourself you know exactly what someone is thinking, make definitive conclusions from limited data. Though stay present and receptive, notice patterns over time, hold your interpretation slightly, check your perceptions with gentle questions. A woman named Sophie was naturally empathetic but got overwhelmed by overthinking. She'd analyze every interaction endlessly. What did they mean by that? Did they look away? Did it offend them? She learned to practice what she called Here's a threat that transforms how you see people. All behavior makes sense when you understand the emotions and needs behind it. That difficult colleague who constantly criticizes. We might be operating from fear and insecurity. That friend who cancels plans frequently. We might be struck with anxiety or depression. That person who seems cold and distant. We might be protecting themselves from vulnerability. When you just see the emotion-driven behavior, judgment melts into compassion. Not adjusting the behavior, just understanding it. The practice, when someone's behavior bothers you, ask, what pain or fear might be driving this? What need are they trying to meet? This doesn't mean tolerating everything. But it creates the foundation for genuine connection, seeing people as complex, through humans rather than as problems or obstacles. Understanding others isn't about becoming a mindreder. It is about becoming present enough, curious enough, and compassionate enough to perceive the full human being in front of you with all their fears, hopes, needs, and protective strategies. And when you can do that, when you can say and respond to the invisible conversation, connection becomes effortless. Because people feel something they rarely feel, truly understood. This is the real relationships begin. Chapter 5, Build Rapport, Constructing the Invisible Bridge. Close your eyes for a moment and think, Reca someone in your life who truly connected with you, who understood you, who made you feel like they spoke your language. Maybe it was a teacher, perhaps a friend, or maybe even a stranger who made you feel comfortable within the first 5 minutes of meeting them. What did you feel in that person's presence? Likely, you felt safe. You could be yourself. You weren't afraid of being would. This is the power of rapport. Rapport is a word of French origin, and in its simplest definition. It means harmonious relationship. But I prefer to define it differently. Rapport is the invisible bridge between people. When this bridge is strong, ideas flow, emotions are shared, trust is born. When this bridge is weak or non-existent, no matter how intelligent you are, no matter how right your words may be, you cannot reach the person in front of you. In this chapter, you will learn how to build this bridge. And this is not manipulation. You might ask, but is this genuine? Here's where the beautiful part begins. Real rapport cannot be faked. You can learn techniques, but if your spirit isn't in it, the person in front of you will sense it. This chapter will be about both an internal transformation and eternal skills. Authenticity, the foundation of everything. The first and most important principle of building rapport is authenticity. Authenticity means being yourself, unmasked, unadorned without pretense. But be careful, authenticity does not mean totally saying everything. Rather, it means being aware of who you are and expressing it appropriately. Let me tell you about Ayşe, whom I met at a conference last year. Ayşe was a sales manager at a corporate company. She would always prepare for client meetings the same way, dress professional, prepare presentation files, try to deliver a perfect performance. But there was a problem, clients didn't trust her. Sales were low, and morale was even lower. One day, on her way to an important client meeting, her car broke down. She couldn't find a taxi and had to run to get there. She entered the meeting suite, with disheveled hair, out of breath. She apologized and explained the situation. And in that moment, something unexpected happened, the client laughed. We all have days like that, he said. That meeting became one of the most successful meetings of Ayşe's career. Bejause Tattei, for the first time, SHE was there without wearing a mask, vulnerable and real. Authenticity is not perfection. Authenticity is reality. People may admire perfection, but they connect with reality. When you hide yourself, the person in front of you hides too. When you open yourself, they open as well. This is known in psychology as the reciprocity principle. So what does being authentic mean in practice? First, it means knowing your own values. What do you believe in? What do you care about? Now meeting or conversation, it means saying what you truly think, not just what the other person wants to hear. But of course, this needs to be done with kindness and empathy. Being authentic also means admitting your mistakes. Being able to say, I don't know, I was wrong, I may inexperienced in this area. This process don't show weakness, they show strength. Bejause only someone who is confident can admit what they don't know. It means harmonious relationship. But I prefer to define it differently. Rapport is the invisible bridge between people. When this bridge is strong, ideas flow, emotions are shared, trust is born. When this bridge is weak or non-existent, no matter how intelligent you are, no matter how right your words may be, you cannot reach the person in front of you. In this chapter, you will learn how to build this bridge. And this is not manipulation. You might ask, but is this genuine? Here is the beautiful part begins. Real rapport cannot be faked. You can learn techniques, but if your spirit isn't in it, the person in front of you will sense it. This chapter will be about both an internal transformation and eternal skills. Authenticity, the foundation of everything. The first and most important principle of building rapport is authenticity. Authenticity means being yourself, unmasked, unadorned, existing without pretense. But be careful, authenticity does not mean totally saying everything. Rather, it means being aware of who you are and expressing it appropriately. Let me tell you about Ayşe, whom I met at a conference last year. Ayşe was a sales manager at a corporate company. SHE would always prepare for client meetings the same way, dress professional, prepare presentation files, try to deliver a perfect performance. But there was a problem, clients didn't trust her. Sales were low, and morale was even lower. One day, on her way to an important client meeting, her car broke down. SHE couldn't find a taxi and had to run to get there. SHE entered the meeting suite, with disheveled hair, out of breath. SHE apologized and explained the situation. And in that moment, something unexpected happened, the client laughed. We all have days like that, he said. That meeting became one of the most successful meetings of Ayşe's career. Bejause that day, for the first time, SHE was there without wearing a mask, vulnerable and real. Authenticity is not perfection. Authenticity is reality. People may admire perfection, but they connect with reality. When you hide yourself, the person in front of you hides too. When you open yourself, they open as well. This is known in psychology as the reciprocity principle. So what does being authentic mean in practice? First, it means knowing your own values. What do you believe in? What do you care about? Now meeting or conversation, it means saying what you truly think, not just what the other person wants to hear. But of course, this needs to be done with kindness and empathy. Being authentic also means admitting your mistakes. Being able to say, I don't know, I was wrong, I may inexperienced in this area. This process don't show weakness, they show strength. Bejause only someone who is confident can admit what they don't know. Everyone wants to talk, nobody listens. And because of this, someone who truly listens immediately stands out and forms a deep connection. Active listening is much more than hearing. Active listening means being there with your entire being. It means hearing not just what the person in front of you is saying, but also what they're not saying. Let me tell a story. My sister Elif was a guidance counselor at a high school. One day, a troubled student came to her. The kid was complaining that his family didn't understand him. Elif first gave the classic response, "They love you," they act that way because they're worried, comforting words like that. But the kid closed up even more. Then Elif tried something different. He just listened. He didn't interrupt, didn't give advice, didn't produce solutions. He just made eye contact, noted, occasional said, "I understand." As the kid spoke, he opened up more and more. Finally, he told the real problem. He was afraid of not meeting his own expectations, not his family's. Elif didn't suggest any solutions. But when the kid left her office, he said, "Thank you, I feel so much better." This is the power of active listening. People often don't want solutions, they just want to be heard. Active listening has some fundamental elements. First, eye contact. Look into the eyes of the person in front of you. Not at your phone, not at people around, but at them. This simple action sends the message, "You are important to me." Second, body language. Lean toward them. Don't cross your arms. Display an open posture. Show with your body that you're listening to. Third, verbal acknowledge. Small expressions like "Yes, I understand," go on encourage the speaker. But be careful, these shouldn't be mechanical. If you're truly listening, they'll come out naturally anyway. Fourth, reflection. Repeat what the person in front of you said in your own words. For example, "So the most important thing for you is being able to spend time with your family, is that right?" This both shows you understood and prevents misunderstandings. Fifth, asking questions. But real, curious questions. How did you feel that way? What were you thinking at that moment? What does this mean to you? These questions make the other person think deeply. And most importantly, allow silence. There will be moments of silence during conversation. Don't panic and immediately fill the void. Sometimes, the deepest thoughts emerge in silence. An exercise, today, while talking with someone, just listen. Resist the urge to interrupt. Resist the urge to give advice. Just be there. And see what happens. Emotional tone matching, the language of the heart. People connect through emotions, not logic. You can say something correctly, but if you say it with the wrong emotional tone, the person in front of you will close off. You might not say something entirely correctly, but if you say it with the right emotional tone, the person in front of you will open up. Emotional tone matching means recognizing the emotional state of the person in front of you and responding appropriately. This is not imitating their emotions, but acknowledging and validating them. For example, your friend comes to you and is very sad. They've been freed from their hope. What do you say? If you say, "Don't worry, you'll find something better," this is actually an opportunity, you might be logically correct. But emotional, it's wrong. Because your friend is currently sad, scared, perhaps angry. Your cheerful and optimistic tone invalidates their feelings. Instead, first validate their emotions. Say, this must be so hard. To understand, you must be feeling disappointed. First meet them in the same emotional space. When they are ready, you jump move on to solutions. This is called pace and lead. First meet the person ready are. Then, slowly, guide them to a different place. A therapist find a planet is perfect, if someone is in a pit, shooting from above, get out of there doesn't work. First you have to go down into the pit, stand beside them. Then you climb out together. For emotional tone matching, first learn to read the emotional state of the person in front of you correctly. Pay attention to facial expressions, voice tone, body language. Are they happy? Sad? Tense? Agitated? Scared? Then adjust your own emotional tone accordingly. If the person in front of you is calm and thoughtful, you be calm too. If they're agitated and energetic, you be a bit more lively. But again, don't overdo it. The goal is not to be the same, but to be harmonious. And an important point, validating negative emotions is not reinforcing them. Acknowledging someone's sadness doesn't make them sadder. On the contrary, it usually brings relief. Because when a person feels understood, they can more easily let go of their emotions. One day, my little nephew came to me very sad. His toy had broken. At first sight, but you have other toys. He cried even more. Then he tried something different, you're very sad, aren't you? It was your favorite toy. He just nodded, hugged me, and a few minutes later went off to play. After he validated his emotion, he was able to let it go. Being seen and safety, the foundation of connection. Every human being's deepest desire is to be seen and accepted. To be seen with their uniqueness, their flaws, their beauty. And most people go hungry for this feeling throughout their lives. The essence of building rapport is giving the person in front of you the message, I see you. Here you. You matter here. You can do this with words, but mostly you do it without words, with your presence. I heard a story about Zeynep, who worked at a coffee shop. Hundreds of customers came and went every day. Most ordered while talking on the phone, didn't make eye contact, didn't even say thank you. Over time, Zeynep had become dispirited, doing her job just mechanically. But one day, an elderly man came in. He looked at Zeynep and asked, "Good morning, how are you?" Not just out of politeness, but as if he genuinely cared. Zeynep was surprised and said, "Fine, thank you." The man smiled and said, "Gentle, it shows on the face of good people." Such a simple interaction, but Zeynep never forgot that day. Because that man saw her. Not just as someone serving coffee, but as a human being. Being seen starts with paying attention. Focus completely on the person in front of you. Not just on what they're saying, but on who they are. Notice small details. Maybe there's a new haircut, maybe they look a bit tired, maybe their eyes are sparkling. And mention it kindly. You look tired, did you have a tough day, or you look happy, did something good happen? These small signs of attention don't say, "You're invisible to me," but rather, "I notice you." And this creates a powerful bond. Safety is the second pillar of rapport. People cannot open up or connect in an environment where they don't feel safe. Safety can be physical, but it can also be emotional. Emotional safety is the feeling of not being would get. When the person in front of you says something, You don't immediately criticize, mock or belirtte. You accept what they feel, think and apprehend. This doesn't mean agreeing, it means respecting. A friend of mine thought he asked a stupid question in a meeting and felt embarrassed. But his manager said, actually, this is a very good question, others must be wondering too. In that moment, my friend both felt relieved and trusted that manager. Because the manager had created a safe space. To create safety, confidentiality is important. If the person in front of you tells you something, don't tell others. Trust is built slowly but can be destroyed in an instant. Also, being predictable is important. If you show up with a different personality every day, people can't trust you. Be consistent. Keep your word. Fulfill even your small promises. Instant connection, first impression and beyond. First impressions matter, but rapport is not a one-time event. Rapport is something that is continuously nurtured and maintained. It is like a garden, if you just plant seeds and leave them, they wither. You need to constantly water, fertilize, and care for them. The first meeting, people generally form an opinion within the first 7-10 seconds. This may not be fair, but it is real. This is why the first moments matter. Simile. Make eye contact. Be warm. Display a posture that's energetic but not aggressive. But more importantly, it is the minutes, hours, and days that follow. Rapport strengthens with consistency. In each interaction, it either deepens a bit more or weakens a bit. Our colleague of mine started very well with a new team. On the first day, he was very friendly, helpful, cheerful. But in the following days, as he came under stress, he became irritable, critical, distant. People were confused, is this the real him or the one we saw on the first day? In the end, no one trusted him. Because he was inconsistent. Building rapport is not about wearing a mask. It is not about constantly trying to show your best self either. It is about expressing yourself, but in a respectful and conscious way. Practical applications, rapport in daily life. How do you integrate all of this into your life? Here are some practical steps. Morning routine, every morning, look in the mirror and ask yourself, how do I want to connect with people today? This intention shapes your day. Daily interactions, from the grocery store cashier to a stranger on public transport to your work colleague, pay a bit more attention to everyone. Make eye contact. Simile. Give a small compliment or ask a question. Deep conversations, at least once a week, have a truly deep conversation with someone. Go beyond surface topics. Instead of how are you, ask what's been making you happiest lately. Listening practice, every day when talking with someone, just listen. Resist the urge to tell your own stories. Just be there. Attention to mirroring, for 1 week, notice how people mirror you. When you speak quickly, do they speed up too? When you simile, do they simulate too? Consciously mirror others and observe the difference. Feedback, ask someone you trust how they feel when talking with you. Make you feel comfortable. Do you feel heard? This provides very valuable insight. Obstacles and traps. There are some common mistakes when building rapport. First, trying too hard. Attempting to do too much makes you appear artificial. Be relaxed. Be natural. Second, trying to build rapport the same way with everyone. Everyone is different. Some people warm up quickly, others take time. Some people love talking a lot, others prefer silence. Be flexible. Hired, using rapport for manipulation. If you're only building rapport to get something from someone, this will eventually come out. People sense insincerity. Rapport should be for mutual connection, not mutual exploitation. Fourth, losing yourself. When building rapport, you might conform too much to the other person and lose your own identity. This might work short term, but long term both you and the other person will feel uncomfortable. Be yourself. The power of transformation. At one period in my life, I struggled greatly to connect with people. I was introverted, socially underdeveloped. When I entered a room, nobody noticed me. And I felt invisible. Then I started learning these principles. I applied them in small ways. At first, it felt artificial. But over time, it became natural. And one day I realized that people enjoyed talking with me. I was making friends. My teammates at work trusted me. And most importantly, I no longer felt alone. Rapport is not just about the outside, about others. It is also about the inside, about yourself. When you build rapport with yourself, you can more easily build it with others. When you accept yourself, others accept you too. Conclusion, continuing to build the bridge. Rapport is not a destination, it is a journey. Every day, in every interaction, you have the opportunity to build this bridge. Sometimes the bridge is strong and solid. Sometimes it sighs, or even collapses. But what matters is continuing to rebuild it. The principles you will learn in this chapter, authenticity, natural mirroring, active listening, emotional tone matching, are not just techniques, they are ways of living. As you put them into practice, you connect more deeply not just with others, but with the faith itself. Pause for a moment. Take a deep breath. And think, today, who will you build a bridge with? What connection will you create? Remember, every conversation is an opportunity. Every glance, every word, every moment of presence is a brick in the invisible bridge between hearts. Go forth and build your bridge. The world needs more connection, more understanding, more genuine human contact. And it starts with you, right here, right now. Chapter 7, Lead Conversations, The Art of Guiding Energy. There is a common misconception about great conversationalists. People imagine them as the loudest voice in the room, those who dominate every discussion, the storytellers who never pause for breath. But if you observe carefully, you'll notice something different. The best conversationalists are often the quietest. They don't talk the most, they guide the most. Think of a conductor in an orchestra. The conductor doesn't play an instrument. They don't create the sound. But without them, there is chaos. The conductor's role is to guide, to shape, to bring out the best in every musician. That's what a great conversationalist does. They guide the energy, shape the flow, and bring out the best in everyone involved. In this chapter, you'll learn how to become that conductor. You'll discover how to ask questions that open doors, how to steer conversations without forcing them, how to balance depth with lightness, and how to make every person you talk to feel like they matter. By the end, you'll understand why some people leave conversations energized while others leave them drained. The power of open questions. Most conversations the because of closed questions. Did you have a good day? Yes. Silence. Do you like your hobby? Not really. Silence. These questions are dense. They require minimal response and create minimal connection. Open questions, on the other hand, are invitations. They ask for stories, not facts. They request feelings, not confirmations. Instead of "Did you have a good day?" TRE, "What was the best part of your day?" Say the difference. One can be answered with a single word. The other requires thought, reflection, storytelling. I learned this lesson from my unne Mehmet. He was a taxi driver for 10 years, and people loved talking to him. Once asked him his secret. He said, "I never ask yes or no questions. Ask people to tell me something." He would say things like, "Tell me about your neighborhood," or "What's your story with this city?" People would talk for the entire day. Open questions typically start with "What," "How," or "Tell me about." They create space for the other person to explore their thoughts. What brought you to this event? How did you get interested in that? Tell me about your experience with. These questions signal genuine curiosity. But here is the critical part: you must actually be curious. If you ask an open question but your eyes are wandering, checking your phone, or looking for an exit, the other person will sense it immediately. False curiosity is worse than no curiosity. It feels like betrayal. Let me share a story. At a networking event, I met two people within 10 minutes. The first asked, "So what do you do?" I told him. He immediately started talking about himself. The second person asked, "What's been exciting you most about your work lately?" I paused. No one had asked me that before. I told him about a project I was passionate about. We talked for 10 minutes. Guess which person I remember? Here is a practice: for 1 week, eliminate yes or no questions from your conversations. Every time you're about to ask one, replace it into an open question. Watch how conversations transform. Steering without forging. Leading a conversation is not the same as controlling it. Control is rigid. Leadership is fluid. When you try to control a conversation, people feel trapped. When you lead it, they feel guided. Think of a river. A good conversationalist is like a riverbank: they give the water direction, but they don't stop it from flowing. The conversation can move naturally, but you can't guide it toward interesting or meaningful place. So how do you steer without forging? Frog transitions. Smooth transitions are the secret of conversational leadership. You listen for keywords, emotions, or themes, and use them as bridge to new topics. For example, someone mentions the event hiking last weekend. You could just say "cool" and let it drop. Or you could pick up that thread, "hiking. I've always been curious about that. What drives you to it?" Now they're talking about nature, solitude, challenge, whatever hiking means to them. And from there, you might steer toward what they value in life, how they handle stress, what gives them peace. Notice what happened. You didn't interrogate. You didn't force. You simply followed the energy and gently redirected it to somewhere deeper. My friend Elif is a master at this. At a dinner party, someone mentioned they were stressed about work. Instead of offering advice or changing the subject, Elif said, "Stress at work, that's so common but everyone experiences it differently. What does it look like for you?" The person opened up. Others joined in. What could have been a complete session became a meaningful discussion about balance, priorities, and self-care. Elif didn't plan it. She just stirred the energy. Here's another technique, the callback. This is when you remember something the person meant on earlier and bring it back. You mentioned you were nervous about that presentation, how did it go? This shows you were truly listening and creates continuity in the relationship. But be careful of one trap, tangent chasing. This is when someone mentions something random, and you immediately jump on it, taking the conversation in a completely different direction. Sometimes this works, but often it feels disjointed. Before steering, ask yourself, will this direction add value, or am I just filling space? Balancing depth and thickness. Not every conversation needs to be profound. Not every conversation should be shallow. The art is knowing when to go deep and when to highlight. Lightness is underrated. Small talk gets a bad reputation, but it serves a purpose. ITS the warm-up. ITS have a test safety before a vulnerability. When you meet someone new, jumping straight into, what's your greatest fear, is worrying. You start with weather, work, weekend plans. This isn't wasted time, ITS building trust. But many people get stuck in the shallow end. They never move beyond surface level pleasantries. The conversation never gets anywhere meaningful. Both people walk away thinking, that was nice, but feeling empty. Great conversationalists know how to transition from light to deep naturally. They use what I call depth cues, moments when someone reveals something slightly more personal or meaningful. Maybe they mention a challenge, a passion, a change entirely. That's your see. That's when you genuinely go deeper. For instance, someone says, I've been tried lately. That's a depth see. You could highlight, yeah, it's that time of year. Or you could go slightly deeper, tried in what way, like physical worn out, or more like emotional drain. Say what you did. You gave them permission to share more if they want to. Here's the key, offer the depth, but don't force it. If they say, oh, just physical thread, and move on, respect that. They're not ready. But often, people are relieved when someone notices and carries enough to ask. I remember talking to a colleague at lunch. She mentioned her mom was visiting. I could have said, that's nice, and moved on. Instead, I asked, how do you feel about that? Her face changed. She said, honestly. Anxious. We ended up talking about family dynamics, expectations, and setting boundaries. It was a 20-minute conversation that strengthened our friendship significantly. All because I noticed a depth. On the flip side, know when to lighten up. If a conversation gets too heavy, too intense, people need a break. You can use humor, change the subject, or acknowledge the with, wow, we went deep there. Shall we talk about something lighter for a bit? This shows emotional intelligence. Balance is everything. Think of conversation like music, you need both the crescendos and the quiet moments. All intensity exhausts people. All lightness bores them. Varid RHYTHM. Makın Goters Fehlvaluet. Here's a thread that will change how you approach conversations. People don't remember what you said, they remember how you made them feel. You could have the most brilliant insights, the funniest voices, the most interesting stories, but if the other person doesn't feel valued, the conversation fails. So how do you make someone feel valued? Starts with presence. Put your phone away. Turn your body toward them. Make eye contact. This seems obvious, but look around any coffee shop or restaurant. How many people are physical together but mentally absent? Presence is the first gift. The second is validation. Validation doesn't mean agreement. It means acknowledging someone's appearance as real and legitimate. When someone shares a feeling or opinion, even if you disagree, you can validate the emotion behind it. For example, someone says, I'm so frustrated with my boss. You might think their boss is actually reasonable, but you don't say, you're overreacting. Instead, that sounds really frustrating. What happened? You validated their feeling without endorsing their interpretation. This creates safety. Another way to make people feel valued is to ask follow-up questions. This signals that you're not just waiting for your turn to talk, you're genuinely interested in their answer. We mentioned the love photography. Don't just nod and move on. Ask, what do you love about it, or what kind of photography, or how did you get into that? Each follow-up question says, you matter. Your interests matter. I want to understand you better. Let me tell you about Kemal. Kemal was a janitor at my office building. Most people barely acknowledged him. One day, I asked how his day was going. He gave the usual fine. I asked, what's the hardest part of your job? He looked surprised. Then he told me about dealing with people's messes, about being invisible, about hoping his kids would have different opportunities. We talked for 15 minutes. From then on, whenever we crossed paths, he smiled genuinely. I didn't solve his problems. I just saw him. That's the power of making someone feel valued. It's not about grand gestures. It's about small, consistent acts of recognition. Here's a practice, in every conversation today, ask at least a follow-up questions. Not for the sake of technique, but because you're genuinely curious. Notice how the conversation deepens. Becoming the person everyone enjoys talking to. You know those people who light up a room. Not because they're the loudest or the funniest, but because somehow, everyone feels better after talking to them. That's not an accident. It's a skill. And you can develop it. The first principle, make it about them, not you. Most people enter conversations thinking, what can I say? How can I be interesting? Wrong focus. Instead, think, how can I make this person feel heard, understood, valued? When you shift from performing to connecting, everything changes. This doesn't mean you never talk about yourself. It means you share in service of connection, not ego. You share stories that relate to what they're saying, that add value, that create resonance. You don't react the conversation to showcase yourself. Second principle, bring positive energy. Notice I said positive, not fake happy. Positive energy means being present, engaged, curious, warm. It means not complaining constantly or draining others with negativity. People gravitate toward those who make them feel uplifted, not depleted. Think about your own life. Who do you love talking to? Probably someone who listens well, who asks good questions, who makes you feel interesting and valued. You can be that person for others. Third principle, be comfortable with silence. Weak conversationalists panic at silence and fill it with noise. Strong honest understand that silence is part of the reality. Sometimes, after someone shares something meaningful, the best response is a pause. Let it land. Let it breathe. Yaceda therapist find conduct a session once. The client said something vulnerable. My friend didn't immediately respond. He just sat there, nodding gently, holding space. 5 seconds passed. Then the client continued, going even deeper. Later, I asked my friend about it. He said, Silence is the red thread lives. We rushed to fill it, I robbed them of their own insight. Fourth principle, adapt to the person. Different people need different conversational styles. Some people love deep philosophical discussions. Others prefer light banter. Some need lots of energy. Others need calm. Pay attention and adjust. This isn't being fake, it's being respectful and flexible. Practical exercises for conversational leadership. Let's make this concrete. Here are specific exercises to develop your skills. Exercise 1, The Question Journal. For 1 week, write down the best question you asked each day and how the person responded. This trains your brain to notice what works. Exercise 2, The Listening Challenge. Have a 10-minute conversation where your only hobby is to ask questions and listen. Don't share a single story about yourself. See how deep you can take the conversation. Exercise 3, The Energy Mapping. After 3 different conversations, write down what was the energy like. Did it